In the autumn of 1631, the empire was cloaked in a tapestry of frost-kissed crimson leaves, while the winds swept across vast distances. It has been over 4 years since the grievous assassination attempt on His Majesty, the great emperor of the empire, during which he sustained severe injuries to his brain and fell into a deep slumber from which he is yet to awaken. Throughout these 4 years, the empire's foremost medical experts congregated in the capital, dedicating themselves tirelessly to the study of His Majesty's condition. They engaged in relentless discussions and speculations, perpetually overturning their previous conclusions, exploring every conceivable avenue, and employing various methods, yet they remain unable to rouse the emperor from his unconscious state. No one comprehends the reason behind His Majesty's coma, nor can anyone explain why, despite the passage of time, he still lies in silence. To the empire, His Majesty embodies more than mere rulership. His existence profoundly influences the suppressed leviathans within the Eudoria galaxy. With the Senate managing state affairs, the empire continues to function smoothly, and even after 4 years of His Majesty's incapacitation, the thought of his abdication and the election of a new emperor has never crossed anyone's mind. On the day of the incident, His Majesty, accompanied by the Grand Chamberlain Shao Ye, embarked on a journey to Ceres to address various post-war issues. It was en route to Ceres that the assassination attempt took place. Given the known circumstances, the Supervisory Bureau swiftly identified the primary suspect as Shao Ye, who was accompanying the emperor. However, following the incident, Shao Ye vanished without a trace, further intensifying the suspicion surrounding him. 2 years later, the Monitoring Institute finally located the missing Grand Minister on a desolate planet within the Fourth Galaxy. When he was found, he was scavenging for refuse, and upon noticing a spacecraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Monitoring Institute descending nearby, he surprisingly engaged in gossip with other destitute individuals about the vessel. He had lost his memory. He could not recall his identity, nor could he remember the events of the day the monarch was assassinated. After such a protracted period of uncertainty, the officials responsible for the case felt a profound sense of despair, believing that this matter might drag on indefinitely. Just at that moment, the Senate's Neverland project made a groundbreaking advancement, necessitating a cohort of volunteers to partake in testing for the initiative. The name Neverland is derived from the fairy tale of Peter Pan, in which it symbolizes an immortal and idyllic childhood. Subsequently, these volunteers would be immersed in Neverland, and the narratives that unfolded within this enchanting realm would be broadcast live to the populace. This approach would not only provide a comprehensive showcase of Neverland to the public, but also yield substantial profits for the project team, achieving a dual purpose. The volunteers selected for the Neverland experience were meticulously chosen, including once celebrated yet now downcast top actors, exceptionally gifted individuals in specific fields, and ordinary people of no remarkable distinction. The project team would conduct a series of tests on the volunteers, synthesizing their results to determine the unique worlds to be unveiled in each iteration. The project team submitted a request to the Monitoring Institute, expressing their desire for Shao Ye to participate in this initiative. After careful consideration, the Supervisory Institute granted their request. They may contemplate arranging certain scenarios in Yangwuxiang that bear resemblance to reality, which might stimulate Shao Ye's hippocampus and perhaps even recreate the scene of His Majesty's assassination. While the likelihood of this happening remains exceedingly slim, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to Shao Ye, who is currently performing squats with a barbell weighing over 100 kilograms in his hospital room, he possessed a robust and striking appearance. Standing tall and strong, he had maintained his physique well, even during the 2 years spent scavenging outdoors. At this moment, sweat soaked through his white tank top, revealing the well-defined muscles of his sun-kissed skin beneath. He wore black shorts, and beads of perspiration trickled down his powerful calves. Having resided in the Supervisory Institute for 2 years, he had never once felt the slightest sense of guilt as a suspect since the moment he learned of his past identity. Initially, Shao Ye presented himself as meek and compliant. However, upon discovering his identity during treatment, He transformed into a figure of audacious arrogance, often asserting his authority over the staff of the Supervisory Institute with unwavering confidence. Whenever the Institute's stance grew slightly assertive, he would declare that once His Majesty awoke, he would certainly reprimand them thoroughly. The staff present at that moment were left utterly speechless by Shao Ye's remarks. How absurd were such declarations? Characters of this nature in television dramas typically met their demise within 3 episodes. How could His Majesty appoint such an individual as the chief steward of the palace? I have heard that his origins are rather humble. The staff presented the contract from the Eternal Utopia project to Shao Ye, who, without even a glance, dismissed it, finding the text excessively verbose. He pushed it aside, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and proceeded to the corner to perform inverted crunches. With no other option, the staff began to verbally recount the contents of the contract. As Shao Ye executed his exercises with fervor, the staff remained uncertain whether he absorbed any of the information relayed. After a considerable duration, having exhausted themselves in their explanations, the staff finally completed the summary of the contract. Shao Ye, having concluded his morning workout, dried his face with a towel and lazily opened his eyes to regard the staff before slowly uttering, "I refuse." The staff inhaled deeply, maintaining a smile as they replied, "It appears I have not been sufficiently clear. I shall summon the Vice Director to discuss this with you." The Vice Director of the Supervisory Institute, Tang Qichuan, is the most loyal follower of His Majesty. He holds Shao Ye in contempt, not merely for being a suspect in the assassination of His Majesty, but also due to his character, which is unworthy of proximity to the sovereign. How could His Majesty possibly rely on such a person? Tang Qichuan entered the isolation chamber, his demeanor frosty and devoid of mirth. Clad in a deep blue uniform, the golden buttons gleamed brilliantly under the light. Approaching Shao Ye, he scoffed coldly and remarked, "Should you refuse to partake in this project, your only alternative would be to sell you off to the Golex, who would surely find you quite satisfactory. Golexing does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Empire, and its thriving industry of indulgence is notorious." Someone with a physique like Shao Ye's would undoubtedly be in high demand among people of all ages. Shao Ye, startled, nearly dropped the barbell he was holding. He glared at Tang Qichuan, exclaiming in indignation, "You cannot do this. I am the Imperial Chief of Palace Affairs. How can I be sold to such a place?" The barbell slipped from Shao Ye's grasp entirely, and with a faltering tone, he inquired, "What about insurance coverage?" Tang Qichuan replied coldly, "The maximum amount covered by insurance would not suffice for even a single comprehensive brain examination." After a moment's thought, Shao Ye tentatively asked, "Is it possible to use His Majesty's card?" Tang Qichuan could hardly suppress his amusement at Shao Ye's audacity. "Oh, if you could use that card, it would be splendid indeed. There would be no need for an inquiry, and you would be sent straight to prison." After casting a glance at Shao Ye, he continued to issue threats. Shao Ye, lacking the resolve to withstand such intimidation, found no resonance with lofty ideals of integrity or resistance to temptation. When he saw Tang Qichuan produce a communicator to contact an underground buyer, he hastily seized a pen and, feeling thoroughly humiliated, inscribed his name on the contract. As Tang Qichuan departed with the staff, contract in hand, Shao Ye's voice echoed behind him. "Once His Majesty awakens, I shall surely inform him of this matter in its entirety. Were it not for the verification of the examination results, they would harbor doubts regarding Shao Ye's purported amnesia." What audacity did he possess to believe that His Majesty would still attend to his needs upon awakening? What difference would it make to inform His Majesty of the truth? To whom did he presume His Majesty belonged? Should the investigation reveal his involvement in an assassination attempt against the sovereign, his very life would be at stake. Shao Ye, after all, served as the chief steward of the imperial court. Should any unforeseen incident arise during the live broadcast, any nonsensical utterances could incite significant turmoil across the Star Network. Thus, Tang Qichuan resolutely insisted on amending the contract. The inaugural project of the Everlasting Utopia involves 6 volunteers, including Shao Ye. The identities of these volunteers remain undisclosed, though whispers suggest that two prominent figures from the academic realm may be among them, their research interests a mystery. Shao Ye held little fascination for these matters. According to the stipulations of the contract, it resembled a solitary gaming experience, wherein all volunteers inhabit a shared world, embodying the same character with identical backgrounds and resources. However, their names and appearances are of their own choosing. The volunteers shall not have the opportunity to interact with one another, save for moments when they are compared by the vast audience during the broadcast. It seems not to be a particularly delightful scenario. Shao Ye shed tears resembling strands of noodles, anxiously counting the remaining joyful days while simultaneously elevating his workout intensity by 2 levels. It was too late to refine his mind. He could only brace himself with a robust physique for the impending tempest. Since its inception, the Yangwuxiang project has captured public attention, and the announcement of its imminent launch sparked countless discussions. At this critical juncture, an individual claiming to be the project's overseer leaked information on a niche anonymous forum, asserting that the completion of the Yangwuxiang project heralds not merely the dawn of a new era but also that the technical team had meticulously calculated and introduced specific virtual characters embodying a plethora of admirable qualities within the gaming realm, aimed at attracting and gathering formidable consciousnesses wandering through the cosmos. In essence, during the forthcoming first live broadcast of the project, acquiring this NPC, a manifestation of goodness and beauty, could very well signify the consciousness of His Majesty. The Human Eradication Plan is the most notorious conspiracy theory surrounding the Yangwuxiang project. The author of this claim alleged that Yangwuxiang serves as a mechanism devised by the Senate to deal with potential offenders. It was asserted that those found harboring unlawful thoughts in their minds would be eliminated preemptively, and as the project evolves, it would also eradicate those imperial parasites preoccupied with indulgence. Many netizens present at the time later remarked that the original poster's aggression was excessive, resulting in backlash. The true escalation of this matter occurred 2 days later when a modeling artist with 1 million followers captured the post as a jest and shared it on their StarNet account. Shortly thereafter, the post was removed by the system. Undeterred, the artist reposted it, only to find their account bestowed with a 3-day ban. All related discussions were expunged. However, the more the authorities attempted to suppress the issue, the more rebellious the netizens became. A veritable army of internet users swiftly mobilized, resurrecting the deleted post from anonymous forums and disseminating it across StarNet, igniting a fervent discussion throughout the web. Initially perceived as mere folly, the exaggerated reactions from above suddenly lent an air of authenticity to the situation. Ultimately, the matter concluded with an announcement from the Senate, which clarified that the original poster was not the project leader but rather a temporary worker who had only spent 2 months assisting in the project and had since been dismissed. The announcement neither confirmed nor denied the relationship between the Eternal Town project and His Majesty, leaving it open to interpretation. Regardless, this grand event had attracted significant attention even before its commencement, with reservations exceeding 10 million. Shao Ye felt no joy in this. He was genuinely reluctant to serve as a volunteer. Having experienced amnesia once, the thought of entering the game only to lose his memory again troubled him. Would he emerge as a fool, incapable of fulfilling his role as the chief steward for His Majesty? Such concerns weighed heavily on his mind. In late October, under the guidance of the staff, Shao Ye arrived at the construction base of Yangwuxiang in the outskirts. He reclined into the luxurious gaming pod and closed his eyes, plunging into darkness. The last thought that crossed his mind was whether the card could truly not be swiped. Although his memories had yet to resurface, there remained a lingering sense that perhaps it could. Chapter 2. The Goldfinch Academy, nestled beside the serene Sophilier Lake in the eastern part of White City, is an ancient institution steeped in rich heritage. For centuries, it has nurtured countless luminaries in politics and business, with as many as 70% of its graduates advancing to prestigious global universities each year. To this day, Goldfinch adheres strictly to the admirable tradition established by its founder, Jacob III, of admitting students at the age of 14 and graduating them by 20. As the new semester commenced, Class 2 of Goldfinch Academy welcomed a new transfer student, Jiang Yan, who hailed from a modest town in the southeast. Jiang Yan excelled academically and was known for her helpful nature. However, she became the target of collective bullying after offending the son of a wealthy tycoon, Sisu. Shortly thereafter, a group of commoners led by Jiang Yan issued a challenge to the lofty aristocrats, including the arrogant heir of the tycoon, the graceful president of a student council, the noble and enigmatic royal descendant, and the charmingly humorous captain of the basketball team. What roles did each of them play in this unfolding conflict? And where will the narrative ultimately lead? Recently, autumn had just set in, and the cicadas, which had buzzed throughout the summer, now only emitted a few faint calls. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops of the ginkgo trees, causing the yellowing leaves above to whisper softly. Under the luminous full moon, the artificial lake to the west of Goldfinch Academy shimmered with glistening ripples. To the north of the lake lay a vast expanse of oak forest, where Jiang Yan stood at the edge, facing 5 individuals, 3 males and 2 females. Leading them was a young man with shoulder-length hair, his left eye obscured by bangs, who twirled a silver pendant in his hand incessantly. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Yan had discovered an anonymous letter at her desk, claiming that someone had found her lost pendant and requested her to come alone to the oak forest at 9:30 that evening. This pendant was a cherished relic of her mother, and she distinctly remembered placing it in her dormitory drawer, never having worn it outside. Yet it had inexplicably vanished. She gazed calmly at the 5 figures before her, recognizing the leader as Liu Yihong, a student from the neighboring class, who seemed to have some familial connection to Sisu. Jiang Yan spoke. "I have come. May I have my pendant back?" In her heart, she pondered how someone could possess such shameless audacity. The pendant was undoubtedly stolen by them, and yet they expected her to maintain a pleasant demeanor. She pressed her lips together, suppressing her rising anger, and reiterated her request in a composed manner. A malicious smile crept across Liu Yihong's face as he replied, "First, you must kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I shall promptly return it to you. What do you say?" He paused for a moment before adding, alternatively, "Tomorrow morning, you could go before Go and bark like a dog 3 times. Which option do you prefer?" The 4 individuals behind him eagerly pulled out their phones, aiming them at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan cast a glance at them, her expression turning icy. She should have anticipated this, having gone to such lengths to steal her pendant. This group of fools would not easily return it to her. Her visit had been in vain. "Keep it for yourself," she declared, preparing to leave. However, Liu Yihong suddenly extended his arm, blocking her path. "Since you are here, do not be in such a hurry to depart," he said. The other 4 closed in around her, and as Jiang Yan regarded them, a sense of unease washed over her. She steadied herself and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "What do we intend to do? You will know soon enough," Liu Yihong responded, producing a length of rope from seemingly nowhere, tugging at it with satisfaction. He had long wished to teach this impoverished wretch a lesson for daring to provoke their esteemed brother C, oblivious to her own insignificance. In no time, Jiang Yan found herself bound to a sturdy oak tree, her mouth sealed with tape, rendering her incapable of calling for help. Her only recourse was to glare fiercely at Liu Yihong. He then instructed the 2 girls, "Go," and remove her clothes. The girls hesitated, questioning whether Liu Yihong's actions were excessive. They had originally intended merely to restrain Jiang Yan here for 1 night. If their teachers or superiors were to discover this, they could very well face punishment themselves. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Liu Yihong urged. The silvery moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting scattered beams upon the ground. The chirping of insects in the grass ceased, replaced by the rustle of leaves beneath their shoes. "What is going on here? Why are you tormenting someone in the dead of night?" A deep male voice emanated from behind Lu Yihong and the others, tinged with an inexplicable excitement. The group turned to see a tall and robust young man approaching them, appearing to be around 20 years of age. His stature was imposing, with a buzz cut atop his head. He wore a white shirt, the kind mandated by the school, which was somewhat translucent, allowing a glimpse of the firm and well-defined musculature beneath the thin fabric. Lu Yihong was taken aback by the presence of someone at this hour. He did not recall having seen this individual before. Instinctively, he assumed the newcomer was an accomplice of Jiang Yan and shot her a glare, having already stated in his anonymous letter that only she was permitted to come. He inquired, "Are you a sports student? Which class are you from? Do you know who we are?" Upon hearing this, Shao Ye halted, scratching his head in confusion. "What do you mean, a sports student? Are you not a sports student?" Lu Yihong asked him. Shao Ye replied, "No." Lu Yihong, now perplexed, questioned, "Then how did you gain admission to Jinkewa?" It was not that he looked down upon the man before him, but rather that he seemed to possess a brawny physique coupled with a simple mind, making it difficult to envision him solving a complex mathematical problem. A silence ensued in response to Shao Ye. Indeed, most students admitted to Jinkewa hailed from affluent backgrounds, yet the question lingered. If Shao Ye had entered Jinkewa through wealth, why would he now be standing up for Jiang Yan? He was unaware of Jiang Yan's conflict with Sisu. Did he truly intend to oppose Sisu and the entire elite student body? Or perhaps he is simply devoid of intellect. While contemplating this, Lu Yihong heard Shao Ye emit a sinister chuckle, baring his pearly white teeth as he inquired, "Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for me to eliminate you all?" Following this, he unleashed a burst of wild, maniacal laughter, reminiscent of a quintessential cinematic villain. Lu Yihong became even more convinced that this individual was somewhat deranged. He recalled that their school was not a mere bastion of wealth, as one had to pass an examination prior to enrollment. This was Chervil Academy, not Chervil Prison. A girl scoffed at him, though her tone betrayed her underlying anxiety. Shao Ye dismissed her concerns, retorting, "And what of the academy? Aren't you all engaging in bullying here? My strikes may lack restraint, but they are not intentional. Come on." Shao Ye cracked his knuckles, raising an eyebrow at Lu Yihong and the others. "Will you confront me one at a time, or shall we engage all at once?" Before they could respond, he added, "Let us face it together. Time is of the essence, as the dormitory doors will soon be locked." Lu Yihong scoffed. "You certainly have a bold demeanor. Just wait until you feel the impact of my punch. Then you will understand the magnitude of my words." Shao Ye's gaze briefly lingered on the two girls behind Lu Yihong. "Let me make it clear. I do not discriminate based on gender when I strike. If you wish to avoid being hit, keep your distance." With that, he rolled up his shirt sleeves and loosened two golden buttons, allowing dappled light to dance upon his sun-kissed chest. He stepped forward towards Lu Yihong, his shadow enveloping Lu Yihong before his fist did. Lu Yihong stood nearly 1.80 meters, not significantly shorter than Shao Ye, yet the oppressive aura Shao Ye exuded far surpassed that of Lu Yihong. Without any hesitation, Shao Ye approached and threw a punch directly at Lu Yihong's face, the wind generated by his fist palpable. Lu Yihong barely managed to evade the blow, which instead struck the tree trunk behind him with a resounding thud, seemingly indenting the wood. Lu Yihong dared not contemplate the consequences had that punch landed on his head. Surely, this individual must have some issues with his mental faculties. At this critical moment, the two girls clearly wished to withdraw from the fray, while the other two, witnessing Shao Ye's ferocious demeanor, were equally hesitant to intervene. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yihong declared to Shao Ye, "Just you wait," before turning on his heel and fleeing. The remaining four, seeing Lu Yihong had made his exit, dared not linger and departed in a hasty retreat. Shao Ye, perplexed, mused, with such a lack of skill, how dare they engage in bullying? How did Sisu choose such a lackluster lackey? His superior must possess exceptional discernment. Shao Ye glanced at Jiang Yan, still bound to the tree, feeling a surge of satisfaction. After observing for some time, He was convinced that his boss had an interest in Jiang Yan. As a diligent, considerate, and ambitious subordinate, it was imperative for him to create opportunities for his leader. Especially since that fool Sisu seemed to harbor an interest in Jiang Yan as well, his boss could not afford to falter at this juncture. His leader must emerge as the strongest. Although his boss had yet to acknowledge Shao Ye's status as a subordinate, Shao Ye believed that soon his superior would recognize the advantages he provided. Jiang Yan observed Shao Ye chuckling to himself, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She whispered, "Thank you, classmate." Shao Ye lifted his head, stroked his chin, and did not immediately assist her in untying the ropes. He replied, "No need for thanks, Jiang classmate. How about dining with my boss tomorrow?" Jiang Yan felt a disconcerting sensation, akin to escaping a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. With a dry throat, she inquired, "Who is your boss?" Shao Ye leaned forward slightly, drawing closer with an air of mystery. "You'll find out tomorrow. I've reserved a table by the window, number 17, on the 3rd floor of Losting." Jiang Yan bit her lip. If she refused, she might have to spend the night in the woods with the mosquitoes. Reluctantly, she responded, "All right, I will attend." Shao Ye smiled with satisfaction, revealing his 2 canine teeth as he continued to untie her ropes. He added, "Remember to say a few good words about me in front of my boss during dinner." Jiang Yan. "My name is Shao Ye," he stated. Jiang Yan replied with an "oh," but questioned the utility of that acknowledgement. "Have you remembered it?" Shao Ye asked. "Yes, I have," Jiang Yan confirmed. Shao Ye tossed the ropes onto the ground and clapped his hands. "All right, you may leave." Yet, Jiang Yan did not depart immediately. She stood still, gazing at Shao Ye, hesitating to speak. Shaking her head, she earnestly expressed her gratitude once more before turning to leave. In high spirits, Shao Ye hummed a tune as he made his way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the lakeside, he looked up and spotted an individual approaching. Clad in a black suit, adorned with a silk black tie, and with the shirt buttons meticulously fastened to the very top. The sound of polished shoes echoed against the marble steps, the tall figure appearing nonchalant beneath the dim glow of the street lamp. Upon recognizing the visitor's identity, Shao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over, earnestly greeting, "Good evening, President." The individual in question was Shi Guanming, the president of the student council at Golden Blossom Academy. His complexion was remarkably fair, and his sharp, refined features conveyed a certain aggressiveness, yet his expression remained gentle. Even in moments of anger, a faint smile lingered on his face. Upon seeing Shao Ye, a courteous smile graced Shi Guanming's lips as he inquired, "My dear student, why are you still here? The dormitory is about to close." Shao Ye chuckled and replied, "President, I have some delightful news to share with you." "What is it?" Shi Guanming asked. Shao Ye promptly recounted all that had transpired just moments ago, including his subsequent threat to Jiang Yan, insisting that she join his superior for lunch in Lostin the following day. That superior, of course, was none other than Shi Guanming himself, a formidable presence at Golden Blossom Academy. "That Sisu isn't worthy to carry your shoes, President," Shao Ye exclaimed. Shi Guanming maintained his smile, but within the slightly rounded eyes of Shao Ye, eyes that seemed somewhat incongruous with his physique, there was an unmistakable plea for praise. For a moment, Shi Guanming found himself at a loss for words that would satisfy his unspoken desire. Chapter 3. Shao Ye first encountered Shi Guanming 2 years prior, at which time she was not yet the president of the student council, but merely a student representative speaking at the opening ceremony. On that day, he donned a black tailcoat, adorned with a delicate black bow tie at the collar, each strand of hair meticulously arranged, embodying an air of elegance and meticulousness from head to toe. His words were laced with wit and humor, his demeanor gentle, rendering him far more approachable than the aloof and haughty elite. Whispers circulated in the school regarding his lineage, yet to this day, no definitive account has emerged. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate him. A couple of years prior, A member of royalty had deliberately sought to provoke him at an event. However, shortly thereafter, this royal figure spoke of him with nothing but admiration and praise. Within the realm of the wealthy, particularly among the Plantagenets, there exists a hierarchy. Shao Ye hailed from a respectable background. His father, once a modest proprietor of a breakfast stall, struck it rich overnight after purchasing a lottery ticket. Under the guidance of an astute mentor, he subsequently invested in several promising ventures. By the time Shao Ye entered secondary school, his family had amassed considerable wealth, operating over 100 chain restaurants nationwide. However, such assets paled in comparison to the old aristocracy's fortunes, who viewed Shao Ye and his father, along with the newly affluent of similar ilk, as nothing more than crude upstarts unworthy of mingling in their circles. Of course, Shao Ye himself held little interest in their society. Nonetheless, on occasion, the sheer audacity of these fools provoked a desire to deliver them a couple of sharp slaps. His admission to the prestigious Goldfinch Academy was facilitated by his father's extensive connections. Upon transferring, his peers dared not confront him directly. Instead, they resorted to mocking him behind his back for his muscular physique, deriding him as brawn over brains. What was even more outrageous was that some would sneak into his room while he slept, feeling his chest to ascertain if he was, indeed, wearing artificial muscles. Shao Ye retorted, "What of my muscles? Have I consumed their food or drawn from their well?" It is nothing but blatant envy. One day, Shao Ye was abruptly awakened, startling the intruder, who fled in terror, tumbling down the ladder. Before he could exact his vengeance by breaking each of the man's fingers, he himself fainted from the shock. Ultimately, the incident concluded with Shao Ye apologizing to the individual, who turned out to be the principal's nephew. At that moment, Shao Ye realized that to thrive at Goldfinch, he would need to align himself with a leader, becoming the most loyal subordinate while his leader served as his steadfast support, freeing him from the trivialities of the fools around him, allowing him to break fingers at will. The first individual he chose was Shi Guanming, for whom he meticulously devised a probationary period, observing him discreetly for an extended time. The more Shao Ye learned about Shi Guanming, the more convinced he became that after a lifetime of drifting, he had finally encountered a worthy leader. Yet, the leader remained indifferent. For instance, during the spring sports meet this year, Shi Guanming, now the president of the student council, donned a rare light gray leisure suit. The council members followed him in unison, reporting on every aspect of the competitions, while he greeted each student with a smile, whether they sought funding or admitted to errors. Shao Ye triumphed in the 100-meter race, turning his gaze to search for a familiar figure among the crowd. Seated beneath the podium, Shi Guanming scrutinized the results before him, akin to an ancient emperor who ought to command the entire world. That year at the sports meet, Shao Ye participated in 3 events, securing 3 gold medals. The gold medals were presented to him by the venerable elders of the school, holding little significance for him. He simply draped the 3 medals around his neck and circled around Shi Guanming over 20 times, hoping to capture his attention. Eventually, Shi Guanming indeed took notice of him, albeit under the impression that Shao Ye was merely warming up, offering him an encouraging smile before shedding his jacket and returning to his tasks. Shao Ye reassured himself that it was all right, as long as he exerted sufficient effort and seized the opportunity to prove his worth to the esteemed president. Shi Guanming would recognize his exceptional qualities and keep him close, never to part again. After days of waiting, he finally encountered an extraordinary opportunity that not only allowed him to save the president's beloved, but also led to a chance meeting with Shi Guanming thereafter. Grateful to Jiang Yan. Grateful to Lu Yihong, who bullied Jiang Yan. Grateful to Sisu, who provided Lu Yihong with the rationale for his bullying of Jiang Yan. Shao Ye uttered a perplexed sound, then naturally inquired, "Doesn't the president have feelings for Jiang Yan?" To which Shi Guanming, seemingly oblivious, questioned in return, "Why would you say that?" Shao Ye replied, "That afternoon behind the gymnasium, I witnessed you giving Jiang Yan a handkerchief." Shi Guanming immediately recalled the moment Shao Ye had mentioned. It was the day when Jiang Yan had just lost her mother's pendant, and after meticulously preparing for the group project for half a month, her teammates had deliberately ruined it. Enraged to the point of losing her composure, she had scolded everyone present. Once she regained her senses, a twinge of regret washed over her, and she found herself hiding behind the gym, weeping quietly. This was the scene that Shi Guoming had witnessed, as noted by Shao Ye. He smiled at Shao Ye and remarked, "If the one crying before me had been you, I would have offered you a handkerchief as well." Shao Ye harbored no doubts about the sincerity of Shi Guoming's words, leading him to ponder whether the president truly did not hold any affection for Jiang Yan, leaving him feeling utterly futile for his efforts that evening. He lamented that during the sports meet, instead of foolishly running laps at the sidelines, he should have collapsed to the ground and wept profusely, which would have prompted the president to approach him of his own accord. As Shi Guoming observed Shao Ye's sudden contortions of his brow, he found it somewhat amusing to see such a tall man, over 6 feet, making such expressions. Shi Guoming inquired, "What are you doing?" After a brief pause, he asked, "Do you wish for my handkerchief? If you would like it, feel free to come to the student council office tomorrow. You do know where my office is, correct?" Shao Ye nodded. He certainly knew the way to the student council office, having loitered outside its door countless times. After some contemplation, he mustered the courage to approach Shi Guoming and said, "President, I wish to join the student council." Shi Guoming replied, "The recruitment for the student council concluded last week. Unfortunately, if you wish to join, you will likely have to wait until next year." Of course, Shao Ye was aware that this year's student council recruitment had concluded. He had also applied, but regrettably, he failed to pass the first round of interviews. At that moment, he not only extolled his own virtues extravagantly, but also sincerely expressed his admiration and respect for the student council president, nearly proclaiming his willingness to be Shi Guoming's devoted follower. Ultimately, he was ruthlessly eliminated. There must be some hidden agendas at play. It is evident that this group within the student council feared that his inclusion would diminish their own standing before the president. He vowed to try harder next year. Shi Guoming's lips curled into a subtle smile, and after offering encouragement, he remembered to inquire about Shao Ye's name. "What is your name, classmate?"
Shao Ye.
Shao Ye? Which Ye? He asked. "The Yi from Tianyi." Shao Ye's eyes sparkled with vivacity, his honey-hued physique appearing as if it had been anointed with oil under the moonlight. Shi Guoming nodded, "Very well. I shall remember that." It would indeed be beneficial to have Jiang Yan come and witness how the president memorized names. Although he could not secure a position in the student council through back channels, this experience was not without merit. However, this young man's stature was somewhat imposing. Shi Guoming gestured him away with a wave. As Shao Ye walked, he pondered why Shi Guoming had come to this place at such a late hour. Was it merely to alleviate a surfeit of food? He recalled that the convenience store outside the dormitory likely sold digestive tablets. Yet, what if the president was not simply overindulged? Regardless, it mattered little. After all, digestive tablets would not pose any issues. They could be consumed like hawthorn slices. If his gamble proved correct, perhaps the president would regard him with newfound respect. Shao Ye couldn't help but chuckle, only to suddenly hear Shi Guoming's voice calling out to him from behind, "Classmate Shao Ye." Shao Ye promptly halted his steps and turned to Shi Guoming, inquiring, "President, do you have any matters to discuss?" Shi Guoming replied, "The weather has turned chilly. Make sure to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold." Shao Ye acknowledged with an "oh," lowered his head to button his shirt, and then sprinted towards the dormitory with the urgency of a sprinter. Shi Guoming stood still, raised his left hand, and glanced at his watch under the glow of the streetlight, his smile vanishing abruptly. "President, the dormitory doors are closed," Shao Ye expressed with a hint of grievance. "How unfortunate," Shi Guoming remarked, looking towards the dormitory building not far away. "Come with me to the office building. There is a resting area on the 3rd floor." "How kind of you, President." Shao Ye's spirits lifted instantly, and he handed the medicine in his hand to Shi Guoming. Curiously, Shi Guanming looked down and asked, "What is this for?" Shao Ye blinked his dark eyes with concern. "I noticed you were still out taking a walk at this late hour. Are you feeling unwell?" Accepting the medicine box, Shi Guanming smiled and said, "Thank you, Shao Ye." Following Shi Guanming, Shao Ye arrived at the resting room on the third floor of the office building. The room was modest, furnished only with a single bed by the window, a low cabinet at the head of the bed, and 2 pots of greenery on the windowsill. There were no other decorations. After a considerable time, he emerged from the restroom, having meticulously dried his hands with a towel. Shao Ye had already shown great self-awareness by laying out a makeshift bed on the floor. Shi Guanming gazed down at him and softly said, "Shao Ye, I wish to discuss something with you." Shao Ye sat upright, gazing upwards at Shi Guanming's, a demeanor he had not exhibited during class. Shi Guanming's met his gaze, paused momentarily, and remarked, "Sisu is my dear friend. Since he harbors feelings for Jiang Yan, let him take her to lunch at Loston tomorrow. He should sincerely apologize to her. What do you think, President?" "President," Shao Ye called out. Shi Guanming slightly leaned forward, attentively listening to Shao Ye's forthcoming words. Shao Ye's face bore an expression of admiration intertwined with helplessness as he earnestly declared, "You truly are a good person." Chapter 4. Upon hearing Shao Ye's assessment of him, Shi Guanming's expression remained largely unchanged, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips as he inquired, "Why not retire to bed?" "If I go to bed, where will the president sleep? On the floor? That would be utterly absurd." Shao Ye shook his head, responding to Shi Guanming's, "I can manage sleeping on the floor." Shi Guanming's replied without insisting further. As he began to remove his outer jacket, he added, "It's getting late. You should rest. If you feel uncomfortable, do let me know, and I will switch places with you." With that, Shi Guanming raised his hand to extinguish the light, plunging the lounge into darkness. The pale moonlight filtered through the delicate curtains, casting the shadows of leaves upon the opposite wall, resembling a rabbit with drooping ears. Shao Ye lay upon the ground, his mind racing with the exhilarating thought that he was sharing the same room with Shi Guanming. His brain cells buzzed with an energy akin to a jubilant celebration, leaving him utterly devoid of sleepiness. His eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Despite the fervent activity of his thoughts, he felt no fatigue. After much contemplation, he could not resist calling out softly to the figure on the bed, "President?" Came the response, "Is there truly no chance for me to join the student council?" Previously, Shi Guanming had assured him that he could try again next year, yet that posed a dilemma, as she was set to graduate then. What use would joining the council serve? Was he expected to serve the students with unwavering devotion? Such a notion seemed absurd. A slightly somber tone emanated from above as she patiently elucidated, should any council members err and be dismissed before the recruitment of new members next year, the council may consider bringing in replacements. Then could I possibly be one of them? Shao Ye's voice brimmed with hope. "That decision must be reached collectively," Shi Guanming replied. "My word alone does not suffice, Shao Ye. Keep striving." A long sigh escaped Shao Ye. He felt the prospect of joining the student council slipping away. Despite his previous efforts, he had failed to pass the interview, leading him to suspect foul play. "Do not dwell on it too much. Rest now. You have classes in the morning."
"Good night," Shi Guanming said.
"Good night." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Shao Ye rose from the floor, only to find that Shi Guanming had awakened even earlier and had already departed. Beside Shao Ye's pillow lay a note, reminding him to kindly close the door upon his exit. His academic performance has consistently languished at the bottom of the class. He seldom pays heed to the teacher's lectures. Languidly sprawled in the back row, yawning at the myriad of symbols displayed on the screen, he finds solace in the fact that his membership in the student council, albeit as a mere ordinary member, does not necessitate the scrutiny of grades. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that, even without the focus on grades, he has still failed to gain entry. How lamentable indeed. Shao Ye rests his weary head upon the desk, barely alive as the hours drag on. Having consumed only a solitary piece of bread for breakfast, his stomach growls incessantly with hunger, compelling him to dash to the cafeteria the moment the class concludes. On the third floor of the Losting cafeteria, Jiang Yan arrives punctually at table 17, which Shao Ye had reserved in advance. Unfamiliar with the identity of the leader Shao Ye had mentioned, she ponders the rarity of such a down-to-earth title within the confines of an elite academy. Given that it is midday, and with students flooding the establishment post-class, Jiang Yan feels less apprehensive than she did the previous evening about any unwanted attention. However, her composure shatters upon encountering the familiar yet detestable visage of the person approaching her, igniting a surge of anger within her. Once Shao Ye has satiated his hunger, he intends to ascend to the third floor to procure his favorite mango pudding as a dessert. As he makes his way through the throng of students, he notices a cluster gathered around a window-side table, chattering incessantly. Intrigued by the commotion, he effortlessly navigates through the crowd, only to find at its center the haughty Sisu, who typically looks down upon others, seated with a grim expression. His platinum hair drips with moisture, and his white shirt is drenched, rendering the fabric semi-transparent, thereby revealing the contours of his muscles beneath. The events unfolded with such abruptness and shock that by the time everyone processed what had occurred, Jiang Yan had already departed. Her temper was notoriously volatile, which explained the disdain many harbored toward her. The murmurs of fellow students echoed behind, expressing sentiments of avoidance in the future. Shao Ye nodded in agreement. Relieved that the president was not present, had the president been splashed by Jiang Yan, his burgeoning career would have met an untimely demise. What's with the stares? Scram! Sisu bellowed at the crowd, causing the onlookers to scatter like startled birds. Shao Ye stroked his chin, choosing not to linger, as he had no classes in the afternoon and intended to head to the gym to refine his biceps. The vice president of the student council glanced down at the document detailing the disciplinary action, hesitating momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "President, do you believe this punishment might be excessively severe?" Liu Yihong did not inflict any actual harm upon Jiang Yan. Without lifting his gaze from the remaining paperwork, Shi Guanming replied, "Had you been aware of Liu Yihong's intentions towards Jiang Yan that night, you would not harbor such sentiments." He paused briefly, then continued with a different pen. "Should the Liu family have any grievances, they are welcome to approach the school, particularly if they wish to publicize this incident." The vice president chose silence thereafter, picking up the document from the desk, ready to depart when Shi Guanming called him back. "Is there anything else, President?" the vice president asked. Shi Guanming produced a list and said, "Upon the dismissal of these individuals, there will be vacancies within the student council. Let us strive to fill these positions with those who excel academically." Not long after the commencement of the new semester, certain affluent scions within the student council, incited by ill-intentioned individuals, began to exploit the council's name to bully the newly admitted freshmen. Their transgressions continued unabated until they were reported to Shi Guanming, at which point they exhibited a modicum of restraint. Shi Guanming, however, refrained from expressing his discontent, allowing these individuals to breathe a sigh of relief, believing the matter had subsided without further scrutiny from the president. Little did they anticipate that the issue would be collectively addressed today. The president insisted that the vacant positions be filled by academically proficient candidates, predominantly to accommodate students from underprivileged backgrounds. Upholding the principle of action over words, the vice president responded, "Certainly, President. I will ensure proper arrangements are made." "Thank you for your hard work," Shi Guanming smiled in return. Shortly after the vice president departed, a notification illuminated the screen of Shi Guanming's phone. He glanced up to see a message alerting him to a significant event scheduled for that evening at the school, urging the student council to remain vigilant. Dismissing the message, he flipped the phone face down on the table and rose to exit. "Where are you going, President?" As dusk settled, the sky was adorned with an orange-red sunset, reminiscent of opulent brocade, shifting in shades and resplendent in beauty. At present, The rift between the commoners and the aristocrats within the Jinkawa institution had grown increasingly pronounced, exacerbated by the school's heightened scrutiny of Liu Yihong. This is madness. The school has completely lost its senses. Are they truly willing to disregard them simply to protect a destitute student? Liu Yihong conferred with a few close associates and resolved to rally more individuals to escalate the situation, believing that if they wished to compel him to withdraw, they must first ensure that his alleged misdeeds were unequivocally substantiated. Undoubtedly, they possess another layer of consideration. The number of instigators has increased, and the law does not penalize the multitude. Would the school dare to expel them all? The impoverished students are not mere soft persimmons to be bullied at will. They have always felt indignant on behalf of Jiang Yan, and upon discovering the intentions of Liu Yihong and his cohorts, they promptly devised a counterplan, ready to engage them in a fierce confrontation. The boy in the mirror, clad in a black tank top and shorts, showcased muscular arms that resembled undulating hills. Quite impressive. Shao Ye turned around for another appraisal, noting that his posterior could still benefit from some training. At that moment, the dance studio next door, which had been quiet, suddenly erupted into chaos. However, the commotion did not resemble a celebration of dance. Intrigued, Shao Ye approached for a glimpse and was met with the sight of dozens of individuals divided into two factions, hurling insults at one another, with some clenching their fists and poised for action. It appeared that a brawl was on the verge of breaking out. Shao Ye gasped, wondering if such a gathering was indeed meant for a fight, as it hardly seemed to be a celebration for their best friend's birthday. The potential consequences could be quite severe. He ought to report this matter to the president without delay. Yet, in the evening, he had observed the president leaving with the principal, which meant they were likely not on school grounds. Even if he could summon the president, time would be of the essence. And with fists flying, what if the president were to get injured? This posed quite a dilemma. After all, there were at least 30 to 40 individuals involved. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone more than 40 hands. What to do? Shao Ye raised a hand to his forehead. Chapter 5. As Shao Ye stepped forward and thrust his chest against the door, it swung open with a dramatic motion. Inside the dance studio, chaos reigned supreme. Fists flew and feet struck as combatants engaged in a fierce melee, kicks to the groin, sweeping leg attacks, gouges to the eyes, and pokes to the nostrils. Slaps and hair-pulling ensued, while those wielding weapons swung them with abandon, and those without resorted to fists and feet. Every conceivable underhanded tactic was employed, and in this moment, the image-conscious students, both impoverished and aristocratic, shed their usual pretenses. Chairs and tables were sent flying, creating a cacophony of noise, while pants were nearly stripped off and mouths latched onto opponents' arms. What a spectacle! Truly a spectacle. Observing this scene, an idea sparked in Shao Ye's mind. He gathered 2 mops to one side, freed a hand, and retrieved his phone from his pocket, capturing a brief video of the tumultuous crowd. For the sake of preserving campus peace, he resolved to share it on his social media, accompanied by the caption, "Please stop fighting." After completing this task, Shao Ye stowed his phone and tightened his grip on the mops. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the formidable spirit reminiscent of Zhang Fei at Changbin Slope and bellowed at the throng of students, "Cease this at once." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, transcending the cacophony around him. The fighters turned their heads in his direction, though their flailing limbs remained unyielding. Upon seeing Shao Ye at the entrance, they exchanged glances filled with skepticism. Who was this individual daring to command them to halt? Armed with mere mops, did he truly believe he wielded the authority of a submachine gun? Amidst the throng, Liu Yihong instantly recognized the young man who had rescued Jiang Yan from his clutches the previous night. Perhaps it was this very individual who had reported him to the school. He exchanged a knowing glance with his close friend, disregarding the others around him. He was determined to pin this fellow to the ground and deliver a thorough thrashing, seeking to vent his frustrations. A group of 4 or 5 individuals advanced toward Shao Ye's location. Under normal circumstances, it would require considerable effort for Shao Ye to handle such a situation. But today was different. He felt it imperative to swiftly convey to them who truly held the authority within this dance studio. Then, clearing his throat, Shao Ye projected his voice with remarkable clarity, addressing the assembly. Attention, fellow students. I must inform you that these 2 mops I hold have just been rinsed in a toilet. When I swing them, you may not want to be in their path. If you wish to experience their flavor, feel free to come at me. The approaching individuals halted abruptly. The once boisterous dance studio fell into an uncanny silence, and a large space was instinctively cleared before Shao Ye. The onlookers regarded the mops in his hands with expressions akin to witnessing a devilish apparition. Was he out of his mind? He might as well wield a submachine gun. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Shao Ye strode confidently into the crowd. With each step he took, the surrounding students retreated, parting like the Red Sea before him, creating a notably spacious path. No one desired to provoke Shao Ye at this moment. Should he unleash his fury and swing that mop towards their faces? How would they navigate their social lives at school henceforth? Would they ever find a romantic partner again? Shao Ye grasped the mop firmly, striding down the path with an air of triumph reminiscent of a victorious general returning from battle. He halted in the center of the dance practice room, leisurely spinning around as if to exhibit the 2 seemingly innocuous yet profoundly insulting weapons in his possession to the students involved in the fray. His gaze swiftly darted across the faces of the crowd before he intoned gravely, "Come, come. Those aligned with Lu Yihong stand to the left, those not with him,
To the right.
do not even think about escaping. Anyone daring to touch the door will find this mop swung at their head, mark my words." Such egregious acts of brawling surely warranted severe repercussions. Dreaming of escape was futile. The crowd, wary of the mop in Shao Ye's hands, momentarily refrained from resistance, reluctantly dividing into 2 factions as instructed. Satisfied, Shao Ye nodded and retrieved his phone, capturing a photo from a favorable angle, followed by a selfie, which he promptly shared on social media with the caption, "Another day dedicated to upholding peace on campus." "Who exactly are you?" inquired a diminutive boy from the throng. Silence enveloped the crowd as they glared at the boy, disapproving of his interruption. Shao Ye continued unabated, to prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, to embody love and the genuine essence of evil. Isn't that the charming yet captivating role of a villain? Someone whispered, echoing Shao Ye's earlier words, referencing a classic line from Pokemon. Unabashed, Shao Ye retorted, "Who is the villain? Clarify who is the villain."
Who else could it be?
Which heroic character would wield such a tool? Someone had reported the incident to him, yet regrettably, no one answered Shi Guaning's phone. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Ye decided to seek a way to contact the principal who had accompanied Shi Guaning. Hanging up the phone, he leaned on the ends of 2 mops, gazing at the bruised and battered students before him, and chastised them with a tone filled with disappointment. "The moment the president is absent from school, you all seem to have gone awry. Do you not hold the president in any regard?" The group fell silent once more. Their brawling had nothing to do with the president's presence at school. Even if Shi Guaning were there, the fight would have ensued just as fiercely, if not more so. For who could have anticipated encountering someone as foolish as Shao Ye? While it is often said that reason does not reside in loudness, the logic he wielded was evidently resting upon the mops in his hands, and the students dared not retort, their faces ashen as they listened to Shao Ye's incessant rambling. Normally not one to speak much, he could go on endlessly when it came to Shi Guaning, seemingly unaffected by thirst, as if he intended to talk through the night. "Tell me, can you not allow the president a moment of peace? When the president is present, you must adhere to school rules and study diligently. When he is absent, you ought to hold yourselves to even stricter standards, to honor the uniforms you wear and the very ground beneath your feet." The crowd listened, their eyes growing heavy, teetering on the brink of slumber, drowning in a sea of confusion. Was he indeed speaking of the president? Should it not be the principal? Moreover, if they were to truly follow the rules, how could they possibly find themselves in this predicament at such a time? As the leaders arrived, they happened to overhear Shao Ye's fervent remarks. His steps faltered momentarily, yet he composedly strode forward to open the door to the dance studio. Inside, Shao Ye was clad in a sleeveless shirt and shorts, his exposed arms and calves adorned with elegantly defined muscles. He stood at the center of the crowd, guarding two mops like a dragon protecting its treasure, his expression fervent and his tone resounding. Lackey. The onlookers silently cursed at his demeanor. Following behind, the principal entered, a man in his 50s with graying hair and tear-filled eyes. He had learned that the situation had stabilized, thus only assigning guards to stand watch outside. Meanwhile, the dancers inside were oblivious to the commotion outside as they listened to Shao Ye boast about Shi Guanming. The principal patted Shao Ye on the shoulder, saying, "So, you're Shao Ye? Well done, very well done." Shao Ye, gazing at Shi Guanming, replied foolishly, "It is all thanks to the president. I did nothing." "Do not be so modest, Guanming," the principal reassured, placing a hand over his chest with a sigh. "I heard there was a brawl on campus, and it nearly gave me a heart attack." Shi Guanming comforted him. "The matter has been resolved. Principal, please do not worry too much." Fortunately, it was dealt with in time, the principal remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, casting a stern glance at the dancers, and then addressing Shi Guanming. "The subsequent matters will be entrusted to you." Shi Guanming responded with a nod. After the principal and others had departed, he glanced at the mop lying in the center of the dance studio, his expression calm as he led the dejected group of students to a tidy room. For reasons unknown, despite the seemingly ordinary tone, an inexplicable chill ran down the spines of those present. Soon, only Shao Ye and Shi Guanming remained in the spacious room. Shi Guanming set down his pen, raised his hand, and rubbed his forehead without uttering a word. An infinite silence spread throughout the space. Observing his demeanor, Shao Ye hurriedly poured a cup of hot water and darted over, presenting it to Shi Guanming with a concerned expression, asking, "President, do you have a headache?" Shi Guanming lowered his gaze to the list on the paper, remaining silent. Shao Ye, taking the initiative, continued, "They truly lack understanding. They caused trouble while you were away. You must teach them a lesson tomorrow to prevent others from following their example." Finally, Shi Guanming lifted his head, regarding Shao Ye earnestly. The warm hue of his skin appeared particularly smooth under the lights, and as he leaned forward, the loose black tank top opened at the chest, revealing sculpted pectorals. After a moment, Shi Guanming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled softly, saying, "Indeed, they are utterly thoughtless." Shao Ye nodded vigorously, echoing Shi Guanming's sentiments. "They specifically chose the time when you were absent to stir up trouble, clearly showing they do not regard you at all. You must impose a heavy punishment on them. Indeed, I noticed that some members of the student council have become involved in this matter. Surely they will face dismissal from their positions." Shao Ye thought to himself, feeling quite pleased with his contribution, pondering if he might be granted a small favor to join the student council, as he genuinely wished to serve the president wholeheartedly. However, Shi Guanming remarked, "This matter cannot be decided by me alone. It requires a vote from the school committee." Shao Ye blinked in confusion, asking, "But the principal just said for you to handle it." Shi Guanming smiled. "The principal merely mentioned it. Wouldn't he truly disregard it? My primary responsibility is to clarify the origins of this incident through investigation." Shao Ye responded with an "O," acknowledging the president's burdensome duties. Shi Guanming then tidied the papers and pens on the table and raised his head to inquire, "However, Shao Ye, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Shao Ye chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing, yet feeling as futile as a fan without blades, spinning rapidly but producing no airflow. "Ah, well." Seeing him at a loss for words, Shi Guanming pressed further. "And why are you dressed like this? Where is your school uniform?" "It's in the equipment room next door," Shao Ye admitted, feeling guilty. "Please refrain from such behavior in the future." Shi Guanming stood up, preparing to leave. Understood, President. In the dimly lit corridor, the ceiling lights illuminated one by one with each step, and Shao Ye followed closely behind Shi Guanming, curiously asking, President, why didn't you answer my calls? Shi Guanming explained, I left my phone in the office. Allow me to fetch it for you. I shall accompany you, President. Shao Ye seized every opportunity to please Shi Guanming. Accompany me in what? Shi Guanming inquired. I am not Shi Guanming. As he spoke, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, glancing at Shao Ye and finally remarked, Never mind, do as you wish. Shao Ye joyfully followed Shi Guanming to the office. Yet Shi Guanming had no tasks requiring his assistance. He sat obediently on the sofa outside, cradling a cup of water and gazing around with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. So this was the president's office. He pondered when he might enter with honor and dignity. No, he wasn't sneaking in today. Compared to the past, when he could only observe the president from a distance, this was indeed a significant advancement. If he persisted in his efforts, it was only a matter of time before he could win over the president, or perhaps it would be the other way around. As Shao Ye reveled in his thoughts, he turned his gaze toward Shi Guanming, who was diligently engrossed in his work. Before him lay a laptop, and his long fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes resonating throughout the room. The altercation that had erupted, initially quelled by two mops, resulted in no further repercussions beyond disciplinary actions for the participants. Those who needed to be expelled were expelled, and those who warranted reprimands received them. Shi Guanming efficiently resolved the matter within a single morning, showing no leniency. And the outcomes were promptly submitted to the school committee, which approved them without hesitation. To prevent the recurrence of such deplorable incidents in the future, the Student Council has organized a fortnight-long series of ideological education lectures, ensuring that adherence to the school's rules and regulations is instilled in the minds of every student at Goldcrest Academy. The esteemed principal, seated on the podium, reiterated time and again, this is Goldcrest Academy, not a battleground for the championship of the Golden Belt. Before resorting to violence, contemplate your identity, reflect upon your parents, and consider your future. Below, the students listened with barely concealed yawns, some even engaging in discussions on how to fight while evading the watchful eyes of the school. This Friday, a prominent political figure is scheduled to deliver a speech at Goldcrest, and the Student Council has been preparing for the welcoming ceremony for the past 2 weeks. At that time, Jiang Yan will represent the students and speak on stage. In the office, Shi Guanming sat in front of his computer, silently observing the surveillance footage on the screen. The speech progressed smoothly, with no unforeseen incidents occurring throughout. Just recently, the principal had sent him a message, commending him for his commendable preparations. Shao Ye stood opposite Shi Guanming, wearing an expression of pride as he recounted, this morning, while jogging on the playground, I noticed that Zhao He was acting suspiciously. I stealthily followed him and discovered that he intended to embarrass Jiang Yan once she took the stage. Although the president seems to have lost interest in Jiang Yan, this event is organized by the Student Council. Causing a commotion here would be akin to slapping his superior in the face. Moreover, Zhao He is affiliated with Sisu. Under no circumstances can I allow him to succeed. Fortunately, I discovered their scheme in a timely manner, nipping their conspiracy in the bud. At this juncture, Shao Ye paused momentarily and complimented Shi Guanming, stating that when he apprehended the individual, he was quite indignant, questioning why he should comply. Shao Ye replied that it was the president who had instructed him to do so, which instantly subdued the individual. After Shi Guanming listened to Shao Ye's account, the presentation in the surveillance footage concluded. He reached out to close the laptop before him and picked up the cup beside him, only to find it empty. Shao Ye, keenly observant, immediately took the cup and filled it to the brim for Shi Guanming. However, upon receiving the cup, Shi Guanming merely set it aside. He praised, Shao Ye, you have performed admirably. The Student Council ought to commend students like you. Does this mean I can join the Student Council? Shao Ye eagerly inquired. meeting his earnest gaze. Shi Guanming's smile deepened as he replied, "This is entirely the result of your own diligence, Shao Ye." With no classes in the afternoon, Shi Guanming busied himself with a meeting, while Shao Ye, having no other engagements, proceeded to the swimming pool on the top floor of the gym after lunch. Just as he emerged from the changing room after donning his swim trunks, someone shared his spot in the group chat. They had yet to settle accounts with Shao Ye for the events that transpired that evening in the gym. Setting aside the fact that he had single-handedly controlled them for over half an hour with 2 mops. The mere act of filming a short video and posting it on his social media was sufficient to warrant significant repercussions. Although Shao Ye's WeChat contacts are not numerous, numbering only around 400 to 500, more than 300 of them have given him likes. These individuals incessantly share stories in various groups, leading to a rapid dissemination of information. By dawn, the entire student body of Jinghua was aware of the fight and the subsequent humiliation Shao Ye faced. Adding to the tension was the recent incident involving Zhao He. If they did not take action against Shao Ye, it would be impossible to quell their simmering resentment. This time, they had learned to be more astute. They enlisted an expert to cover the surveillance cameras in the area and station lookout personnel at several entrances. If anyone approached, they would be intercepted. If that failed, they would quickly send word to ensure their swift escape from the scene of the incident. During the planning of their revenge, a suggestion was made to fetch a mop from the restroom. But it was ultimately abandoned due to the potential risk of confusion between friend and foe during its use. Shao Ye removed his swimming goggles and cast a glance at them, inquiring, "Are we going to fight?" "We are going to hit you," someone replied. Shao Ye let out a dismissive laugh, gripping the handrails firmly. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the pool. Once stabilized, he rotated his wrists and declared, "Then let us fight. If I can't win, I'll find a way to escape. After all, begging for mercy now would likely not spare me." These individuals were utterly devoid of decorum. No sooner had Shao Ye finished speaking than over 10 of them surged forward, intent on making him suffer for their grievances. To their astonishment, despite their considerable numbers, they were unable to subdue Shao Ye. It is worth noting that the individuals who had gathered were not merely brawlers. They included masters of various martial arts such as Shaolin Kung Fu, Taekwondo, and Judo. Yet, in the confrontation with Shao Ye, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the skirmish concluded with the adversaries fleeing in disarray, leaving the scene in a hasty retreat. Shao Ye, too, was not unscathed. The sheer number of opponents made the struggle arduous. He was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Once the crowd had dispersed, he collapsed backward, sprawling on the marble floor, limbs outstretched, and closed his eyes, intending to steal a brief respite. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, drawing nearer and nearer until a cold leather shoe came to rest upon his chest. "Who on earth is this? Can't they watch where they're walking?" Shao Ye muttered inwardly, exhaling in annoyance as he opened his eyes, prepared to unleash a tirade. However, upon seeing the visage of the newcomer, his expression transformed instantaneously. The scowl that had seemed to suggest a substantial debt owed to him morphed into a beaming, ingratiating smile. A transition so seamless that even the most renowned masters of facial transformation would be left in awe. Shao Ye glanced down at the leather shoe, then lifted his gaze to meet Shi Guanming's. She was intently observing the water pool ahead, and from Shao Ye's vantage point, all he could discern was the sharply defined contour of his jaw. He softly reminded, "President, you are stepping on me." Chapter 7. Shao Ye acutely sensed that the leather shoe pressing down on his chest seemed to exert even more force after he spoke. However, before he could fathom what Shi Guanming intended to do, the pressure suddenly dissipated, and the foot was lifted away from him. Shi Guanming lowered his gaze, locking eyes with a somewhat bewildered expression of Shao Ye. With genuine contrition, he said, "I apologize. I was lost in thought and inadvertently stepped on you. Did it hurt? Are you all right?" Shao Ye simply responded with a soft "oh," harboring no doubts about the sincerity of Shi Guanming's words. He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. You can step on me more forcefully if you wish." "What would I gain from stepping on you more forcefully?" Shi Guanming chuckled lightly. He slightly bent down, letting his gaze traverse Shao Ye from head to toe. Shao Ye lay there unguarded, clad only in a deep blue patterned swim trunk, seemingly unconcerned about the intentions of passers-by. Yet, with his formidable prowess, he had little to fear. A dozen people had failed to best him, and instead, they ended up beaten to a pulp. Shao Ye, puffed up with indignation, remarked, "I just had a scuffle with a bunch of fools. I held back earlier. If it weren't for being at school, and my boss not yet recognizing me as his little brother, I would have made sure they wouldn't be recognized by their own parents." Shi Guanming appeared completely oblivious to the recent events, his brow furrowing slightly in disapproval as he addressed Shao Ye. "Classmate Shao Ye, the lecture sponsored by the Student Council has not yet concluded, has it? Why are you being so disobedient?" In his heart, Shao Ye cried out in protest, immediately defending himself. "They struck first, President. I was merely acting in self-defense. Surely, I cannot simply lie on the ground and allow them to assault me."
"Oh,
"That certainly cannot be permitted," Shi Guanming replied, his brow unfurling as he inquired further. "Who possesses such audacity to cause a ruckus at this time?" Shao Ye shook his head. "I do not know them either. President, what shall be done with them once they are apprehended?" Shi Guanming stated, "Naturally, we shall adhere to the school regulations." The prospect of merely receiving a reprimand left Shao Ye feeling disheartened, his lips forming a slight pout. "What troubles you? Do you harbor alternative thoughts?" Shi Guanming asked him. Shao Ye nodded, his enthusiasm rekindled as he inquired, "Is there a way to make their punishment more severe?" He understood. Their president was indeed far too impartial. Or perhaps he simply did not regard Shao Ye as sufficiently close. There was a need for further effort. Believing in himself, he could achieve it. Unbeknownst to Shi Guanming, a myriad of thoughts raced through Shao Ye's mind, and the once lost spark in his dog-like eyes suddenly ignited, brimming with anticipation for the future. Shi Guanming straightened, looking down at Shao Ye, who remained on the ground, and asked, "Can you rise, Shao Ye? Would you like me to summon someone to escort you to the school nurse for an examination?" No, I can get up. I am merely a bit weary, and wish to rest for a moment. Besides, the school nurse is likely quite busy. Those 10 or so individuals who just dashed out from here are far worse off than I." Shao Ye spoke as he rose from the ground. As he sat up, glistening droplets cascaded down his honey-toned chest, traversing his taut abdomen before disappearing into the depths of his swim trunks. Shi Guanming's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bead of water. Unfortunately, the lower part remained obscured from view, leaving him momentarily dazed. What was there to lament? Noticing the shift in Shi Guanming's expression, Shao Ye followed his line of sight and glanced down at his own lower half, reassured that all was well. He had briefly feared that his swim trunks had soaked and faded, which had startled him. "President?" he called out. Shao Ye nodded and stood up, wiping the water from his face, before inquiring, "Did you come here to swim, President?" "No," Shi Guanming replied. "A classmate informed me that someone had blocked the swimming pool's entrance, so I thought I would come and take a look since I had some free time."
who was it?"
Shao Ye exclaimed, irritated that someone had beaten him to notifying the president. He let out a contemplative "oh" while a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. He was not one to conceal his emotions. His feelings were always plainly written across his countenance. However, sometimes, even though Shi Guanming was astute, he could not quite decipher what was on Shao Ye's mind. Shao Ye found it perplexing that, under the bright daylight, there was no real danger. Yet he could not refuse when the president offered to accompany him. He felt a sense of pride for being able to catch the fleeting changes in Shi Guanming's expression. Where else could one find such a devoted subordinate? He turned to Shi Guanming and asked, "President, is something amiss?" Shi Guanming turned his head to glance at him, letting out a soft sigh before addressing Shao Ye. "Sisu and Jiang Yan have quarreled again. I am quite concerned." "Concerned? About what?" Shao Ye replied. Sisu and Jiang Yan both have tempers that can rival each other. Their disputes are entirely typical. By the way, why is the president so focused on Jiang Yan? He previously claimed to dislike her. Wait a moment. Shi Guanming did not directly state his aversion towards Jiang Yan that day. A sudden realization struck Shao Ye, and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I understand.
What?
Shao Ye patted his chest, assuring Shi Guanming, leave this matter to me. I will ensure Jiang Yan's safety. Keeping Sisu at bay. You need not worry, President. Need not worry? Upon hearing this, Shi Guanming couldn't help but chuckle at Shao Ye's earnest demeanor. He nodded appreciatively, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Shao Ye. Shao Ye felt no burden whatsoever. The trust bestowed upon him by the president for such a significant task was extraordinary. He vowed to execute his mission diligently, ensuring the president would not be let down. In the days to follow, Sisu would find it impossible to approach Jiang Yan. Shao Ye's remarkable execution was nothing short of astonishing. He promptly sacrificed his sleep to drive away the bothersome flies surrounding Jiang Yan.
Consequently,
the frustration shifted to Sisu's expression. He suspected he had incurred some misfortune this year, for one Jiang Yan was already enough of a challenge, and now, out of nowhere, Shao Ye emerged to oppose him. Jiang Yan was perplexed by Shao Ye's sudden concern for her. She had always believed that Shao Ye was a person of Sisu, and only upon witnessing the brawl between him and Sisu's associates did she realize that her assumptions about Sisu were misguided. She felt a twinge of regret for splashing Sisu with water that day in Los Ting, yet she harbored no remorse. After Sisu's people were chased away, Jiang Yan approached Shao Ye and inquired, Why did you come to my aid? Her confusion deepened when she heard, Shi Guanming?
Why?
She wondered if the student council had so much leisure time. Of course, it is because our president fancies you, Shao Ye declared with righteous fervor. Jiang Yan was taken aback. The rumor of Shi Guanming's affection for her spread throughout the Jin Ke Hua, but their interactions had been so minimal that most dismissed it as mere jest, lacking genuine belief. However, some were so troubled by the news that they could scarcely sleep. The enigmatic young prince, Zhong Xingze, arrived at Shi Guanming's office early the next morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes. As he entered, he nearly leapt onto the desk but abruptly recalled the president's aversion to disorder and retreated awkwardly. Noticing that Shi Guanming was indifferent to his presence, Zhong Xingze cleared his throat and called out, President. Shi Guanming lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhong Xingze. Why the cold shoulder towards me, President? It truly pains my heart, Zhong Xingze lamented, clutching his chest in a dramatic fashion. What do you want? Shi Guanming asked, his tone icy and devoid of the usual warmth he displayed in public. I heard that you have feelings for Jiang Yan. Is that true? Zhong Xingze probed cautiously. Shi Guanming retorted, and what of it? If I harbor affection for Jiang Yan, would you then not share the same sentiment? Not at all. Should you also cherish her? I would have no choice but to devise a means to eliminate you. Zhong Xingze raised his hand, gesturing across his neck. Shi Guanming disregarded him, lowering his gaze to the computer before him. Speak candidly with me, brother. Do you truly have feelings for Jiang Yan? Zhong Xingze exclaimed in exasperation, complaining, You've rendered this rather dull. Shi Guanming clicked the mouse twice and immediately, the surveillance footage from the northern outskirts of Hubei appeared on the screen. Sisu had cornered Shao Ye in front of the grove, and as Shi Guanming squinted, a disquieting smile spread across his face. One that sent shivers down Zhong Xingze's spine. He remarked, I find this quite intriguing. What's intriguing about it? Zhong Xingze responded, bewildered. Shao Ye seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. While rotating his wrist, he inquired, What's the error? Did I leave you utterly flustered? Sisu's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he gritted his teeth and retorted, You truly are a faithful dog of Shi Guanming, yet he has no desire for you. Shao Ye flashed a dismissive grin, revealing his pearly whites, and scoffed, You think to sow discord between my boss and me? Spare me. The bond one share with my leader is beyond your comprehension. Let me assure you, even if the heavens were to crumble and the seas dry up, my boss would never cease to want me. He is utterly satisfied with my contributions. He could never find a more competent subordinate than myself. In the surveillance, Si-Su observes. Outside the surveillance, Shi Guanming remarks. Chapter 8. Zhongxingze was about to inquire further about Shi Guanming's thoughts on Jiang Yan when he lifted his gaze and noticed the relaxed smile frozen at the corners of Shi Guanming's lips. Such expressions were rare for him, piquing Zhongxingze's curiosity. He instinctively craned his neck closer and asked, "What's wrong? What kind of expression is that?" The next moment, he lowered his head and saw the surveillance footage on the computer screen, exclaiming in astonishment, "Si-Su has finally taken action?" Seeing that Shi Guanming paid him no mind, Zhongxingze poked him twice on the arm and inquired, "But how did you find this person? There are hardly any who would dare to openly oppose Si-Su. Is it that you promised him some benefits?" Shi Guanming adjusted the volume of his headphones and asked Zhongxingze, "How did you discern that he is my person?" Zhongxingze chuckled lightly. "Please. Do I even need to look? The entire Jin Ke Hua knows he is affiliated with you. After all, he speaks your name wherever he goes." "Have you done any background checks on him?" Shi Guanming inquired. "Why would I check up on him? His valiant deeds that night at the gym, wielding two mop-like weapons, have already spread throughout Jin Ke Hua. For days, my social circles were filled with news about him. Why have you fallen silent? Tell me, how exactly did you manage to win him over?" "I, too, wish to find such a remarkable dog. Si-Su is truly intolerable, and I've been displeased with him for quite some time." Zhongxingze, with a playful grin, complained to Shi Guanming, harboring an unspoken thought that perhaps, when the time is right, he might ensnare Shi Guanming as well. "He is not my dog," Shi Guanming replied coolly, lowering his gaze. Zhongxingze scoffed dismissively. "What pretense are you putting on in front of me? By the way, what happened to the chess set you left on the coffee table? Have you ceased to play?" "I put it away," Shi Guanming stated. In the surveillance footage, the copper leaves of the oak grove had thickly carpeted the ground. Shao Ye raised his chin, exuding an air of pride that belied the imminent threat of a beating, as if he were the one preparing to strike down the group opposite him. In truth, Si-Su had no intention of taking drastic action against Shao Ye, after being reprimanded by his family for racing at Qianren Mountain during the summer. His car keys had been confiscated. His mother had insisted that she would assess his performance in school this semester before deciding whether to return the keys for the winter break. Thus, Si-Su preferred to avoid causing a scene, especially considering that Shao Ye had the hypocritical Shi Guanming backing him. The latter likely wouldn't care about Shao Ye's fate but might seize the opportunity to create trouble, complicating matters significantly. Si-Su crossed his arms, scrutinizing Shao Ye's face for a long moment before inquiring, "Has Shi Guanming placed a curse on you?" Shao Ye cast a disdainful glance at Si-Su and retorted, "A curse? You are truly superstitious. The president relies on his own charisma." Si-Su responded, "Shi Guanming has no such charisma." Inwardly cursing, Si-Su inquired, "Are you unwilling to let Jiang Yan go?" Shao Ye tilted his head, perplexed, and replied, "It seems you are the one who cannot let Jiang Yan go." For heaven's sake, was it not Si-Su who relentlessly pursued Jiang Yan every day? If it were not for his incessant efforts to orchestrate encounters with her, he would not have to remain perpetually vigilant around her, thus significantly diminishing his time for practice. What is my relationship with Jiang Yan? Si-Su found himself at a loss for words. More accurately, he could not voice his feelings, and finally, in a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "What has Shi Guanming given you? I will offer you double. Keep your distance from Jiang Yan." "Impossible. What my boss gives me, you cannot match," Shao Ye resolutely refused. "What has he provided you?" Si-Su asked, for as far as he knew, Shi Guanming had yet to offer Shao Ye any tangible benefits, at least nothing apparent. Leaning back slightly in front of the computer, Shi Guanming narrowed his elongated eyes as he observed Shao Ye on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. His expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Zhong Xingze, unable to hear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious seeing that they had yet to come to blows. He reached out to remove Shi Guaning's headphones, asking, "What are they discussing? Let me listen too." In the surveillance footage, Shao Ye stood beneath the towering oak, its crimson leaves swirling gracefully in the breeze. The warm autumn sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting a radiant glow upon him, as if he were cloaked in a divine light. He declared with conviction, "A bright future awaits." Seated before the computer, Shi Guoming was genuinely taken aback by such a response. He paused in astonishment, then raised his hand to his forehead, gradually breaking into a smile. Upon hearing his laughter, Zhong Xingze instinctively retreated a couple of steps towards a corner. "Goodness, please don't laugh like that. It's a bit frightening." Shao Ye, positioned opposite SX, was rendered speechless. What was so amusing about brilliance? What future was he alluding to? Shao Ye was startled by his laughter. What was there to find funny? Was SX truly losing his mind? Surely he wouldn't bite? As SX's laughter subsided, he straightened up, realizing that his earlier negotiation with Shao Ye had made him appear foolish. Taking a deep breath, he gestured with his hand, commanding, "Attack him." Thus commenced the chaotic spectacle of a group assault. Zhong Xingze, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized the screen for a prolonged moment before commenting. This fellow possesses quite commendable skills. Unfortunately, the ones SX has gathered are no pushovers either. He is likely to find himself overwhelmed soon. Given SX's demeanor, your little dog might require a hospital stay for several months and may never be the same again. I suggest you promptly seek another little companion. Shi Guoming remained silent, his fingers idly tapping the keyboard. Suddenly, the screen went dark, reflecting only his impassive visage. Zhong Xingze, puzzled, inquired, "Why have you stopped watching?" Shi Guoming rose and walked away. Zhong Xingze called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Shi Guoming replied, "To find my most capable subordinate under heaven." Zhong Xingze momentarily doubted his hearing. "What? Are you joking?" Shi Guoming's pale lips parted slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his features as he uttered two words, "Guess." Zhong Xingze listened to his words, utterly perplexed. He flicked the fringe of hair from his forehead and followed suit, chuckling, "Little brother, has your delayed adolescence finally arrived?" In the oak grove, Shao Ye knelt on one knee, unable to recall the number of punches he had thrown or the blows he had endured. His body bore numerous wounds from branches and stones, and the corner of his mouth was split. He coughed, a wave of briny bitterness surging in his throat. The assailants surrounding him were not in much better condition, yet their numerical advantage prevailed. He mused that he could very well dig a grave for himself right there. However, at this juncture, the cessation of this brawl was not within Shao Ye's control. Heavy breaths echoed through the silent oak grove as others gradually rose from the ground, encircling Shao Ye. Not far off, Sisu gestured for the assailants to halt. He stepped over the carpet of fallen leaves and approached Shao Ye, casting a disdainful glance downward. "I told you before, Shi Guaning does not care about you at all. Look at you, reduced to this pitiful state. Has he sent anyone to check on you?" Shao Ye inwardly scoffed, amidst the fervor of the fight. He had no time to notice whether anyone had come. He did not believe that Sisu genuinely cared about his plight. "That is unnecessary. How could you possibly think Shi Guaning would be concerned for your well-being? If he had ever considered your life at all, he would not have allowed you to oppose me. What do you possess that could possibly rival me? Your muscles? Or perhaps that head of yours, which seems to slosh with water at the slightest shake?" Shao Ye hung his head in despair. He truly lacked the strength to utter a single word. He wished fervently that Sushu possessed the ability to read minds, so that he could hear the litany of curses Shao Ye silently directed at him. Indeed, Shi Guaning was a master of pretense, even managing to deceive Jiang Yan. Beneath a fade of a model student, his dark heart harbored a vengeful spirit, a fact that made me want to retch. How well Sushu seemed to understand me. Just as Sushu's words faded, Shi Guaning's voice, akin to a wandering spirit, drifted from behind him. Turning around, Sushu was taken aback to see Shi Guaning approaching in his dark uniform, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had assumed that Shi Guaning regarded Shao Ye merely as a pawn, yet here he was, coming to his aid. What ulterior motives could he possibly harbor? Meanwhile, Shao Ye, who had been kneeling on the ground in a pitiful state, suddenly lifted his head at the sound of Shi Guaning's voice, his deep-set eyes igniting with an unusual brilliance. The wretched sycophant had finally found his pillar of support. Shi Guaning approached, meeting Shao Ye's eyes, which sparkled with joy and pride. He paused momentarily, a sensation of indescribable delight blossoming within him, surpassing even the satisfaction derived from orchestrating the myriad conflicts within the school. Shao Ye harbored an unwavering trust in Shi Guaning, not for a moment doubting that he would prevail before Sushu. After locking eyes with him, he promptly reported, "President, they initiated the conflict this time as well." Shi Guaning responded with a simple, "Understood." "How delightful." Zhong Xingze, rubbing his hands behind, whispered to Shi Guaning, "President, why not let him be mine?" Before Shi Guaning could respond, Shao Ye bluntly retorted, "Idiot." Chapter 9. Zhong Xingze was momentarily taken aback, while beside him, Sisu could not contain his laughter at the sharp insult. Zhong Xingze shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at?" "He didn't insult you." Sisu replied, "No." Zhong Xingze, just listen to your own words. Does that even make sense? Only those who haven't been insulted by Shao Ye are allowed to laugh. No wonder Shi Guaning can maintain that utterly hypocritical smile all day long. Indeed, that nauseating grin seemed to be welded onto Shi Guaning's face. He remarked, "Sisu, you are openly violating school regulations." Sisu scoffed. He had broken school rules more than once or twice.
What could they do about it?
Would the school dare to expel him? He countered, "Shi Guaning, are you here to challenge me to a fight?" Shi Guaning shook his head, stating, "Fighting is prohibited on school grounds. I will report today's incident to the school committee and to Uncle C." Shi Guaning remained unfazed by Sisu's words, smiling as he inquired, "Why resort to anything else? This method works perfectly well, doesn't it?" Sisu's lips twitched, opening his mouth. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He nodded slightly, lowering his head to roll up the sleeves of his shirt. "Fine. You're going to tell my dad about this anyway, so I might as well take a swing at you too. At least that would make me feel a bit better." Shi Guanming replied calmly, "Classmate Sisu, you should be aware that alone, you are no match for me. As for the other students, they have no desire to engage in conflict with me." These individuals had already dealt with Shao Ye, and with Sisu handling the aftermath, the matter would undoubtedly fade away without further intervention. However, should they choose to confront Shi Guanming here, the situation would take a drastically different turn. They would not even need to wait until the following day. It was likely that they would all be expelled from Jinkewa that very night. Their parents had invested a considerable sum to send them to Jinkewa, not for them to serve as fodder for these young masters. Shi Guanming continued, "Classmate Jiang Yan may come by shortly. If she witnesses you making any inappropriate gestures, the scene could become rather unpleasant." "Why would Jiang Yan come here?" "Shi Guanming, what is your relationship with Jiang Yan?" Sisu abruptly halted his actions, raising his head with a piercing gaze directed at Shi Guanming. Zhong Xingze also quietly tuned in, eager to uncover the answer to this question. Shi Guanming replied, "Classmate Jiang Yan merely heard that classmate Shao Ye was injured and is concerned enough to come and check on him. In recent days, Shao Ye has been diligently attending to the task assigned to him by Shi Guanming, following Jiang Yan closely. To his surprise, Jiang Yan does not seem to resent his presence, and they interact quite amicably, now that she realizes it was her who had previously instigated trouble for Shao Ye. Her demeanor towards him is likely to be even less favorable." At that moment, Sisu swiftly turned to the group accompanying him and urged, "You should leave at once." Given the situation's gravity, It would be a stroke of luck if they could extricate themselves smoothly. However, just as they hurriedly pivoted to depart, Shi Guanming's voice echoed behind them. I kindly ask these students to accompany me to my office first. The student council must thoroughly investigate this matter, and I hope for your cooperation to avoid unnecessary work for them. Indeed, it is a case of the infernal clashing with the innocent. Although Shao Ye had incessantly mentioned the president's name, they had dismissed his words as the ramblings of a fool. Unable to fathom why Shi Guanming might take an interest in him, who could have anticipated that Shi Guanming would indeed stand up for Shao Ye? Now that they are ensnared in Shi Guanming's grasp, they are unlikely to emerge unscathed. The group cast pleading glances towards Sisu, hoping he would be willing to assist them. Sisu's expression was grim, and his voice emerged like a low growl from between clenched teeth as he inquired, Shi Guanming, must you persist in opposing me? Shi Guanming smiled and replied, what brings you to such a conclusion? I am merely upholding the regulations of the school. Sisu. Upholding school regulations? Sisu scoffed. Shi Guanming, you had better never violate the school rules for the rest of your life. He vowed that one day he would unmask Shi Guanming's hypocritical facade. Shi Guanming smiled and said, of course. After speaking, he crouched down before Shao Ye, extending his hand to gently press the pad of his thumb against the raw corner of Shao Ye's mouth, causing Shao Ye to involuntarily inhale sharply. I apologize for hurting you, Shi Guanming said, lifting his finger slightly. Zhong Xingze observed his actions with curiosity. Had he overcome his obsessive cleanliness? Or was he merely harboring some ulterior motive? Shi Guanming did not strike him as a benevolent character. Shao Ye remarked, it doesn't hurt that much. I just wasn't prepared. Otherwise you could touch it again. As he spoke, he leaned his head toward Shi Guanming. Once more, the warmth of Shi Guanming's fingertip brushed against his lip, sending a shiver through his heart, akin to being tickled by a soft, furry tail, an odd sensation that was not unpleasant, perhaps even somewhat pleasurable, yet still left him yearning for more. As for what he was longing for, at that moment, Shi Guanming could not quite discern, but time was on his side. He chuckled softly, his fingertip gliding over Shao Ye's lip, catching a hint of blood. He lowered his gaze and inquired, is the injury serious? Shao Ye's eyes brightened. Yes, that was precisely the reaction he sought. It seemed that through his relentless efforts, the president was finally acknowledging him as his subordinate. The beating he had endured today was not in vain. Shao Ye pressed on, clutching his chest. President, my chest hurts a lot. To Shao Ye's ears, this plea was as good as asking Shi Guanming to personally intervene on his behalf. He added, my leg seems to be on the verge of injury as well. Shi Guanming acknowledged with a hum, taking note of each complaint. I also hurt my backside when I bumped against the stone earlier. As Sisu stood nearby, his expression completely unraveled. He found himself increasingly disgusted by Shi Guanming's antics. It seemed he could easily engage even the most foolish of individuals. Zhong Xingze also sensed something amiss with Shi Guanming's demeanor, yet at that moment, the sight of Sisu, who appeared to be grimacing as if suffering from a stroke, seemed far more troubling. He quietly inquired, Sisu, what is wrong? Have you sustained an internal injury? It seemed that Sisu had not engaged in the earlier skirmish, having only joined the fray after they departed. Yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Sisu grimaced and replied coldly, I feel nauseous. Zhong Xingze gasped, are you pregnant? Sisu roared, Zhong Xingze, could you please think rationally for once? Shi Guanming's appeared oblivious to their exchange and asked Shao Ye, can you still stand? Shao Ye glanced at Sisu and murmured, I can manage. Then get up. I'll take you to the school nurse, Shi Guanming declared. Shao Ye complied, springing to his feet and brushing off the leaves and dirt from his body, following Shi Guanming out of the grove. His silhouette did not suggest a man of sound body. Rather, he moved with a remarkable agility. Sisu scoffed, he just called you an idiot. Are you truly one? Zhong Xingze retorted, why the hostility? Have you taken crazy pills? In the nurse's office, Shao Ye sat on the bed, his upper garments completely removed, revealing a body marred with bruises and abrasions, blood seeping from numerous wounds. The school doctor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slight baldness, wearing a pair of glasses for nearsightedness, had just retrieved a box of alcohol swabs from the cabinet. Turning to see Shao Ye on the bed, he chuckled. "You have quite a fine physique, young man." Shao Ye puffed out his chest with pride, while Shi Guanming stood by the window, the golden sunlight spilling over his shoulder and dancing upon Shao Ye's honey-toned skin. Suddenly feeling a bit parched, Shi Guanming swallowed hard, yet his gaze remained fixed. The school doctor conducted a thorough examination of Shao Ye, including his head. Although Shao Ye's injuries appeared quite serious, they were merely superficial, causing no significant harm. The most severe was a long gash on his back, likely inflicted by a stone on the ground, extending from the middle of his back to just above his buttocks, a length of over 30 centimeters. On the way, Shi Guanming inquired, "How will you apply medicine to your back?" Shao Ye replied, "I can ask my roommate for assistance." "All right, just remember to do it twice a day. Don't forget." "I have a good memory. You needn't worry, President." Just as Shao Ye finished speaking, he suddenly realized he might have overlooked something. He halted abruptly, smacking his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no! What's wrong?" Shi Guanming turned to ask, "President, you mentioned that Jiang Yan was going to find me in the grove, but now we are not there. Is she at risk of falling into Sisu's hands?" Shi Guanming smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Zhong Xingze is there." Shao Ye clenched his fists, anxious. What good is Zhong Xingze being there? Does he not also have feelings for Jiang Yan? Shi Guanming nodded. "Yes, it seems so." "Indeed. What a fool!" Shao Ye exclaimed, and immediately urged Shi Guanming, "President, let us hurry over. Perhaps we can still witness a hero rescuing a damsel in distress." With a face full of emotion, he wished to convey that whether he took the medicine or not was inconsequential, for the happiness of his superior was paramount. However, upon seeing Shi Guanming's resolute demeanor, he changed his approach and encouraged, "It's all right, it doesn't matter this time. President, I believe in you. Only you hold true feelings for Jiang Yan. Does Sisu and Zhong Xingze even compare to you? If Jiang Yan were not blind to it, she would undoubtedly choose you in the end." Shi Guanming responded, "Sometimes one need not place such unwavering faith in him." Chapter 10. Shi Guanming observed the worried expression in Shao Ye's eyes and said, "You need not accompany Jiang Yan for the next few days. Focus on recuperating." Shao Ye felt incredibly touched, but shook his head in refusal. He raised his hand to pat his chest, only to remember the injury there, causing him to wince in pain. Nonetheless, he bravely assured Shi Guanming, "It's nothing, President. What is this minor injury? I could easily run 3,000 meters on the track right now." Shi Guanming replied, "Sometimes I can't help but question the accuracy of the recent CT scan results." "Stop joking," he added. Shao Ye felt that his eloquence had truly improved. Not only had he thoroughly criticized Sisu, but he had also managed to strengthen his bond with the president. Of course, such sentiments were sincere. Now, with Zhong Xingze in the mix, leaving Jiang Yan alone in the grove with those two beasts was indeed a source of great concern. Seeing Shi Guanming remain unmoved, Shao Ye persisted with heartfelt persuasion. "President, while I have unwavering faith in your charm and abilities, I find it hard to trust the character of Sisu. If that despicable scoundrel were to gain the upper hand, you would surely regret it far too late. You must not be careless. Do not give Sisu even the slightest opportunity. In this tumultuous battle of love, their president must not falter." Shao Ye's dark, bright eyes were filled with urgency, as if he longed to sprout wings and fly to the oak grove instantly. Finally, Shi Guanming conceded, "All right, I understand. I will have others keep watch. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye exhibited an even greater agitation than before and anxiously inquired, Who
will you send?"
Shao Ye could not accept the crisis surrounding the president's romantic life, but even more so, he could not bear the thought of the president delegating his own responsibilities to others. The task of protecting Jiang Yan, while seemingly perilous, held significant promise. One day, should Jiang Yan become the president's girlfriend, given his current rapport with her, his standing beside the president would undoubtedly soar. At this juncture, the idea of the president entrusting this responsibility to someone else was utterly unacceptable to him. His eyes blinked, appearing almost foolish, as he implored Shi Guaning, "President, please allow me to handle this. I have been doing it for such a long time and am quite experienced. Jiang Yan is already familiar with me. If we switch to someone new now, she may find it disconcerting." Seeing that Shi Guaning remained unmoved, Shao Ye continued earnestly, "Moreover, President, consider this. What if the person you are seeking also develops an affection for Jiang Yan? It could lead to complications. Do you not harbor feelings for Jiang Yan?" Shi Guaning inquired.
What?
Shao Ye promptly clarified, "How could I possibly like someone whom you like, President?" A faint smile graced the corners of Shi Guaning's lips. He noted Shao Ye's excessive fervor in safeguarding Jiang Yan. "Not particularly fond of this overzealousness," he replied. "Do not concern yourself. This matter has been settled." Shao Ye wore a pained expression, wishing to advocate for himself further, but Shi Guaning swiftly extracted a door card from his pocket and presented it to Shao Ye, stating, "Here is a door card for you. Go rest in my lounge, and once I have attended to the student council matters, I shall come to find you." A door card. Shao Ye was tempted to inquire whether this card was exclusive to him or if other subordinates possessed one as well. He accepted the card and carefully placed it into his medicine pouch, then asked Shi Guaning, "President, may I accompany you?" "Where to?" Shi Guaning queried. "To your office, President," Shao Ye responded. Shi Guaning nodded in agreement. "Very well. After all, you are the one affected by this situation." With a buoyant spirit, Shao Ye followed closely behind Shi Guaning as they entered the office building. After ascending in the elevator, Shao Ye scratched his head and could not refrain from saying to Shi Guaning, "President, I believe this matter concerning Jiang Yan should be entrusted to me. Others might not even manage to escape from today's predicament." Shi Guaning cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "In a couple of days, I shall delegate a more significant task to you." Upon hearing those words, Shao Ye's eyes lit up, clearly no longer fixated on the matter concerning Jiang Yan. Outside the office, the students who had surrounded and assaulted Shao Ye in the grove stood in a neat line in the corridor. Shao Ye counted them, confirming that everyone was present, not a single one missing. Shi Guanming pushed open the office door and said casually, "Come in." Shao Ye strode in with an air of arrogance, following Shi Guanming, while the others trailed behind with expressions of dejection, as if molded from the same cast. In truth, there was little to investigate. Shi Guanming was already aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it was necessary to adhere to the prescribed procedures to maintain an appearance of impartiality. After signing the documents, Shi Guanming allowed them to depart. The group was uncertain of how Shi Guanming would address the situation and contemplated seeking his sympathy, fearing it might only exacerbate his annoyance. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have never agreed to Sisu's proposition. Who could have anticipated that Shi Guanming would genuinely care about Shao Ye's well-being? Shao Ye responded affirmatively, displaying no hesitation. Before long, he stripped down to a pair of white boxers, standing by the bed, unguarded and gazing at Shi Guanming with a somewhat foolish, yet endearing expression. "Please, take a seat," Shi Guanming instructed. Shao Ye shook his head, saying, "It will soil the sheets." Remarkably, Shi Guanming's obsessive cleanliness did not manifest at that moment. He chuckled, "It's all right. We can just change the sheets afterward." However, Shao Ye hesitated. "Hurry up, obey," came the encouragement. Xie Guanming may possess not only a penchant for cleanliness, but perhaps also a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The bed linens were meticulously arranged, devoid of even a single crease. However, the moment Shao Ye sat down, the pristine sheets were not only crumpled, but also marred by several faint bloodstains. Surprisingly, Xie Guanming felt little discomfort at the sight. How peculiar, he mused. He reached into his bag and retrieved a pack of cotton swabs, dipped one in iodine. And as he gently touched the wound on Shao Ye's back, his shoulder instinctively recoiled. Xie Guanming paused, inquiring, "What's the matter? Did I hurt you?" Shao Ye replied softly, "No, it's just a bit itchy on my back." Xie Guanming pressed the cotton swab back onto the injury, advising, "In a couple of days. If the wounds begin to scab and itch, refrain from scratching, understood?" Shao Ye responded with a simple, "Oh," shifting his waist slightly, admitting, "It still itches a bit." His physique was impressive, muscles sculpted to perfection, a broad back tapering to a slim waist. In the midst of this, Xie Guanming lost grip of the cotton swab, letting it fall onto the bed, leaving behind a yellow stain the size of a fingernail. Maintaining his composure, he retrieved another swab, placing a hand on Shao Ye's shoulder, instructing, "Stay still." Having just washed his hands, Xie Guanming's fingers were cool to the touch, a sensation that was, for Shao Ye, just right. This distraction drew his attention away from the wound, eliciting a contented sigh from him, reminiscent of a languid cat basking in the sun beneath a roof eave, on the brink of slumber. Upon emerging from the bathroom after washing his hands, Xie Guanming observed Shao Ye yawning widely, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, and chuckled, "If you're tired, you might as well take a nap here." As Shao Ye tilted his head, sunlight streamed into his eyes, reflecting a glimmer reminiscent of a rare and precious gemstone. He inquired of Xie Guanming, "By the way, President, there's a ball at the South Hall tonight. Will you be attending?" Xie Guanming replied, "I have some matters to attend to this evening, so I will not be going. What about you?" Shao Ye nodded. "I promise to accompany my roommate. Make sure not to drink, considering your injury," Xie Guanming advised. Shao Ye acknowledged him with a nod, then turned and knelt by the bed, speaking to Xie Guanming in a conspiratorial tone. "I heard that Jiang Yan will also be attending. Are you truly not going? You could dance with her. How could one miss such an opportunity?" Shao Ye lamented, feeling deeply invested in the president's romantic pursuits. He tugged at his hair in frustration. "I must think of a way to ensure Si-Su does not attend." Xie Guanming observed him silently. "Eureka!" Shao Ye's eyes brightened as he proposed, "President, what if I set up a sign at the entrance of the hall stating that Si-Su and dogs are not allowed?" Xie Guanming sighed, gently patting the top of Shao Ye's head. His hair was quite short and prickly to the touch. Perhaps it would be best not to provoke him tonight. What if Si-Su invites Jiang Yan to dance at the ball? Shao Ye pondered aloud. With the president advising against confronting Si-Su, he couldn't very well go and break Jiang Yan's legs. Wait a moment. That might not be such a bad idea after all. It is not to the extent of breaking a leg, yet he could certainly devise a way to prevent Jiang Yan from attending today's ball. Shao Ye quickly turned his clever mind to the task. Xie Guanming remarked, "If you want to dance, then dance. It's no matter." He did not believe that Jiang Yan would agree to be Si-Su's partner merely because he extended the invitation. Even if she were to accept and become Si-Su's girlfriend, it would merely signify the loss of an amusing spectacle for him. However, he seemed to have discovered something more delightful to occupy his thoughts. One of Shao Ye's ambitions in his career was to become the very worm in the belly of the boss, yet in this regard, he evidently had yet to master the art, as he was completely unaware of Xie Guanming's inner thoughts. He said, "President, I feel your current attitude is somewhat negative. This won't do. Pursuing love requires bold action. You have been too subtle before Jiang Yan. She doesn't even realize that you have affections for her. I believe that if you exert even a fraction of Si-Su's effort, she will undoubtedly choose you." "Is that so?" Xie Guanming replied with an ambiguous smile, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Shao Ye. The sunlight cascaded onto his bare back, as if drenching it in a layer of sweet honey, provoking an irresistible desire to taste its flavor, although the scar in the middle was somewhat distracting. Xie Guanming's tongue grazed against his upper palate before he cheerfully inquired, "Shao Ye, you seem quite knowledgeable. Have you been in a few romantic entanglements?"
"Ah,
Shao Ye chuckled awkwardly, unable to meet Shi Guanming's gaze. He lowered his head and replied with little conviction, "Not many, fewer than 5. "Fewer than 5? How many is that?" Shi Guanming pressed for clarification. Why does the president delve so deeply into such matters? Shao Ye, not wishing to deceive him, could only respond with a tinge of humiliation, 0.
Indeed.
It was fewer than 5 times. Shi Guanming's lips curled upward slightly as he said, "All right, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Just enjoy the ball." Shao Ye raised his head, filled with gratitude, and remarked, "President, you are truly kind." Shi Guanming smiled briefly, said nothing further, donned his coat, and exited the lounge. Moments ago, the family butler had sent him a message informing him that the elder of the Shi family had fallen in the garden that afternoon and was now hospitalized, still in a state of unconsciousness. As the eldest grandson, it was only fitting for Shi Guanming to visit personally. His parents had entered into a marriage of convenience, having scarcely interacted before their union, and consequently, no affection had blossomed between them. After the birth of Shi Guanming, they seemed to cast off a heavy burden, reveling in their newfound freedom, rarely congregating as a family of 3 throughout the year. From infancy, Shi Guanming had been left in the ancestral home of the Shi family, where his grandfather had employed 2 nannies to care for him. One of these nannies harbored psychological issues and frequently abused Shi Guanming in secret. He would not cry or make a fuss, merely gazing at her with his large, dark, grape-like eyes, resembling a puppet. The more she was subjected to his unwavering stare, the more uncontrollable she became, nearly drowning him in the bathtub on several occasions. Many servants within the Shi household found the young master peculiar and privately speculated about his mental state. Yet none dared to voice such thoughts in the presence of the elder. Shi Guanming lay on the hospital bed, coldly regarding the visitors, his eyes devoid of any emotion. His mother cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing, declaring him to be terrifying, akin to a monster. His father, restrained by the old man's words, hesitated to leave, remaining in the ward for 2 hours, 1 hour spent flirting with his mistress over the phone, and the other lamenting about the old man to his boisterous friends. As Shi Guanming matured and gradually comprehended the myriad rules of the world, he learned to disguise himself, transforming into the good child that everyone spoke of. Yet, his parents continued to harbor their disdain for him. His father had countless mistresses, who bore him many children, of which 4 or 5 sought financial support from the Shi family. His mother, though slightly more restrained, had her share of lovers as well, but only bore a pair of treasured twins, whom she took everywhere, often seen with one hand holding her son and the other her daughter at various social gatherings. Shi Guanming felt neither jealousy nor resentment, as if observing a performance unrelated to himself, yet their script and enactment were exceedingly dull, often prompting him to wish for more thrilling plots. Years later, his parents finally divorced, only to meet a tragic end in a car accident on their way out, both perishing in a gruesome scene where their flesh had become entwined, rendering them inseparable even in death, necessitating a joint cremation. In life, they harbored mutual disdain, and even a brief slumber could leave them feeling nauseated for several days. Yet, in death, they were destined to share an eternal repose, which struck one as rather amusing, providing a somewhat intriguing conclusion to this tedious farce. At that time, Shi Guanming had just embarked on his middle school journey, and at the funeral, he displayed an overwhelming sorrow, akin to that of any ordinary child confronted with the loss of their parents. In truth, he felt no grief whatsoever. There was not even a hint of satisfaction, as though he had simply lost 2 inconsequential strangers. However, the aftermath of this event unfolded into another dramatic spectacle. Following his parents' demise, various illegitimate offspring emerged, vying for their share of the inheritance, yet, regrettably, they ultimately failed to substantiate their claims to entitlement. Old Master Shi sustained only minor injuries, By the time Shi Guanming's arrived at the hospital, he had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing his grandson, he managed a faint smile and remarked, "Guanming, you have come?" Shi Guanming's nodded and inquired, "Grandfather, how did you fall?" Old Master Shi appeared relatively well and replied, "I tripped over a stone underfoot, but let us not dwell on that. How have you been faring at school lately?" "Quite well," Shi Guanming's replied. Old Master Shi initiated a conversation, but found himself at a loss for words. He sighed deeply, aware of his grandson's emotional detachment. Yet, considering the prolonged mistreatment he endured in his youth and the burden of such disheartening parents, it was remarkable that he had grown into the person he was today. Once, he hoped that after Shi Guanming began his studies, he would interact more with his peers and perhaps his temperament would evolve. He did attend school, and on the surface, his demeanor appeared more courteous and refined than before. His business associates praised him as a commendable grandson upon meeting him. Yet, within the heart of the elderly Shi, there lingered a secret concern. What if one day, Shi Guanming chose to cease his facade and acted contrary to expectations? He advised Shi Guanming, in all matters, "Do not overdo it. Moderation is key." "I understand, grandfather," came the response, though the elder hoped he truly comprehended. "Haven't you formed any romantic attachments at school?" The elder shifted to a lighter topic. "No," Shi Guanming replied. The elder chuckled. "At your age, you ought to be courting someone. Are there no girls pursuing you?" Shi Guanming shook his head. After sending Shi Guanming away, the elder lay alone on his sickbed, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers, troubled by the thought of when his grandson might awaken to genuine human emotions. As night fell, a few stars twinkled faintly in the sky. Shao Ye took a nap in Shi Guanming's lounge, and upon waking, saw a message from his roommate stating that the auditorium had been requisitioned, and they might miss the ball that evening, attended only by the elite of the school. The prospect of attending the ball was of little concern to Shao Ye. His priority was merely that Sisu did not cause trouble for Jiang Yan. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that Jiang Yan would accompany her good friend to the event. Shao Ye felt utterly powerless to critique the situation. It was beyond him how someone as unremarkable as himself, a wealthy individual, could be denied entry while a financially disadvantaged student like Jiang Yan received an invitation. He could not bring himself to believe that there was not some ulterior motive orchestrated by Sisu. Observing the diligent students stationed at the entrance, Shao Ye raised his chin defiantly and declared, "The president sent me here. Are you refusing me entry?" "The president sent you? For what purpose? Is there something that the president cannot address personally? Moreover, if someone were to be dispatched, it would be more fitting for a member of the student council to come." The student retorted. Shao Ye, exhibiting a remarkable lack of reason, insisted, "You need not concern yourself with the reasons for my presence here. By denying me entry, you are choosing to offend the president. Have you considered the consequences?" With an air of superiority, he lifted his head and let out a haughty snort before striding confidently into the auditorium, clad in a black tailcoat, which, though not designer nor tailored, was made of exquisite fabric, durable, stain-resistant, and wrinkle-free. He believed that all suits should be crafted from such material. However, others regarded him as an uncouth nouveau riche, pointing and laughing at him incessantly. Yet, Shao Ye remained blissfully unaware of their derision, thinking, "How absurd. I am now affiliated with the president. Who would dare to criticize me?" Amidst the throng, with the ambience of elegance and the flickering of glasses, he searched for Jiang Yan's figure, but to no avail. After a prolonged search, he decided to explore the adjacent dining area when a slender young man, approximately 1.75 meters tall, approached him. Dressed in a Gothic-style white shirt adorned with multiple layers of lace at the collar, he possessed delicate features and fair skin. With a friendly smile, he inquired, "Classmate, which class are you in? Let us be friends." "Sure, I am from class 5 of the second year," Shao Ye replied. Shao Ye, in a rather forthright manner, promptly retrieved his phone to add the other party as a friend. He glanced down at his snow-white shirt, now thoroughly stained by red wine, which clung to his robust chest. With a soft grunt, he remained oblivious to the boy across from him who was excitedly swallowing hard. My apologies, my apologies. The boy hastily set down his wine glass and extended his hand, saying, "Classmate, let me help you let me wipe that for you." However, before his hand could reach Shao Ye's chest, it was intercepted by a bottle of champagne. The boy, dissatisfied, turned his head and questioned, "What is going on?" The initially somewhat stiff inquiry transformed into a solicitous inquiry upon seeing the newcomer's appearance. Chapter 12. Shi Guaning cast his gaze upon the large area of Shao Ye's shirt that had been soaked with red wine. The injury sustained earlier that afternoon in the oak grove subtly visible beneath the fabric. With a somewhat aloof demeanor, he remarked, "Wipe it with your hand?" The boy chuckled awkwardly. "I was too hasty just now, and didn't think it through." "Classmate, you won't be upset about this, will you?" he inquired with a hint of concern directed at Shao Ye. "It's quite all right, it's just a shirt. It's no big deal," Shao Ye replied dismissively, shaking his hand as he bent down to rummage through his pockets, hoping to find a pack of tissues. "You're truly kind," the boy said with utmost sincerity, his eyes practically sparkling with admiration. For some inexplicable reason, the temperature of the air around them seemed to drop several degrees, leaving the boy feeling a bit uneasy. He then asked Shi Guaning, "President, are you here looking for this classmate? Am I interrupting you?" Shi Guanming smiled. "It's all right. You two can chat happily for a while longer." The young man gazed at the amiable smile on Shi Guanming's face, feeling increasingly anxious. He resolved to trust his instincts and decided it was best to make his exit. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, haha." After he departed, Shi Guanming produced a handkerchief and offered it to Shao Ye. The beverage had already been mostly absorbed by his shirt, making any attempt to wipe it futile. Moreover, it would be a waste of his precious handkerchief. Shao Ye declined, saying, "No need, President. Just give it a wipe," Shi Guanming insisted. Reluctantly, Shao Ye accepted it and, bowing his head, meticulously dabbed at the wine stains on his shirt. Meanwhile, the young man simmered with frustration, inquiring among his classmates about the relationship between Shi Guanming and that muscular handsome guy. However, his peers were equally in the dark. Only a few gossip enthusiasts had caught wind of some rumors suggesting that the muscular fellow might be Shi Guanming's follower. The young man's confusion deepened. He only intended to appreciate his follower's physique, not to intrude upon his romantic interests. Wasn't that precisely why they trained so diligently? Such a waste. Such a waste. Before Shi Guanming could speak, the young man gasped in realization, flashing an understanding smile as he winked at Shi Guanming. "I see, President. You're still worried about Jiang Yan, aren't you? What does he know?" Shao Ye glanced towards the door and continued, "However, I haven't found Jiang Yan yet. She might be in the adjoining hall. President, shall we go and have a look?" "It's all right, no need to worry," Shi Guaning remarked. "Everyone is watching you." Shao Ye turned his head to glance around, and indeed noticed several individuals stealing glances in their direction. Upon meeting his gaze, they immediately averted their eyes, feigning nonchalance. Shao Ye, with a flourish, adjusted his tailcoat and boldly declared, "Let them look. I am not afraid of their scrutiny. Protecting the president's love is far more paramount." He continued, "I believe I just saw Sisu enter, dressed like a flamboyant peacock, while the president's understated elegance exudes depth. Surely, Jiang Yan will choose you as her dance partner." Shi Guaning interjected, "Jiang Yan is not here." Shao Ye paused momentarily, processing Shi Guaning's statement, and blinked in confusion. "But her classmate told me she would be coming tonight." Noticing that Shao Ye and Shi Guaning had suddenly departed, a boy who had been observing them from a distance hastily navigated through the crowd and called out, "Classmate, we haven't added each other as friends yet." Upon hearing his voice, Shao Ye contemplated stopping, but Shi Guaning, seemingly oblivious, quickened his pace. Shao Ye certainly could not abandon his superior for someone whose name he did not even know. Doing so would jeopardize his own career. Once outside the auditorium, Shi Guanming's pace gradually slowed. He turned to Shao Ye and inquired, "Did someone just call my name?" Shao Ye replied, "No, they were calling for me. I had previously mentioned wanting to add him as a friend." Shi Guanming appeared somewhat remorseful as he said, "I apologize. I was lost in thought and did not pay much attention." Shao Ye chuckled lightly, saying, "It's nothing. I informed him that I am from Class 5 of the second year. If he truly has business, he can come directly to find me." Shi Guanming's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. He casually inquired, "What is your relationship with him?" Shao Ye replied, "We just met this evening." Shi Guanming asked, "Since you just met, aren't you concerned he might be affiliated with Sisu?" Shao Ye laughed, showcasing his fist before Shi Guanming as if to boast, saying, "President, I could take on 3 of him with a single punch." Shi Guanming chuckled in response, cautioning, "I worry you might be deceived. With so many people in the auditorium tonight, why would he specifically spill red wine on you?" Indeed, Shao Ye pondered, connecting the dots. Was that boy attempting to prevent him from remaining in the auditorium? Perhaps, for the sake of Sisu, he was deliberately trying to drive him away. Realization dawned upon him, and he nodded thoughtfully. "What you said makes sense, President. Next time he comes to find me, I shall ignore him." Shi Guanming smiled. "You may decide for yourself." The two walked towards the dormitory, when suddenly, Shao Ye glanced up and spotted a familiar figure sprinting towards the auditorium. He quickly called out to Shi Guanming, "Hey, President, I think I just saw Jiang Yan." Without glancing away, Shi Guanming continued walking, dismissing Shao Ye's exclamation with a calm, "You must be mistaken. I won't go." Shi Guanming firmly refused. Shao Ye was perplexed by Shi Guanming's reluctance and urged, "President, it's the dance. You may invite Jiang Yan to dance. If you do not seize this opportunity, it might be snatched away by Sisu. Is it not cold?" he inquired.
Ah.
Shao Ye lifted his head, perplexed by the sudden shift in conversation, and replied vacantly, "It is not cold." However, Shao Ye was determined to make another effort. "I have a matter of great importance to entrust to you," Shi Guanming stated with gravity. The autumn wind swept through the branches, dislodging a few yellowed leaves that twirled gracefully in the air before descending. The student dormitories within the Golden Rain Tree were predominantly shared accommodations, yet Shi Guanming was an anomaly, residing alone in his own room. Upon entering, Shi Guanming turned on the light. His dormitory bore a striking resemblance to the lounge in the office building, albeit with a slightly larger space and a more spacious bed. Beyond that, there was little to distinguish it, and no items reflecting his personal tastes or hobbies adorned the room. "Shall we take a shower first?" Shi Guanming inquired. He chuckled, stating, "There is nothing pressing. I simply find myself a bit lonely this evening and wish to engage in conversation." Is this what the president referred to as a matter of great importance? While the president's mental and physical well-being is indeed significant, I doubt my influence in this regard is substantial. After a moment of serious contemplation, Shao Ye lamented, "Then why did you not pursue Jiang Yan when you encountered her just now? Is it possible that you are now feeling bored because you are reminded that Jiang Yan might be dancing with Sisu?" Shi Guanming chose to disregard Shao Ye's question and instead asked, "Have you been skipping class to go to the gym at night lately?" Shao Ye's expression froze, and then he quietly explained, "President, you know I have to follow Jiang Yan. I hardly have time to exercise during the day, so I can only go out after evening classes. This is not my fault. I feel like my chest muscles are shrinking lately." He concluded with a hint of grievance. Shi Guanming's gaze fell upon his chest, and he smiled, saying, "No, it looks just as it did before." "Really?" Shao Ye extended his hand to measure, unable to discern any significant difference. Shi Guanming, seated with his legs crossed, sincerely praised, "Your chest muscles are quite impressive." Shao Ye proudly lifted his chin, resembling a kindergarten child delighted by a teacher's commendation. Shi Guanming rested his elbow on the adjacent table, gently rubbing his temple with his fingers, then inquired, "But I am a bit curious. Are those chest muscles firm or soft? Is that so? I wouldn't know, Shao Ye replied, sensing a touch of regret in Shi Guaning's tone. He opened his tailcoat a little wider, playfully enticing. Well, President, would you like to touch them? Shi Guaning observed his gesture, a knowing smile escaping his lips as he slowly replied, All right, I will. Chapter 13. Shao Ye stepped in front of Shi Guaning, who remained seated. After a brief moment of eye contact, he thoughtfully asked, Is it inconvenient to touch like this? Would you like me to squat down? Shi Guaning raised his eyes to meet Shao Ye's deep, dark gaze, which clearly reflected his own image. A gentle smile graced Shi Guaning's face as he inquired of Shao Ye, may I remove your shirt? Shao Ye glanced down at his attire, questioning the request. Shi Guaning acknowledged, Perhaps I am being a tad presumptuous. If it is inappropriate, I completely understand. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Shao Ye replied. He noted that touching through the fabric of the shirt would yield a lesser sensation, compounded by the fact that his shirt had been stained with red wine, rendering it less than ideal. Shao Ye first shed his tailcoat, then raised his hands to begin removing his shirt. The buttons of the shirt he had chosen that day were of an unconventional design, which he had found cumbersome when dressing. In the moment of hurried preparation in his dormitory, he had settled for it, but now he realized that removing it was proving to be even more challenging. Had it not been for the presence of the club president, he might have resorted to forcefully tearing the shirt apart, an image that struck him as overly audacious and potentially alarming to the president. Seeing that after much effort he had only managed to unbutton 2 buttons, Shi Guaning, with a playful tone, instructed him, Bend down. Shao Ye paused, turning to see Shi Guaning beckoning him from his seat. Assuming Shi Guaning wished to share a secret, he complied by bending down. In that moment, he forgot that they were in Shi Guaning's dormitory. Was there truly a need for such secrecy? Shi Guaning extended his hand, resting it upon the silver button that Shao Ye had just been grappling with. His fingers moved with a dexterity far surpassing that of Shao Ye, rendering the button almost compliant beneath his touch. A warm breath brushed against Shao Ye's cheek, prompting him to instinctively lean back, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Then, Shi Guaning's deep voice whispered in his ear, Don't move. Shao Ye responded with a soft "oh," immobilized by the command, his eyes darting around the room. Shi Guaning's dormitory contained 2 beds, one of which appeared to have never been occupied. On the bedside table lay a foreign book that Shao Ye could not comprehend and a water cup. Shi Guaning had already unfastened 5 buttons, leaving the last one close to Shao Ye's abdomen. Shao Ye pressed his lips together, sensing the air in the room had grown even more sultry. He removed his shirt, revealing that the red wine on his chest had yet to fully dry, leaving a slightly sticky residue. As a considerate and attentive junior, Shao Ye suggested, President, please wait a moment. I'll fetch some tissues. Shi Guaning patted the bed beside him and said, You sit here. I will clean it up. Hesitating slightly, Shao Ye perched on the edge of the bed. Shi Guaning retrieved a cool silk handkerchief and gently swept it across Shao Ye's chest, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Shao Ye glanced down, harboring doubts about whether the president's gentle touch could truly erase the stains of wine. The corridor outside was enveloped in silence, leaving only the sound of their breaths echoing within the dormitory. Shao Ye felt an unsettling atmosphere permeate the air. After a moment of contemplation, he cleverly remarked, President, you surely won't be able to work as a scrubber at the bathhouse in the future. Shi Guaning, what a pity, he remarked, his grip gradually intensifying. A faint aroma of red wine wafted from Shao Ye, intoxicatingly alluring. Shi Guaning meticulously folded the used handkerchief into a neat square and placed it upon the bedside table. The illumination from above cast a stark brightness upon his skin, rendering it almost sickly pale. This contrast against Shao Ye's sun-kissed chest accentuated the whiteness of his fingers. With a slight pressure from his fingertips, the well-defined pectorals beneath yielded slightly. Indeed, it feels remarkably soft, Shi Guaning remarked with a smile. Right, Shao Ye eagerly nodded, pleased by Shi Guaning's affirmation. while Shao Ye felt no particular sensation about the attention his chest garnered. The fact that it came from the very individual he admired and sought to follow brought him joy. Yet, an inexplicable notion lingered in his mind. There was something peculiar about Shi Guanming's expression at that moment. If Shao Ye had glanced in a mirror at the cafeteria, he might have recognized that Shi Guanming's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to his own when he beheld mango pudding. After assessing the left pectoral, Shi Guanming turned his attention to the right. Observing his movements, a whimsical thought crossed Shao Ye's mind. Is the president also here to fetch water? How long have you been training like this? Shi Guanming inquired. Perhaps 3 or 4 years, Shao Ye responded, uncertainty clouding his recollection of the past. Shi Guanming's gaze shifted subtly downwards, taking in Shao Ye's sturdy yet elongated legs, impeccably encased in tailored trousers. An image from the swimming pool flashed through his mind, prompting him to smile and remark, I see your thighs and glutes are quite well trained. Curiously, Shi Guanming inquired, are those muscles also soft? Not too bad, Shao Ye replied. He opened his mouth, intending to elaborate, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, it would be rather peculiar to suggest that the president should touch there. An absurdity that defied reason. I was merely asking casually, Shi Guanming chuckled, appearing exceedingly earnest. Shao Ye harbored no doubts regarding Shi Guanming's words, just as he steadfastly believed that the president held affection for Jiang Yan. However, as time slipped by, exceeding 10 minutes, Shi Guanming's phone lay forgotten, his left hand persistently pressing against Shao Ye's chest. Shao Ye hesitated to inquire why he had not yet had his fill, fearing the president might misconstrue his curiosity as disdain. Yet, remaining silent felt equally awkward. The president's technique grew increasingly peculiar, as if treating his pectorals as a canvas. Fingers tracing circles with varying pressure, gradually encroaching upon the center. It was not entirely uncomfortable, but to label it as pleasurable would be a stretch. Nonetheless, certain bodily reactions often elude the control of one's intellect, potentially reversing the dynamic and exerting influence over one's thoughts. This could not continue, if any part of him, aside from his hair, truly became aroused. The president might unceremoniously kick him out, forever severing the bond that made him the most loyal subordinate. Shao Ye firmly believes that his orientation is unquestionably normal. Any man who remains unresponsive after such prolonged contact must surely have a physical ailment. He resolves to discreetly escape the situation, but just as he is about to speak, he hears Shi Guanming let out a heavy sigh. The weight of his exhalation is laden with fatigue, a sight Shao Ye has never witnessed before, prompting him to cast aside thoughts of retreat and inquire with genuine concern, President, what troubles you? It's nothing, Shi Guanming replies, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Shao Ye, quick to engage his astute mind, ponders that within the confines of the Golden Broom, Shi Guanming wields considerable influence, with the only apparent shortcoming being the absence of a girlfriend. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his intellect, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he suggests, President, are you yearning to see Jiang Yan? I have her on WeChat. Perhaps I could initiate a video call so you may converse with her? With a gentle pinch to Shao Ye's chest, Shi Guanming admonishes, do not disturb her. Then why do you sigh? Shao Ye inquires, somewhat perplexed, while inadvertently presenting his chest to Shi Guanming's hand. Despite the ongoing motions of Shi Guanming's fingers, Shao Ye's adaptability shines through. He nearly dismisses the sensation of Shi Guanming's playful kneading. After all, what does a little pinch matter? Upon seeing Shi Guanming nod, Shao Ye's excitement surges as he exclaims, President, you must agree that my idea is quite splendid. It is indeed a good notion, Shi Guanming concedes, pausing momentarily before adding, has your class leader given their consent? Shao Ye's features immediately contorted with disappointment as he remarked, no. The class monitor said my suggestion was excellent, but advised me not to propose again next time. Shi Guanming chuckled once more, and upon seeing him smile, Shao Ye felt a surge of joy. He encouraged Shi Guanming. President, Do not overexert yourself. If there are matters to attend to, delegate them to the students below. If that proves insufficient, you may entrust them to me. I assure you, I will handle them splendidly. Upon hearing Shi Guanming mention the possibility of someone in his room, Shao Ye's eyes widened in alarm, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Had it not been for Shi Guanming's grip on his chest, he might have instinctively crawled beneath the bed to investigate. Although no one was visible to the naked eye, Shao Ye remained uneasy, sensing that his moment to shine was imminent. He addressed Shi Guanming with earnestness. President, let me stay here with you tonight. Shi Guanming's hand, which had been gripping his pectoral muscles, paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly in disapproval as he responded. Is that appropriate? Shao Ye quickly reassured him. It's perfectly fine, President. Your safety is paramount, and besides, there's an empty bed here. Nevertheless, Shi Guanming appeared hesitant, contemplating his response. Shao Ye patted his chest and declared, President, we are both men, and it's not as if we have never shared a bed before. Now I understand why you were resting in the office that day. Shi Guanming sighed softly, acknowledging the validity of the reasoning. President, no matter what you say, I am determined to stay tonight. If you refuse, I shall simply linger here indefinitely, he asserted, playfully shifting his hips toward the bed. Shi Guanming rubbed his forehead with his idle hand, seemingly troubled yet unable to resist the situation, ultimately conceding, Very well then, I appreciate your assistance, Shao Ye. Chapter 14. He rose and entered the bathroom, standing before the mirror as the faucet gushed water with a clattering sound. Shi Guanming lowered his gaze to his left hand, where a faint trace of red wine's fragrance lingered between his fingers, prompting a sudden desire for a sip. He ought to procure a bottle in advance. While applying ointment to his back, he earnestly assured, Rest assured, President. As long as that individual dares to show up tonight, I will certainly unearth him and ensure he is left searching for his teeth. However, merely 10 minutes after the lights went out, Shi Guanming was greeted by the gentle sound of snoring emanating from the adjacent bed. He chuckled softly. His prior comments to Shao Ye about his poor sleep were not entirely deceitful. He suffered from severe insomnia, managing a mere 3 to 4 hours of slumber at most. And even when he did manage to fall asleep, waking up was all too easy. Yet this had been his reality for many years. Now that there was an additional person in the dormitory, it hardly felt different, especially since he had previously found refuge in the lounge of the office building. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shi Guanming heard the sound of polished shoes echoing down the corridor, likely signaling the conclusion of the dance at the auditorium. He glanced at his phone on the bedside table. It was already past midnight. A chorus of laughter erupted from the students passing by in the hallway, but it quickly subsided. Shao Ye, in the neighboring bed, let out a soft grunt. Shi Guanming turned to see him scratching his stomach, blissfully immersed in slumber. As the phone screen faded to darkness, Shi Guanming rose from his bed and approached Shao Ye's bedside. The gentle moonlight enveloped Shao Ye, whose eyes were closed, casting a delicate shadow beneath his thick lashes. His plump lips were slightly parted, perhaps due to the warmth of the room. As he had rolled his vest up to his chest, the blanket already cast aside, he lay sprawled on the bed, utterly unguarded. In his dreams, Shao Ye seemed to savor some delightful morsel, smacking his lips softly. Shi Guanming watched him intently for a considerable time before leaning down, placing his hand once more upon Shao Ye's chest. What would Shao Ye's reaction be upon awakening to find him there? Would he scream and flee? Or would he merely inquire about his intentions, obediently offering his chest to Shi Guanming's hand? The latter seemed more probable, which struck Shi Guanming as rather dull. Yet, despite his musings, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Even as he playfully kneaded Shao Ye's chest, the latter remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Shi Guanming pondered. How could he even consider helping him capture a third person in their dormitory? With 3 more individuals present, Shao Ye might not stir at all. The following morning, as Shao Ye awoke, Shi Guaning had just emerged from the bathroom after a refreshing shower. Yawning, Shao Ye remarked, "President, I didn't hear a single sound last night. I think he might have known I was here, and thus didn't dare to come." Given his deep slumber, the notion of him hearing anything was absurd. Shi Guaning chose not to expose the truth, simply responding with an and remarked, "Perhaps so." Shao Ye continued, "Then I shall reside here for a few more days. Even if I fail to capture this individual, I shall ensure that he never dares to return." Shi Guanming smiled and replied, "I truly appreciate your efforts, Shao Ye." After completing his morning ablutions, Shao Ye attended class. And it was not until after lunch that he found a moment of respite. He intended to investigate whether any romantic entanglements had transpired between Jiang Yan and Si Su at last night's ball. However, before he could set forth, Shi Guanming summoned him to the office building to organize some documents. Seated behind the desk, Shi Guanming inquired, "Will you be exercising at the gym this evening?" "Why the reference to Sleeping Beauty?" Shao Ye explained, "Because Cinderella has 2 stepsisters, Snow White has 7 dwarfs, the wild swans have 11 brothers, while Sleeping Beauty is attended by 13 witches." Shi Guanming picked up the gold-rimmed glasses from the edge of the desk, donned them, and remarked, "In that case, you ought to perform as Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves." Shao Ye contemplated the feasibility of this suggestion before shaking his head. "There aren't enough people in our class." "And what role will you take?" Shi Guanming asked while signing his name on the documents. "I shall portray a witch," Shao Ye replied. Shi Guanming paused mid-signature and looked up, querying which one. Shao Ye made a fierce expression at him, stating, "The most malevolent one." Rather than being intimidated, Shi Guanming found this particularly endearing, letting out a soft chuckle. Yet if it were to unfold this way, the audience might ponder why such a witch would still curse the princess. With a bold audacity, he seized the princess, and not even the 12 witches could thwart his endeavor. Shao Ye indeed did not curse the princess. Rather, the class leader, in pursuit of a novel tale, had entirely reimagined Sleeping Beauty, the malevolent witch was transformed into a wicked warlock, who, at the princess's birthday banquet, cursed that her future lover would perish at the moment of their deepest affection. In a twist of fate, the princess fell in love with the warlock, who then succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon learning of this predicament, the other 12 witches joyfully set forth across the land to find a new suitor for the princess, ultimately selecting a distant prince, with whom she lived a life of bliss thereafter. Shao Ye, upon absorbing the synopsis, was left speechless. It turned out that he was the Sleeping Beauty, and he was afforded no opportunity for salvation. How unfair. The costumes for their performance were also finalized, with most being relatively conventional, while Shao Ye's attire fell into the rather revealing minority. The literary committee member eloquently argued that this outfit vividly embodied the warlock's eccentric and reclusive nature, underscoring his alienation and foreshadowing his eventual tragic fate. Although Shao Ye could not discern the foreshadowing, he was swayed, primarily due to the overwhelming persuasion of those around him. After all, with his physique showcasing it would not diminish his stature. Shi Guanming, intrigued, inquired, "What attire?" "Allow me to see." He took Shao Ye's phone and glanced down. The upper garment was a black waistcoat reminiscent of the one worn by the Halua, albeit adorned with several black leather belts featuring silver buckles. The lower half consisted of matching leather trousers, complemented by a wizard's hat. Shi Guanning, however, replied solemnly, "Should it be worn closely or washed first?" Noticing Shi Guanning's concern, Shao Ye obediently nodded and responded with a soft "oh." After arranging the documents neatly, Shao Ye was taken aback when Shi Guanning unexpectedly produced a paper and insisted on explaining mathematical problems to him. Was the president's subordinate also required to maintain academic performance? President, this. He instinctively stepped back, contemplating escape. Shi Guanning gestured for him to approach, saying, "Your grades are too poor. I shall tutor you." Shao Ye remained speechless. It was not until evening, when Shi Guanning was summoned to a meeting, that Shao Ye was liberated from the barrage of mathematical questions he could hardly comprehend. Seizing the opportunity, he mingled with others to gather details about the previous night's ball. The event had been attended by the captain of the school basketball team, Jin Feng, who accompanied Jiang Yan. During the ball, he had an altercation with Zhong Xingze and Sisu, nearly coming to blows. Ultimately, the three of them agreed to a duel in the Oak Grove this Friday night, with the loser compelled to withdraw from the competition. Shao Ye listened, astonished, hardly having the chance to savor his mango pudding. He slapped his thigh in disbelief and exclaimed, "Such a significant event, and no one bothered to inform me?" One classmate, puzzled, inquired how it concerned him. Was he also participating?
No, who is he?
Has he considered his own status and standing? How could he compare himself to Sisu and Zhong Xingze? Of course, Shao Ye did not wish to join the fray himself. Instead, he inquired, "May I register our president as well?" "Register? Are you serious?" The classmate was taken aback, slowly responding, "That wouldn't be permissible. If this could be registered, it would certainly be amusing to have someone mischievously submit the names of all the students and faculty, creating quite a spectacle. Can I substitute for someone?" Shao Ye inquired once more. A classmate responded, "Do you think your family runs a ride-hailing service?" The classmate fell silent, prompting Shao Ye to ponder the matter himself. After some contemplation, he concluded that there should be no objection, as Sisu and the others had not prohibited substitutions. "Then I shall stand in for the president on Friday," Shao Ye declared. "There is no need to inform the president. It will be a delightful surprise once he triumphs." Shao Ye made his decision with a sense of joy, even though he harbored a vague suspicion that his reasoning was flawed. After all, why would one need to duel merely for the sake of qualifying? Even if he won, it was uncertain whether he would earn Jiang Yan's affection. Furthermore, what if Jiang Yan preferred the one who lost?
What could they do then?
Eliminate the competitor? But what did it matter? The crux of the matter was that whatever others possessed, their president should not be deprived. Moreover, engaging in profound discussions about mathematical problems alongside Jiang Yan would surely be far more fulfilling for the president. In the afternoon, while in the office, he had been gently tapped on the head by the president for erring on a single question, and he had spent the entire afternoon acting like a wooden fish for the president. During evening class, Shao Ye joined his classmates in seeking an empty classroom in the gymnasium to rehearse a grand female lead version of Sleeping Beauty. Several girls had stayed up all night, completing a substantial portion of the script. As Shao Ye gazed at the vest and leather pants in his hands, he muttered softly, "I still believe this attire is rather improper." The class monitor, who was not very tall, leaped up and patted his shoulder in response, saying, "Improper is exactly what it should be. Your character is inherently an unseemly wizard." The literary committee member beside him remarked, "Which reputable wizard would willingly leap into a pit of their own making?" Shao Ye replied, "Wasn't that pit relocated by them? One cannot place the entire blame on the wizards, can they?" The class monitor urged, "Come on, try it on." Surprised, the monitor gazed at him. "Oh, is this quite the fashion? It doesn't seem like you." Shao Ye raised his hand to adjust his collar, speaking gravely. "Do not perceive me through the lens of the past. I am no longer who I once was." "What's the matter?" a curious group of classmates inquired. Shao Ye lifted his chin, surveying the room, and then replied with modesty, "I have mastered the art of solving linear equations." The classmates collectively fell silent. Shao Ye, somewhat puzzled yet remaining polite, said, "Thank you, class monitor." The vest he wore featured several belts crisscrossing over his chest, complemented by a slender silver chain. The fastenings for the belts were discreetly placed at the back, leaving him no choice but to don the vest by pulling it over his head without assistance. Upon attempting to wear it, he found the vest exceedingly snug, clinging tightly to his form. Halfway through, the belts became entangled, trapping themselves at his chest. Fearing that excessive force might tear the vest, he found himself in a predicament. Unable to put it on or take it off, while the chain clinked incessantly against the silver buckles of the belts, further agitating him. As Shi Guanming pushed open the door, he beheld Shao Ye standing by the bed, both hands raised and twisting in a peculiar manner, seemingly entangled in a predicament. A belt was constricting his neck, giving the impression of a noose. Shi Guanming lingered for a moment, leaning against the door with a chuckle. What a fine garment, yet you've managed to wear it in such a manner?
Shao Ye.
Upon hearing the voice, turned his head defiantly, retorting, "This is hardly a fine garment." Like a clockwork puppet caught in a loop, he froze in place the moment Shi Guanming's words fell. Shi Guanming inspected him from various angles and discovered that a belt, which was intended to cross at the chest, had been threaded behind him, inadvertently snagging another belt, rendering it unmanageable. He deftly unfastened the hidden clasps at the back of the vest, liberating the belts one by one, allowing Shao Ye to finally breathe freely and don the vest properly. While perusing images of the vest, Shao Ye had sensed its revealing nature, and upon wearing it, that impression intensified as it nearly exposed his entire chest. Shi Guanming gathered the back belts into his hands, looping them across Shao Ye's chest and fastening the other end to the hidden clasp. Before long, the belts were snugly secured against Shao Ye's chest, his honey-toned pectorals spilling forth from the intricate lattice of straps. Shao Ye glanced down, observing his well-defined chest muscles ripple like waves. Shi Guanming's gaze darkened slightly as he addressed Shao Ye. "I apologize, my hand slipped. Did I hurt you?" The sound of the clasp was loud, yet it caused little discomfort. Shao Ye dismissively replied, "It's nothing." "That is good," Shi Guanming remarked with a smile, proceeding to adjust the positioning of Shao Ye's belt and silver chain. Shao Ye believed his attire was already in order, deeming further adjustments unnecessary. However, it seemed that the president might possess a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, as he insisted on ensuring uniformity in the spacing of each belt. The familiar sound of the belt striking Shao Ye's chiseled chest resonated once more. Had the president's hand slipped again? Had he applied oil? The crisp sound echoed, unmistakably indicative of a well-defined physique. Even Shao Ye, typically oblivious, sensed something amiss and turned to Shi Guanming with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "President?"
Shao Ye.
Accepting Shi Guanming's explanation with ease, mused, "You truly think of everything, President." He had not considered such minutiae. It was no wonder he held the position of student council president, being so proactive in preventing potential mishaps. Lowering his gaze to count the remaining belts on his chest, he asked Shi Guanming, "Are there still a few left to try?" With a smile illuminating his face, Shi Guanming regarded him, exuding an air of languid delight, and complimented, "You are quite clever." Shao Ye puffed out his chest in agreement, adding, "Feel free to exert yourself, President. It doesn't hurt after all." Shi Guanming paused momentarily, a chuckle escaping his lips as he looked down, then addressed Shao Ye. "Shao Ye, you are truly adorable." Shao Ye was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever been described as adorable. Could the term really apply to him? Yet he decided to embrace the compliment, thinking, "If the president says I am adorable, then so be it. I shall not be modest." But who can discern whether he was referring to a belt or well-defined pectoral muscles? Shao Ye's mind had not wandered in other directions. Seeing that Shi Guanming was unscathed, he remarked, "President, I wish to glance at my reflection." He had yet to witness how this garment appeared on his form. "Go ahead," Shi Guanming replied. Shao Ye entered the restroom, standing before the basin, gazing at himself in the mirror. Several black belts were tightly constricting his flesh, and the areas previously struck by the belts were slightly reddened. However, due to his deep skin tone, it was not particularly noticeable. Furrowing his brow, he lifted his arm and still felt a hint of discomfort. Unable to restrain himself, he commented, "Isn't this outfit a tad too small?" At that moment, Shi Guanming happened to approach, standing behind him, observing the figure in the mirror. "I believe it fits just right. Is that so?" Shao Ye lowered his gaze to his chest, tugging at the belt, still finding it rather peculiar. It does look good like this, Shi Guanming affirmed. Upon exiting the restroom, Shao Ye required Shi Guanming's assistance to remove the vest from his person. He then donned his own white tank top, which indeed felt much more comfortable. After applying his medication, he lay on the bed and assured Shi Guanming, "President, you can rest easy. With me here, that individual wouldn't dare to approach tonight." Shao Ye continued to declare, "Even if he does come, I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." Shi Guanming sat on the bed, flipping through the pages of a book, yet he remained silent, smiling. Once he extinguished the dormitory lights, within 10 minutes, the sound of snoring from the adjacent bed emerged once more. Shi Guanming rose from his bed and approached Shao Ye's bedside. Gazing down at the slumbering figure of Shao Ye, he leaned over and pinched his chest, then flicked his fingers lightly. Shao Ye was lost in his delightful dreams, his mouth slightly ajar, having long forgotten the formidable and arduous task of capturing someone. Shi Guanming toyed with him for quite some time, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain against the window, and murmured softly, "So foolish." It was unclear whether he referred to the afternoon's mathematics problems, where he had guided Shao Ye step by step only for the final answer to be incorrect, or to the fact that Shao Ye had been taken advantage of without even realizing it, obediently delivering the tofu into another's mouth. Such naivety made one susceptible to deception, both by oneself and by others. A shadow flickered across Shi Guanming's gaze, wishing that no one among the golden rain would be so blind. The following morning, Shao Ye grabbed 2 pens and prepared to leave for class, having left his textbooks in the classroom, never bothering to take them back to the dorm for review or preview. For reasons unknown, Shi Guanming was later than usual today. He sat by the window with a book in hand, as the rain ceased and the autumn sun cast its golden rays upon his upper body, creating an indescribable artistic ambience. Noticing Shao Ye's impending departure, he called out, "Don't forget your clothes. We still have rehearsals tonight, don't we?"
Shao Ye vavet dismissivali, repling.
"No need to bring them. They won't be used." Shi Guanming set his book aside and inquired, "What happened? It's not such a loss, is it?" Shao Ye scratched his head, saying, "I still don't quite like that outfit." "Then what will you wear?" Shi Guanming asked with concern. Shao Ye pondered for a moment before responding, "The wizard robe, I suppose. Our class monitor said that the other wizards wear white, while I shall wear black." "Not bad," Shi Guanming said with a smile. "Then I shall keep this outfit for now." Shao Ye nodded, not sensing anything amiss. As he was about to leave, he noticed Shi Guanming still seated and engrossed in a book, prompting him to inquire, "President, aren't you attending class today?" "I will be going shortly," Shi Guanming replied. Upon entering the classroom, Shao Ye found that the bell had yet to ring. The class monitor was engaged in lively banter with fellow students regarding a notification issued by the school that morning. They collectively speculated that the neighboring class, envious of their ingenuity, had covertly reported the idea to the administration. Shao Ye, finding little interest in their conversation, retrieved his English textbook from his desk. However, after reading only half a page, he succumbed to yawns, resting his head on the desk and drifting off to sleep. The classmate portraying the princess initially felt a twinge of guilt regarding the wizard's fate, but after sharing 2 scenes with Shao Ye, that sentiment vanished entirely. Merely refraining from adding extra soil to his grave was considered a display of her kindness. As the curse unfolded, the relief etched across the princess's face at the moment the wizard fell was so genuine that it stirred suspicions of a nefarious plot on her part. Despite their stumbles, they successfully rehearsed the short play in its entirety. Meanwhile, students from the adjacent class stealthily approached to gather intelligence, only to be met with laughter from the wizard, whose head had sprouted grass, leaving them incapacitated at the doorway. On Friday evening, Shao Ye, having escaped class early, arrived at the oak grove to the north of the school. As Su and the others had yet to arrive, he hung several cameras on the branches to document the ensuing events. Should Sisu and his companions later renege on their agreement and continue to pursue Jiang Yan, he would disseminate the footage, ensuring they would face the scrutiny of the entire school community. When SX and his two companions arrived, they found SHOY jogging in place, his face brimming with eagerness, which elicited a remarkably uniform look of bewilderment among them. With unwavering confidence, SHOY proclaimed, "I am here to fight alongside you." Zing X NGZ furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did XQ Enemming send you?" "No," SHOY replied. "The president is unaware of this matter. I intend to surprise him immensely." SHOY looked at him in confusion. "I am not pursuing anyone." "Then what exactly do you intend to do?" SX retorted angrily.
Fight.
Was it not agreed that whoever wins gets to pursue G-YN without opposition?
Who agreed to that?
SX could not help but curse in frustration. "And you claim XQ Enemming didn't he send you?" SHOY replied earnestly. It truly wasn't him. Yet, the three present appeared unconvinced by his words. Zing X NGZ, in contemplation, took out his phone to send a message, while J and F ing S gaze reflected a hint of wariness. SX smirked coldly. "Do not presume that just because you are affiliated with XQ Enemming, I would hesitate to confront you. Even if you were here today, I would not hold back." Impatiently, SHOY urged, "Why so much chatter? Will you fight or not? I still have rehearsals to attend." Seeking death. SX was the first to charge forward. Zing X NGZ and JNF ing exchanged glances and joined the fray. All three silently agreed to direct their initial strikes at SHOY. Only by eliminating him could they ascertain the true victor among them. Regrettably, the outcome diverged slightly from their expectations. Although they had all received training in combat, they fell short in both strength and technique compared to Shao Ye, particularly Zhong Xingze, who hardly exerted himself, merely coasting through the encounter. Shao Ye had initially anticipated that a 1-against-3 scenario would prolong the match, and he thought he might need to request leave from the class leader that evening. To his surprise, he effortlessly subdued them. "Remember, in the future, keep your distance from Jiang Yan. Do not provoke our president. To incur her displeasure is to invoke my own. If that happens, you shall see the consequences." With a self-satisfied air, Shao Ye delivered this ominous warning before sprinting excitedly from the oak grove to the office building. Upon entering the office, he spotted Shi Guaning and exclaimed, "President! President!" Shi Guaning looked up from a pile of books, noticing Shao Ye grinning broadly at the door, as if he had just emerged from a tumble. His white shirt smeared with leaves and dirt. Shi Guaning removed his glasses and inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't we supposed to rehearse the short play soon?" Shao Ye swiftly darted to the desk, his face radiating joy as he declared, "President, I have monumental news to share." At this moment, Shi Guaning remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. He interlaced his fingers before his chest, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he curiously asked, "What is this good news?" Shao Ye promptly responded, "I just had a scuffle in the oak grove with Sisu, Zhong Xingze, and Jin Feng, and I emerged victorious." Shi Guaning's expression slowly transformed. The smile on his face gradually faded as he regarded Shao Ye, and for a long while, he remained speechless. Shao Ye flashed his 2 rows of small white teeth, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Shi Guaning, seemingly awaiting his praise. The office was enveloped in silence, with the autumn breeze seeping through the half-open window, stirring the broad leaves of the greenery on the windowsill. The elongated shadows of the leaves stretched all the way to Shi Guaning's wrist. After waiting for a considerable time without hearing Shao Ye continue, Shi Guaning felt compelled to inquire, "I presume a piece of good news must be accompanied by a piece of bad news?" "Bad news?" Shao Ye pondered carefully, uncertain. "If we are to speak of bad news, then Zhong Xingze ran off halfway through. I couldn't catch up. Does that count?" Shi Guaning took a deep breath, raising his hand to his forehead as he murmured, "That is indeed quite troubling." Shao Ye, puzzled by the nature of this misfortune, figured that since the president deemed it bad, there must be an issue. Thus, he softly suggested, "Then shall I go find him and give him a beating?" Shi Guaning lowered his hand and replied, "First, tell me how it came to be that you ended up in a fight with them." Shao Ye recounted the entire sequence of events, beginning with the agreement made by Sisu and his companions at the dance, resulting in their defeat at his hands. They surely won't dare to harass Jiang Yan again. "I still have the video. Would you like to see it, President?" Shao Ye eagerly inquired, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. As Shi Guaning listened to Shao Ye's account, he searched for something on his phone. Once Shao Ye finished, he set his phone down, screen facing the table. He then lifted his gaze to scrutinize Shao Ye's face. His eyes were bright, his nose elegantly defined, and he was still smiling. He found no trace of fear upon that face. Shi Guaning rose from his seat, circumnavigating the desk to stand before Shao Ye. "Shao Ye," he called, his expression grave and voice resonating low, his gaze piercing through Shao Ye like a bottomless well. The air in the room seemed to thicken with each step he took, the leaves of the plants by the window curling slightly. Under Shi Guaning's scrutinizing gaze, Shao Ye felt a surge of anxiety, his voice dwindling. "What's wrong, President?" Shi Guaning extended his hand, gently brushing away a fallen leaf from Shao Ye's left shoulder, then letting his fingers glide down to straighten his collar. With a deliberate calmness, he inquired, "You truly are quite disobedient. Did I not instruct you to cease involving yourself with Jiang Yan? How shall I punish you?" "Punish me?" Shao Ye's previously jubilant expression instantly faltered. This was unexpected. He had created such a fine opportunity for the president. Shouldn't he be praised instead? Tentatively, he asked, "President, are you displeased?"
Why?
Shi Guaning replied with a measured tone. "Shao Ye, you have now offended Sisu, Zhong Xingza, and Jin Feng. Do you wish to remain at Jinkawaho?" "Of course not," Shao Ye responded. "Then, how dare you?" Shi Guaning's fingers toyed with a button on his shirt. Without hesitation, Shao Ye exclaimed, "I know, President, that you will always protect me." Shi Guaning chuckled, unreservedly amused. Shi Guanming was reluctant to admit that he was somewhat pleased by such a pompous and foolish statement. However, at the moment he heard the answer, a wave of joy and satisfaction indeed filled his entire heart. "President, are you not going to punish me?" Shao Ye inquired with a pained expression, blinking his eyes in a somewhat pitiful manner. "Of course, there shall be a punishment," Shi Guanming replied with a smile.
Yet,
He needed to ponder carefully how he ought to administer this punishment in this particular circumstance. Chapter 17. Shao Ye let out a soft "oh," appearing rather deflated, akin to a piece of buttered bread on the verge of mold. He could not comprehend why, despite having cleared the obstacles on the path of love for the president, he still faced punishment. It seemed entirely unjustifiable. He adopted a pleading expression, bowing slightly towards Shi Guanming in a gesture of supplication. However, given his tall stature, the action appeared rather incongruous. Shi Guanming picked up his phone from the table, glanced at the messages, and then looked up to say, "If you do not leave now, I shall impose a punishment immediately." Shao Ye did not depart at once. Instead, he paced the hallway, contemplating what kind of punishment the president might impose. Would it be running laps around the playground, or standing in the corridor of the dormitory? Surely, he could not be compelled to read a 3,000-word reflection in front of the entire student body. The last time he wrote a reflection was in 6th grade when he was caught skipping class by climbing over the wall. It had been years, and he had forgotten the format entirely. In truth, these punishments posed little concern for Shao Ye. What troubled him more was the fear that the president would grow weary of him, potentially bringing his grand aspirations to an untimely halt. As Shao Ye pondered, the only conclusion he could arrive at was that the president likely wished to prevent any further altercations within the school. Although this particular skirmish was relatively minor, with no significant injuries and the president could potentially benefit from it, he still opted not to shield Shao Ye. Truly, the president was a selfless individual. However, Shao Ye hoped that the president might occasionally show him a modicum of favoritism. It appeared that his standing in the president's eyes was still quite insufficient, and he needed to strive further. Following this line of reasoning, he deduced that his transgression was not overly grave, considering that the conflict was not instigated by his group. Nor had he chosen the venue. Ultimately, he had even approached the president to confess, albeit not originally his intention. Perhaps he could persuade Jiang Yan to intercede on his behalf? After all, he had not only assisted the president in eliminating a rival but had also rid her of a pesky swarm. Surely, she would grant him this favor. In his mind, Shao Ye secretly commended himself, then cautiously approached the door, gently nudging it open a narrow crack. He tentatively inquired to those inside, "President, may I arrange for Jiang Yan to join you for a meal?" Shi Guanming's gaze shifted from the screen of his phone to the narrow opening of the door, landing on Shao Ye's face, which bore an unmistakably ingratiating smile. He curled his lips into a slight grin and echoed Shao Ye's words, "A meal?" Shao Ye nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes. Today is Friday. Jiang Yan is certainly free." His shirt buttons had inexplicably come undone, revealing a substantial expanse of his chest. Shi Guanming's gaze lingered there for a moment, acutely aware of his growing hunger. Dinner was undoubtedly a necessity. Yet what did it have to do with whether Jiang Yan was available? Shao Ye merely observed the movement of his lips, though no sound emerged, prompting his puzzled inquiry. "What did you say, President?" Without delay, Shao Ye slammed the door behind him, his footsteps quickly vanishing into the corridor outside. Shi Guanming set down his phone and pressed his temple, feeling rather foolish for having forgotten the first part of the conversation after hearing the latter. Not long after Shao Ye's departure, Sisu stormed into Shi Guanming's office, his anger palpable. He slammed his hand on the desk and demanded in a fierce tone, "Shi Guanming, that Shao Ye is one of your people, isn't he?" Shi Guanming looked up. Sisu had gone to great lengths to change into a different outfit for this confrontation, having tidied his hair as well. However, the bruises at the corners of his eyes and mouth were still visible, betraying the severity of the encounter. It seemed that Shao Ye had shown no mercy, disregarding entirely his identity as the son of a wealthy tycoon. A peculiar sense of delight coursed through Shi Guanming's heart, a tingling sensation that felt rather pleasant. Sisu's beating had not been in vain after all. "What do you mean, my person?" Shi Guanming smiled, reminiscent of how he greeted each teacher and student that morning. He corrected Sisu's choice of words, saying, "Classmate Sisu, within the confines of Jinkewa, every student is their own master." Sisu was utterly exasperated by Shi Guanming's feigned demeanor. Every time he spoke, it felt as though he were subtly mocking him. He retorted, "Spare me your nonsense." Regardless of his intentions, Shi Guanming, I vow to expel him from Jinkewa. Zhong Xingze and Jin Feng followed closely behind Sisu into the office. Though they remained silent, their presence alongside Sisu clearly indicated their stance. Shi Guanming opened the lower left drawer and retrieved a copy of the Jinkewa Student Code of Conduct, presenting it to Sisu. "If you intend to expel a diligent and amicable student, you must provide a reasonable justification," he stated. Diligent? Amicable? Who was Shi Guanming referring to? Sisu could scarcely contain his laughter in disbelief. He was certain that this entire affair was orchestrated by Shi Guanming. While he could not yet confront Shi Guanming directly, taking action against Shao Ye was certainly within his reach. Leaning forward, he propped his hands on the desk, locking eyes with Shi Guanming, and spoke in a hushed tone, articulating each word with deliberate precision. "The Shao family has gone bankrupt and cannot afford his tuition. He will voluntarily withdraw. Do you think that justification suffices? Anyone that the Shi family sought to undermine would be foolish to intervene." With narrowed eyes and a menacing expression, he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Shi Guanming, do you intend to obstruct me?" Zhong Xingze chimed in supportively from behind, "President, that kid claims to be one of your own, but we do not believe him. Surely, you cannot genuinely intend to shield him?" Jin Feng also cast a skeptical glance toward Shi Guanming. The sudden surge of animosity was quite remarkable. Shi Guanming smiled and said, "Of course not. If the three of you join forces, even if I wished to intervene, it would be quite difficult." Sisu let out a cold laugh, saying, "It is good that you understand." However, Shi Guanming seemed hesitant to continue. "What is it?" Sisu asked, his expression darkening. Shi Guanming replied, "It is nothing really. I have always felt that the academic environment at Jinkewa is not suitable for Jiangyan. Over the past few days, I have reached out to several other schools, and they have all expressed a willingness to accept Jiangyan. I believe she would not refuse." Upon saying this, Shi Guanming seemed to realize he had overstepped. Pausing briefly before adding, "I apologize. This matter does not concern you, Sisu. I should not have mentioned it." Sisu clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, and he gasped heavily. "What do you mean, Shi Guanming? Are you planning to transfer Jiangyan to another school?" Shi Guanming responded with a smile. "It is nothing serious, merely a somewhat immature thought based on Jiangyan's current situation at Jinkewa." Sisu's features contorted in anger. "Are you using Jiangyan to threaten me for that, Shao Ye? Isn't Shi Guanming fond of Jiangyan? What advantage does transferring her bring him? Is he betting that they wouldn't dare risk Jiangyan?" Shi Guanming was taken aback.
How could that be?
"What does Shao Ye have to do with Jiangyan?" "Sisu, you should not conflate the two." After a moment, Sisu released his grip, nodded, and after regaining his composure, he gave Shi Guanming a thumbs up, saying, "Shi Guanming, you are impressive." Upon hearing his words, Shi Guanming retrieved an A4 sheet from the drawer and handed it to Sisu, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Sisu. Here is a student council satisfaction survey. Would you care to fill it out?" "I'll fill it out for your entire family," Sisu retorted angrily, turning on his heel to leave. Jin Feng observed Sisu's departing figure, then glanced back at Shi Guanming, sensing that his earlier suggestion about Jiangyan transferring schools bore an element of truth. Jiangyan had indeed not been particularly happy at Jinkewa, and should Shi Guanming present her with a better opportunity, she would likely not refuse. If Jiangyan were to leave, it would not be a simple matter for them to follow. Jin Feng hesitated to gamble on this issue. He bid farewell to Shi Guanming and took his leave. In the blink of an eye, only Zhong Xingze remained of the three who had come to seek clarification. He cast a sidelong glance and approached, inquiring, "President, could you enlighten me on the relationship between you and Shao Ye?" Shi Guanming regarded him coolly, his smile fading as he replied, "I am merely fulfilling my duties as president of the student council." Zhong Xingze shuddered, as if repulsed, and took a step back. "Your words make me feel nauseous. Do you need to see the school doctor?" Shi Guanming asked with concern. Zhong Xingze twitched his lips. "I can't stand you any longer. I'm leaving. You should keep an eye on your little treasure." Sisu 1T let him off easily. Shi Guanming remarked, "If he also cares little for Jiangyan, then my options extend beyond merely facilitating her transfer." "Is that remark directed at me as well?" Zhong Xingze queried. "See for yourself." Shi Guanming smiled as he asked him, "Are you going to fill out a student council satisfaction survey as well?" "Perhaps it's better not to." Zhong Xingze waved his hand in refusal. Then, mimicking a scene from a television drama, he feigned a high-pitched voice and inquired, "What exactly is the relationship between the two of you? It seems a bit unusual to me." Shi Guanming chuckled lightly. "Unusual? I find it perfectly normal." Zhong Xingze was left speechless. Beneath the heavy nightfall, the tranquil lake mirrored the colorful lights along the shore, resembling a colossal pearl. As Shi Guanming strolled along the stone path leading to the dormitory, he pondered that he must secure ample benefits this evening to compensate for his losses. Inside the dormitory, Shao Ye sat before the bedside cabinet, laboriously crafting a self-reflection, having managed to produce merely 5 words over 2 hours, 3 of which were merely the title. Shi Guanming glanced at him without uttering a word, casually shutting the door behind him as he stepped into the dormitory. Shao Ye's heart leapt. He anxiously trailed behind Shi Guanming, yearning to gauge his mood, but at a loss for words. His mouth opened and closed, contemplating that perhaps if he did not prematurely admit fault, he might receive a lighter punishment. "Let us go to bed and take off our clothes," he suggested. Chapter 18. No man desires to punish another man by asking him to disrobe, except when it occurs in bed.
Indeed.
He had also invited the sixth guest to the bed. The data from the sixth live broadcast room surged from third place to the highest peak, as countless netizens flocked in, overwhelming the back-end system to the brink of collapse. Previously, there were whispers regarding the questionable relationship between Number 6 and the president, yet most netizens dismissed these claims. This skepticism stemmed from their familiarity with the president's character, leading them to believe he was not the type to engage in innocent campus romances. If he were to pursue such a liaison, it would likely be with Jiang Yan, as insiders revealed that her data had been meticulously adjusted multiple times by the project team. The more formidable an NPC, the more she seemed to attract them. Furthermore, netizens recognized that fandoms often indulge in fanciful narratives, even going so far as to claim that the frogs on the street and the eagerly awaiting little raccoons were destined lovers from previous lives. Who could have anticipated that this time it would be genuine? It seemed utterly implausible. From any perspective, the situation appeared highly irrational. Many remembered No. 6 as a well-endowed yet detestable sycophant, deducing from the president's behavior in live streams that Number 6 would ultimately be discarded as mere expendable material. How could it be that after just a few days apart, they found themselves in bed together, being utilized as expendable material in such a manner? My goodness. This felt profoundly amiss. Netizens transformed into fervent commentators, expressing their shock across various forums, with "wow"
and "ah"
emerging as the most frequently used exclamations. That night, hospitals witnessed an influx of patients with dislocated jaws, surpassing the total from the previous 6 months combined. The self-proclaimed expert in microexpression analysis, who has amassed millions of followers by scrutinizing the facial expressions of various NPCs, firmly believes that the president harbors a profound disdain for Number 6. He contends that all of Number 6's behaviors in his presence are mere FA-aids, and he ominously predicts that Number 6 will ultimately pay a steep price for his foolishness. Presently, the comments beneath his post are rife with mockery, with users sarcastically suggesting he should analyze whether his wife loves him instead. The collective response from netizens is strikingly uniform, inciting such ire in the expert that he hastily deactivates his account overnight. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continues, and naive viewers unaccustomed to the scrutiny of the camera sit before their screens, eagerly rubbing their hands together, anticipating that the long-awaited content for those aged 18 and above will finally be revealed. However, they soon realize that not even a single feather from a swan is in sight, and their smiles gradually fade. In the dormitory, Shao Ye suspects he is experiencing auditory hallucinations. He raises his head, staring blankly at Shi Guaning before him, and utters a bewildered, "Huh? Shall I repeat that?" Shi Guaning inquires, his tone remarkably calm. Yet, this calmness unnerves even someone as thick-skinned as Shao Ye, causing a flutter of anxiety in his chest. He truly has not misheard. Is such a punishment necessitating the removal of clothing? Perhaps it is not about shedding garments on the bed, but rather about scrubbing them aboard a vessel? Oh, that notion seems even stranger. Ultimately, Shao Ye does not dare to request Shi Guaning to reiterate his words. He offers a dry chuckle and states, "No, there's no need." Gritting his teeth, he stomps his foot. "Off with it." Shi Guanming turned and seated himself at the spot where Shao Ye had just composed his self-criticism. Upon seeing the bold characters of self-criticism inscribed at the top of the lined paper, he could not help but let out a quiet chuckle. However, the moment he lifted his gaze, the mirth vanished from his face. By the time he turned around, Shao Ye had already pulled his t-shirt down, revealing his upper body. As he hesitated to remove his trousers, he fumbled with the zipper, pulling it down and then back up, wasting precious time while stealing several furtive glances in Shi Guanming's direction. He believed his subtle movements were well concealed, Yet Shi Guanming observed everything with clarity. Unperturbed, he lifted a glass of water from the table, swirling it in his hand as if it were a fine vintage of wine. After a prolonged struggle, Shao Ye finally managed to remove his trousers, leaving him clad only in a pair of white boxer shorts. Despite the relatively cool air conditioning in the dormitory, Shao Ye felt as if every hair on his body was standing on end. He pressed his lips together and asked softly, "President, do I really have to take it all off?" Shi Guanming held his glass, gazing at him in silence. Under the weight of that scrutiny, Shao Ye sank into self-doubt. Had he truly misheard? Was the president genuinely instructing him to wash clothes? Was it not a bed, but a boat? Shi Guanming admired the powerful and healthy physique before him, reminiscent of a sculpture depicting a hero from Greek mythology, crafted by a master of the Renaissance. Each muscle was perfectly proportioned, and the white boxer shorts glimmered under the bright lights, slightly translucent. He took a sip from his glass and asked casually, "What do you think?" Shao Ye's hands tightly clutched the edge of his underwear, and despite grinding his teeth for a considerable time, he could not summon the resolve to remove it. He had frequented public baths before and had been candid with other males, yet the uncertainty gnawed at him, leaving him utterly clueless about what would transpire next. In an effort to lighten the mood, he jested, "President, you wouldn't impose a punishment of making me run naked on the playground, would you? Perhaps I could just jog a couple of laps in the dormitory instead." Shi Guanming raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Shao Ye lowered his request further. "If not, how about letting me cover my face?"
Ah!
Shao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shi Guanming, wondering if he truly intended to go out and run naked. Noticing Shi Guanming's continued silence, he took a deep breath and resigned himself to the idea of running naked. He bent down and swiftly removed his underwear, fully exposing his body to Shi Guanming's gaze. His tongue languidly explored his mouth, savoring the imagined taste of licking his sun-kissed skin. The dormitory was enveloped in profound silence. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, and the corridor had long been devoid of passers-by. Gradually, Shao Ye relaxed, convincing himself that it was akin to bathing with the president in the public bathhouse. After a considerable time, he heard Shi Guanming instruct him, "Turn around." Shao Ye responded with an "oh" and slowly pivoted. Shi Guanming's gaze traced down from his neck along his spine, inch by inch. Shao Ye felt a rising tide of anxiety, his eyes darting about restlessly, acutely aware that the earlier tremors of apprehension had rekindled the prickling of his skin. His voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. Shao Ye let out a long sigh of relief, seemingly spared from the prospect of an embarrassing escapade. With remarkable agility, he leaped onto the bed, anxious that any delay might lead to a sudden change of heart and expulsion from the dormitory. "Get into position," Shi Guanming instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, indeed, without any thought at all, Shao Ye complied swiftly, lying down as requested. A nagging feeling stirred within him. It seemed less like a chore of washing clothes and more akin to an intimate examination. Surely, the president wouldn't be offering him a massage due to the rigors of his earlier brawl, would he? But then again, why not? Shao Ye's thoughts spiraled, pulling him deeper into confusion. "President, what exactly are we about to do?" he inquired. "You will find out soon enough," Shi Guanming replied as he rose from his seat and approached the bed. He deftly loosened his blue-striped tie, his shadow casting a tender silhouette upon Shao Ye's back, as if bestowing an early kiss upon the nape of his neck. With a graceful motion, Shi Guanming raised his right leg, kneeling upon the mattress, which sank slightly under his weight. Shao Ye bit his lip, his hands gripping the sheets tightly. Suddenly, a cool hand rested upon his shoulder, trailing down his spine until it settled lightly upon the fresh scab on his back. The touch was featherlight, evoking both tingling and shivers, causing Shao Ye to clench his legs. A fleeting urge to seek the restroom creeping in. Noticing his movement, Shi Guanming suppressed a smile, then abruptly applied more pressure. Caught off guard, Shao Ye gasped, instinctively exclaiming, "President, it hurts." So you do know pain, Shi Guanming remarked, easing his grip with a leisurely tone. He bent down, his thin lips brushing against Shao Ye's ear as he inquired, having just sustained an injury, yet you still disobey and engage in fights.
I presumed you, Shao Ye,
were unaware of pain. It doesn't hurt during the fight, Shao Ye murmured softly. A retort? Shi Guanming smiled playfully at him. Is this your notion of punishment? Since he entered elementary school, he had not experienced a spanking. It wasn't so much the pain that affected him, but rather the humiliation. His face, along with his ears, flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. Full and rounded, they exuded a certain elasticity. Shi Guanming snuck a glance at his own slightly reddened palm. Do you enjoy mango pudding? He asked. Shao Ye was bewildered by the sudden shift to food. His head remained buried in the pillow, muffled sounds escaping. I do. A raspy, magnetic voice responded, what a coincidence. I also have a fondness for eating. Chapter 19. Upon hearing Shi Guanming say that he too liked mango pudding, Shao Ye remained blissfully unaware of the underlying ambiguity in his words, akin to an old, neglected speaker suddenly regaining power, coming back to life. This might be a splendid opportunity for redemption. Shi Guanming set his right hand on the lower part of Shao Ye's back, his fingertips drawing circles on his skin with varying pressure. Shao Ye couldn't help but elicit reactions he deemed inappropriate. He attempted to evade Shi Guanming's touch, but his other hand was firmly encircling his waist, leaving him no room to escape. Shi Guanming said leisurely, but the cafeteria has already closed.
Indeed.
Shao Ye tilted his head to glance out the window, where the sky had already darkened, indicating it was nearly 10 o'clock. He then said, tomorrow morning, as soon as the cafeteria opens, I will go. I promise you will be the first to enjoy a serving of mango pudding. However, Shi Guanming retorted, I crave it right now. Shao Ye furrowed his brow, troubled. He extended his arm in an attempt to grasp his mobile phone from the bedside table. Yet he fell short. Not only did Shi Guanming refuse to release his hold, but his fingers also slid further down, his upper body leaning in closer as he exhaled softly against Shao Ye's flushed ear. I find the cafeteria's offerings rather unimpressive, he remarked, as his fingers grazed the spot on Shao Ye's rear that had just received a playful slap. Shao Ye's muscles tensed involuntarily. Would he truly face another smack? Which place does the president favor? I can place an order for you, he inquired while subtly shifting his body to the opposite side of the bed. Then, predictably, his rear was met with another light tap, this one considerably softer than the previous, laden with flirtation. Unfortunately, Shao Ye's thoughts strayed far from that direction. Internally, he lamented, why must I be punished for helping the president order mango pudding? Stay still, commanded Shi Guanming, delivering 2 more playful slaps, the sensation undeniably pleasant. One day, he vowed, he would savor every last bite of that mango pudding. Must you continue? Shao Ye grimaced, finding this method of punishment unbearably humiliating. He negotiated, President, shall we not choose a different venue for this? The mind undoubtedly falters, and a slap in the face seems rather ineffective. After some contemplation, Shao Ye, filled with hopeful anticipation, proposed, why not strike the palm instead? Shi Guanming retorted, if you injure your hand, how will you write your reflection later? Shao Ye responded, but if he is already being punished, must he still write a reflection? That hardly seems right. He stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words, ultimately resigning himself to play the role of a subordinate, flattering Shi Guanming by saying, you truly consider everything, President. Have you finally decided to change the location of the punishment? Shao Ye's eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness. I'll apply the medicine for you, Shi Guanming said, reaching for the bottle of medication and cotton swabs on the cabinet. So, it won't be happening then? Shao Ye cautiously inquired, careful not to display his joy too overtly, though inwardly, his brows nearly soared with delight. Shi Guanming queried, what is wrong? Do you wish to endure a few more strikes? Shao Ye fervently shook his head. Observing Shi Guanming sitting at the edge of the bed, he added, "President, I can handle the application of the medicine myself." Shi Guanming remained silent, leaving Shao Ye with no choice but to refrain from further comments. After turning over, he felt somewhat inappropriate in front of the president, so he pulled the blanket to cover himself modestly. Shi Guanming cast a glance and then bent down to apply the medicated cotton swab to his chest. "President, you are truly kind to me," Shao Ye said, grinning foolishly as he lay on the bed. Shi Guanming simply acknowledged him with a non-committal Shao Ye gazed intently at the superior profile of Shi Guanming. Momentarily lost in thought, he recalled the recent slap and felt a lingering warmth on his backside. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up, "President, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Shi Guanming replied casually. However, he soon realized the folly of his nonchalance, as Shao Ye's inquiry was, "If the vice president were to make a mistake, would you strike him as well?" Shi Guanming. He nearly thrust the cotton swab he held into Shao Ye's navel, his expression impassive as he discarded the swab into a nearby trash bin. He then looked up with a smile and remarked, "Shao Ye, I believe the punishment you just received was perhaps insufficient." Shao Ye's mind conjured an image of Shi Guanming instructing the vice president to strip and recline on a bed, but he quickly dismissed it, feeling a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Undeterred by the risk of receiving another slap, Shao Ye asked, "President, you wouldn't strike him, would you?" While Shi Guanming was reluctant to continue this line of discourse, he was equally apprehensive about a future scenario where Shao Ye might confront the vice president, inquiring whether the president had ever struck him. Given the current circumstances, he realized it was not entirely beyond him to do so. Ultimately, with a reluctant nod, Shi Guanming acquiesced. Upon seeing the president's nod, Shao Ye felt an immediate surge of optimism, though a lingering sense of unease remained. Was he truly delighted that the president would only strike him? It was indeed a curious cause for celebration. The fact that he was the sole recipient of such treatment suggested something profound. It is evident that the president has already embraced him as one of his own. Shao Ye quickly convinced himself of this. He tugged at Shi Guanming's sleeve and inquired, "President, may I pose another question?" Shi Guanming, somewhat exasperated, glanced at him. This time, he set aside the cotton swab and retrieved the ointment, replying, "Consider your question carefully before asking." Shao Ye, feeling a bit bashful, asked, "Between you and the vice president, who do you think is more capable?" Shi Guanming squeezed a dollop of milky ointment and gently spread it across Shao Ye's chest, questioning, "What prompts this inquiry?" With conviction, Shao Ye declared, "I have always regarded the vice president as my aspirational goal, wishing to become someone equally beneficial to the president. I wish to understand how far I am from him." Nonsense. He is destined to surpass the vice president in the future, becoming the most exceptional aide to the president. Previously, he felt sidelined by the student council's affairs, prompting him to forge a new path through Jiang Yan, hoping she might lend him her support. However, the outcome was rather uncertain. Although he was unable to unite the president and Jiang Yan, the president still held a favorable view of him. Shi Guanming paused in his ministrations, observing the mixture of seriousness and jealousy on Shao Ye's face. He patted Shao Ye's chest and reassured him, "Do not worry. There is no need for you to compete with him. Your potential is immense." Shao Ye's eyes sparkled under the overhead lights, radiating brilliance as he eagerly pressed, "President, could you elaborate on the areas in which I possess potential? I wish to explore them further." Shi Guanming smiled casually, nonchalantly kicking the bed leg before rising to gaze down at the person on the bed. He wiped the excess ointment from his hands with a tissue, offering a cryptic smile before saying, "I will explain later. I am going to take a shower. You can dress yourself." With that, he turned and walked into the adjacent bathroom. Shao Ye responded obediently, and once Shi Guanming had departed, he sprang up from the bed with a sudden motion. However, before he could steady himself, A thunderous crash reverberated as the entire upper half of the bed collapsed. Shao Ye exclaimed in bewilderment, sitting on the slanted mattress, instinctively glancing toward the bathroom. Such a commotion surely could not have gone unnoticed by Shi Guanming, yet there was no inquiry from within. Shao Ye climbed off the mattress and crouched down, squinting as he carefully inspected the situation beneath the bed. Having been at Jinqihua for quite some time, he had never encountered such a scene. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone, snapped a picture, and posted it on social media with the caption, "What is going on with the school's procurement department? This quality is unacceptable. Pointing fingers. JPG." It was easier to blame others than to reflect on oneself. The comments flooded in with exclamations, everyone curious about what he had done to cause the bed at Jinqihua to collapse. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the sound of rushing water drowned out the low, labored breaths. After more than half an hour, Shi Guanming emerged, clad solely in a black bathrobe, his damp hair clinging to his temples. He appeared less rigid than usual, embodying a sense of leisurely comfort. Noticing Shao Ye still crouched on the floor, he approached and asked, "What happened?" Shao Ye turned his head and pointed to the bed, saying, "President, that bed, it collapsed."
Oh,
Shi Guanming asked, astonished. How could it collapse? It has been perfectly fine for so many years. Shao Ye pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He exclaimed anxiously, "I don't know. I just tried to sit up, and it suddenly gave way with a loud crash. It truly has nothing to do with me, President." Shi Guanming lowered his gaze to inspect the bed, then glanced back at him. "It certainly won't happen again," he remarked, observing the nearly imperceptible gap between Shao Ye's thumb and index finger, and chuckled. "No worries, as long as you weren't hurt." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye's anxious heart finally settled. He sprang to his feet and declared, "Then tonight." He intended to say that he could simply sleep on the floor, but Shi Guanming interrupted him, saying, "Tonight, you should sleep in my bed." "This may not be appropriate, President." Shao Ye hesitated, feeling that sleeping in the president's bed might be a bit presumptuous. Shi Guanming simply replied, "What's inappropriate about it? After all, we are both men." "That is true," Shao Ye conceded. His agreement seemed somewhat reluctant, yet his actions of gathering his bedding and pillow to move to Shi Guanming's bed were anything but hesitant. Although Shao Ye's academic performance had only barely passed, he understood that throughout history, those who shared a bed with the leader were no ordinary subordinates. The dormitory bed was slightly larger than the one in the lounge, likely measuring 1.2 meters. It would still be a bit cramped for two adult men to sleep together. That evening, Shao Ye, while preparing to bathe, generously applied an abundance of shower gel, ensuring he emerged fragrant and refreshed. Once in bed, he curled up tightly under the covers, attempting to minimize the space he occupied to afford the president a more comfortable slumber. However, given his stature, no matter how he contorted himself, he inevitably claimed at least half of the bed, unless he were to amputate a limb. Shao Ye recognized this predicament and addressed Shi Guanming, saying, "President, if I inadvertently encroach upon your space while we sleep, feel free to awaken me directly." Shi Guanming had been reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Yet, upon Shao Ye's emergence from the bathroom, the page before him remained untouched, frozen in time. Hearing Shao Ye's considerate suggestion, he closed the book and turned to regard the individual beside him, recalling the sight of Shao Ye fast asleep on previous nights. Shi Guanming softly echoed, "Awaken?" Shao Ye affirmed with a hum, nodding earnestly, and added, "Or you could simply kick me out of bed." The room was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Shao Ye, far from feeling drowsy, fixed his slightly rounded eyes upon the pitch-black ceiling. After a prolonged gaze, colorful spots began to dance before his eyes. He called out softly, "President? May I ask something?" "Go ahead," came the reply. Shao Ye turned over to face Shi Guanming and quietly inquired, "President, what was the reason for my punishment today?" Shi Guanming countered with the question, "Do you not know?" Is it because I was involved in a fight? Shao Ye speculated. Shi Guanming replied, in the future, refrain from getting entangled in any matters concerning Jiang Yan.
Why?
Shao Ye inquired. Previously, the president mentioned he would find someone else to assist Jiang Yan. Yet, he had not perceived any such action. Shi Guanming refrained from disclosing the reason, merely uttering 2 words, be obedient. Shao Ye, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, retorted, President, love is something one must strive for oneself. How can you lack initiative? This will only lead to losses. Shi Guanming shifted his position to face Shao Ye, the cool moonlight cascading over the cramped bed, his eyes sparkling as if filled with countless tiny stars. A warm breath brushed against Shao Ye's face, and he heard Shi Guanming let out a soft sigh, asking, am I not proactive enough? Shao Ye, uncertain, questioned, proactive. Really? After a brief silence, Shi Guanming flicked Shao Ye's forehead gently, without holding back. Shao Ye, bewildered, covered his forehead and asked, President? Why must I be with Jiang Yan? Shi Guanming replied, because I like Jiang Yan. Shao Ye responded with conviction, of course, if you like her, you ought to be together. Otherwise, would you have her with Sisu? Absolutely not. In this matter, Shi Guanming acknowledged his own faults. Initially, he had indeed allowed Shao Ye to provoke Sisu and the others, so when Shao Ye inquired, he had tacitly agreed, never anticipating that events would escalate to this point. Shi Guanming could only assert, my feelings for her are not as you perceive. He recalled that scoundrels often utter such words when caught with someone else. What are you thinking? Shi Guanming asked. Shao Ye cleared his throat, refraining from suggesting that the president resembled a cat. Instead, he chuckled foolishly and inquired of Shi Guanming, what is that like? Shi Guanming replied, my feelings for Jiang Yan are more akin to admiration for a diligent, persevering classmate. Is that so? Shao Ye responded, somewhat skeptical. The truth was, there was no admiration whatsoever. It was merely his boredom that propelled him to seek something intriguing to engage in. However, he decided that such revelations were best kept to himself. These matters are inconsequential, Shi Guanming remarked. Shao Ye opened his mouth, feeling that they were indeed significant. After all, what was the purpose of all his previous efforts? Shi Guanming continued, Shao Ye, have you ever considered that if I were to acquire a girlfriend, my days would be consumed with attending classes, managing various student council affairs, and spending time dining, conversing, and dating her? I would scarcely have time to attend to your affairs. Should you find yourself in trouble with Sisu and his ilk, I might not be able to assist you in time. He paused, allowing Shao Ye ample time to digest this alarming revelation, then added, moreover, if you were to have a conflict with my girlfriend or one of her friends or classmates, whom do you suppose I should support? Shao Ye was taken aback, for he had never contemplated such a scenario before. After a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Shi Guanming's logic was sound, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Surely, a girlfriend would take precedence over a younger brother. If Shi Guanming were to disregard him altogether, what value would there be in acknowledging him as a leader? Did he still wish for him to pursue a relationship with Jiang Yan? Shi Guanming inquired. However, Shao Ye, whose intellect was already not particularly sharp, suddenly found himself engulfed in a tempest of confusion. With great effort, he managed to voice his thoughts. But even if you were to date someone else, wouldn't you still have other girlfriends in the future? Wouldn't that mean you can't concern yourself with me anymore? Beneath the soft glow of the moonlight, Shi Guanming observed the worry and perplexity etched on his face, feeling a delightful itch in his heart. How could he be so endearing? He mused that during their first encounter, he should have spirited him away to bed for a proper lesson. Perhaps, he replied. Shao Ye's features contorted in a frown. That shouldn't be the case. Why would a girlfriend conflict with a younger brother? Is that reasonable? It may not necessarily be a girlfriend, Shi Guanming interjected suddenly.
Huh.
If not a girlfriend, then what could it be? Without elaborating further on the topic, Shi Guanming concluded. All right, it's quite late now. You should get some rest. Shao Ye anticipated that this question would trouble him throughout the night, yet within 5 minutes of Shi Guaning's statement, he cast aside thoughts of Jiang Yan and drifted into a deep slumber. His sleep was not particularly tranquil, a conclusion Shi Guaning had reached after several nights of observation. Patiently, he lingered for a brief moment, and soon Shao Ye tossed off the covers, stretching his arms and kicking his legs. Adjusting the air conditioning to a cooler setting, Shi Guaning felt Shao Ye gravitate towards him. He wrapped his arm around Shao Ye's waist, akin to embracing a warm, cuddly bear. The night passed in blissful repose. As sunlight streamed into the tranquil dormitory, Shao Ye yawned and stirred slowly from his dreams. Today is rather unusual. When he awoke, Shi Guanming had not yet risen. It appeared that Shi Guanming was just stirring from slumber, the collar of his pajamas slightly ajar, revealing a hint of taut muscle beneath. A fleeting thought crossed Shao Ye's mind, but he could not grasp it. He opened his mouth and said, "President, good morning." "Morning," Shi Guanming replied. Shao Ye cast a glance at the blankets covering them both and feigned casual inquiry, "President, why are you in my blanket?"
Ah.
Shao Ye stumbled. The words of loyalty he intended to express dying on his lips. Shao Ye widened his eyes, earnestly awaiting Shi Guanming's next words. "Below," Shi Guanming stated.
Below?
"Below what?" Oh, it seemed he had inadvertently touched upon something.
Ah.
Shao Ye's mind was utterly obliterated by this revelation, his hair standing on end. He had already felt sufficiently embarrassed when he was spanked yesterday, but he never anticipated that there could be a more humiliating moment. In that instant, he envisioned a rapid succession of events from his life, yet it felt regrettably brief. I'm sorry. Shao Ye hastily apologized. This was a natural physiological reaction beyond his cerebral control. He could only scramble out of bed, seeking to distance himself from the president as swiftly as possible. However, Shi Guanming intercepted him, his other hand swiftly diving beneath the covers. "No need to apologize, I understand," Shi Guanming said with an accommodating smile, as if enveloped in a faint halo of light. "This merely indicates that Shao Ye's health is robust and functions normally." His fingers were somewhat cool, long and agile. Shao Ye felt as though he were enveloped in a haze, as if seated upon a soft cloud, so tender it stirred a sense of unease, as though he might tumble from it at any moment. By the time everything subsided, he could scarcely recall how events had unfolded. He sat dazed upon his bed, his gaze vacant, his entire being rendered motionless. Was he dreaming? Surely, he would not dare to dream of such magnitude. Had the president truly grown so intimate with him? If he were to exert himself further, would it not lead to? Shao Ye hastily quelled his perilous thoughts. Chapter 21. Shao Ye felt entirely numbed, harboring grave doubts that his mind, along with his body, had been thoroughly emptied alongside Shi Guaning moments prior. He mechanically donned his attire, descended from his bed to wash up, and without uttering a word to Shi Guaning, he pushed open the door and exited the dormitory. His feet felt weightless, as if he were in a trance, gliding into the classroom with the sound of the bell ringing in his ears. He leaned upon his desk, propping his head with his textbook, entirely oblivious to the teacher's discourse from the podium, yet this was of little consequence, for he often found himself similarly disengaged in class. Images, uncontrollable and vivid, began to replay in his mind. The scenes themselves were not particularly excessive. The true excess had transpired beneath the covers. He recalled distinctly the sensations at that moment. Shi Guaning's cool fingers gradually drawing closer, far more pleasurable than any self-induced comfort he had ever experienced. Wait. He could not dwell on this any longer. Yet, how had the president managed to maintain such nonchalance? Could it be that this was not his first encounter with such matters? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unbeknownst to him, the bell signaling the end of class had already rung. Typically, Even during the brief 10-minute interlude, Shao Ye would hasten downstairs to enjoy the fresh air, yet today he remained unusually compliant in his seat. His desk mate cast a curious glance in his direction and inquired, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Running a fever?" Shao Ye lifted his gaze to meet his companion's eyes. He opened his mouth as if to articulate a thought, but after a prolonged silence, he merely exhaled a sigh. Clearing his throat, he addressed his desk mate. "Tell me, if a man were to offer you, would that be considered normal?" "Offer me what?" His desk mate replied, bewildered. "My friend, could you refrain from omitting key details when posing a question? Whether it's a sum of 10 million or merely a slap. The difference is rather significant. To give you." Shao Ye's lips parted, but the remainder of his statement eluded him. Ultimately, he gestured dismissively, saying, "Never mind. It's nothing." It seemed this matter would require his own contemplation. His desk mate, feeling at a loss, was left hanging with anticipation, only to be met with a vague response that held no substance. "Are you truly not feverish?" he asked again, his concern for Shao Ye's unusual demeanor growing. Shao Ye waved his hand dismissively. No, go about your business. If you're not feverish, then go downstairs for practice. Our classmates are all waiting for you." His desk mate urged. Shao Ye, "Oh, I completely forgot. Today is the day for relay practice. Due to the rescheduling of the sports meet 3 days earlier, everyone's training has become increasingly intense. During the day, Shao Ye runs between classes, and in the evening, he rehearses for a short play. The time available for leisure activities has significantly diminished compared to before, and even the swarm of flies surrounding Jiang Yan goes unattended due to his lack of time and inclination. Whenever he finds a moment to spare, the vivid images from this morning's bed linger in his mind, leaving him perplexed. What could the association president possibly mean? Is it a commendation for the outstanding performance of his subordinate? It hardly seems exceptional. Was it intended solely for him, or does everyone receive the same acknowledgement? The more Shao Ye contemplates, the more chaotic his thoughts become, making it impossible for him to focus. During rehearsal, he forgets his lines multiple times when it is his turn to speak. The class monitor, seated below, sighs heavily, rolling her script into a tube and slapping it against the table with a resounding thud. She remarks, "Brother Yi, my dear brother, you surely do not wish to become a mute wizard." The arts committee member chimes in, "A mute might be too much. In his current state, he could at best portray a vegetative state." Shao Ye can only apologize repeatedly, claiming he is preoccupied with thoughts. What thoughts could he be entertaining? In love? The class monitor inquires with curiosity. The arts committee member punctures the class monitor's speculation, saying, "Does he even have time for romance?" Whenever he has a spare moment, he rushes off to the student council. The class monitor rolls her eyes at her, so it cannot be that he is in love with the president? After a moment of serious contemplation, the arts committee member concedes that there is indeed a semblance of plausibility, adding, "Is the president a maid?" The class monitor replies gravely, "Given the circumstances at our school, it should rather be a male servant." The arts committee member exclaimed, "That's incorrect. Given our school's circumstances, it should at least be a baron." Their laughter filled the air, but when they looked up, they found Shao Ye's face flushed, as if it were about to be boiled. Unable to withstand the relentless inquiries from his female classmates, Shao Ye fled before the rehearsal concluded. As he made his way back to the dormitory, he pondered what he ought to say upon encountering the president. Should he inquire about the events of the morning, or should he act as though nothing had transpired? Lost in thought, he found himself standing outside his dorm room, hesitating in the corridor for an extended period. It wasn't until he received a message from Shi Guanming, questioning how long he intended to linger outside, that he reluctantly pushed open the door. Inside the dormitory, Shi Guanming sat in a chair, engrossed in the documents before him, oblivious to Shao Ye's entrance. Shao Ye attempted to feign indifference, mirroring Shi Guanming's demeanor, but his resolve faltered. As soon as he stepped inside, His gaze involuntarily fell upon Shi Guanming's right hand, which held the papers. The fingers were pale and elongated, reminiscent of a flawless work of art. Never before had Shao Ye considered that this hand could perform such actions for him. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him tingling with a peculiar sensation. He swallowed hard, straining to divert his gaze, only to notice the bed he had carelessly disheveled the previous night still lay in disarray. Shao Ye approached, circling the bed to confirm his eyes had not deceived him. Once Shi Guanming set aside the documents, Shao Ye pointed towards the bed and inquired, "President, hasn't the school sent anyone to repair the bed?" Shi Guanming followed the direction indicated by his finger and remarked, "No. Have you called someone to repair it?" Shao Ye rubbed the back of his head, perplexed, and replied, "Yes, they told me they would come today." Shi Guanming suggested, "Perhaps they simply forgot due to some matters." Shao Ye acknowledged this with an "oh" and exhibited no suspicion, saying, "I'll remind them again tomorrow. For tonight, I suppose I'll sleep on the floor." Shi Guanming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is this? Are you rejecting my company?" No, Shao Ye hastily denied, realizing that should he be blamed for such a thing, his subordinate life would come to an abrupt end. "Then, why do you wish to sleep on the floor?" I'm afraid I might crowd you." Shao Ye earnestly widened his eyes, attempting to make his sincerity appear more credible. Very well," he concluded, biting his lip, and softly asked, "President, about this morning?" Shi Guanming was not one to feign ignorance. He directly asked, "What about this morning? Were you unwell?" Shao Ye was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the president maintained such composure. No wonder he was capable of being the president. "I felt fine, but why did you act that way?" Shao Ye had held this question for an entire day, and now he finally posed it. Shi Guanming apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. You were just too adorable at that moment. I couldn't resist." Shao Ye stood still, somewhat bewildered. This wasn't the first time Shi Guanming had complimented him on his cuteness, yet he always felt that such a term was far removed from his essence. How could he possibly be considered cute? Just like now, Shi Guanming remarked, "There you go again." Shao Ye's cheeks flushed crimson, his hands clenched into fists, unsure of where to place them. Shi Guanming continued, even more endearing. Confused, Shao Ye darted his eyes in all directions, unable to meet his gaze. Shi Guanming leaned back slightly in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture, his right hand resting on the adjacent table, fingers rhythmically tapping. He inquired again, "So, do you mind?" "Mind what?" Shao Ye felt as if his brain were on the verge of overheating. Should he say he minded or not? If he admitted to minding, would the president be upset? Would it be considered a lie? Conversely, if he claimed not to mind, it seemed there would be no issue. Both he and the president appeared to be satisfied, even if he was still uncertain as to what exactly pleased the president. It could tentatively be deemed a win-win situation. With his somewhat muddled intellect, Shao Ye weighed the pros and cons, sensing that something about this situation was indeed amiss. Though he could not pinpoint the nature of the flaw, or why it was problematic, it felt a tad unusual for a man to assist another man in such a manner. Though not excessively so, it was conceivable that the president simply had such a preference. As an aspiring subordinate, he ought to display understanding and bravery in his dedication. Moreover, this form of dedication seemed rather pleasurable. Uncertain, Shao Ye replied, "I don't mind. I suppose." "Then come over and let me assist you." Shi Guanming beckoned with a smile. Shao Ye's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that after having devoted himself in the morning, he would be summoned once more that evening. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to endure such demands. Though he verbally expressed his reluctance, he found himself unconsciously moving toward Shi Guanming. Shi Guanming, having set aside his hands, leaned against a nearby cabinet, thoroughly amused. Once his laughter subsided, he addressed Shao Ye with a teasing tone, "I was merely jesting." Shao Ye halted abruptly, his gaze now directed at Shi Guanming, infused with a sense of accusation and a hint of grievance. Observing his reaction, Shi Guaning suppressed his smile, straightened his posture, and seductively remarked, "However, it is not impossible for you, Shao Ye, to desire it now." Uncertain whether Shi Guaning was jesting again, Shao Ye remained silent, fixed on him. A rare flicker of guilt stirred within Shi Guaning's heart, but it was soon overwhelmed by an exhilarating wave of delight. He looked up at Shao Ye and assured him, "This time, I am not deceiving you. I truly mean it."
Then,
"I do not wish for it," Shao Ye replied, lacking conviction. "Is that so?" Shi Guaning inquired, his gaze penetrating and gradually descending from Shao Ye's chest to lower regions. Feeling flustered under Shi Guaning's scrutiny, Shao Ye questioned his own normalcy. Could he really be so peculiar as to respond merely to a few words? Instinctively, he glanced down, finding nothing amiss. He then hastily remarked, "It's not particularly exhausting. It's comparable to the usual amount of exercise I engage in." Shi Guaning nodded, his eyes sweeping over Shao Ye's body, and with a knowing expression, he replied, "I understand." This evening, Shao Ye lay once again on Shi Guanming's bed, wrapping himself snugly in the quilt, silently vowing that he absolutely could not burrow into the president's blankets tonight. After finishing his bath, Shi Guanming joined him, his body carrying the same scent as Shao Ye's. Unexpectedly, he inquired, "Do you have any plans for your future?" "Plans?" Shao Ye tilted his head, pondering earnestly, and asked, "Would it be considered a plan if I intend to follow the president indefinitely?" Shi Guanming chuckled, "Following me forever? For what purpose?" "To be a little brother," Shao Ye declared, patting his chest through the quilt. "President, you can entrust me with any arduous or menial tasks. Why do you take such pleasure in being a little brother?" Shi Guanming found it hard to comprehend Shao Ye's mindset. He had encountered many individuals, yet only Shao Ye regarded being a subordinate as a goal. Most others, even while performing assistant roles, aspired to become leaders themselves. Assuming a solemn demeanor akin to delivering a speech under the national flag, Shao Ye proclaimed, "The first time I met you, President, I was profoundly impressed by your competence and charisma. To work alongside you is a rare fortune." This was the truth, and for some inexplicable reason, it left Shi Guanming feeling a bit flustered. Shao Ye's voice grew softer, eventually whispering, "In the future, when I mention that I am the president's person, everyone will have to be respectful, and the school cannot force me to apologize to fools anymore." Shi Guanming nodded, not surprised, and continued to question him. "There must be many people at school who can help you realize your ambitions. Why did you choose me? For instance, Si Su and Zhong Xingze, to a certain extent, possess a stronger presence in the eyes of their peers." If Shao Ye were to introduce himself as someone associated with Si Su or Zhong Xingze, the impact would be rather similar. Shao Ye instinctively remarked, "Isn't just you, the president?" This statement evidently pleased Shi Guanming, who let out a soft chuckle, the vibrations from his chest seemingly resonating in Shao Ye's eardrums. Lowering his head, he raised an arm and gently flicked Shao Ye's brow with his fingers, saying, "If you wish to be part of my circle, there are more ways than merely being a subordinate." He leaned in ever so closely, nearly rendering Shao Ye breathless, as the rapid thumping of his heart echoed within his chest. Avoiding Shi Guanming's gaze, Shao Ye dryly inquired, "What other options are there?" Was he expected to conjure something himself? Wasn't he that putting undue pressure on him? It wasn't until the day of the sports meet that Shao Ye remained puzzled by the entire situation. The student body of Jinkewa Academy was not particularly large, and with the events divided between the high school and middle school, the atmosphere would typically be modest. Yet, the school's wealth transformed the occasion into a spectacle of drums and firecrackers, with red flags waving amidst a considerable crowd. Amidst the fervent cheers, Shao Ye sprinted across the finish line, grabbing the red ribbon at his waist and waving it towards the gathering. Turning around, he spotted Shi Guanming approaching him with a water bottle from a short distance away. The cool autumn breeze brushed against his brow, and just as his heart was meant to steady, it began to race once more with fervent intensity. This year, The awards were once again presented by the school's venerable elder. As Shao Ye received his medal, he hurried over to Shi Guanming. In the spring, he had been unable to properly showcase the medal that symbolized his robust physique to the president, but now he could drape the medal directly around Shi Guanming's neck. It was truly inspiring. Shao Ye silently shed a tear of bittersweet emotion. After this moment of reflection, he realized that there was, in fact, little for him to feel sorrowful about. When he presented the medal to Shi Guanming, the latter was engaged with several student council members, organizing the afternoon's events. Seeing Shao Ye approach with the medal, Shi Guanming, with documents and a pen in both hands, smiled briefly, lowering his head. Shao Ye promptly understood and placed the medal around his neck. The onlooking student council members were wide-eyed in astonishment. Shao Ye found their reaction perplexing. He mused that the president must be quite exhausted from working with them all day. Unfortunately, he could not offer any consolation at that moment, as he had another event to attend. He waved goodbye to Shi Guanming and dashed away. The astonished murmurs from the student council members grew louder. Shao Ye fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by a phone call around 6 in the evening. Donning his wizard robe, he sprinted towards the gymnasium with the speed of a black whirlwind. At that moment, his deskmate stealthily approached his little cart and, in a hushed tone, asked, "Yiga, do you really like Shi Guanming?" "What?" Shao Ye did not catch that. His deskmate repeated the question, "Do you like Shi Guanming?" This time, Shao Ye heard clearly and was so startled that he leapt from his cart, exclaiming in reflexive denial, "No way. Don't say such things." His deskmate squatted on the ground, staring at him in bewilderment, and asked, "Why are you reacting so strongly?" "I was just asking casually." "How could you casually inquire about whether I like Shi Guanming?" Shao Ye stammered again. "Why don't you ask me if I like Sisu instead?" His deskmate replied with a slight smirk, "Well, that's quite an original approach." Upon finishing, he couldn't help but ponder seriously. For Sisu, could this be deemed a challenge? "You've successfully ignited my ire." Shao Ye squinted dangerously at his deskmate. "Don't divert the topic. Why are you asking this? Is there some ulterior motive at play? You scoundrel." His deskmate quickly distanced himself from any blame. "I didn't start this. It's all over the school forum." "All over? What's all over?" Shao Ye was filled with confusion. His deskmate inquired, "Haven't you checked the school forum?" Shao Ye grimaced. "I never look at that nonsense." In truth, when he first enrolled, he occasionally glanced at it. But the homepage was inundated with a horde of anonymous complaints about their insufferable roommates. Complaining alone accomplishes nothing. A real man takes action. His deskmate, unsure of how to respond, realized that the forum was buzzing with gossip, while the person involved remained blissfully unaware. "Why don't you check it out now?" he cautiously suggested. "All right then." Shao Ye glanced at the stage, noting that there was no immediate role for him, and pulled out his phone to log onto the forum. The president's young boyfriend? A young boyfriend. He follows the president everywhere, never leaving her side during meals or sleep. Where did the president find such a companion? Shao Ye's brows furrowed tightly. Who was so audacious as to tarnish the president's reputation on the forum? If he caught them, they would surely pay for it. With a determination to administer justice, he solemnly clicked on the post. However, after a mere 3 seconds, the main post revealed a snapshot of himself crossing the finish line at the sports meet. The poster had captioned the photo, "This young boyfriend's chest muscles look quite impressive." Shao Ye? Chapter 23. Due to this incident, the old lady held a grudge against Lu Yuhuan. Today, when she observed Lu Yuhuan, she felt it was different. When a living person begins to regard a spirit as agreeable, it signifies the nearing end of their earthly life. The distinction between the realms was well understood by the old lady. Within Li Huifeng's body resided an abundance of yin energy, which could only be dispelled by the penetrating force of pure yang. Otherwise, she would be unable to alter her destiny. The lightning was but a flicker of yang amidst the shadows, dependent on the girl's fortune. Even though the palace banquet had concluded, the regent's wife displayed no discernment, continuously circling around their empress, utterly oblivious to the peculiar glances exchanged between their king and the regent of the city. He exchanged a knowing look with Feng Xian, uttering no words, and retrieved a token from his breast pocket, handing it to Hu's guard.
Susu's entourage, with cheerful smiles,
chattered animatedly as they followed me toward the grand hall on the first floor. These words truly startled Shard, causing him to abandon his usual assertiveness and promptly delegate full responsibility for the matter to Castro. Hardship was inconsequential. Results were all that mattered. Sun Chong waved his hand dismissively and slowly rose, striding towards the exit of the private room with his hands clasped behind his back. Chun Shao spoke coldly, aware that the Gate of Spirits had been taken by Jiang Yenyun, signifying that Jiang Yenyun was indeed intent on dealing with him. Should he dare voice a single complaint, Jiang Yenyun would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving him with no choice but to endure for the time being, plotting his revenge for the future. Thus, Zhu, the steward, presented Yi Yang with a detailed map of the northern district of Yen City, marking a specific point, Old Ji's residence. At that moment, the bloodlight that had pierced through the void and the chaotic darkness gradually faded, revealing only a deep, pitch-black passage, akin to a gaping maw leading to an unknown realm. Indeed. Brother Mu Yuan. The two suddenly recalled that familiar name which frequently echoed in their ears. The inexplicable becomes explicable, the infinite becomes finite. It is both profound and enigmatic. Whether one can successfully take the final step remains unspeakable, beyond reach and comprehension. It seems the newly appointed enforcer is quite formidable, having even instigated a night ban. Fong Village suddenly remarked. Yes, indeed. Last night was spent in revelry at a hotel, and now I am utterly exhausted, Zhong Xixin retorted, her ire stoked by the incessant taunts of Vixen. On this desolate mountain, there lay an immensely vast tunnel into which Chun Zhao's sensing ability penetrated, and a joyful expression suddenly illuminated his face. No wonder the police have been unable to locate Mike. It turns out he has undergone plastic surgery and assumed a new identity, transforming into an entirely different person. In order to bring Jackson to justice, Wang Chung must reach out to the American police, hoping to obtain Mike's DNA profile from them. Prompted by Su Dong's reminder, Yang Zhen recalls the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect guarding the entrance to the altar. They must first deal with these individuals before they can enter the shrine. The white-clad man, as the last character to appear in this narrative, embodies a profound tragedy, yet the tragedy ends there. Following the white-clad man's self-inflicted demise, the enforcement team did not abandon their pursuit of Lu Tianxiang. Well then, let's place our faith in this so-called fate and see what outcome it brings us. At this moment, Lu Tianxiang chooses to believe in destiny. Xiao Ming let out a fierce grunt, shielding I Ching with his body, only to fall victim to a treacherous plot. Upon looking up, he saw Go Juling swiftly retreating into the inner hall. Deeply moved, I Ching reached out to support Xiao Ming, noticing his furrowed brow and the bloodstains on his back, yet he waved his hand, signaling that he was not gravely injured, and swiftly pursued into the inner hall. Brother Xiong, I must implore you to clarify this matter for me. He Jiao realized that words would be futile at this point and could only cast a pleading glance towards Chun Shen for assistance. Yu Feng, indifferent to his own brother, busied himself with his tasks, pondering Yu Yun, sometimes truly perplexed by the fact that as Chao Ji's aide, he had not acquired any useful skills, yet had become increasingly miserly. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter echoed from outside. Just by the sound, everyone recognized that it was the family's second elder. Known for his booming voice and boisterous demeanor, a figure who was renowned for making his presence felt even before he arrived. Jian Yi just arrived? Here. I have an extra cup of coffee for you. As Jian Yi immersed herself in her design sketches, her colleague, Xiao Jian, approached with a cup of Starbucks coffee and, before Jian Yi could respond, placed it on her desk. Bai Ying, once again feeling faint, leaned against a tree, gazing at the white bones of her right arm and the remnants of a bead that had dissipated into wisps of azure energy, her heart filled with trepidation. "It's restored. Tuck it away," she exclaimed in exasperation, pushing open the door to Tianyuan's room, where only Su Jian was present, rising to greet her. The night was profound, enveloped in an eerie stillness and a penetrating chill, prompting Jian Yi to instinctively wrap her arms around herself for warmth. I lay there calling out, while Zhu Yan rolled up the surplus blankets, placing them behind me to help me sit up slightly. Indeed, it was far more substantial than I had anticipated. Each time he moved, I felt almost overwhelmed. The vampire, with its neck severed, crumbled to ashes as if seared by flames. Yan Yijuan cast a deep glance at her, but offered no response. Even his silver tongue found no place to articulate. However, as professional bodyguards, they promptly committed the license plate number of the black commercial vehicle to memory, one dialing for assistance while the other immediately contacted Su Tingrui. Chapter 24. A wave of alcohol surged within Wang Shuizao, whose melancholic mood prompted him to take a leisurely stroll along Guangming Avenue. The Black Crocodile Army's airborne division was seething with fury, eagerly yearning for a decisive confrontation with the demonic legion. "Naturally, you are my dearest sister," the cousin replied without a hint of hesitation. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair were determined not to yield to one another. Once their quarrel commenced, it was bound to escalate. Meng Yuhai found herself caught in the middle, her head throbbing from their incessant bickering. The ability to traverse even the dual-layered national borders, or assist others in doing so, raised the question, was this heavenly intent truly omnipotent? This time, Tian Lu no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, he found himself standing before the support system's entrance. Upon hearing Jiang Shang's words, the Black Bear and Tom, who had taken several steps away, promptly turned back, while Ahu's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, fixated on Jiang Shang. After listening to Demuta share insights about the serious, mystical realm, Shao Ye departed this seemingly sacred place alongside Hyukatu. In that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt a profound sense of elation. Pei Xingji's words resonated deeply within him. He had already risen from the dragon throne, and had it not been for the consideration of his image as a sovereign, he would have nearly danced with abandon before the assembled ministers in the Xianzheng Hall. Ningyi attempted to call again, only to be met with an automated message stating that the recipient's phone was turned off, requesting to dial later. For Luo Xia, overcoming gravitational pull had become a trivial challenge. Even soaring through the skies alongside Megatron posed no difficulty whatsoever. After quietly listening to Emperor Yuanqing's lengthy discourse, he gently closed his eyes, ceasing to speak, and merely posed a question to Jiang Wuji. This was a calamity for most spirits residing within the spiritual realm, as the loss of its protection meant that once the winds of misfortune blew, many souls would be scattered like dust. The silver lining, however, was that this empire, bolstered by the Azerbaijan Turks, lacked any maritime lineage. Yet, due to the distinct geographical characteristics across regions, various languages had emerged in northern South Asia. As expected, a thunderous explosion resonated, shattering the immense emerald sphere. Simultaneously, two figures swiftly retreated to opposite ends, fixating their gazes upon one another. Lu De had a multitude of governmental affairs to attend to, particularly regarding the inspection of Yen State, which was of utmost importance at present. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to follow the instinctive pull towards the enigmatic presence that called to him, preparing to investigate further. Reflecting on the substantial gains of the night, Qin Ibai felt a surge of inspiration, locking his consciousness onto the estate below, and in a flash, he descended towards it. Suing awakened from the numbness in her limbs, realizing she had curled up against the door panel and slept through the night. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian furrowed her brow, casting aside her customary dagger, and sighed heavily. The thought that Su Li's future accomplishments might be limited to this point stirred an inexplicable sense of regret within her. These refugees seem to have finally released their pent-up grievances of having their families destroyed, relentlessly pursuing vengeance beyond the confines of Earth, only to be met with a crushing defeat by the Spirit Armor Brigade left behind by Qin Ibai in the Celestial Realm. Ah, Chen. Here's an extra pair of underwear. Perhaps you could make do with it? Song Jie remarked, lifting a pair of undergarments with his short blade. Captain Zhang, what is the situation? Zhao Ju inquired as he appeared, addressing the police officer in charge at the scene. Miss Qianqian, I shall never forget the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me today. Given your prior encounters with beasts, please allow me to pay my respects, Su Li declared, kneeling before her with sincerity. Faced with the landlady's warm hospitality, Yang Tianlong found himself somewhat overwhelmed, hastily finishing his meal. After all, as a cultivator, missing a meal was of little consequence. Shui Yun patted Su Shiji's shoulder with great enthusiasm. Filled with admiration for the man who had achieved so much within just a few years, it was indeed no small feat. Wang Peng shifted his body closer to the table, raising his hand to finish the remaining coffee in his cup. His brow furrowed slightly. In the brief span of time, it had already grown cold, signifying that some matters must be addressed promptly and without hesitation. Having grown accustomed to witnessing the life and death of others, Li Nan believed he had adapted to the medical profession. Yet, when faced with the potential for mortality in his own hands, he faltered. He was a doctor, not a butcher. He could only save lives, not take them. But in this moment, could he truly save Lu Ziming? Subsequently, Shimen Jingyan exited the room, leaving Qian Roro alone with the illicit materials pertaining to the White Cloud Group's clandestine dealings. All the war prisoners, in unison, bowed their heads and averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet the eyes of Lu Xuehua and Cui Yingshi, who stood at the forefront. Each year, a proportion of the profits was allocated to a support fund, ensuring the capability to continue acquiring cashmere and wool from herders, even amidst a sluggish market. Wang Peng gazed steadily into Jiang Xiaoping's eyes. Song Yuan, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to Mo Beihai, as the soul-devouring gun was exceedingly perilous, and he could not allow it to fall into the hands of others so easily. Sun Mimi had lost considerable weight. Her already slender figure appeared even more emaciated, though her spirit remained intact. Upon seeing Wang Peng, she inquired about his well-being just as she had in the past, expressing concern for his daily needs, which stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Song Kaishun carried the cart into the woods on the mountain, secured it, and laid it down to avoid drawing attention. Noticing her slight inebriation, Yin Er intended to assist her, yet she continued forward, stepping onto a stone bench and climbing onto the table. In a brief moment, Yuan Lang dismounted at a medium-sized military tent. The guards outside, upon seeing his arrival, hastily attempted to call out, but Yuan Lang halted them. The chill on his arm dissipated, the pressure binding his arm vanished abruptly, and Mo aptly placed a hand on Li Muir's shoulder, gently pushing her away as he made his way toward Ma Kong. Meanwhile, Mu Bin, whom Li Muir caught a glimpse of, was visibly struggling to turn away, his hands trembling slightly, as if afraid of causing her pain, each movement appearing to require considerable effort. It appears that Brother Tsong is indeed a genuine and principled individual. Chapter 25. Suddenly, Kong Yupeng fell silent. He sensed that we were not jesting. That day, he had checked his account balance, which was indeed 500,000. If this were true, then there was only one possibility. His subordinates had encountered a problem. One could imagine that if such attacks continued, this ancient and revered treasure of the sect might be utterly shattered. In Japan, being recognized as a master of karate equates to being the head of a martial arts school in our country. Moreover, in contemporary times, Chinese martial arts often emphasize showmanship, while Japanese karate is genuinely rooted in practical combat. The supreme Hunyuan skill is derived from this bell structure, with 4 spirit pools embedded, perfectly corresponding to the positions of the 4 celestial stones. Bei Rushue gazed blankly at the retreating figure of Yan Jiqing. This individual was truly beyond description. With just one move, her second uncle was defeated before he even had a chance to counter. Reflecting on how Bei Rushue had previously mutilated her own arm with unwavering confidence, it could be said that the Bei family was now utterly shamed. After a moment, a white figure soared through the air on a sword from afar, landing directly in front of Long Yang, surveying him with an air of superiority and exerting his true energy over the entire scene. He could not guarantee whether those lower-ranked martial spirits would intervene. Should they choose to act, it would be exceedingly difficult for him and the indomitable spirit to escape. Thus, in light of the situation, he opted to allow Guo Qingyang and the others to depart first, while he and his companions would remain behind to cover their retreat. Who could have imagined that he would forego reporting to the Grand Army in the Central Plains, opting instead to wreak havoc in the territories of the southern barbarians? Such audacity is truly commendable. As the echoes of the explosion gradually faded, Kuei Shan continued to hover behind Zhongling, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thanks to Kuei Shan's protection, Zhongling emerged unscathed from the earlier blast. What was he waiting for? Yang Jian, wielding his trident double-edged blade, began to slowly gather the power within him. Having activated his heavenly eye twice in succession, he had already expended nearly half of his strength. Choosing not to attack while intoxicated, he seized the opportunity to replenish his energy for the impending battle. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another bolt of lightning struck from the sky, rendering both the left bank and Pu Sijia unconscious. At this point, Yunjia found himself at a loss for words, realizing that indeed she had been evading him. Observing her delightful demeanor, so endearing and exquisite, he couldn't help but think how remarkably beautiful she was. Indeed, she was stunning. His admiration for her was profound, a longing ignited by her captivating presence. Upon hearing these words, Beichen Xian was not offended. Instead, he chuckled softly, watching as Yi Mei faded into the distance. Yan Ji, as she spoke, transformed into a bluish-green speck of light and drifted away, prompting Jia Si to hasten after her. Upon hearing her words, Beichen Xiang realized that his own remarks seemed rather hypocritical and that he had underestimated the intelligence of others. However, with urgency pressing upon him, he chose not to elaborate further in his defense. The complexion of Tai Qingshan underwent a dramatic transformation. He suddenly slid backward, covering nearly 3 meters. With a swift motion, he planted his right foot on the ground and leaped into the air, delivering a sweeping kick towards Ashalong. Ashalong evaded to the right, immediately blocking Tai Qingshan's leg with his left hand, propelling himself upward. Gu Yu's eyes ignited with a crimson fervor, resembling a frenzy as he brushed aside his father's hand, intent on rushing into the heart of the battle. Meanwhile, after Yi Qinfeng sat down, Su Jinxin followed suit, her gaze fixed upon him. A startled creature, spurred by the gunfire, leapt into the air and darted towards my left. I noticed a clouded leopard, approximately 4 meters away on my right, did not flee. Instead, it lunged towards me. I thought to myself, we bear no enmity. Must you truly engage in such a desperate struggle? The Lakers' performance at the outset starkly contrasted with their fierce declarations during the interview, as they were swiftly overwhelmed by a barrage from the Suns. Following the tip-off, Stoudemire and Richardson scored successively, granting the Suns a 7-0 lead. Since no one witnessed how Baisheng vanquished the Jin State's Iron Pagoda, how could there be any sense of awe? It was generally assumed that Baisheng was merely a fortunate cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, achieving a victory with the aid of the Liao State's divine crossbow camp. Just as Fu Hai contemplated issuing a warning to Yilingfeng, considering the matter settled, Zhang Mimi approached from the side. Beside the imperial palace in the capital lies the Grand Duke's residence, originally the abode of Nangong Xiongba. After the fourth prince ascended the throne, he undertook substantial renovations, transforming it into a temporary haven for the Nangong family in the capital. Here, Nangong Hongru and several members of the family reside and conduct their affairs. I inquired, what is amiss? Have you made any discoveries? Pretending to be intrigued, I too had my own revelations. Observing the team's commendable performance, Holland resolved to revive a previously abandoned strategy, opting to field the defensively adept Bamuda. While he elucidated tactics to the players, he remained oblivious to the dark countenance of Huang Yu, who had taken a seat beside him. In the Huaxia Nation, there are millions of active military personnel. The thought of augmenting their collective strength tenfold is beyond the imagination of the generals present. Particularly daunting is the prospect of these individuals armed with laser weaponry. Such a formation would be formidable indeed. Chapter 26. The meaning behind Yu Junqi's words was all too clear to Yu Ge. Essentially, it meant that should he recognize the limits of his ambitions, Yu Junshi would graciously overlook past transgressions, allowing him to live out his days in peace. Conversely, if he proved to be obstinate, Yu Junshi would not hesitate to act with due diligence. With little time to spare for Li Qingshao, the invitation extended to Li Muchuan was not one to be declined. Even though Li Jinhong consistently held a numerical advantage, he found himself at an impasse against Zhuge Ming's faction. The influx of patrons drawn by reputation naturally increased, and Lu Yen'er found it difficult to cope with their enthusiasm. She frequently graced the establishment with her melodies, even more devotedly than during her performances at the Waterside Pavilion, leading to a flourishing business for an Yi Lu. After resolving this matter, Shao Yuanshan visibly relaxed, as explaining the intricacies of the luminous screen to his juniors had proven to be an arduous annual task. Once all were gathered, he produced a roll call to ensure everyone's presence, nodding contentedly before proceeding with his self-introduction. Zheng scrutinized Hua Ling with a mix of longing and resignation. Fortune forbade him from indulging in the delectable fare, compelling him to embrace the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, and feign slumber once more. The memory of that night's Chu Shao lingered vividly in his mind. One could say that Yu Ji met her untimely demise indirectly at his hands. Spring equinox and Qingming tilted their heads, allowing Qin Jiuzhou to fondly stroke their cat-like ears. As former slaves, they had mastered the art of pleasing their masters. In the distance, the royal guards observed the conversation between the king and Duke Lancelot with reverence, vigilantly patrolling their surroundings. He Jin's spirits plummeted, his gaze lost in thought as he stared listlessly at the ground. The middle-aged man shifted the flashlight from the ceiling to the floor, revealing no spiders. Instead, he uncovered a pile of shattered human bones in the corridor. The so-called spider was, in fact, an assemblage of numerous human remains, with its mandibles fashioned from sharpened femurs. The outcome, however, was that this modest wish led to the tribe's increasing prosperity and flourishing state. What I mean to convey is that, given the circumstances at the time, you were inebriated. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Lu Buiyuan, in a moment of urgency, nearly revealed the truth. Was something amiss on his side? He appeared to be rather fatigued and lonely, evoking an inexplicable pang of sympathy within her. If Dian Wei were absent, it seemed that Elbu would have no choice but to take the field himself against the formidable Haoxiong, for among the current wolf riders, few possess strength comparable to that of the Haoxiong. Even the likes of Zhang Liao and Su Huang fell slightly short. Yet, this was a delicate matter. He currently bore the mantle of divinity, and should the entirety of the situation be laid bare, it would have profoundly adverse repercussions for him and the entire Qingke tribe. Some ministers even suggested escorting Lu Nanyu and Baiming Yuanying to the front lines to negotiate peace as a gesture of sincerity. While she was initially unaware of the weight of her words, upon noticing Mu Qing's sudden, scrutinizing gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She opened her mouth to offer an explanation, yet the opportunity was swiftly denied. Although the likelihood was exceedingly slim, Madame Tongjia contemplated confirming with Li Rongbao's wife for assurance. As for Chia Luo Yuyu, she not only seized the opportunity, but did so with brazen audacity, much to the delight of the perpetually solitary crown prince, who promptly declared that he would reward her handsomely. Hua Lingluo, intrigued by their actions, mistakenly believed that Hong Yanfang was akin to the brothel. It has been said that he was once spotted in a remote village, rolling up his trousers like a farmer, catching fish in the stream, claiming he intended to prepare boiled fish for his wife. She could never truly bring herself to be angry with him. Her weakness and lack of resolve stemmed from her utter inability to leave Huitingchen. It was inconceivable. The Heaven-S Gate seemed to be in pursuit of wild wolves. How could they possibly rescue him? They would rather see him perish. Let's not forget that Heaven-S Gate is a den of assassins, with no inclination towards capturing live prey, White Wolf retorted. Ninth Brother was affluent, yet, surveying the entire capital, there was truly no establishment more lavish than the Chongyang Tower. Thus he chose to host the gathering in the VIP room of the Chongyang Tower. The cigarette in Flower Cat's hand fell to the ground as he stared blankly at the television, dazed. The screen displayed Su Weiman's room in ruins, the walls shattered into a gaping hole. Lin Yu cast a glance at White Wolf, who shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Moreover, Shin Ao harbored a vague notion that, given the right circumstances and sufficient preparation, it might be feasible to retain Xiangyang, thereby depriving the divine capture sect of a formidable ally. He was not the type to be a harmless, desireless Buddhist, nor would he use any pretext to deceive his own heart. Yet, Xin Yan remained completely oblivious. In the past, he had been remarkably adept at enduring hardships and adapting, and had he known the exorbitant rent, he would have swiftly shifted the blame onto Xinjiang, adamantly refusing to compensate. However, Xin Yan was now utterly unaware of the circumstances. Enough of this bickering, Huaidong exclaimed, and the two arguing parties immediately turned their attention to him. He was indeed a colossal figure, a titan in the global pharmaceutical manufacturing industry. Interpol has long suspected Umbrella of involvement in illicit human experimentation and organ trafficking, as well as supporting terrorist activities. However, concrete evidence has remained elusive. This time, there may be a breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 27. With this rope, when the murder arrives and a forced entry occurs, she will be able to escape through the window. Uncle Luo. I believe young Master Wang was merely overwhelmed with emotion and spoke without thinking. He meant no harm. Suyun interjected at an opportune moment. It seemed that Feng Nan's exaggerated movements had drawn the attention of a nearby elderly scavenger, who unexpectedly turned to look at Feng Nan. As for her husband, Dantai Zhao, as the heir of the Dantai family, he is regarded as the epitome of perfection within their social circle. According to Jing Anyu, the current rations available would suffice to feed an army of 50,000 for no more than 3 months. I was taken aback upon hearing this. How could this person speak so freely about my borrowing money, to the point that even Hu Lijuan knows? Although Lu Ruoling did not personally witness the events at the Kur residence yesterday, she could piece together the details from the accounts of the Crown Prince and Guji. Now, looking at Jiang Ku's absent-minded expression, she had already surmised the sequence of events. Yi Cheng laughed heartily, while Jiang Charan was infuriated, pinching the soft flesh at Yi Cheng's waist. She instinctively reacted in a split second, turning her body to avoid disaster. However, in comparison to recovering after an injury, it is undoubtedly better to avoid injury altogether. However, Pei Rong did not depart. Although she would still go to the Far Voyage Chamber of Commerce after Zhao Jiugao completed his business. She had nothing pressing to attend to and wished to establish a closer rapport with Zhao Jiugao. Additionally, she sought to discern his true intentions and understand his identity, which is why she chose to accompany him. I am unperturbed. By all means, I can withstand this formidable center, Yuan Tianyu remarked to Jin Yi, observing it up close. Yun Xian felt an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanating from the creature, a quality that perhaps stemmed from its royal lineage among the demon beasts. Indeed, Ade had broached the topic of joining the Qingyan Society with me, even carrying an air of veiled threat. Nevertheless, rest assured, Shi Shao, my loyalty to the Wang family and to you remains unwavering. As Lin Jihan continued, his expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor. Only he could truly know whether he had wavered at that moment. However, assassination of Yuan Shao would contravene his own will. Such an act was utterly inconceivable for him at this juncture. This matter posed a dichotomy, forcing him into an unavoidable decision, which was precisely the source of his distress. Much like Phil of Death Star, who could not escape that virtual divine realm and was confined to the digital world of Death Star. As the sovereign of an island, Qi Shui Yanluo swiftly deduced, within mere moments, that all of this could only be explained in one way. Pan Zhang sighed heavily and gradually took his seat. Although he was a rough man, quick to violence over a disagreement, as the leader of the Dongjun faction, he had brought his compatriots along to achieve success. Certainly not to march bravely to their demise without purpose. Now, upon being reminded by Qin Nua, he too felt a twinge of recklessness, thus momentarily subdued his spirits. Observing the two sluggards still nestled in bed, Lin Ku instructed Ming Fei to rouse them with a show of force and bring them to the dining table. Mei Jiao, still bleary-eyed, complained, "Why rise so early when there's no urgency for class?" Shui Er, on the other hand, continued to doze at the edge of the table. These were formidable troops he had painstakingly nurtured. The cost of their creation was substantial, and their growth was slow. Meanwhile, Anqi tugged insistently at Lin Ku's sleeve, as if something of great urgency compelled her to do so. Growing impatient while savoring his meal, Lin Ku queried, "What is it that you want, Anqi?" Yet, Anqi persisted in her tugging, leaving Lin Ku with no choice but to rise and follow her deeper into the granary. After 2 weeks of intensive training, all the team members were now in position. Coincidentally, Lu Shan had contacted Kang Yixian, inviting her to the engagement banquet of herself and Liang Fei, which had been previously agreed upon. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled Su Ziqian's rival, the one he had mockingly reduced to a mere caricature. He wondered if a similar scene might unfold today. A sardonic smile crept across Zhao Xian's lips. Cousin Chu had no affection for Lu Dong. Her love was entirely self-directed, despite having just nibbled on him a few times. He was a middle-aged man, portly and sporting a receding hairline, presenting the appearance of someone living quite comfortably. He had been playing hide-and-seek with this fellow for several minutes now. This was the adversary's territory, and naturally, Arthur was less familiar with it. Countless machine guns and anti-aircraft weapons unleashed a barrage towards him, mingled with the sounds of shrapnel and shattering glass, resembling a hailstorm. Chapter 28. It seems that Ning Hao's mother harbors discontent towards Liu Yao, perhaps even a deep-seated prejudice, prompting her to bring Ning Hao here in a fit of pique. Fong Fong remarked. For instance, the iron spear he purchased in Bailu City, a 2-meter-long weapon. How terrifying it must have been to see him gradually extract it from his embrace. What? Zhang Zhao and Li Shang are at the airport? They're going abroad to study? Very well. I shall head there immediately. The individual turned, waving her phone in hand, declaring her intent to go to the airport to bid farewell. Without waiting for the two men to respond, she grabbed her bag and dashed out. That voice belonged to Su Shirtao. He should have been at the banquet entertaining distinguished guests, yet here he was. However, it was too late. A trickle of black blood escaped from Wang Shun's lips. He opened his mouth to utter something but collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Skillfully logging onto the Hawthorne second-hand trading website, he prepared to take a photograph of the Qingfeng sword and upload it. He Zhao Yuan and the inexpensive elder Gu Cheng also arrived, seated on either side of the man, while an official clad in ceremonial robes stood beside them. Shaking the dusty letter in his hand, he wondered how long it had remained there, likely not just a day or two. The Commander-S family is undoubtedly a formidable presence throughout the Northwest, and not just because of his rank, his household-S offspring, whether in the military or in politics, thrive with remarkable success. Sword energy? Do you fancy yourself the contemporary sword deity? More sword energy?
Come, receive another punch from me.
Yang Kai readied himself to strike once more. The young lady listened with a gentle smile, while the governor's wife, observing her expression, found it increasingly difficult to articulate her thoughts. Our family, including your grandfather and uncle, is present. How could one marry outside the family? Such rumors would only evoke laughter. She insisted firmly. The bathing pool was constructed just outside the rear hall, a basin over 10 feet wide, crafted from exquisite white jade. It was not encircled by walls. Instead, a tasteful arrangement of green bamboo provided a serene enclosure, allowing one to soak in the bath while enjoying the picturesque scenery of the falling stream peak. Lu Taihua calculated that the duration of the barrier formed by the moon of the vast cold and the ice pearl could likely be sustained based on the strength of the 6 transformed ghost beasts, excluding the 2 fully realized ones. Should these 2 fully realized ghost beasts join the fray, it would be feared that the barrier would be breached before Lu Taihua could complete his healing. Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. The Sima clan was the leader of the Dan sect of the Heavenly Xian sect, the most prominent alchemist family in the Zhuke continent. The Yao and Yan clans were renowned alchemical families of the Shangqing Palace and the Tai sect, respectively. For the moment, Chu Yunxi could not conceive of an effective solution to this predicament, and thus decided to set it aside for the time being. She then retrieved a dragon blood crystal, commencing its refinement and absorption while practicing the stellar body refinement technique. A glance at her phone revealed a multitude of missed calls. Upon examination, she discovered over 10 calls from her uncle's family, 3 from the capital, and recognized the others. The silence was palpable. Was there an expectation for her to share something exhilarating? Jean Feiyao pondered, unable to contain her musings. No one could say for certain. Perhaps he had struggled for years without a breakthrough and had finally shifted his mindset. Elder Mingqiu sighed helplessly. Upon hearing the response from the other party, Yi Chaoyang promptly hung up the phone. His expression remained serene, yet an uncontainable murderous intent brewed within him. Steve Nash executed a 3-pointer from the right wing at a 50-degree angle, earning Wolverine an assist, as Barkley exclaimed loudly. Fu Weiqi requested Li Jin to address the issues arising from their work, only to hear Li Jin mention the abuse of privilege in Jiangshan City and other such matters. This did not appear to be a violation. Rather, it seemed to have yielded commendable results, warranting praise for Li Jin. With prior use of the scars, bald heads, and the hair and nails of the slender monkey, he had cast the 7-kill soul-severing spell upon them. He discreetly took out his phone, feigning readiness to answer a call, also to deter old Li from pressing him about marriage. After speaking, Gong Rongliang transformed into a doting wife, clutching Su Feng's hand and beginning to act coyly. Hua Su blinked, striving to see more clearly. The shadow of that animal seemed to become a bit clearer, though its actual shape remained indistinct. The other party possessed several valuable items, particularly the prescription held by Old Yi. Indeed, winter is not an ideal season for running. Old Gu, please do not make things difficult for Li Jin, Liang Tao interjected, coming to Li Jin's defense. Should they inadvertently offend that powerful faction, they would be at a loss for how to resolve the situation, as the forces behind them could easily dismantle their family. Qinyang began to move, observing from a distance as Ling Wei disembarked from the plane a few rows ahead of him. Standing atop the 3rd peak, the vital energy here was palpably richer, adorned with a vast expanse of spiritual herb gardens. Many disciples present exuded an invigorating vitality. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yan Liyue's eyes. Even that unruly yellow-haired ruffian from the dark faction did not possess 5,000 points of violent energy. Yet this lofty individual boasted such power? Upon hearing the gunshot, several hounds that had been poised to pounce were called off by Chunin, refraining from the chase. When Gu Hanyan heard Jiang Yan's words, a peculiar emotion surged within her, an inexplicable feeling that welled up from the depths of her heart. Unless she employed her specially formulated facial cleanser, No amount of tugging or tearing could dislodge the human skin mask, which remained steadfastly affixed to the face. The rules of martial contention dictated that the combatants must possess cultivation levels within the same grand realm, thus the strongest among them could only accommodate those beneath them. Faced with his tall, robust son in the prime of youth, the raised head and the heavy, weary voice seemed utterly presumptuous. The cuffs of his white shirt bore stained crimson marks, reminiscent of blood that had been washed yet remained incompletely cleansed. Cultivators required spiritual energy. The more abundant the spiritual power in an environment, the more beneficial it was for them. The competition for the crown prince had reached a conclusion, and the majority of officials in the court were like reeds swaying in the wind, swiftly turning their allegiance to Tsang Mingling, which was hardly surprising. Shun Sijing paused. His thumb gliding over the lighter, a spark leapt forth, and his gaze towards Song Imo took on a profound significance. Yang Jiekai observed the driving skills of the individual before him, his brow furrowing in concern. To handle such a fine vehicle in such a manner was indeed a rarity. Immediately, I unleashed my fierce warriors, instructing them to escort the three specters away. Although I remained oblivious to the circumstances of their demise and the reasons for their ghostly existence, I was acutely aware that their deaths had transpired long ago. As I could not ascertain their lineage or motives, I resolved to retain them as my warriors for the time being, intending to purify and release them in due course. Gu Bei recognized that Zhang Han wished for him to run for the new student council president. However, he lacked both the desire and the vigor for such an endeavor. Thus, after several invitations from Zhang Han, he had declined. Now that Zhang Han had stepped down from his position, the matter was no longer broached. Yet, someone needed to inform them of our retreat, for their demeanor certainly did not suggest they were covering our withdrawal. One companion remarked, "What would you say if I claimed this was all prearranged?" Jingxin Nun inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Ling Tian had arrived at the entrance of the Red Coral Hotel, parking his vehicle before dialing Wang Yayan to request her descent. Consequently, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, significantly enhancing the atmosphere of the occasion. Yang Jiekai refrained from unnecessary chatter, raising his hand for another decisive strike, though he felt a slight tension within. The combat prowess and equipment of his followers were indeed the foundation of a powerful faction, yet this was merely the groundwork. The true might lay in the possession of an organization with soul. Gu Bei offered a few words of comfort to his father over the phone, asserting that the current uncertainties seemed to bear no relation to him. As the door of the Land Rover swung open, Gu Bei seized a baseball bat and swung it towards the hefty man's head, causing a grievous injury. Following this, he delivered a sharp kick to the man's abdomen, sending the slippers flying into the air, which subsequently struck the wall, resulting in a profuse flow of blood. It was revealed that during the past 2 days, a certain scholar named Wang's father had been abducted by rogues, who demanded a ransom of 1,000 taels of silver. In a desperate bid, Wang sold his possessions and borrowed extensively, managing to gather 800 taels. Yet, the silver was taken, and tragically, the man was later brought out lifeless. Currently, Du Kai was temporarily storing 20,000 jars of chili sauce and 5,000 jars of pickled cabbage as reserves, with plans for further increases in stock. Enthralled by his own discourse, Zhu Wentian realized he had perhaps spoken too much. However, the atmosphere among those present had undeniably been stirred, including the elderly Song and his nephew. As for the celestial treasures, such as the fruit of life, the 9,000-year-old peaches, and various elixirs, these were not found in the Yaoqi. Instead, the Yaoqi housed only ordinary spiritual fruits and commonly seen celestial wines. While such items might be considered miraculous medicines by mortal beings, they were regarded as mere commonplace goods by the immortals, unworthy of lamentation. The mermaid's digestive system was exceptionally robust, capable of consuming anything from the sea, toxic or not. For the current Percy, fish food was merely a snack. The posters featuring purple roses that adorned the exterior walls of the theater had all been taken down, much to Zhang Tianyi's satisfaction, signaling the dawn of a new chapter for the establishment. "Very well, I shall proceed immediately with the arrangements," he declared. After the middle-aged man spoke, the image vanished. The man hurriedly closed the door to the developing room. The chief steward, disregarding the conversation with Qin Zhuan, immediately greeted him with a smile, only to notice Xiao Feng's furrowed brow relax, revealing a comforting smile, though directed not at him, but at Qin Zhuan beside him. Major Ito laughed heartily as he approached, grasping Zhang Tianyi's hand with the utmost warmth, inviting him to sit on the sofa while preparing tea, addressing him with utmost respect as city leadership. Gazing at the bustling and vibrant streets, she felt a swell of pride, realizing that this was under Ning Xian's governance. It seemed that the next time she visited the underground boxing gym, she ought to bring some allies along, lest she perceive him as a threat and act against him before he could deal with Zheng Bao and the others. He knew he must begin to guard against her. At that moment, he was genuinely curious about what the celestial realm looked like. Were the deities there as he had imagined? His robust body had been sent soaring over 3 meters high, colliding with the ceiling, the rebound force pinning him to the ground. With a sigh, I turned my expressionless face away, witnessing my doppelganger materialize behind the old man, its hand enveloped in azure light, piercing through the old man's back and emerging from his chest, clutching a pulsating heart. The spiritual spring water flowed from the crimson bead atop the golden lotus, resembling a spring that would never run dry. As he entered the adjacent alley, the individuals lying in ambush began to fire their weapons, the bullets whistling towards Chen Yang's position. With swift determination, Chen Yang advanced through the darkness, paying no heed to those concealed figures. With a flick of his wrist, glass marbles shot forth, striking each of the assailants with precision. Chapter 30. The pick and roll was executed beautifully, yet Yi Jianlian's rapid defensive switch was equally impressive. His towering presence thwarted Sheng's opportunity to attempt a 3-point shot upon receiving the ball. When the lineage of Qin Fengyi was revealed, the Prince of Shun ceased to speak further. However, on the night that Xiangyang Ho resolved to accompany Qin Fengyi southward, he recalled his cousin's assessment of her. The words of Yu Ruo echoed incessantly in Zhou Hongyun's mind, resonating like thunder as this seemingly unattainable request loomed before him. Just as Zhou Hongyun was about to speak, he found himself choked with emotion, powerless to do anything but silently watch Yu Ruo depart. Not far away, Shunjiu continued to lounge casually, while his subordinates hurried over with enthusiasm. Within the 9 Purple Mountain, there existed a vast town market, yet the surrounding village barely reaped any benefits, and the land prices remained relatively low. Suddenly confronted with an unexpected turn of events, the happy Buddha became acutely aware, promptly ceasing his cultivation. He even attempted to reverse his internal techniques to expel the relic within his abdomen. Feeling a sense of guilt upon suspecting the truth, Yu Sheng became noticeably anxious. For regardless of intent, having seen that photograph left him feeling culpable. Thus, Yuzuru found himself in a state of distress once more, pondering over what the enigmatic Eri might do next, whether she would disclose anything to Kat Megumi, and what course of action he should take thereafter.
To be candid,
the realm of animation in Huaxia has indeed been rather permissive, turning a blind eye to gore and sensuality, provided that no egregious societal misconduct surfaces. In this regard, such content is deemed relatively innocuous. Upon first glance, he was met with a radiant smile, bright and charming, her beautiful eyes shimmering like water, reflecting his own image within them. It had been a long time since he had seen himself, and he seemed to have undergone little change, though he appeared somewhat thinner than before. Fox Heart did not intend to elaborate further on this matter. After a flicker of violet light danced through her hands, the wooden cabin was suddenly furnished with items strikingly similar to those found on Earth. Subsequently, Fox Heart seized the remote control and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. The 2 coins, remnants of his previous outing with Song Nian Nian for a meal, had been kept in his pocket since they were used to purchase water from a vending machine. Jian Ziyu recalled his 15-year-old sister, Yu Tian, who was merely 3 years his junior. In those worlds, there might exist realms where individuals like Gao Xian and Ao Zhan Kuang nursed their own vendettas. Yet, in this moment, all were compelled to unite in the face of an unprecedented threat. At this juncture, Zhang Hua clenched his teeth. Although Morong Xiaogong's words bore little weight for him, the Night Owl organization had already been obliterated. Nevertheless, he harbored a fear of implicating his family, worried that Morong Xiaogong might take adverse action against them. Under the illumination of 2 large street lamps at the winding mountain road intersection, the engine of the taxi, quietly lying in repose, underwent subtle transformations. Yan Jiaojiao lay on the ground, her ebony tresses splayed about her, the enchanting hem of her ceremonial gown resting at her waist, revealing her feet bound by red silk. Even Ye was astounded beyond measure by the unexpected openness of his princess. When the aura of the spirit-testing device fluctuated erratically, he questioned its reliability, only to set the matter aside as it returned to normalcy. Feng Yueru's mind conjured the visage of Gu Jinan, as one naturally aspires to marry a man of such caliber. Her hazy, unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, revealing her repose upon an opulent, soft bed intricately carved from rosewood, where that ethereal man sat cross-legged beside her, idly twirling a strand of red thread in his hand. Given that the Eastern District harbored the highest number of universities, it took 6 days of elimination rounds to determine the 25 teams advancing to the preliminary round of the National University Basketball League. The king's conjecture proved astute. The sword emitted myriad beams of light, precisely as described by Marshal Ma and the king of boundless law. A courtier leaned toward the Tibetan king, with other ministers and generals nodding in agreement. She employed her ethereal skill to extricate herself from the opponent's sword light. Then, brandishing her sword, she cried out, flying clouds and darting lightning. Her exclamation startled Jun Yazuko considerably. Slowly, she rose from the bed, her nightgown strap slipping down her arm, her eyes still half closed as she stood up from the bed in a daze. The customer on the 4th floor had just risen, chuckling softly, with sleepy eyes as they approached the window to pour a drink. Yet they hesitated to speak, for uttering a word would cement their identity as something other than an ordinary butterfly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief moment, he glanced at the boundary stone embedded in the ground, realizing they were nearing the Plains County. On account of your connection to Kakashi, speak. Feng Yuan could roughly anticipate what the other party was about to say. However, it was merely a summons to a virtual character. What he had just witnessed was the undeniable presence of a living human cultivator. United in purpose, they pressed onward, encountering another wave of monsters along the way. After vanquishing them, the path lay clear as they entered the heart of Jiulian Mountain. At this point, the number of players had increased. The further they advanced, the greater the likelihood of encounters with one another. Recently, with a significant surge in strength and having donned diamond-grade boots, Zhao Feng's agility soared, surpassing a speed of 100 meters per second. This was not only superior to the skill of shrinking space, but also spared him the expenditure of energy, which is why he seldom relied on that ability now. Observing Jiang Mingzhi's pallid complexion and the pained expression of someone clutching their head and tightly shutting their eyes, Tiffany disregarded the identities of those seated across from her and let loose her frustration. Lin Hongfei gazed enviously at the maneuvers of the elite troops under Yang Xiaodong's command. This 1st Battalion, a mix of seasoned veterans and fresh recruits, undoubtedly constituted the strongest force of the Taiwanese National Guard. Feng Chuanxin stood at the edge of the cliff, straining to see the situation across the gorge. Though he could make out some details from afar, the conditions below the gorge remained shrouded in mystery, a truly captivating location. Chapter 31. Shin Feng had long discerned the source of Miao Zeshan's hesitation. With a hearty laugh, he alleviated the tension surrounding him. What did it signify? Luyan gazed at the faint smile adorning his face, yet a chilling sensation surged from her feet. Duan Qi felt a pang of bitterness. Was he truly still her friend? Would he ever transcend the boundaries of mere friendship? Yi Chen understood that Ma Yaru had something significant to convey regarding the previous incident, for she had yet to offer a satisfactory explanation. Furthermore, this young man had astonishingly ensnared a bolt of lightning with his own spiritual essence while navigating the perilous realm of the 4th level of the underworld immortal during the thunderstorm tribulation. Jing Fuyuan was merely a street away from the 2nd Academy. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of Jing Fuyuan restaurant. Observing the plaza, filled with parked vehicles, he discerned that the establishment's cuisine was commendable. At times, he appeared remarkably innocent, yet at other moments, he displayed a stubbornness that was truly daunting, exhibiting a fierceness that belied his status as a university student. It remained a mystery why he had clashed with his bodyguard today. Shen Yunyu lifted her gaze to the overcast sky, which had yet to brighten fully. Following the direction from which the sound emanated, she approached, halting a few meters away. Her eyes fixated on the individual practicing swordplay. A fierce battle loomed ahead, fraught with the peril of being pursued by the great Ing dynasty. Now was the moment to reap the rewards of their efforts. As she lost herself in thought, a deep, husky voice startled her, causing her phone to nearly slip from her grasp. A terrifying combined assault ensued, with flames nearly obscuring the sky, their power capable of incinerating all in their path. The Second Life had issued a deadline. Even without any leads, the 5 ghosts were compelled to muster the courage to seek a solution. In their quest for answers, they scoured the entirety of space and time, delving even into the depths of the earth. Yet all remnants of the ancient grievances had been erased by the passage of time. All things fell into silence. Nothingness enveloped the realm as the figure in gray completed his incantation, causing the void to vanish instantaneously, as if it had never existed. When the wandering poet entrusted the song to Su Yin that afternoon, she felt both perplexed and invigorated by a novel challenge. Lu Xinyao, do you believe that taking Chi-Chi to meet others is a form of harm to her? His tone bore an almost imperceptible hint of anger. The door spirit scoffed. And Chen Feng felt as if a thorn had pierced his head, a sudden sharp pain striking him. Yan Sheng staggered back several steps, colliding directly with the wall. The 5 of them rested for a night at the inn, and upon rising early, they settled their lodging and meal expenses with Jiang Zhenzi before setting forth towards Tingyin. As they approached the vicinity of Jiafeng town, Wang Gui suddenly doubled over in pain, exclaiming loudly before tumbling off his horse. Moment latte. The skin that had been treated with the medicinal liquid appeared noticeably fairer than the surrounding areas. Zi Han gazed calmly at the scene before her, and in that moment of stillness, she couldn't help but voice, "Have I ever been weak throughout this journey of battles?" At that moment, she beheld Tang Ming, who had already surged forward, leaping over the approaching ice sword, extending a finger to point at the brow of the King of Hell. Jia Qing was not surprised. On the first day of moving into the garden, it would have been strange if they had remained quiet and refrained from any mischief. As everything settled into silence, gazing upon all that lay before them, the god-burying mountains were piled high with an unknown number of corpses. Amidst the sea of blood and bones, on the altar, a figure cloaked in a gray sheen quietly observed. Amond and others launched their assaults, while Yi Qiu seemingly familiarized himself with the situation. At Ammon's command, both the elder Mu and Yi Qiu were struck by waves of formidable punches. To his surprise, he had earned 4,000 yuan and recruited 2 agents, accumulating 1,800 spirit coins in the system as well. Outside the courtyard, 2 vans stood in the pouring rain. The first vehicle contained 6 robust young men. Ahem, old fellow. If you don't speak up soon, I shall hang up, Yi Qiu declared with a tone of smugness. Rest assured, I shall not withdraw my support. I will continue to assist you until they no longer dare to bully you, Mu Qindong proclaimed. This statement was rather provoking, causing Qin Shixin to breathe heavily, on the verge of an outburst. Yet he restrained himself, merely turning and dashing out of the villa like the wind. Were it not for the backing of the true dragon's power, how could Long Tongue so audaciously seek to challenge a master of the mingling realm? That would be tantamount to courting death. Upon entering, the elder observed us and chuckled. It seems the time has come. Ha ha ha. Without further regard for us, he strode away. If others were to trespass upon the Ju Tian Reef, I could certainly expel them from the island, however. The individuals from Yanyu Lu were untouchable. A sense of foreboding welled up within me. In that fleeting moment, as I distanced myself from the ship, I caught a glimpse of crimson stains on the deck, instantly comprehending the origin of the pungent scent that had clung to my nostrils. My heart plummeted, and the joy of finding Wu Yuan evaporated in an instant. He skillfully squeezed out the ointment and gently applied it to the wound with a cotton swab. Although the injury was not deep, it was still quite substantial. Jun Ziyu felt a bit perplexed but harbored no suspicions, so she began to impart her knowledge to the girl before her. With a swift motion, the sword flashed, and in quick succession, 2 strikes were executed. A swirling blue wind surged forth from the storm blade, the 1-meter-long azure wind blade crackling with brilliant white arcs of electricity, enhancing its destructive power. Feeling quite frustrated, having already reached the school gate, Yunjun finally made her decision when the bodyguard opened the car door for her. After all, there were only 5 championship arenas for the Spirit Origin pool, and even if each family were to claim one, it would still not suffice. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'll wait until we become better acquainted, I said with a cheerful smile. In Chapter 32, Cheng Meng did not wish to worry her sister-in-law, so she made a concerted effort to lift the corners of her mouth, revealing a broad smile. Indeed formidable, she mused. I have a feeling that even I would struggle against you at this moment. Perhaps only Carlos among us would not fear you, said Letties with a smile.
Shui Qianlao.
Have you gone robbing? As soon as the demon entered, he saw Shui Tianao carrying a large basket, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. The performance on stage continued. Although Yun MASU-MANHUA had vanished, her voice remained resonant. The alarm clock on the bedside ticked steadily. After Lin Shifan climbed into bed, an enveloping silence fell upon them. Suddenly, it seemed neither knew what to say, and all they could hear were each other's breaths. The Moonlight Dharma King effortlessly opened the way to Rongqing with a single hand and swiftly pursued the Zuantiling, while the sect leader was not to be outdone, leaping upwards in pursuit. What should we do? Zidong's eyes sparkled with newfound hope upon hearing this. With a gentle command, Longling's pristine skin instantly radiated delicate scales, mesmerizing all onlookers. Although they had witnessed this during the day, observing it up close now evoked an entirely different sensation, and even Huayue, who stood nearby, could feel the subtle aura of the dragon. Mao Sui expressed genuine admiration for Zhao Kuo's invention. Through his telescope, he could distinctly discern Zhang Yu's formations, capturing every detail of those surrounding him, both near and far. Night Yu, hailing from the remote Tianmu city, was merely 17 years old. Even if he had begun cultivating in the womb, it seemed improbable for him to attain the 5th star of the Yaotian realm. What a remarkable grandson! He has become the chief of the 4 great clans, exclaimed the delighted grandfather, Tuoba Gui, tears streaming down his face. Meng Nuo fabricated a grandiose rationale, striving to discuss the matter at hand without veering into unrelated territories, yet he grew increasingly flushed as he spoke. When these matters arose, the resentment within the heart of young Master Mei was akin to a dam bursting. Coupled with his incessant drinking, he began to speak without restraint. At 10 years old, Wu Yuega passed the test to enter the Bichuan sect, and Sun Buli followed suit at 11, successfully gaining admission as well. Subsequently, others also passed the tests, leaving him as the sole peer in the outer sect's logistics without a sect affiliation, which explained why he had only a handful of friends. From beginning to end, Yi Ying maintained a serene expression, as if there were nothing in this world capable of stirring her heart. A wooden barrel may embrace lengths both long and short, yet it must be complete in all aspects, as Gong Emol Yang succinctly articulated. The meaning, however, matters little. The poetess' intent is shrouded in a chilling intent, leaving one to ponder whether their flowers have bloomed. Gu Chujian's pupils narrowed slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence, gazing intently into Luo Juanha's eyes. Jiang Beijing appeared ashen, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, bearing a visage of disbelief. It is undeniable that, oftentimes, the fortitude of societal individuals is a quality many lack. They love with unabashed ardor and harbor hatred with equal fervor, so simple, yet so direct. They would bear daggers for their brothers and honor their commitments. Yet, it must be noted that true societal individuals can also betray their friends for personal gain. Prince Jin cast not a glance at Shao Tingxiang. With a swift maneuver, he aimed directly at Shirong's throat. Does this king concern himself with the nonsensical words of others? The pure shall remain pure. I need no one to validate my innocence. He was resolute in his intent to slay Shirong. Consequently, when it came to the slaughter of these NPC villagers, he did so without a flicker of remorse, aside from fulfilling Qin Feng's request to spare a few who lamented their fate, while the rest of the village, along with its chief, succumbed to his ruthless hand. She was particularly elated, often regarding me with a unique gaze imbued with shyness and excitement, reminiscent of the essence of love. Thus, Mr. Xiaka tossed forth his cherished Pokeball, summoning his second Pokemon, the red-faced dragon. Yu gazed at the crimson-faced dragon before him, unable to discern any differences from the previous one. Perhaps they were indeed the same creature. Yan Xingyun seldom smiled. Years of being the family head had cultivated in him the habit of concealing his emotions. Yan Beifei still vividly recalled that during his childhood, the only times he witnessed his father's smile were when he made significant breakthroughs in his cultivation. Heiqing interrupted Qingqing from continuing her discourse. Qingqing acquiesced, shrugging at Chen Feng to convey her helplessness. She had never encountered such a scene before. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the air, gradually releasing a nauseating odor. He looked around in a panic, yet could discern nothing. Not even the llamas who had been directly behind him moments ago, now vanished without a trace. Li Jinglong struck flint twice, igniting a flame that illuminated his handsome and determined visage. Lu Su considered Mo Rijin utterly inept, unable even to spark a fire, while Mo Rijin defended himself, claiming the flint was damp, thus questioning how Li Jinglong could ignite it after his prolonged attempts. What is it? If the craftsmanship is so detestable, why pick it up? A male voice interjected, laced with malice. He stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, as Hong Jun stepped forward, lifting his chin to part his lips slightly. His tongue traced a circle along his reddened lips, now indistinguishable from those of a human. Chapter 33. Beyond Bai Bing's field of vision, it felt as though obstructed by some illusory barrier. Though there were neither visible boundaries nor obstacles, the distance remained perpetually elusive. Just now, it seemed that Ling Xiao intended to lift the Grand Master's chair. As Ling Qingrui contemplated this, she immediately shook her head, pondering why that individual crossed her mind once again. The upheaval that transpired overnight stemmed from an unfortunate conversation at the Hilton Hotel. With a long sigh, Zhu Sha silently executed his unparalleled lightness of skill, vanishing into the night sky, leaving no trace of his passage. Ling Qingrui mused inwardly whether the appearance of Shen Luo Han indicated that the mastermind behind the Shen family was the same person who attempted to poison the emperor. The treasured sword appeared to sense its master's fierce battle intent, ceasing its tremors, with a yellow glow flickering ominously. Yu Er, seemingly understanding, took the initiative to grasp Zhou Jingjing's hand, gazing at her, his lips moving as if to express his affection. Jiang Wuwei and Alan emerged from the vehicle, making their way to the rear to open the back door. The individual whom Alan had rendered unconscious lay motionless within the car, resembling a lifeless swine. Initially, as a descendant of Confucius, it felt rather inappropriate to discuss monetary matters with you, yet I cannot offer my assistance without compensation, can I? Since you are so straightforward, I shall not hold back. At this moment, the atmosphere began to shift slightly, with wisps of faint crimson mist of murderous intent permeating the entire dungeon, seemingly intent on engulfing everything around. Shao Ye felt considerably better this time, entirely free from the oppressive sensation that accompanied his initial encounter with the ominous clouds. The flying dragon's slashing sky blade danced in his hands as if it possessed a life of its own, soaring freely at his command. Sister Ear, it is still early in the morning, and I am still languishing in the depths of slumber at the drunken pavilion when you hastily summon me here. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall not spare you, my dear girl. Wu Yue feigned anger, turning her head away. In this era, alchemists regard alchemy as paramount, akin to personal property that is seldom relinquished, for it is only thus that one can ensure the exclusivity of certain unique formulas, thus safeguarding one's own value. Upon entering the casino hall, a serene ambience enveloped me. It was devoid of the cacophony and uproar one might expect, resembling more of a social gathering. Several gaming tables were dispersed throughout, each designated for different gambling games. The clientele was sparse, with small clusters gathered around the betting tables. Upon hearing that the sum was merely 50,000 taels, Nangong Ear was taken aback. She had anticipated a figure in the hundreds of thousands. Clearly, her understanding of the current market values within this dynasty was lacking, indicating a need for further study. Despite the ambiguous political landscape of the court, the jailer remained confident that the Ji family's millennia-old legacy would not be undermined by this nouveau riche chancellor. Moreover, the Ji family has maintained a commendable reputation among the populace, and the emperor, albeit reluctantly, could still be regarded as a wise ruler. It was unlikely that the chancellor alone could stir any significant turbulence. After you allied with the Ghost King, have you managed to ascertain the whereabouts of that token? Yifan inquired with a serious expression. County Chief, regarding the significance of these two enterprises for the economic development of the county, my colleagues have articulated much already, and I see no need to reiterate. What do you propose we do? Zhang Dashan said, his face reflecting disappointment. The anguished groans of Ling Shinfeng suddenly echoed throughout the palace, causing those engaged in battle to involuntarily change their expressions, and even Tian Yu was taken aback. Yet, curiously, upon reaching Zhao Yu, the sound transformed into a languid flow towards the Dantian, as if granting Zhao Yu ample time to react. Amidst the resounding explosion, the divine beast once again morphed into a swirl of demonic clouds, shimmering with azure light, before being thoroughly suppressed by the Haotian Tower. Subsequently, the tower contracted, launching itself into the void, leaving only a faint afterimage as it shot towards the outskirts of the Soul Valley. Zhang Ling, with palms reversed, absorbed the spiritual energy from within the stones, replenishing her own power as she spoke to Xian Gang and the others. Upon exiting the grand hall of the palace, the Ling Shao prince clasped his fists towards Kai Zhixiong and Princess Ling Xian, inquiring cheerfully. The news of his son being apprehended by the police in Qishan would, if disseminated, utterly disgrace Director Qian. This acoustic device adeptly filters various frequencies of sound dynamically: gunfire, explosions, speech, footsteps, and even heartbeats. It can locate hidden targets even amidst the chaos of battle. Wow, your purple-haired elder brother actually managed to have Uncle Weishan personally engage him in a spar, exclaimed Chu Shiyu in astonishment. Just as he spoke, he embraced Maisie, but as his hand ventured into her softness, the door was abruptly broken in by Deong, who had been entangled with the United States at Bude Port. Meanwhile, as Qi Lulian evaded, a blinding white light enveloped her, surging towards Lauda. Nevertheless, this nation-building endeavor remains in the planning stages, Both parties exhibit sincerity, thus it is expected to proceed smoothly, albeit with several issues yet to be resolved. However, just as Su Xing gathered the blazing green flames in his palms, a sudden yet familiar voice echoed in his mind. When he departed from the municipal building, Ji Tang vowed never to return, having learned a painful lesson. He was, after all, a person who rarely suffered losses. Following Nathan's pointed direction, Li Wei finally spotted the targets, one with pure black hair and the other with golden brown locks, both tall and elegant. From the side profile, they appeared quite charming, and one could only imagine their frontal appearance would be equally captivating. This vehicle was certainly worth pursuing. Yet, having absorbed the toxic blood from Yu Jia, which could dissolve even stone, the sword remained completely unscathed, showing no signs of corrosion. Its dark hue remained unchanged. Yang Cheng smiled faintly, originally a 5th-level elemental master. He had successfully advanced to a 7th-level elemental master after undergoing trials in the Beast Forest. The earth-shattering palm had also gained additional elemental attributes, now encompassing not just the earthquake lance, but also Yang Cheng's unique creation, the Earth Pillar Explosion. In the Sacred Hall, the heavenly cloud martial saint held a position of extraordinary authority, surpassing that of the 2 high priests and standing just below the grand priest. In the hearts of the holy knights, he was an insurmountable pinnacle. Peng Bo immediately remarked, "Little girl, feel free to stay at my home. I share a brotherly bond with your father. Consider it your own home. No one dares to bully you." His cold gaze swept over Peng Yu. The previously encircled Red Sky cultivators promptly split their ranks, sending half of their forces to intercept the disciples of the Holy Sword sect who had escaped the fire array, while the remaining members continued to manipulate the crimson flames to launch their assaults. "Shall we go together? Will you take me along? Is it convenient? Am I not intruding?" Lin and she jested. Only those so-called virtuous individuals who dwell in high places worry for their rulers, and those who roam far and wide are concerned for the populace. Such are the noble ministers and valiant generals. They do not elevate themselves above others due to their lofty status, nor do they dismiss the plight of society from a distance. Regardless of whether Bai Xuejia has the time, he speaks the truth. He truly cannot teach. He possesses no foundational knowledge. Can one acquire skills simply by seeking opportunities to collide with trends, only to awaken in another realm and strive to survive in order to gain such abilities? Talent manifests in myriad forms. Some may articulate their inability. Others can perform yet remain silent, while some are adept at both speaking and doing. Lu Hongwei hesitated momentarily, and Peng Yu promptly grasped another cup from the table, filling it to the brim. Upon noticing 2 empty cups remaining, he fetched yet another cup to pour. When the sorcerer spoke, there was no trace of anger or hatred. Rather, his words were imbued with a sense of regret. Yang Jian found himself in a bemused predicament. This old sorcerer was indeed unlike any other, seemingly unrestrained. And the spirit of the vessel could be treated in such a manner. It was utterly astonishing, especially considering the ability to refine a doppelganger. Du Jian had only just stepped into the 3rd floor, where the walls were adorned with ivy, and he was taken aback to discover that the deputy chief of the Municipal Police Bureau, Song Sanha, was leading the team. If it were merely this, the situation would not be too dire. As long as he kept his distance, it would be of no concern to him. The black armored cavalry, even if utterly annihilated, had no connection to him. In the heart of the heavens, a sense of anxious urgency gripped him, unaware that the burly man had already lost his senses. The oppressive situation left him taken aback, compelling him to pursue the man relentlessly, yet he could not ascertain his whereabouts. Upon overhearing their conversation, the countenance of the elegantly dressed gentleman flushed with heat. However, he found himself in a predicament, unable to produce the requisite funds, should he announce a price now. Lacking the means to settle, it would be an embarrassing dilemma. His own mother had been executed, and as a prince before the imposing figure of his father, he was bereft of any voice. Ultimately, Shun Huai, even from across the hall, cradled Cheng Yi's delicate hand, engaging Zhang Biqiang in a display of fortune-telling, which prompted Yu Pei to lean in, eager to join the fray. This place was rife with disturbances, relying solely on rudimentary multi-layered anti-jamming telephone lines for communication, necessitating both lines and encrypted telephones for proper discourse. Luo Chen embarked directly from the 13th Army aboard the Star Shuttle, arriving at Star 112 the following morning.
Yet,
To provide sufficient star energy for the shuttle's protection and mobility, the energy allocated for her own use diminished correspondingly. After completing his final day at the ecological park, Guling proceeded to handle his resignation, departing from the base. Did the parents in this world pass away in October? How does that differ from the timeline of the Blue Star world? Qin Chuan had never harbored ill intentions. The most ruthless act he had committed was merely last night when he led a group to confront Su Ge and his companions. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow slightly. Despite the Song dynasty's frailty, which saw them cede territory and pay reparations, they still managed to maintain a level of wealth that was truly perplexing. Regarding this outcome, Yang Xiaofeng was no longer astonished. The distinguished guest in room 6 had provided him with sufficient surprise. Xing Linxing's exquisite handsomeness and unparalleled star power, alongside Shen Shi's gradual growth, had left a profound impact. Subsequently, two formidable streams of true energy collided, generating a turbulent resonance that formed enormous ripples in the sky. Peng Yan lifted her gaze and, aside from the palm-sized light filtering through the tiles, she was taken aback to find a human face. She recognized this individual as a confidant of Master Hua, known as White Bone. Upon entering her home, Tang Xianglan was filled with joy, bustling about to prepare meals, while Yang Meiting assisted her. She had been mistaken. From the very beginning, she should have harbored no expectations of him. Was not yesterday's incident the clearest indication? She should never have sought him out. It was an act of self-degradation. Now that this blood demon had revealed itself, it would inevitably expose its flaws. We simply need to remain vigilant. Once we unearth it, the situation will become manageable, Lin Tianyang remarked. Let me take a look first. It is all Yu's fault for piquing my curiosity. Yu rolled her eyes at her, ignoring her completely. Madam? Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, each revealing a countenance of ire. Every time Jiang Xiaomu arrived at a mountain, he would first release the individuals from the source of the formation, and then everyone would maintain their distance while gradually searching. Currently, there were quite a number of people within Jiang Xiaomu's formation source, amounting to several thousand. This was with many of them dispatched to Liqiao Town and Wudiag, or else the numbers would be even greater. Although his meditation now predominantly focused on live streaming, his early reputation established in the realm of dreams remained well known among seasoned players. Chapter 35. Moreover, following the match, due to the omission of the subject of the closure in the media, fans have once again begun to disparage McGrady as a coward, a first-round virgin. He had been brewing a plethora of scornful remarks in his mind, but just as he began to articulate his thoughts, they dissipated in an instant. Pei Yi rummaged through his mind for this unfamiliar name. The other party had stated, I am Minkishan, rather than my name is Minkishan, a subtle distinction that seemed to hint at something deeper. LeBron also recognized, immediately after the interception, that Su Yong's action was intentional. It was not merely a gap, but rather a defensive trap set for him by Xu Yong. However, just as he was about to pass the ball to Jin Wang, he suddenly recalled that the notebook had just been in Luo Hao's possession, and it had been opened. The others had long since been in such pain that their mental state was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, it was conceivable that they might completely lose their sanity, potentially becoming vegetative. Gaulus's large eyes darted around, pondering whom to ally with. Perhaps the other 5? His ears perked up as Gao Ming detected an unusual sound. Adjusting his body posture, he followed the faint glimmer of light. Chandler watched helplessly as the ball soared past him, stretching out his hand in a futile attempt to catch it. This pastry was crafted by Lu Yuzhu for Gu Huayan, who, being righteous and principled, would never accept her goodwill, prompting Lu Yuzhu to have him bring it into the palace for Meng Qing to see. She had always been aware of Ruo Aozi's significant reliance on Ruo Aoyue, hence her increased attentiveness towards her. I have come to accept the conclusion of my journey, deeming it a tale of unaccomplished aspirations. It was at this juncture that we stumbled upon the Azure Planet. Was it in the past that we excessively probed the wounds of tragedy as victims for our own fame? The Netfish team indeed possesses their own staff dormitory, yet it is not solely occupied by them. Several employees from the Netfish Internet CAF reside there as well, even across the vast expanse of another universe. He could distinctly sense the awakening power of light, an utterly pure and sacred force. Among the newly allied forces introduced by Yamauchi, Sony stands as the most prominent. However, his circumstances are far from favorable. Previously, his rivals would never place their hopes entirely upon him. It would be a stroke of fortune if Sony did not betray him at a critical moment. Upon hearing Shin Xingdong's insidious suggestion, Jia Furong erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming her approval thrice. In stark contrast, the response from Sand Hidden was one of defiance, justified by their rationale. The third Hokage had struck against the Wind Shadow, and Konoha's invitation to the Wind Shadow for the Chunin exams was merely a fade. The Gilai phone itself does not boast the diverse and personalized hues offered by brands like Apple. For the time being, it is available in a singular, somewhat subdued black, crafted from special ceramics. The white pig was quite irate, one hoof on its hip, while the other pointed at its ear, gesturing animatedly. What are these potions? They seem unlike ordinary ones. Xiaoyu glanced at the 4 bags supplying her and curiously inquired. Su Xian also felt a bit awkward, his hand lingering in the air for a moment before he rubbed his nose and finally tucked it into his pocket. In September, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of this group, she could no longer endure and decided to confront the man she had always feared, Wei Hui. As Emo Wenchu observed David's erratic demeanor, she sensed that something was amiss. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and glanced towards another building, only to discover that the individuals who once occupied that space had long since vanished. Do not move. Should you dare to defy us, we will initiate your capture for resisting. The cold muzzle of a firearm was pressed against Han Qing's nape. Rise, Magistrate Zhang, there is no need for formality. Shao Ye casually toyed with a folding fan, seemingly indifferent. Su Suizhu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for General Fu. It seemed that Chaoxing Technology had never taken a holiday since its inception, perpetually engrossed in research and development, with several projects lined up. The Ling family's estate boasted a vast garden, which opened up to an expansive sea dotted with golden sands, a private beach rarely visited by anyone. As she spoke, it became apparent that the arm severed by Xian Chu had inexplicably regrown. However, this time, it was not quite an arm but rather a claw, with long nails reaching menacingly towards Xian Chu.
What are you looking at?
Muya's sudden movement elicited a curious inquiry from Yihefa, who stood before her. Muya's heart plummeted, akin to a sudden fall into an abyss. She glanced at Elder Chung and then at Chen and Fen, who knelt on the ground. The fear and despair within her were nearly insurmountable. Whether he was attempting to reassure himself was uncertain, but the impact of 300,000 pounds was undeniably elusive. With a mere valuation of 3 million pounds, the 30-year-old Greek international, previously released by the Glasgow Rangers, remains an enigma. Whether he can seamlessly integrate into the elite demands of the Premier League like a plug-and-play device is yet to be determined. During dinner, apart from Zhao Yunyi and Wang Muyu, both Yuqi and Yuma were also present. Zheng Tan lamented, he can no longer confront the term playboy. It is worth noting that Zheng Tan himself was once referred to as a playboy. The confined space of the room measured 4 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, yet it was ingeniously designed. Suddenly, Bai Yu bellowed with fervor, Directing his hand towards the fox demon, a torrent of flames erupted forth, soaring toward the creature with a fierce intensity akin to a bolt of lightning. By the way, Hilwei, do you have connections in Africa? Shun Yibin struggled to lift his head, placing his hopes upon the princess of Sokovia, relying solely on his own capabilities. He feared he would be unable to locate this genetically mutated pet on the African continent. I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something inappropriate. Misaka Makoto raised an eyebrow, her keen intuition unexpectedly heightened by the effects of electromagnetic waves. Could it be that this is the fabled amplification of observation hockey through electromagnetic waves? Once, millennia ago, there existed several nations as prosperous as Huaxia. Yet now we stand alone, with all others having met their demise. In the rural areas, there are even no public baths available. During summer, one can bathe in the river, while in winter, one is left to heat water at home for a quick wash, typically just cleansing the essential areas alongside the hands, feet, and hair. During those times, the villagers often carried a distinct odor, largely attributed to infrequent bathing. Zhang Danxian, much like Su Yi and the others, succumbed to conventional thinking. Upon hearing the name Wankai, she instinctively assumed it referred to a dog. Alas, this was unavoidable, as Stephen Chow's films had left an indelible mark. She then opened her phone, located a pet shop named Future Pet Shop, and recounted the situation. Without hesitation, the shop promptly sent a payment QR code. Anli Shiqing successfully completed the transaction with ease. Why was it so arduous for her to score a goal? It felt akin to the arduous journey of Tang Sung, as if one must endure 81 tribulations to achieve success. Qin Feng did not comprehend the nature of the situation, but upon seeing Han Wan, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Even the seasoned captain, Zanetti, felt a sense of unrest, unaffected by age or experience. After a lengthy pause, Li Yingning gradually released her grip, adjusted her posture, and gazed upon her tear-streaked face, which ignited an impulsive urge within him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged demon directed a gesture towards the Moon Guardian, causing the dark aura above to morph into an enormous net that swiftly ensnared him. Disregarding the protective spiritual light surrounding the Moon Guardian, tightly binding him before abruptly teleporting the captured king before the demon's presence. This matter cannot withstand inquiry. When the time comes, those above will cast themselves aside to bear the blame, and by then, any thoughts of escape would be nothing more than a fool's dream. A few days of intimacy have caused the young and handsome man to fondly recall Zheng Yu's virtues, and naturally, he wishes to elope with her. I was compelled to retreat several paces under his relentless pressure, and before I could unleash another flourish of my sword, his blade had already pierced through the opening of my dance, lightly pricking my chest. Wearing sunglasses, Huazai sipped his drink, stretching languidly before remarking, "Brother F.A. You simply don't understand." "I see, Brother Fei, this is what we call a financial loss to avert disaster." After a few muffled chuckles, he fell silent. The lingering scents here were making their final arrangements, acquiring construction permits for the deepwater port and railway, inevitably encountering numerous complications. The deepwater port was relatively manageable, fully situated within Christina's estate, yet the railway posed more challenges as it traversed government land, where harassment was unavoidable. As for the great monk, he stood barehanded, yet radiating a golden light, resembling a golden-bodied arhat. Each of his punches was powerful and forceful, exuding immense energy as he fiercely subdued the patterned-faced leader among the four, a cultivator of the combined realm. In contrast, the second elder, Yi Kengmeng, a disciple of Feng Shaoyuan, had already received a transmission from Feng Shaoyuan, assuring him that he need not worry, the heavenly tribulation would not descend, and the Yi family would remain unscathed. This also elucidates why Chen Lisin sought to cultivate in peace, for the Yuaning cultivator, Hendry, whom Chen Lisin ambushed, was devoid of any magical techniques, which left the self-satisfied Chen Lisin drenched in cold sweat. Su Zhen once again felt the sensation of being caught in a vice, as if he were being mercilessly tormented. He found himself at a loss, unable to discern a way forward, whether to the left or to the right. Despite his usual cleverness, he was now bereft of ideas. The Eternal Prosperity Empire remained inactive, a fact that puzzled Qianlong. Given Yi Xingtian's vengeful nature, such a lack of response was decidedly illogical. The Blood Prison leader's expression shifted once more. The combination of two attributes was already extraordinary, and now to confront a third was simply monstrous. At that moment, the three sovereigns of the Snow God Palace, Fengjun, Shen Wang, and another, suddenly ascended into the skies. Finally, as 10 minutes approached, Huang Dejiang could no longer contain himself and picked up the phone to dial Ning Feng once more. Xue Jianxing utterly disregarded his opponent, piercing the head of the previous true immortal with a single stroke, unleashing a brilliant radiance from the broken star sword, its overwhelming might threatening to tear apart the very fabric of time. A cute voice unexpectedly resonated in Chen Lisan's mind, prompting him to search his surroundings. Teacher Chen, I happen to have a question. When I am refining pills, I always struggle to control the flow of true energy. How can I improve this to achieve the best results? The student inquired. No, it is not. Feng Ru harbored such thoughts. During the days of Lin Shifan's disappearance, she had endured considerable torment, even contemplating the worst-case scenario. This emotional turmoil was the cause of her current agitation. Mutual tolerance and assistance among us is essential. Otherwise, how can we truly call this place a home, or see each other as family? Lu Hao remarked. Contemplating, Beidou could not help but feel an increased sense of respect and gratitude towards this individual. His elder brother was fortunate to have such capable allies. Yet, little did he know that it was Lin Shifan's ability to perceive the exact location of his adversary that enabled him to throw the bomb. In Chapter 37, Gong Chu arose, gazing at her creation. Surprisingly, despite Yi Zhengbai's usual imposing demeanor as a chivalrous rogue, the removal of his beard revealed a certain handsomeness. As she observed him, a faint smile graced her lips. He helplessly shook his head and sat down, his eyes still sparkling with brilliance. After quietly listening to the six-armed snow ape recount the battle from 600 years ago, Long Along remained silent for a long while. The earnest and unassuming demeanor of Pan Shi incited great ire among the three, one of whom could not restrain himself and threw a punch at Pan Shi. Brother Yun, how can you strike without warning? Such behavior is unworthy of a hero. Pan Shi, visibly displeased, looked at the assailant with disdain. Fan Yu dashed out of this place. Approaching a token ahead, he tucked the token into his pocket and surged forward, stepping out of the confines of that location. Just as his thoughts lingered, Long Along hastily retrieved the cloud pendant from his breast pocket and compared it to the stone carving, confirming their striking similarity. Upon landing, the intense recoil exacerbated Li Yi's injuries, the excruciating pain causing him to gasp sharply and involuntarily spout 2 large mouthfuls of blood. With a thunderous roar, the fire phoenix collided with the pinnacle of the monster island, erupting like a celestial fireball, sending sparks cascading into the surrounding sea, which immediately hissed with agitation. The surface of the water suddenly surged with billowing vapor. At that moment, Zhuotian's heart raced with unparalleled intensity, palpably thrumming as if possessed by an uncontrollable force. After a tremor, the summit of the heavenly fire mountain gradually returned to tranquility, and the barrier dissipated in unison. The sky above the mountain's peak darkened abruptly. It was only at this moment that the four realized that the disappearance of the barrier would plunge the sky over heavenly fire mountain into shadow. At the very least, he had failed to protect his eldest son in the past, and subsequently, his negligence had led to Mu Liunian being poisoned. These 2 events had fostered years of resentment within her. As the current head of the Yun family, Qianxia pondered. If Phoenix Mountain were to fall, what face would she have left to continue living? Even in death, she would be ashamed to face her uncle in the netherworld. Yet, Have you ever considered what it means for me to marry you? Merely seeking a refuge? This would hardly be fair to you. She gently declined. Then, Qianxia's brow furrowed as her thoughts instinctively drifted to the Lady Sangqiu, who had similarly fallen victim to an insidious method of food conflict, rendering her bedridden. Undoubtedly, as the first human nation to align itself with the Great Tomb, Novus enjoyed complete autonomy, with its domestic politics and military remaining unaffected. However, its foreign diplomacy was entirely under the dominion of the Great Tomb. Su Chao's words evoked memories of that fateful day when Wang Qin, struck by Su Chao, was rendered powerless to retaliate. It was I who forcefully intervened, pushing Su Chao aside, urging Wang Qin to live with the fortitude of a man. The lifeless gaze of Takayuki Tanizaki, devoid of emotion, methodically swept over the three of us before settling squarely upon Sakura. Although framed as an inquiry, it was evident that his words were directed at her. Establishing the Yan army's encampment on Tsongshan Mountain offers several advantages. Firstly, traversing Tsongshan provides direct access to Ningbo Yuzhou, enabling swift occupation of this vital stronghold in the event of war. Secondly, the dense woodlands of Tsongshan serve as effective cover, ensuring that the Yan army's presence remains undetected by Ningbo in the immediate term. The sudden upheaval disrupted their meticulously planned maneuvers, leading to chaos atop the city walls. Even as the soldiers began to retaliate under their officer's command, their actions lacked the previous level of coordination. Soon after, Yu Biqing emerged with a cup in hand, her icy stare fixed on Yu Chu-Chu, as if she wished to extinguish her life with that gaze. Yu Chu-Chu felt a chill of apprehension mixed with discomfort. The rabbit let out a piercing cry. Having been on the brink of death within its cage, it suddenly convulsed violently. Crashing against the bars in a frantic attempt to escape, its screams echoing as it gnawed at the iron railings in desperate yearning for freedom. When Lu Cheng ascended with his belongings, he turned to find that the person behind him had not followed. Furrowing his brow in concern, had he perhaps been too harsh in his reprimand? Meanwhile, Mingyue, caught entirely off guard by his sudden advance, found herself compelled to tilt her head back, enduring his fervent and almost frenzied kiss. This point indeed allows for certainty. Perhaps Zhao Shiyan truly has a younger brother. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, as the disciples of the Temple of Gods found the northern god to be genuinely charming, utterly unpretentious, managing to send the self-proclaimed fairest of the three realms, the MASU-MANHUA god, away in such a manner. If all else fails, we shall seize this half an hour to swiftly enter the city of the dead. Perhaps, once inside, we will be free from the disturbances of the haunting melodies. The Tian-Fan Emperor expressed a differing opinion. When Yiming nodded, finding the metaphor apt, the frozen state represents the cerebral cortex, the very essence of conscious control over one's actions and speech. Although these can be governed by the brain, there will invariably be primal manifestations, such as micro-expressions and subtle behaviors, which are foundational to the discipline. The third projectile struck near the Seraphield nuclear power plant, causing power poles to tilt precariously and high-voltage lines to snap. A gentle breeze caressed the flowing robes, producing a whispering sound. Silence enveloped the entire area, pressing down heavily, making it difficult to breathe. "How do you know?" Lu Ming inquired. This matter had not been made public, so how could his sister, hundreds of kilometers away, be aware? "It cannot be severed. This is not a protective shield, but rather a distorted space-time. The energy is too rigid, akin to striking cotton," Lu Ming explained. "It is akin to entrusting a mediocre programmer with the task of coding and developing a rigorous and intricate software program." "Greetings, Brother Lin." Lei Dong arrived alone, greeting with a fist salute at the entrance. Observing the serious expression on the other's face, when Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. Hu Jiamin, having navigated the business world for half a lifetime, is a seasoned veteran. His commercial insight is undoubtedly reliable. He aspired to establish a legitimate investment firm, facilitating seamless transactions for both treasure hunting and trading involving substantial funds. Chapter 38. Feng Li secretly rejoiced that he had not divulged too much to Jiang Donglu. Even if the latter intended to betray him, there was little to disclose. Indeed, the heavenly soldiers, the vast majority of them were incomplete souls, mere specters relying solely on instinct to engage in battle under the command banner. It would not be an exaggeration to regard them as mere war machines. Xu Haoran chuckled. During the past week, apart from fulfilling the tasks assigned by Fei Fei, he remained occupied with the development of the Alien Surveillance Project No. 1. The spatial currency he had produced over the week enabled him to procure an additional 200,000 elite members of the Purgatory Legion, rendering this expenditure inconsequential. However, Xia Qingyang could discern without even looking that Big Brother Jean was unlikely to depart. He was genuinely intrigued by what capabilities this enigmatic sister-in-law possessed that could so profoundly captivate these two formidable figures. Reaching level 1 was a pivotal breakthrough. Once attained, the substantial surge in power and the deterrent effect would significantly impact beings of a higher echelon than the epic level. As the spirit realm had long since severed ties with the human realm, the sole current method to access it was through the spatial passageway located in the death zone of the celestial spirit realm. However, withstanding the spatial tearing force within the passage required at least mid-stage yuan in cultivation. This venerable S-class powerhouse of the Federation had monopolized Baisher Temple for 3 days. Such conduct, of course, contravened the rules, yet the Baisher Temple did not dare to show disrespect. The sharp spines on Lu Ruoli's body have been removed, and the bleeding has ceased. Fortunately, the porcupine initially used ordinary spines for attack rather than the later formidable golden ones. Otherwise, Lu Mengli might have long since departed for the underworld. Ding Ling, still caught off guard, watched as the Xianyuan sword struck heavily against the top of Yu Rui. Dugu Bo suddenly sensed an extremely familiar aroma mingling with the medicinal fragrance in the air, a scent that almost triggered a recollection. Yet each time it brushed against his memories, a sharp pain would seize his head. Xian Shirtian resembled a statue carved from white jade, devoid of expression. Sitting upright and composed, exuding an air of grave seriousness. Every muscle in his body seemed inexplicably tense, and every nerve in his face appeared remarkably alert. The Emperor had initially intended to listen casually, not wanting to waste the child's intentions and efforts, yet after merely a brief moment, he felt invigorated by the experience. "What about you, Wu Xinxin? Have you seen it too?" Zhang Sanfeng questioned in bewilderment, for the distance from Lu Wushan to Haitian City was nearly 2 kilometers. It was reasonable for Zhong Ling and the others to see it from Lu Wushan, but Wu Xinxin, residing in Haitian City, witnessing it seemed illogical. "I did not intend to disturb you. However, the dark demon beast has schemed against me with its dark venom. This human has selflessly sacrificed himself to block the poison for me, and I am powerless to save him. Thus, I come to implore you for assistance." The Jiaori beast spoke respectfully. "I too have my own grievances. How about the Celestial Master grants me this favor?" The middle-aged man in white said with a faint, pained smile. Zhang Sanfeng shielded the two individuals, propelling his body towards Bai Suzhen. In the enveloping darkness, owing to the eye of the true dragon, Zhang Sanfeng possessed astonishing eyesight, allowing him to discern Bai Suzhen in the distance. Su Yang, taken aback by Tian Vuguang's concealed trump card, remained unfazed. The principles imparted by Feng Qingyang the previous night, striking first and rescuing oneself from peril, provided an opportune moment for him to experiment. We, the Illusion Fox, possess 3 realms: Illusion Clarity, Illusion Spirit, and Illusion Darkness. Regardless of the realm attained, one cannot transform infinitely. Rather, with heightened cultivation, the illusions become increasingly lifelike, remarked Ling Hurong, as she contemplated the possibility of once again falling into the hands of Cheng Wu and his companions. Uncertainty loomed over her survival. "Many individuals restrain me. binding me to the bed with ropes. However, my strength prevailed, and I broke free from the bindings, only to find Mang Kong seated before me. In that moment, the nebulous memories of the past were suddenly peeled away and began to converge, causing her heart to grow cold. Gazing at the silhouette of Long Qianyu, Xiao Luo could only utter, "This person is far more terrifying than I had imagined." Strangely, today I seemed reluctant to leave this place. Yet Lin Rongxin's call interrupted my thoughts as he inquired about my mother's condition. On the day of submitting applications, I had chosen only the school attended by Lin Rongxin. But my scores had not secured me admission. The Daliao had no objections to the conditions proposed by the Dazhao. Observing Tai Ro's vigilant demeanor, as if ready to strike again, Daliao complied readily. Qian Che appeared to be longing for a treat. I knew he had long finished the songhua cake in his pocket, while Mo Er thought that I had not offered him even a single piece during our journey. Upon hearing the phrase Mu Yeshing, Quan Yulin's expression subtly shifted. Following his arrival, the casualty rate of the cannon fodder army significantly diminished. By nightfall, only a mere dozen had perished. He spread his hands, revealing a bagua symbol and several talismans nestled within his palms. "Allow me to place a call to Liyin. Is it not merely an investment? How could Huaxing Entertainment possibly lack this modest funding? Moreover, since it is a project you have chosen, its success is assured. Investing in it would undoubtedly benefit Huaxing Entertainment," he declared decisively. "Let me put it this way. Zhu Yunfei is the runner-up in our upcoming Golden Dan competition, with the champion being Leng Xiaohan. Although Zhu Yunfei's rate of growth is indeed remarkable, I suspect Leng Xiaohan is not far behind, perhaps even more astonishing." Wrapping his forehead, Leng Xiaohan hastily followed suit. Regardless of the circumstances, these were materials of the 8th grade, and even in his reluctance, Leng Xiaohan would not refuse such provisions. "Father, I had a dream last night." Seizing upon his father's current good spirits, he promptly broached the subject. A voice from Gao Yi reached her ears, and as Lu Man stepped outside, she was abruptly embraced by Gao Yi. The fish-flavored shredded pork atop the rice gleamed with a vibrant red hue, creating a striking visual contrast against the golden rice below, an image that lingered in one's memory. In Chapter 39, the barely conscious Xin Qinggu was dragged away, leaving only Princess Luoli, the ruler of the Southern Territory, and the presently smiling and charming Enai Shang behind. The wind blew gently as a solitary figure arrived at the outskirts of the blossoming Petals Academy, where the vibrant colors of fallen petals adorned the ground. From a distance, 5 distinctive academy uniforms were visible, aside from the 2 leading factions. The remaining 3 were esteemed institutions of the continent. However, apart from the Poison Fong, no one else was deemed suitable for this task. Thus, she ultimately acquiesced, allowing Poison Fong to represent her in negotiations with the Wei nationals. Upon hearing the brazen taunts of these 2 greedy and audacious fools, Peng Qi immediately focused his ire upon them, disregarding even the greater threats posed by the likes of Hu Yu and other undead. Having just arrived in the village and concluded discussions with Xena, he wasted no time in voicing his opinions directly to her. Wang Nanbei intended to personally lead a team to investigate the site of the incident in Carolaire. Gaia originated from the pressures of the abyssal trenches. Groudon was birthed from the molten depths of the earth, and Rayquaza emerged due to the minerals in the ozone layer. Yet, certain individuals within the Montes Empire chose a different path, seeking to stab the way from behind while they were engaged in battle with the Armadas of Wu. We heard the hissing sounds of nearby explosions, accompanied by the thunderous booms that resonated around us. I surmised that malevolent entities were nearby, attempting to bombard us with cannon fire. Adam, with a charming smile, leaped from the carriage, standing at the forefront of the group as he observed the patrols hastening toward them from the distance. The command was given to the 3rd Regiment of the new 7th Brigade to firmly hold their position in the rear, ensuring the safety of the support troops as the main forces launched a full-scale assault on the Japanese army entrenched in the heights. They were to unleash the most ferocious firepower to repel and eliminate any enemy reinforcements that might approach from surrounding strongholds. Words that seemed to echo complaints plunged Corey's heart into despair. Before he could muster any resistance, a more violent flash of lightning erupted from the formless body, striking directly at Corey. The robust form of the viper was brutally shattered, rendered into a formless mass, weak and flaccid, its limbs and bones disintegrating into mere fragments. Two colossal energy columns swiftly traversed the battlefield, carving through the already exposed avenues of fire, directly penetrating the enemy lines. Wherever the energy columns passed, countless warships erupted in thunderous explosions. Soon, the highlight of a city competition would commence, the championship match between the Nine Team and the Sky Team. Leaving the audience in rapt anticipation, old Fran promptly acquiesced. The Tianyuan breathing technique was essentially unwanted, and at that moment, it could be exchanged for the value of an SSS-level skill, likely yielding a profit for the military. The three were unaware of how long they had been inside, but the sounds of stones being moved overhead grew increasingly prominent. It seemed they had underestimated the capabilities of those individuals. It would not be long before the entrance was opened. "What do you mean by spending?" Dong Fongbai entered, perplexed, and inquired. Although Li Sai had long known he was the appointed cavalry commander, he felt an extraordinary surge of excitement upon being personally appointed by Li Zheng. He immediately rallied his men to take charge of the warhorses. 50 individuals are organized into a squad, with 100 forming a battalion, headed by a battalion commander. 500 individuals make up a division, led by a division commander, while 2,500 constitute a regiment, overseen by a regimental commander. A legion is composed of 12,500, commanded by a general, and a garrison, consisting of 25,000 to 62,500, is led by a commanding officer. The primary reason for Mu Guofeng's aversion towards her stems from the misunderstandings between the two brothers of the Mu family. Even with a millennium of cultivation, any entity wielding the inferior magical powers of the Treant Elder would be easily subdued. In Chapter 40, it is revealed that our protagonist is also in need of financial support. If you wish to invest in Jin Hui Bank, I am willing to transfer a portion of my shares. At this moment, Rong Jia finds herself within the enchanting and resplendent dragon palace of the Jing River, where the entire palace is constructed of crystal and glass, allowing for a clear view of the scenery beyond. The surroundings are enveloped by the pristine waters of the river, with various aquatic creatures leisurely swimming overhead. Li Qingqing's suggestion merely involves testing the effectiveness of the holy light skill. Success would be splendid, yet even in failure, they would still acquire valuable data. Meanwhile, Li Chuan is presently in the office of the chairman at the company headquarters. Ever since the development of quantum avatars, he has adeptly adapted to multitasking and the experience of perceiving life from two perspectives simultaneously. The three core technologies mentioned by Alex are equivalent to the current Huaxing group. The initiation from the desolate areas of the Northwest indicates the presence of a substantial organization with meticulous planning behind it. Rong Jia observed with curiosity, speculating on the remarkable entity being suppressed, which warranted such considerable effort from the original oppressors. Nevertheless, he had no intention of opening the coffin. Whatever lay within was beyond his reach. "Very well, perish," Yun Su declared, drawing his sword and striking down from a few paces away. The opponent, caught off guard while fleeing, realized too late, suffering a grievous wound as a significant amount of blood gushed forth from a severed arm. The 36th Group Army is an elite unit within the Huazhou military, with even ordinary soldiers possessing the strength of advanced martial artists, and only those above the rank of squad leader can attain the status of true masters. This is the Crow's Nest, the stronghold of the infamous Blood Baron. The guards on the wooden bridge, clearly familiar with Geralt, allowed him passage without hesitation, similarly offering no impediment to Chu Kitchen. Though they eyed the magnificent steed he rode with envy, recognizing it as a prime example of a thoroughbred. "Ah, it's you, is it? What's this?" Has the beating not been sufficient for you today? Do you wish to test your luck again? Lin Hao sneered. Just when one had managed to deplete half of the opponent's vitality, it seemed that with the fire ignited, the bloodshed only intensified. Let us all join forces to divide the 10 billion, remarked a student from the class, revealing the identity of their visitors. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, causing Kamizuki Kyuhei, who was in the midst of conversation, to be thrown out. They were currently at a high altitude above Tiangong City, and certainly, with the umbrella pack provided by Yexingchen, it was improbable that he would come to any harm given Kamizuki Kyuhei's remarkable skills. In stark contrast, the citizens trapped in the war-torn area, caught between Chao and Han, were filled with joy, as if it were a festive occasion. The official League of Legends organization maintained a quiet demeanor, as this was a matter between two battle zones. Elders from the Chinese and Japanese Korean divisions were engaged in a fierce exchange of words, yet the issue remained unresolved. Chen Miao, you need not provide them an escape. We are old classmates after all. Let us impart a proper lesson to these three friends, suggested Yang Hao. The esteemed General Bao Xin had fallen at the hands of the Yellow Turban rebels, and the betrayal of a close companion from his youth would undoubtedly weigh heavily on Cao Cao's spirit. To assert otherwise would be folly. Hu Qing had an affinity for music, yet his capabilities in military and political affairs were equally commendable. Hu Bing, realizing that his thoughts had been laid bare by Hu Qing, felt an overwhelming frustration. Indeed, this was the newly inducted Japanese member, named Kanemoto S.H. Sure. Recognizing his intelligence, Xing Qing had invited him to serve as a military advisor. Zhen Zhen acknowledged the greeting with a bow, while Borjigit chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formality, we are family." He then scrutinized Zhen Zhen closely. Tom cleared her throat and announced, "The banquet is about to commence. What do you think?" Borjigit smiled and followed Tong and the others toward the front. The commanding squad leader approached, scrutinizing Chui Wei with evident suspicion. It was clear that this individual, possessing an exceptionally heightened sense of vigilance, had yet to trust in his own situation. Given that Chui Wei was clad in a hospital gown, the recent pursuit and explosion had rendered him quite disheveled. Bystanders, startled by such a tumultuous scene, hastily retreated to the sidelines, observing with bated breath, while the thugs from the rice mill dared not provoke the inferno any further. Engaging in a confrontation of such magnitude would be akin to courting death. They were not foolish enough to invite destruction upon themselves. What a spectacle this has turned out to be! Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, and the frigid wind sent the colorful banners fluttering noisily. The windows of the nearby low houses were adorned with frost, a testament to the biting cold. Zhen Dafu and Lin Shi, their faces flushed with rage, pondered where that wretched girl had concealed the items they sought. They had scoured the entire room, nearly resorting to digging 3 feet into the earth in their desperation. "I am not as noble as you think. I merely wish to rid myself of my misfortunes," he Pengfei admitted, scratching his head, a look of remorse crossing his face. "That cannot be true. If I recall correctly, it was you who took the initiative." Wang Feng interjected, clarifying that it was Tang Yun who had selflessly assisted him in his recovery, with no connection to Wang Feng whatsoever. As vivid memories of crimson figures flickered through her mind, Xiao Luo exhaled deeply, stepping forward. Chapter 41. Both ends entering the keyhole. She began to envision the scenario within the keyhole. Her formidable mechanical aptitude afforded her a clear understanding of the internal structure. In her mind, she meticulously deconstructed the lock cylinder, only to reassemble it anew. She confirmed the position of the locking bar within her thoughts. The narrative need not be anchored in reality. Disregarding prevailing sentiments, our advantage lies in market share. Everyone utilizes our browser, and thus, we can amass considerable wealth through this leverage, cannot we? Jim Clark chuckled. In negotiations with the head of Studio A, his agent refrained from demanding excessively, securing a contract based on box office performance with remuneration fluctuating between 3 and 5 million. Ultimately, these chaotic wills will lose their essence, morphing into mere instinctual beings. After pursuing for an hour, Lin Xiu still failed to capture the core of the Earth's fire. Yet his expression suddenly shifted. With a hearty laugh, Wang Meng burst through the door. Not a single servant dared obstruct his passage, even though the matron, Shui Yuchai, had yet to revoke his house arrest. Once a peculiar entity acquires a complete and independent consciousness, it surely ceases to be peculiar, Lu Lang pondered.
We shall go as well.
Star-Lord had already donned his gear, along with his distinctive helmet. Indeed, the constables arrived, plastering the examination papers of the 15 scholars onto the wall for all to see. Today's filming schedule has been cancelled. Please report punctually tomorrow. The assistant director called out from the actors. Upon hearing that Yi intended to descend the cliff once more, the concerns that Lu Luyun had momentarily set aside resurfaced in her mind. Just as he presented the dish, his gaze met that of the drug-using youth. In that instant, he witnessed Yi Zheng's hands swiftly grasping the boy's head, the youth's expression one of shock. Then, with a sharp crack, the upper part of his neck twisted at an unnatural 180 degrees. Since Ming Sheng is battling here, it is certain that Ming Xian is also present.
Indeed.
As he anticipated, Ming Xian is surrounded by numerous individuals, akin to stars encircling the moon. The colossal fire python leaves a trail of fiery clouds in the sky, casting a shadow over Yang Hao, intent on reducing him to ashes. The bamboo house is surrounded by earth dragons, providing a warm and cozy ambience within. Yun Zijing, feeling bored, reclines on the long couch, deciphering obscure characters, while Gong Wuxia unfolds a sheet of rice paper, imprinting her delicate visage upon it. One wonders what that big brother tiger is thinking. Does he truly require such a grand display to tease teacher Lu Yan amidst this throng? Li Tianyu was taken aback. He had heard that it was merely a friend of Li Yenyang, and thus had not prepared earnestly. Now, witnessing an elderly gentleman, he is quite astonished.
What?
Do you intend to confront me and force me to stay? Chen Jun turned around, addressing Zifeng. The celestial might reverberated once more, as the master of the Ming Palace transformed into a beam of spiritual light, soaring directly towards Yi Feng on the arena. A colossal beast. The breakthrough potion of the 5th tier could at least yield 10 vials, while simultaneously crafting 20 vials of semi-5th tier potions. However, the so-called act of raising a gun and firing remains merely a ruse to divert the enemy's attention. No, I know where he is. I hope you can go check on him for me, the third prince stated calmly. Li Yu's relentless pursuit of power and wealth is speculated by Yunmi to be deeply rooted in his childhood experiences. He appears to believe that the bonds between individuals are sustained solely by these cold, materialistic elements and nothing more. It is somewhat amusing, yet to a certain extent, very realistic. He has no authority to interfere with the wishes people harbor. He had encountered such a lack of ambition before. Yunmi climbed to the edge of the bed, tugging at the knot above, and after weaving the rope twice, he liberated himself from his constraints. Inside the box lay 10 white foam shells, each cradling 10 peaches wrapped in a transparent material reminiscent of glutinous rice paper. It seemed he was accustomed to his own obstinacy, acting independently without regard for the larger picture, a trait undoubtedly stemming from Bao Sheng's inherent character. For Li Yun, his computational prowess far surpassed that of the star calculator, his strategic acumen being at least 5 to 10 times greater. At this moment, engaging in a contest of skill with him assured victory. Since yesterday afternoon, he had merely indulged in alcohol and a few morsels. Having not touched a single grain of rice, his stomach was long empty. Had it not been for Lu Zisher's cryptic remarks, he would not have felt such urgency. In the eyes of Neofeng and others, the floating castle alone was a miraculous entity laden with various terrifying, even nameless, large-scale weapons. The countless warriors above, including the fiery-hoofed dragon knights, were enough to instill fear in anyone. Yet, did Lord Lei Ju Kuan also take an interest in him? Cheng Weiliang felt a twinge of frustration. Was it not too soon for his debut film to shine so brightly, drawing such attention? The movie had not even concluded its run, and already Lei Ju Kuan had set his sights on him. What? Go Ri was taken aback, surprised by the efficiency of the search. Moreover, in this wild star domain, which appeared so enigmatic to outsiders, with hardly anyone daring to enter, it was astonishing to discover that life-sustaining celestial bodies lay hidden within. She seemed to sense the vitality that, with the passage of time and the fading of youth and life, she could no longer hope to control, a vitality that urged her to giggle foolishly. Until the complete invasion of the bathing sect by the Longevity Palace, no one had witnessed the emergence of the Millennium Saint, this demon. Upon arriving at the juvenile detention center, the lawyer reminded me to turn off my phone. I gazed at the towering, cold walls and the overcast sky, feeling a sense of discomfort. Ah Chun's actions amounted to deceiving the Gu family, a disgrace they could not overlook. Sparing her life was already an act of mercy. Only on rare occasions had she seen boys exhibit such restrained emotions, inadvertently revealing their turmoil. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted the distinguished man by her bedside, his dark eyes resting upon her, imbued with a gentle smile, yet tinged with fatigue. Although she held no sisterly affection for Xiao Wanjiao, who had once plotted against her life, she was still the older sister from her previous existence. When Ruatio observed the two figures retreating further away, his gentle gaze now glimmering with an unsettling chill, Ling Shichuan cast a sidelong glance at the boy ahead. At that moment, she could only see his profile. Chin slightly raised, lips tightly pressed, his brown eyes fixed ahead, exuding indifference. The presence of such a masculine item in my bedroom confirmed that the man who had entered my room the previous night was indeed not Du Fanchuan. How could I have been so foolish as to think that Yi Qingtian had offered such explanations out of consideration for me? Su Jinman had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when she felt an overwhelming force from behind, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward uncontrollably. Yanbian could be considered the territory of the Wu family. Naturally, it was best to have the elder intervene if one wished to investigate matters there. Failing to act decisively now would complicate matters further when they rendezvoused with the Soul Devourer. It was imperative to resolve this issue promptly. Given that the scene had already been cleared, further investigation would yield little in terms of clues, especially since I had already formed my own conclusions. However, Elder Zheng's remarks compelled him to suppress his thoughts, as revealing his intentions could lead to suspicions about his involvement in Chu Fingyun's demise. He understood that as long as he could not uncover the truth behind Chu Chi's origins, he would remain in a state of unrest. Suddenly, the sound of a jade cup shattering drew everyone's gaze toward a somewhat frail figure. Along the way, they occasionally encountered disciples who were cultivating outside. Those who recognized Chu Fengyun hurriedly greeted him with deference. "Where are you going?" Ling Qian inquired, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he hastily posed the question. "Do you already understand?" Li Feng scoffed, feeling a deep frustration swell within him. If this individual failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, Li Feng would undoubtedly lose his temper. This was all thanks to Luo Bin's cleverness. After Zhou Yang was the first to pass the assessment, Luo Bin led his brothers to commence their reign of terror. He feared that the third trial would require a quota. Now that the urgent matters had been addressed and the ownership of the extraordinary treasures had been settled, there was no longer any need for such a crowd to linger and spectate. Cui Wan now displayed her pregnancy, adorned in loose garments, her belly gently rounded, her face radiating a tender smile, exuding an air of serene and effortless beauty. As Zhou Yang's gaze followed, he witnessed a figure just as it felled a combat puppet. Moments later, the other two puppets turned a vivid red. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, as if it sought to pierce the very eardrums of those nearby. Since Tianmai had once again undergone a transformation, I resolved to vanquish him once more. My arms began to thicken and strengthen, yet a voice from behind interrupted. Belonging to Wu Nian. Zhou Yang understood that for Fong Anren to follow him securely, he must instill a sense of caution in Wei Chen. This was a lord-level powerhouse, whose presence drew the attention of the crowd, evoking an unsettling feeling as the Straw Hat people seemed to harbor a tinge of fear. Upon learning of Yuqin's quarrel with her husband, Yun Xian became frantic. Should the latter harbor any resentment, the consequences would be dire. He strained to lift his head and, indeed, a familiar silhouette emerged ahead. After Jiang Xueqing was brought in that afternoon, the entire Jiang family erupted in commotion. Relatives from the Jiang clan flocked from all directions, their momentum truly formidable. At that moment, the intertwining light of white and purple receded, transforming into an extraordinarily peculiar purple bamboo garment draped across Sun Wukong. Naturally, for both the Black Dragon and Yi Qiu, they understood that the conversation between Luo Chen and Lin Mufei was beyond their comprehension and interference. Thus, they remained aloof. Otherwise, they would have likely converged, reveling in the lively exchange. However, these chefs invariably possess their own strengths and weaknesses. For instance, if a guest has a penchant for desserts, yet the competing chef lacks proficiency in confectionery, the outcome is all too predictable. In truth, at this moment, the golden crow has succumbed to a profound slumber. Although its breath endures, it appears exceedingly feeble. From the ground, those with keen eyesight might faintly discern a bird within, owing to the diminishing concentration of light from the outside. Upon entering the room, Xia Chen's expression returned to normalcy. By now, Long Han had already succumbed to sleep under Xia Chen's peculiar massage technique. Observing the elderly man's rosy complexion, the onlookers felt a modicum of solace. Bu Mu Bu Tai, having navigated the treacherous waters of power struggles and life and death decisions over the past decade, was well aware of the sordid machinations of the human heart. At the very least, he feigned ignorance of the English language while diligently acquiring conversational skills, engaging with the elegantly attired individuals at the banquet, and occasionally bestowing various gifts to curry favor with certain guests. He had even extended his reach to the European continent, transmitting greetings and messages across various nations. As the blade drew near, Feng Yu's icy gaze was filled with a trace of sorrow, not for herself, but for the martial realm. Perhaps, following this battle, the martial world would come to realize the grave error of opposing Lu Qingshan. Furthermore, there exists the technique of void slash and pressure harm, among others. Yet it is the move wind escape, echoing resonance that Jiang Yin has devised. This technique harnesses the power of sound emitted from the instrument he wields, allowing him to inflict damage upon his adversary's eardrums and semicircular canals through vibrations, rendering any attempts to block one's ears utterly futile.
Now,
For millennia have passed since the apocalypse, and humanity is beginning to rise once more, with China standing resilient amidst the currents of the era, enduring the vicissitudes of time without succumbing. Ice Orchid has contemplated this notion in her heart more than once. One day, I shall ensure that those I cherish and respect are also esteemed by the world. Deep down, she understands that achieving such a goal necessitates continuous self-improvement. This weapon, reminiscent of a musical instrument, takes on a people-like form. At first glance, it may appear somewhat antiquated, exuding an aura of ancient simplicity. However, its surface gleams with a jade-like luster, radiating a peculiar brilliance. Fortunately, with Yi Xiao assisting in blocking Yuan Fengyun, the latter's potential threat is contained. Without Yi Xiao's presence, Yuan Fengyun would have been poised to strike at any moment, leaving Wang Linfeng daunted by the prospect of how to respond. At this moment, the other three are equally astonished. Had they proceeded in a straight line, they would have found themselves engulfed in the boundless magma. The formal members number 19, with 38 in reserve, distributed across 5 preparatory teams. totaling over 1,000 individuals. Having encountered a mercenary group of such caliber for the first time, Lu Fan finds himself intrigued by the information displayed on the webpage. What are we waiting for? We must hasten to locate the resting place of the Chancellor and clarify the nature of these peculiar occurrences, Al-Hao urged. After all, the other party did not seem inclined to engage with the weak, displaying an air of indifference during their conversation. A tall and exquisite maid emerged from within the room, bowing respectfully to Madame Pang and inviting her inside. The ambience within the chamber starkly contrasted with the exterior. It was far from pristine, with various unsightly stains adorning the walls, some even bearing traces of blood. This was a cooperative game for two, yet she found herself alone, matched only with strangers each time. Nan Wan raised her hand, interrupting her words, then gestured backwards with her thumb, indicating for her to observe for herself. The maid's parents hailed from the Bai family, loyal servants who had never acknowledged her. Even under heavy scrutiny, they remained oblivious. Observing the increasing number of guards atop the city walls, alongside the formidable crossbows being readied, Mu Ju Zai remarked, "Let's not dwell solely on the glory of breaching the city. They too aspire for the honor of vanquishing foes. I am well aware that slaying a Xuanjia cavalryman could elevate one's rank by 3 levels. We must not become mere stepping stones for their advancement." With that, he directed his horse to turn around. The unexpected turn of events threw the 100-man guard unit into disarray, causing some to fall from their mounts in the ensuing panic. As for her silence regarding the mastermind behind it all, herself, it stemmed from a desire to avenge the old grudge, born from the belief that Ningyi had once deemed her easily deceived, leading her to shed countless tears over his relentless fabrications. "Can you savoir?" Long Qianjue exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing Xiuling's words, his handsome visage radiating exhilaration as his body trembled with excitement. Yet, at that moment, a heart-wrenching, anguished scream suddenly echoed from within the city as a pool of dark blood began to seep slowly from the city gate. Upon receiving this news from Shiqian, Lu just suddenly realized that this was Yang Zichuan's greatest asset. As a general leading troops, no one understood the significance of this map better than he did. With this map, the precision of military formations could improve by 30 to 40%, a value that could easily fetch 100,000 taels of silver, which is hardly exorbitant. At that moment, Long Xing abruptly recognized the considerable treasures he possessed. However, none could extricate him from his current predicament. In the 15th year of Qingkong, Zhao Xian was merely 18. Now, in the 6th year of Longwu, he has just reached the age of 26. Compared to the venerable old gentleman in the halls of power, Zhao Xian is indeed significantly younger. After expounding a great deal, Xie Kan took a few breaths and gestured towards the direction of the imperial city. Chapter 44. Ling Jiantong approached as the old servant Bo Qing was tidying the courtyard. Upon seeing Ling Jiantong, he set down his broom and came forward. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He intended to hone his martial arts, and now he had a formidable opponent at hand. With his ancestor Chu Ming supporting him, he had no fear of death, and it seemed that physical training and enduring blows were inherently linked. It is worth noting that the Maiju and the Rich Wine Tavern are among their most lucrative enterprises. Unexpectedly, the other party demanded 2 of them right away and even blocked their retreat, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved after being denied such a substantial opportunity while still having to greet others with a smile. The hearts of the people were no longer filled with joy. The presence of the Hall of Leisure loomed over them like an immovable mountain, casting a heavy shadow upon their spirits, leaving them in silence. Just as her strength began to return, Wu Xuefei stepped down from the carriage. After such a dramatic scene, she seemed to have forgotten her hunger entirely, cradling a thick stack of documents in her hands as she made her way directly into her office. He Zhaoyang was taken aback, his bright, contrasting eyes fixed on Luo Li, the alluring female who, it turned out, was also a formidable fighter. Although most of Luo Li's words eluded He Xiaoyang's understanding, he felt certain that with such developments, they would inevitably meet their demise. Yun Feiyu, a clever individual, recognized that the assistance rendered had reached its zenith. He had no further words to offer. The only constant was the group of men clad in black attire, wielding baseball bats, who awaited the commands of the individual on stage. Once everyone had vacated the room, Wang Dong meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The space was expansive, yet the kitchen, designated for cooking and boiling water, was rather modest. It served more as a facility for brewing tea for those engaged in mahjong than for actual cooking. Meanwhile, the head of the Yu family remained quite troubled, pondering how the parents of those 4 children would settle their accounts come autumn. We were both filled with fervor, believing we had already established a connection. Thus, when he entered, I felt no discomfort but rather a deep yearning. Of course, the human race was at a disadvantage, having never experienced a hijacking incident, which explained the limited number of escort officers in the Black Wind Valley. One strong figure like the Blood Beauty Akana was deemed sufficient. With a resounding crash, Durua dashed to the doorway, where the corridor was strewn with her belongings, suitcases, clothes, toiletries, and shoes, like a chaotic wasteland after a storm. Fearing for Song Feng's safety, I could only foolishly embrace Wu Shui. Driven to desperation, Wu Shui, summoning an unexpected strength, forcefully pried me away and, raising her high heel, stepped down upon my foot, causing me to yelp in pain and collapse onto the ground. However, as Su Qi and Bai Jingtian entered, a multitude of fearless beings suddenly grasped the essence of terror and scattered in disarray. Mo Yuzhen had been trailing him for days, claiming she wished to learn from him in hopes of joining the Qingyuan group, but inadvertently stumbled upon his phone conversation with Su Huirong. Seizing his phone, she exchanged a few words with the person on the other end, then smiled mischievously. He was unwilling to concede, even knowing he had only a year left. Yet he yearned for a miracle to unfold. After Dallas finished his proclamation on the Apostle of Light's broadcast, he erupted into laughter, which, after subsiding, left an eerie silence in its wake. Once it concluded, though my lips were slightly swollen, I found solace in the smile gracing Yi Hanqing's lips. The clash of arrows echoed thunderously once more. The sharp arrows shattered violently, disintegrating into a cloud of fine white powder that wafted through the air, while the thunder spear spiraled into Lei Song's grasp. If you don't take care of your dog, it will perish. Xiaopeng could no longer contain himself and roared at the Chihuahua's owner. Li Sanyang clenched her teeth tightly, nodding towards the crowd as she adjusted her hair and stepped forward to the wounded soldiers, offering them gentle words of comfort. With each inhalation and exhalation, she engaged in the intricate process of mobilizing the blood within her body. The variations in her breathing elicited distinct flows of vitality. This supreme technique of regulating and transporting qi and blood served to refine her physique from within, thereby enhancing her physical prowess. Is yet another formidable opponent emerging? The image of the serpent loomed in Sasaki's mind, reminiscent of a situation where he was overwhelmed, though the outcome was markedly different, for there was no other Sasaki in the Xiaoko class. Indeed, history has always dictated that victors and vanquished are a constant. However, the audacity to seize so many central cities and factions in a single breath is exceedingly rare. This incident is bound to generate significant headlines. Upon reflection, Wu Jing and Xiao realized the truth in their thoughts. As a support-oriented priest, the Wood Spirit's combat capabilities were inherently limited, and her speed paled in comparison to Yao Mu, who was merely at the 4th tier. Due to her faith in the holy light, the magical wings conjured by the Wood Spirit did not enhance her speed, but rather hindered it. The demon's tattered green robe, rendered shabby by combat, revealed through its rips the skin beneath, marred with scars and fresh wounds. Qin Roar's heart was filled with anxiety, yet she dared not urge them forward. Instead, fixating on Li Sanyang's retreating figure, biting her lip in silence, meticulously following in her footsteps. anyone beneath the celestial realm could enter. But I shall bestow upon him a jade pendant. This pendant, reputed to enhance opportunities, will also help to mitigate any envy that other disciples might harbor towards him." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced a round, obsidian pendant, which he handed to Elder Hua. The atmosphere of parting quietly permeated the hearts of the students, a faint melancholy causing the expansive private room to feel as if the air itself had come to a standstill. "Sir, it was the two great-grandsons of the Yang family who did it. They left the city that very night after killing the young master along with the beggars. Thus, it was only now that the incident has come to light," the butler respectfully stated. "The length, you see, is from this corner to that corner. I estimate it to be around 29, Yuan Chang indicated, gesturing towards his child and wife. However, Su Qian'er was not so easily appeased. Upon hearing of the plot devised by him and Song Zikai to frame Huan Xiao, her heart seethed with rage. She unleashed a flurry of slaps, causing Lu Yuehua's face to swell and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for Huan Xiao's intervention, she might have struck Lu Yuehua down in one blow. As the witching hour approached, Song Xiansa's prophecy indeed came to fruition. As thunderous cannon fire and earth-shattering shouts jolted Lin Yi from his slumber. I know he worries for me. But I also understand that he desires the indestructible Vajra to vanquish the devouring technique. Thus, I must defeat the God Marquis and reduce him to a mere dog," Cheng Sifei declared, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. In an effort to prove that she was indeed cooking plain rice porridge, she stirred the congee with her spoon, revealing the hidden white rice beneath the dark broth for Wang Ge to see. Wang Ge observed that Hu Chuang's injuries were grievous, his clothing riddled with numerous wounds, and bright red blood incessantly oozing from the gashes, presenting a truly horrific sight. Due to excessive blood loss, the individual has succumbed to unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. The marauders on the island are not congregated in a single location, apart from a few strongholds. Pirates have also established their homes on the island. Thus, Yi Jun issued a command to dismantle their forces, leaving no one behind. Ultimately, whether they are genuine marauders or mere pretenders, they are all deserving of demise. Inside the room, the fire blazed fiercely, yet he foamed, tugging at the collar of his red coat, still felt overheated and decided to remove the coat, placing it on the edge of the bed. Amidst such a tense and intense atmosphere of battle, an unexpected scene unfolded, eliciting uproarious laughter from many. Even the two assistants of the Taoist could hardly contain themselves, struggling to suppress their amusement. As the flashes of lightning subsided, Jin Hanliang emerged charred and disheveled, his long beard completely singed, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. Thanks to Huayu's timely warning, Wang Ge gained nearly 300 microseconds of reaction time, sufficient for him to discern the movements of the Black Crow Q. It appeared that this formidable giant, imprisoned within the realm of sin, bore the marks of an escapee, making him an exceedingly perilous individual. Wei Xian's collection of materials was amassed during his travels across dimensions, comprising items such as human bones, not procured through grave robbing, but rather acquired through the deceitful practices of a notorious vagabond. The 6 principal deities of gods, demons, witches, zombies, immortals, and Buddhas are all native practitioners of bloodshed cultivation. They are labeled as thieves due to their excessive exploitation of the resources within the bloodshed realm. The fruits of their labor are undeniably the finest resources. Yet the consequences of their over-extraction result in the tragic demise of countless mortals. Had it not been for Han Ding's foresight in deducing the subsequent refining temperature, Wei Xian's reckless addition of the chaotic soul would have undoubtedly resulted in the failure of the soul-devouring blade's creation. Of course, the outcome was still uncertain, for innovation has always been a formidable challenge. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Wei Xian succeeded. The young man found it amusing and rubbed the back of his head, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation. Feng Yuan questioned himself. pondering whether he could forge a sword of such caliber if he were to exert every ounce of his strength. Why was it that whenever I faced death, our jungler seemed preoccupied either with the three wolves or engaged in a game of bullfighting with F4? Every word from Marshall pierced Lu Yu's heart like a dagger, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Wei Xian couldn't help but lament that if this had all been preordained by Pan Hua, then it would be wiser for him to remain a quiet signal, abandoning any thoughts of seeking freedom. Although Enmu nodded in agreement, he was taken aback to find that a mere commoner had subdued him. He attempted to harness his mental energy to attack Chen Feng, unaware that his meager psychic strength would have no effect on him. Dai Carson felt an overwhelming sense of grievance as she noticed Liang Fei gazing at her with a peculiar look, prompting her to retreat beneath the covers. Too timid to confront him, Village Chief Yu rubbed his temples in frustration, only to lift his gaze and find himself face to face with Qin Fan and Professor Gua. Liang Fei understood that all of Sun Rui's actions revolved around money. She desired nothing but wealth. Thus, he had prepared himself, ready to comply with her requests as long as they remained reasonable and did not exceed his limits. Moments ago, as he clasped Emo Ka Lei's neck, he discerned a subtle detail, a scorpion tattoo adorning Emo Ka Lei's chest. The Demon Bull Tower emerged from chaos, inherently possessing the cataclysmic power to obliterate all. An invincible force unless perhaps the Thunder Immortal were to be reborn, offering a glimmer of hope for victory. However, at that instant, Qin Fan felt a sudden pang in her temple, as if she had sensed an ominous presence. Overwhelmed by fear, she clung to Lu Dawei, seeking the comfort of her brother's presence to quell her anxiety. Now, Chen Feng found himself in a predicament. It meant that even if Lin Xian and those celestial beings cultivated extraordinary powers, they would still be unable to reach the realm of all beings, destined only for the forsaken land of immortals, rendering Chen Feng's ambition to lead the army of cultivators against the realm of the transcendent futile. Jun Fei Yu gazed into her reddened eyes, a pang of sympathy gripping his heart. He wished to provide her solace, to be her pillar of strength, to soothe the anguish within her, yet he found himself incapable. With a swift kick, he attempted to strike, but Ning Fei nimbly leaped aside, darting away in an instant. "Mother, look at father," he complained, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. His relentless efforts, his fervent desire to reign supreme and command the world, were not driven by a pursuit of exalted honor or limitless wealth, but rather to await her arrival. Eunuch Fu, she came to a realization, understanding that the emperor harbored no intention of deceiving him, leaving him both grateful and apprehensive. As the Grand Eunuch, he was well-versed in many truths, such secrets, as long as the emperor remained silent, would fester within him. Thus, he lowered his gaze, returning to a fade of drowsiness. Xiao Chu gazed at the retreating figure of the man, initially struck with astonishment, which soon morphed into anger and disappointment, ultimately leaving her dejected. What could possibly be the reason for the heir's disdainful glance towards her? Lin Yanyu, noticing the crowd around her, especially with Princess Qi still present, felt emboldened and straightened her posture, refusing to believe that Zhao Ran would dare to act against her. Chapter 46. Gu Chen suspected that his reckless master was the cause of this turmoil. At times, he could not help but question the true prowess of this seemingly carefree mentor. Thousands of coalition soldiers, comprising the Yanlong and Wanhua tribes, had perished in a foreign land for the sake of peace in an alien country. Xingyun smiled helplessly. His senior sister remained unchanged, her words as striking as ever. With this thought, he shook his head and descended into the courtyard. Xingyun, aware of the life and death wager he had made with Gu Chen, refrained from provoking him further, instead letting out a cold snort as he waved his raised arm and soared into the air like a wild goose alongside Jun Hui. He Qingfan nudged the somewhat dazed Mo Li beside him, noticing his waning spirit and lack of vitality in his eyes. Yet this was merely a fleeting sentiment. In the next moment, upon hearing 7 crisp sounds of balls being struck, Tokugawa's expression shifted dramatically. Having spent the past few days with Gu-chun, Junhui had come to fully understand his husband, including the notion that had been imparted to him, known as the path of all heavens. As he observed the battle-ready gaze of Nao Island, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Goei Shijiro. Under Lin Feng's command, the junior members stepped forward, each donning a weighted vest. Zhong Zhiming paid no heed, cheerfully taking a hearty gulp of beer and savoring a skewer of lamb, reveling in the company of Wei Wushu's. Ji Bei Huang rushed to Shao Wujia's side, gazing at the dismal sight before him, a chill creeping down his spine. Unfortunately, the crowd was too dense, rendering him unable to push through. Each time he approached the entrance, he hesitated before ultimately retreating. Lin Feng decided to don his clothing, retrieving a rusty iron sword and meticulously analyzing the patterns etched upon it. After all, within the confines of the Red Flag Brigade, even the slightest stir would echo throughout the entire unit. Upon hearing these words, Ningbiwu's expression faltered, and a profound sense of sorrow and despair emerged in her eyes. Had the other party not initiated the conversation, it is likely that Lu Yuan would have effortlessly dispatched this individual with a single skill. The timing of the red-horned, white-maned bull leader's appearance was impeccably orchestrated, prompting him to silently marvel. Following the incident with the dog thief, Su Hong, noticing my change in demeanor, no longer treated me with indifference and graciously allowed me entry into the courtyard. You merely asked Sister Sun to accompany you for some grilled squid skewers. Or had the family chauffeur take you, yet you still vanished without a trace? Zhang Yuqing held her close, his tone tinged with unease. Uncle Chen had served the Li family for many years. What could have transpired that led him to contemplate resigning? Wan Yishao endeavored to steady her emotions, yet the tumultuous feelings, akin to 1,000 waves stirred by Xiao Wanjian, refused to settle. With a thunderous explosion, the imposing structure of KFC trembled as the surrounding winds surged forth from this epicenter, sending ripples across the lake's surface and unsettling the tranquil scene. Cracks began to mar the walls of the buildings lining the street. Unbeknownst to me, Tianlong exhaled deeply, casting a despondent gaze towards the emergency room. At that moment, a young and handsome man emerged from the lawn of the banquet, prompting Chu Chen to hastily hand his glass to a server and bid farewell to those nearby before rushing over. Her makeup was exquisite, and her hair impeccably styled. Clearly having been meticulously arranged prior to her arrival, her beautiful face bore no trace of illness. Meng Xinghan stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words or actions in response to her utterance. His eyes transformed into elongated, yellow slits, and his mouth parted to reveal 4 sharpened fangs, which continued to grow, glistening with an ominous, unidentified liquid. The ship's crew member attempted to promote their services in hushed tones, yet with each word, his confidence waned in the silence of Gu Fei. After aimlessly wandering through the palace for a while, Xia Chongsheng discovered the prime spot for indulging in mudplay that day. He then beheld 2 bandits clutching their throats, their eyes wide with terror, tongues lolling out in fright. It was proven that after bowing in deference, he encountered significantly fewer troubles while walking. At this juncture, Yi Xian finally discerned that the source of the attack was an array of clawing vines, writhing as if animated by a life of their own. Xia Chongsheng raised his sleeve to shield his reddening face, only to hear Gu Fei chuckle once more. Although Chun Feng could not see the scene behind him, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly flooded his entire mind. He swiftly turned sideways, his right hand grasping the pistol that had fallen to the ground, and then he pressed his right hand firmly against the arm of Hong Dali, who was wielding a knife, halting the blade just an inch away from him. Su Mu had remained silent for a long time. He wished to call out to Zhang Chen, yet for some inexplicable reason, his throat felt parched, and he could not utter a word. Gu Fei laughed joyfully, playfully pressing her face against Xia Chongsheng's, assisting him in changing into dry garments. That night, Bai Shu opened the windows and lay in bed wearing shorts, yet still found the heat unbearable. Just as Bai Shu closed his eyes, compelling himself to sleep, he suddenly felt a refreshing breeze wafting towards him. In Chapter 47, several dark serpents, resembling iron wires, inexplicably appeared and coiled around Luo Feng, binding him tightly. With the absence of one person's restraint, Tong Tian began to unleash his formidable power. His unique Dao skills swiftly ensnared another individual, and with the assistance of Huang Ting Xianjun and Huang Shui, the situation was reversed. Strangely, none of the masters who had previously set up barriers to obstruct them emerged to offer aid. The more Luo Feng contemplated, the angrier he became. The Great Shang was truly suffering an undeserved calamity. When saints engage in battle, it is the common folk who bear the brunt. A mere thought from a saint can dictate the life and death of mortals. The warship, a formidable artifact, is suitable for sects undertaking long expeditions or journeys, as its vast size allows for significant capacity. For instance, the Qingyun sect's Qingyun warship can accommodate tens of thousands of people simultaneously. In another realm, 100,000 low-tier holy emperors, nearly 10,000 mid-tier holy emperors, and several thousand high-tier holy emperors were all mercilessly slaughtered. Some immortals, who were peacefully and slowly traversing the heavenly river, were caught completely off guard and capsized by the turbulent waves. "Since your uncle and aunt are already at the Golden Emperor, let us pay them a visit," said Mu Qingxiao as he took Ouyingxian's hand and walked towards the villa's exit. Upon returning to the presidential suite, Yi Fan meticulously sliced 1/3 of a ginseng that had aged for over 30 years. Combining it with other herbs such as reishi and Hishouwu before placing the mixture into the intelligent purple clay pot gifted by Tiangu. After a day's discussion, El Fong promptly issued a decree, preparing several vehicles to load gold, silver, clothing, provisions, and military supplies. At dawn the following day, they set off down the mountain. Originally, there was no connection between the Lan family and the Qin family. It was merely due to a misunderstanding that led to the current predicament. However, if Mo Lingran remained obstinately unaware, then they would not need to show any mercy. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the channel was filled with piercing screams, immediately followed by the chilling sounds of metal tearing and explosions. With hands that appeared somewhat feeble hanging limply at his sides, his expression darkened, and his gaze, unflinchingly fixed on Aya, conveyed a mixture of disappointment and unfamiliarity. Li Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Hong truly lived up to the legacy of the three great prodigies of yore. Although he bore serious internal injuries and was not at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Academy, upon entering the prestigious academy as a student, he swiftly ascended to a position of great influence within the elite ranks. Feng Zhen and Lu Zilai, after personally testing the peculiarities of the forest, were in a state of utter disarray. Although Lan Yuchen and Lung Dianchen were oblivious, there was no assurance that Mu Shima would not divulge certain matters to them in the future. As for what is to come, perhaps the future would indeed blur the lines between pretense and reality, leading to a genuine relationship. The Gu Emperor paused momentarily, but in the next instant, she grasped that her doppelganger might be akin to her own childlike puppet. The star spirit, not veiled and devoid of any scornful anger, felt only confusion. For in the past, her tactic had proven remarkably effective against the denizens of the AM Empire. After all, Huang Gao was the first individual she had elevated, only to be betrayed by him. Duan Jiang gazed into the distance, standing upon the vast and tranquil spirit lake, its surface serene and undisturbed, resembling a flawless mirror. Uncertain, Bodhi detected a hint of meaning in Baiyu's words, yet she was unfamiliar with Xiahou Li and could only shake her head in honesty. Then, with a subtle flick of his hand, Lin Xiu felt a fleeting moment of disorientation as the fruit knife vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu, who had been rushing forward, abruptly retreated, maintaining a cautious distance from Han Zheng, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Yao Hui was startled and quickly checked his own body. Realizing something was amiss, although he had indeed risen and moved his limbs, he felt no feedback, as if everything was weightless and insubstantial. For instance, within Deng Jinan's body, there exist 38 meridians, a talent level that can only be deemed somewhat below average. Logically, reaching the 5th rank should constitute the pinnacle of his potential. However, the recent fusion with the soul of a saber-toothed tiger has bestowed divine enhancement upon his meridians, rendering them significantly more formidable than the ordinary, thus elevating his innate abilities. Zhu Jianhui cast a reassuring glance towards Zhong Fong, who had come to a halt, believing he had grasped her intent, and she attempted to withdraw her hand. After uttering a brief response, Li Mingyu employed an immense force of thought to obliterate the peculiar disturbance. Upon witnessing Putua emerge alone, his heart raced to his throat, prompting him to inquire, "Where is cousin?" What transpired within? Since the Lunar New Year had yet to conclude, it was customary for affluent families to don new garments, which explained their opulent attire. The attention garnered was indeed astonishing, as the slaying of Zhang Fei posthumously was utterly unfathomable. Furthermore, the skill descriptions did not mention that Zhang Fei possessed the ability of death speech. Nevertheless, many players held a vague recollection that, at the moment of Zhang Fei's disappearance, his body seemed to twitch intermittently. The boy's damp hand rested upon his chest, the pale, tender skin appearing as if it could be punctured at the slightest touch of water. Being a figure of the underworld, converting currency was second nature to him. Although this sum was beneath her notice, Yin Tian, not wishing to accept something for nothing, would not tarnish his dignity. Jia Yin's words resonated deeply with the majority, as these students rarely engaged in laundry at home. Now, as they embarked on this unfamiliar task without any skills, lacking even soap pods or washing beans, how could they possibly expect to achieve cleanliness without investing considerable time? Regrettably, judging by Lorne's tone, Baron Fast seems somewhat reluctant. Fortunately, Hayden is not one to relinquish easily. Chapter 48 primarily revolves around the whereabouts of Lin Feng over the past few months. Aware that they are concerned for him, Lin Feng recounts his experiences in detail, even revealing his contemplative retreat at Wutai Mountain. As evening falls, Sun Shi makes her timely appearance outside the Shida restaurant, initially expecting to wait a while, only to find Bai Haoming already waiting there. It is not mere longing, but rather the impact of the conversation he had with her on the swing at night that weighs heavily on him. Wu Feishuan appears to harbor some trepidation towards Wei Xinghua, not only refraining from reproaching him for his words, but also kindly advising him. The morning sunlight streams through the glass window, illuminating the room as Xiao Chong awakens, his thoughts gradually clearing. He recalls the night's revelry, suddenly sitting up and instinctively glancing beside him, only to find everything desolate and empty. In light of this, why has Zhao Zhenxiong not taken action? Why has he not eliminated Sun Tian'er to prove himself before the ancestors of the Zhao family? After a brief introduction among the crowd, disciples from the Xianin sect present the roasted game. At Huang Xiaohua's gesture, the eldering Lao, Hua Xian, and the members of the beggars sect join the Xianin sect in feasting on the barbecued meat. Lu Jiyang, adept at discerning sound and location, accurately identifies the position of the Zilai stone. With a swift thrust of his sword, he channels his internal energy, delivering a powerful strike. The Zilai stone trembles briefly before crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, echoing ominously in the ensuing silence. Meng Bingling exchanged a surprised glance with Xiao Chong, both acutely aware that this individual was undoubtedly lying. How could one claim ignorance when assassins had been dispatched to follow her to the Huaxia nation? The students and teachers here are all among the most exceptional of their kind, with little time to concern themselves with trivial matters. Consequently, the previously sensationalized video of Lu Yu had not gained significant traction within the upper echelons. Han Yao and Yu Xiu felt a surge of delight upon hearing this unexpected revelation, something they had not anticipated. as Rolls contemplated the punitive measures of his family. Visions of various tortures that could torment a person to the brink without resulting in immediate death flooded his mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily. What does it matter? The Shura princess is still a princess. Why must you lean so heavily towards the illusory? I believe Shura is far more suited to lead the illusionary domain, remarked Jingling. Today, however, Huaning suddenly realized that the chaos spiritual treasure of the Indra Buddha was, in fact, within her possession. Without it, she would surely have perished, with no chance of survival whatsoever. Yet, why was this so? Huaning could not comprehend. Before her thoughts could settle, 3 men clad in work attire emerged from the temporary structure, advancing menacingly towards a sea and the others. The oppressive black clouds above seemed to stifle all noise, replacing it with an overwhelming sense of impending destruction. Bai looked at Yi Nan, a smirk of derision and contempt playing on his lips, as if mocking Yi Nan's ignorance. Seeing Lauren enter a meditative state, Lena also sought a shaded spot to sit down, initiating her magical cultivation. Lu Feiyong was filled with deep emotions as he calmly remarked, "When we grow old, we shall settle here, raise chickens, and swim in the winter." As the words lingered in the air, he sensed Anrin tighten her embrace around his arm. The 2 men clad in black approached us, and suddenly, a beam of violet light descended, shielding us from behind. The second child, who was already prone to tears, broke down once more, sobbing uncontrollably, his tears cascading down his back. By the time he reached the entrance of the restaurant, all he could see were the taillights of Zhao Weihua's car. It was no longer about Zhang Shaoyi being taken away. Rather, he was gripped by the fear of never seeing her again, unable to articulate the depth of his emotions. After devising a plan, Wuming felt a surge of elation, retracting the various anomalies surrounding him, and stepped out of the secluded chamber. Merely pausing for a moment, he observed numerous martial artists entering and exiting, most of whom were of legendary status, though there was no shortage of half-saints to be seen from time to time. The 5 flying swords repeatedly struck against the bone shield or the protective barrier formed by it, yet they achieved no success. At that moment, the 5 swords converged, their tips facing each other, and they surged forward in a rapid spin, hurtling directly toward the poisoned bone true man. In an instant, Zixin transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring downwards like a rainbow into the depths of the vast pit. Meanwhile, the Department of Light Mathematics had 4 candidates, an exceptionally high ratio for a single department based on previous records. Upon witnessing the plight of Xiaoyu, Gaosheng felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward, intending to assist Xiaoyu to a safer location. However, before he could reach him, he noticed that Xiaoyu had already endured countless blows. And in the midst of Chu-Chu's peculiar circumstances, a disturbing realization dawned upon her. Blood began to seep from his face, hands, and body, gradually increasing in both quantity and intensity, resembling a terrifying spider's web. Lu Wei found himself in a dilemma, pondering whether it was better to indulge in this coffee or abstain. The eyes of the 9-headed beast glinted like blades as it plunged into the dense miasma, unleashing a torrent of beastly power toward Shinjun, who was enveloped in ghostly flames. In an instant, the 2 were locked in combat, their spiritual energies swirling into a tempest, with their roars resonating powerfully in the air, the battle intensifying. After the bridal sedan chair circled around Bianjing, it came to a halt at the entrance of the Rui Wang mansion. The matchmaker assisted Yi Rong into the estate, and the old master, observing the distinguished guests around him, felt a swell of pride. Yet, it was evident to those perceptive that the Rui Wang's heir was in a foul mood. Qi Ming scanned the surroundings with his spiritual perception, discovering that the 4 individuals possessed mid-level cultivation in the sacred origin realm, each with a spiritual value exceeding 10,000 on their waist tokens, clearly indicating that many competitors had been eliminated. "Is it true?" Yin Huai exclaimed, astonished. 700? That's an enormous pile. How could it simply vanish? Qian Qiue felt something warm trickle onto the back of her hand. Instinctively, she recognized it as Yang Jiehua's tears. Though she could not see them, her heart understood the gravity of the moment. His hands trembled. Before her stood a man, weeping in a state of utter vulnerability, revealing an unseemly aspect of himself. Yet, undeniably, it was not unappealing. Just as the treasure ship was propelled to its zenith, an inexplicable wave of energy manifested. For an entire month, you have relentlessly besieged the city of Green Pool, resulting in the considerable loss of life among the disciples of my Night Hall. Should you not contemplate the matter of compensation? Yi Shaoxian stated. First, he gathered the 5 elemental talismans, then specifically reinforced the fire talisman, and subsequently forged an electric talisman. The Lakers maintained a consistent advantage, with Pippin's 3-pointer leveling the score, followed by Jordan's crucial assist in the final moments, culminating in a successful free throw. She had never harbored high hopes for the second young master, well aware of his debauched nature and penchant for indulgence in the pleasures of the world. She reasoned that a little extravagance was inconsequential, considering his noble lineage and wealth. Following him would not be a loss. Thus, the two exchanged WeChat contacts, called upon the moon, and took a tricycle straight out of town. Consequently, Bulow must thwart Hydra's maneuvers to safeguard us, HIELD, while simultaneously avoiding any suspicion regarding his true identity. This necessitates a delicate balance as a double agent, compelling Bulow to devise a comprehensive plan to navigate this intricate situation. However, the brilliance of the light was blinding, inundating his vision with a sea of white radiance, surpassing even the sun in the sky. Beams of white light cascaded from the east, enveloping the entire Qixia mountain. Yet, he realized that to reach that level of strength sufficient to aid Yuan Jing in restoring her foundational powers would require time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huan Yin cast a glance at Zhu Yanqing, who sat silently yet fixated upon her. She then inquired of Mr. Fu, "What brings you to the capital so unexpectedly?" While Mr. Fu's presence in the capital was not particularly surprising, it raised questions as to why he was accompanied by Zhu Yanqing. Even the 2,000 fierce warriors under his command appeared somewhat apprehensive. These elite soldiers from the blazing mountains, known for their unwavering spirit, now exhibited a lack of combat fervor, their expressions marked more by solemnity and a readiness to fight to the death. Meanwhile, a group of guardians emerged from the Kirill building, having liberated themselves from Lorelei's control, empowered by the energy of the Mind Gem. Tang Feng, upon sustaining injuries, first sought medical assistance and then proceeded to exact revenge upon the Qian family. Was it not ludicrous to consider such actions at this juncture? My recovery is hardly a matter of mere moments, Sol Xian lamented. This represents a unique challenge within the mercenary realm, where lives are risked in fierce competition. Its significance lies not only in providing a definitive resolution for mercenaries burdened with deep-seated grudges, but also in facilitating gambling and spectating events, a tradition that has persisted throughout the ages. Never did I envision that Song Chung would graciously entertain your request, as if the past were but a fleeting wisp, and he bore no grievances whatsoever. Yet, how could one dismiss such matters so lightly? Those who profess indifference are often but transients, untouched by the natural course of events, and thus can speak of bygone days as if they were mere wisps of smoke. Initially, I believed this day would be eternal, yet it seems I was mistaken. Some individuals have indeed become irredeemable. No, Dr. Lin Liang waved his hand and said, "I just tried it a couple of days ago, and if I attempt it again today, it could be perilous." He was taken aback by Song Qiaofan's unexpected words, unable to contain his surprise as he served the dishes, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic, as if he were encountering such a scenario for the very first time. Even if there were disparities, they were negligible, moreover. With so many talented individuals combined, 3 cobblers could easily rival one Zhuge Liang, not to mention that among them was indeed a genuine Zhuge Liang. Guzhou and Dezhou were brotherly nations, and their bond had grown exceptionally close due to the relationships involving Taiying, Jiangming, and Afeng. Consequently, Guzhou emerged as Dezhou's most trustworthy ally. In Chapter 50, Ing Sang and the others exchanged glances, utterly confounded by Wang Long's audacious notion. This not only inflicted another wound upon me, but also provided significant encouragement from the elderly lady. I still have time, my parents are still with me, and I have debts of gratitude to repay. There are still duties I must fulfill. The formidable Dark Lord turned out to be merely a slime, with a master who had yet to reach the sacred domain, a mere pretender. Every time Suzuki contemplated this, he felt an uncanny sense of fate playing tricks on him. Amidst the panicked shrieks, a chorus of hoarse neighs and shouts erupted, mingled with the distant sound of laughter from 100 individuals. The giant spirit roared in fury, its battle spirit surging, yet it remained ensnared by the relentless black attacks. Given that each 1,000-person unit contained 1,000 individuals, but only one kitchen, everyone typically formed 2 lines to receive their meals, resulting in an exceedingly long queue. This is also the reason why they could not clearly see the food their companions were serving. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the uncertainty surrounding the designer's errant whims, which bore no resemblance to the orderly mechanics of a slot machine. Instead, it chaotically summoned a string of numbers, culminating in a countdown that ultimately froze at 3 o'clock. The urgency of their situation stemmed from 2 sources: the pressing insistence of Emperor Chongzhen and their own pressing need to report to him. Su Guangqi, hailing from Shanghai County, was acutely aware of the recent activities within the factory guards. Yet, in this city, he found himself devoid of even a single acquaintance, let alone a familiar family. For reasons unknown, tears began to flow once more from her eyes, soaking the bedding beneath her. Of course, seeking him still carried its risks. The nature of Su Mo and Qin Ming's relationship remained uncertain. However, fortunately, the tasks assigned to him bore no inherent danger and promised considerable benefits. Thus, she hoped he would not act against her interests. Furthermore, as previously stated, she had no alternative course of action. Gu Meng instinctively recoiled, only to be spotted by an approaching individual, prompting her to shrink her head in embarrassment. Yet, upon reaching the mountain summit and gazing at the vast expanse of peaks beneath her, a swell of pride surged within her. She inhaled deeply, spreading her arms to embrace the invigorating air. A few words from Li Tianfeng left him feeling awkward. After pondering the matter, he reasoned that if Nangong Yuewu was unbothered, then why should he be overly concerned? Subsequently, a smile graced her lips as she chose not to revisit the previous topic. However, at that moment, Nangong Yuewu spoke up. Of course, Moonshadow was not one to court death. It was inconceivable to exchange one's life merely to break through a barrier. The reason she had the audacity to face Chi Chu's thunderous strike was that she sensed the power of Haisha after spitting blood. Well, that's a conversation for another time. Besides, we are not that kind of relationship, he replied with a hint of helplessness. Lu Qing chose not to pry further, focusing intently on her dance. Truly, it is a joy to teach. My husband grasps the essence with such elegance in his movements. It's impossible, Lan watching. I owe you nothing. Why can't you understand that? Lu Zixing halted, his expression chillingly indifferent. He felt he had already extended his utmost kindness to her. If one is too greedy, they may end up with nothing. Yun Feihu chuckled. No one knows him better than I do. For these past few years, I've been studying how to deal with him. Remember, time is limited, so act swiftly. If you encounter both Yiximapang and Demelin Zhu simultaneously, that would truly be troublesome. With that, Yun Feihu rose without allowing Qin Tianxi a moment to respond. On what grounds do you stand? What gives you the right to seek marriage? Lin Jingsheng inquired after a prolonged silence. Mu Kongsen held Oluji close, pressing his forehead against hers in an attempt to transmit some with profound essence. Yet he found it impossible to channel it into her body. What good is it? My son has been unjustly slandered, and I cannot let this go unchallenged. Lin Chenxi continued to shout. It appears that this journey westward is proving to be more arduous than anticipated. Before even reaching our destination, we have encountered formidable adversaries, suggesting that even graver dangers await us ahead. Feng Gui, wielding a broom, reassured me, saying, "Do not bear too much psychological burden. I shall keep your secret. Rest assured, I will not divulge your unfortunate incident." Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of courage and conviction shone in his eyes as he regarded me with unwavering support. My trembling arms seemed devoid of strength, and Shi Yixiong struggled to rise from the ground, only to collapse once more. The sunlight in the clear sky was dim, lacking warmth, and only the cascading rays provided a semblance of heat, failing to soothe his heart, which had shattered like ice. Thus, Lady Kubu observed this solitary individual in the classroom, who was not a spirit witch, studying with a diligence surpassing that of his peers. To this end, he sought out skilled trackers within the military to pursue the assassin's trail, ultimately uncovering the location of Yin Su and his subordinates' encampment. Su Hanzheng slowly rotated the teacup in his hands before lifting it, his words plunging Fu Village into despair. Confirming the presence of a water source. It is rare for adventurous teams to carry excessive water, as the space within dimensional bags is, after all, limited. Moreover, a mage's spells cannot conjure water. Without further ado, the critical points of Cold Frost City were promptly secured, and although the city's stance rendered them hesitant to act, Lin Mu remained accustomed to exercising caution in his endeavors. Zhang Haixing dared not resort to violence against Qinguixiang, and all his frustrations were vented upon the imposing gates of the Gaolon Detention Center. A command to knock on the door was issued with such fervor that his subordinates nearly toppled the iron gate along with the surrounding wall. To Bao, 5,000 yuan was indeed a modest sum, yet Zhou Qiangxing's sudden demand for such an amount indicated that something significant had transpired. In Chapter 51, the Flower God King felt a vague sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Given the current progress, breaking this formation seemed merely a matter of time. The wide-angle lens first captured the office building and its surroundings before honing in on the entrance, ultimately fixating on the company's brass plaque adorning the gate. Henceforth, Xinghu Village seldom welcomed unfamiliar visitors. Naturally, Austin possessed special privileges, allowing him to extend invitations to companions. Although he had successfully facilitated Li Muan's reincarnation and harbored confidence in confronting the Tao of Heaven 18 years hence, Li Muan's unwillingness to merge with the soul of a newborn, voluntarily relinquishing her sole chance at life, plunged him into profound despair. Even they were visibly moved, for it was evident that Lu Heng's mastery of the burning wood sword technique had reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. The sole consolation lay in the fact that the equipment present had been meticulously prepared by someone beforehand. The spiritual energy emitted by these primordial spirit stones was known as Yuanling Qi, also colloquially referred to as immortal Qi. In recent years, Neza had become increasingly outrageous, and now, whenever an opportunity arose, he even refrained from playing the role of a dutiful son, which incited great anger within Li Jing. Jiang Lan smiled with relief. For his earnest efforts had not been in vain. Lu Heng no longer rejected his goodwill, evidently having resolved to support Qin Yu in mutual aid. This development greatly increased the hope for the matters concerning Qin Yu and Li Er. However, her singular desire was to defeat Lu Yi and to prevent him from venturing into the secret realm, harboring no intention of causing Lu Yi any harm. In the skies above, Zhou Lan rejoiced, for she often accompanied Zhou Qing into the air, feeling no trace of acrophobia or fear. Rather, she relished and embraced the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. Esteemed teachers, please take your rest, and we shall reconvene in a week's time. With that, she led the staff away. Yizi pondered the transformations she had undergone over the past fortnight, realizing that it was not only her physical state that had changed, but also her inner tranquility. At this moment, Ye remained unfazed by the vicissitudes of fortune, observing the clouds above as they shifted gracefully. Outside, the sound of raindrops tapping against the window roused the slumbering Ro, who turned her head to glance at her mother beside her. She sat up and then leaped from the bed. Inside her heart, she harbored a torrent of grievances, fearing that should she succumb to the temptation of inebriation, she would forever lose face before others. Yet, the fury in her eyes was palpable, as Qiu Shaoze teetered on the brink of an eruption. If anyone dared to provoke him at that moment, he could not guarantee that he would refrain from unleashing his wrath. A circle of golden battle spirits materialized around him, swiftly forming an enormous metallic shield, which stood 1/2 yard thick and 3 yards high. When the silent golden hammer struck the colossal shield, it produced a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, it is likely that you are already aware that the period for the opening of the fractured starland is 3 months. During this time, regardless of whether one has achieved any gains, it is imperative to reach the teleportation array before its closure. Otherwise, one will be trapped within the fractured starland. Remember this well. On the sword of the immortal, Lin Tianhui addressed everyone with a grave expression. This is impossible. Zhang Henrong's eyes widened, fixated on the 2 right hands gripping his immortal sword. With just this single strike, Zhao Nanfan had instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. The man in purple exhaled a long breath, his demeanor darkening. If it were possible, he would never wish to harm her in such a manner, inadvertently inflicting pain upon himself. Observing Lu Qinghui's look of resignation, Lin Yingyu continued, after the completion of the electoral transition in Taiwan, I plan to construct 5 deepwater ports along Hainan Island and the South Asian coastline. However, the expression on Shang Mingqi's face secretly pleased Qiu Shaoze, making him think, "You are not afraid of me now. Soon you shall understand the true nature of the King of Horses." The crowd huddled beneath the lofty stone seats, heads bowed in devout submission to the Scorpion Star Palace. The Empress Dowager and the Dowager Empress naturally consented, their faces beaming as they watched Emperor Yong'an personally drape a thick cloak around Lingxi's shoulders, then take her hand and exit the Chang'e Palace. Chapter 52. Damn it. A furious exclamation erupted as the martial artist stomped the ground, sending clods of earth flying from beneath his feet, his figure darting like a shooting star in pursuit of Qin Ming. Moments later, a throng of pursuing martial artists surged forth, swift as arrows, and behind them, a multitude of high-ranking warriors raced on without pause. The cacophony persisted, causing the onlookers outside to instinctively take a step back. The anguished cries emanating from within were chilling, hinting at the harrowing events unfolding inside. However, a piece of armor caught his eye. In his recollection, armor was typically defensive in nature. Yet he pondered the level of this particular piece. He decided to collect it, intending to ascertain its capabilities later, and continued his exploration. After their meal, the two made their way to the riverbank for a bath. Initially, Qin Feng had considered bathing together, but fearing he might lose control, he decided against it. Nevertheless, the figure she anticipated did not materialize, and Ning Lan's beautiful, anxious eyes quickly brimmed with tears. Some cities in Southeast Asia had previously faced earthquakes, and now they were contending with volcanic eruptions, teetering on the brink of disaster. Li Jundong remarked, "What does a college student need such an expensive phone for? A functional one would suffice. Not many from your high school peers even own phones, and even in university, those with phones are still few." Although the figure's appearance was fleeting, it seemed he had departed in haste, his movements fluid and deliberate, as if meticulously planned, devoid of any frivolity. Qin Feng walked towards the dormitory, his mind swirling with various outcomes, yet he could never have anticipated the current situation. "Why do I feel there is more to your words?" he mused, while playfully wielding a delicate tool to trace circles upon the blade of the sword.
Meanwhile,
After Li Shuiyue had hung up on Bai Xiu, the latter felt an overwhelming sense of unease and hurried to discuss her concerns with Li Peizhu. Zhao Xiqing continuously assessed Mo Shaoji, contemplating. Indeed, she is a rare gem among mortals, possessing both exceptional beauty and demeanor. Once I reach the mid-stage of the return to tribulation period, any attempts by others to seize these treasures shall require my consent. The deceased bore broken nails and bleeding fingers, injuries inflicted by a blunt instrument. Qin Dandan remarked. Yi Jiang left with Zong Ting, leaving behind a trembling proprietor of the Friendship Inn. Even the living dead can experience fear. Goji berry wine, a premier product of the northern snow country, possesses a high alcohol content yet tastes sweet, masking its potency. However, merely 3 or 4 sips could incapacitate a robust man. Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, she felt a surge of joy. Since Liu Bei was so free, they could frequently arrange meetings. Alas, what treachery the emperor exhibits! We never anticipated entering the Black Tiger Temple, yet being barred from the Black Tiger Tower. For the grand entrance is a colossal stone that cannot be unlocked without a key. Gao Lan gritted her teeth in indignation. If I were to sever ties with her completely now, she would surely come weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom to clear her name, and at this moment, Gao Lan would not stand a chance against her. Instead, efforts were made to suppress the matter, ensuring that not a whisper of it reached the ears of the evaluators. Because Hu Tingshen did not prevent him from proposing to Jiang Huiyan, within merely 10 minutes, a considerable number of people in Jiangcheng were already aware. The so-called secret technique possesses a spirit. Once a practitioner has cultivated it to a certain level, the technique begins to exhibit a degree of sentience. Dark red points of light flickered upon it. Should an ordinary person approach this place, within a few days, they would undoubtedly suffer a gruesome demise. What manner of monster is this? Chang Shao also noticed the situation. Such a soft demeanor truly sent shivers down one's spine. Over the years, the War King has slain countless individuals from the Rondi tribe. Even if he wished to collaborate with them, they might not acquiesce. My dear, you are awake. Lin Xingyue opened her eyes to behold Chang Shao, his forehead adorned with a chef's towel, wearing an apron, and holding a bowl with peculiar patterns, attempting to feed her a sticky, unappetizing paste. Your strength is indeed commendable, yet against me, who possesses the immortal stone, you remain no match.
Attack.
The formidable demon clan warrior scoffed, dismissing Shen Hanyun entirely. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their fists colliding with brutal force, shattering the space around them. Miss Gu, shall we depart now? Fei Su gently inquired, glancing at Guyu, who appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the unfolding events, Gui Bao swiftly retrieved 16 high-grade formation flags from his storage pouch and hurled them into 8 locations, resulting in a brilliant explosion that coalesced into a high-tier 4 symbols formation. Luo Ta surveyed his surroundings, the towering edifices looming above him. The envelope seemed to have descended from the heavens, leaving him utterly bewildered. With a slight shrug, he tore open the envelope. Chapter 53. After the contract with Dao Sheng expired, Gu Shibanyang chose not to renew it. Although countless apothecaries visited her daily, she refrained from signing any exclusive agreements thereafter. Even if 7 individuals train diligently every day, it may be more prudent to engage in alternative endeavors, such as guiding the other beings of Penglai Island. They would be quite willing to do so, for it is preferable to cultivate one's own island's inhabitants, thereby enhancing the overall caliber of Penglai Island and preserving its dignity. Indeed, what a peculiar situation. However, just recalling that exquisite sensation, my body was suddenly enveloped in a wave of tingling numbness. Alas, it appears I have also succumbed to this peculiarity. Gong Sun Zan tore away the ropes binding him and rose from the ground, yet he remained perplexed, casting a dubious gaze at Liu Tianhao. Yishi observed the situation and, seizing the opportunity, expressed satisfaction with the assurance received. After exchanging a few polite remarks, He took his leave. Once their discussions concluded, Lu Tianhao, MASU, and the matchmaker, accompanied by a retinue of servants, proceeded to transport the betrothal gifts back to their residence. "May I call you Feline from now on?" I asked, laughing at my own self-mockery. Why must I have so many demands? The final words of Dao Tian resonated in Yifun's mind like an enchanting melody. Bai Shu, pulled along by the paper kite, only had time to greet Luo Shirlan before hastily navigating through a sea of lotus flowers towards the exit. Even lying atop the stretcher, Yu Gudyuan, upon seeing the charred visage of the elder's second son, was nearly startled, particularly as he witnessed the reunion between the elder's second son and his own father, where they embraced and wept, tears cascading down their faces. "How dare you?" Dihu bellowed in fury upon discovering that the opponent had devised a counter-strategy. Just as he prepared to rush to their aid, he found himself ensnared by the previous adversary. Naturally, Luo Shirlan's master is none other than Bai Fengyun. Upon hearing Luo Shirlan's words, Bai Shu finally comprehended why Tianyi residence had remained uninhabited for so long, and why the expressions of those around him had turned peculiar when he suggested residing there. The young man in white was indeed the youthful Bai Fengyun, barely past 20, standing at the pinnacle of void-breaking, just a step away from the realm of enlightenment. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking resonated, and in an instant, several cultivators, who had been quietly meditating, could no longer contain their astonishment. One by one, they leaped down from the towering spirit-nurturing tree. Swiftly approaching the silver pear-wood carriage designated for testing the ability to discern spiritual herbs, as he perused the records related to the Jade Talisman, he discovered that the driving force of the true martial realm stemmed from spirit-gathering arrays that concentrated spiritual energy, devoid of any mention of stellar power. Perplexed, he found himself compelled to seek assistance from his mother. However, concerning the aspect of the soul, it appeared they possessed no unique cultivation methods, relying instead on their innate strength to attain regenerative capabilities to a certain extent. The speaker was a military leader of comparable strength to Sha Meng, known as Wuma Yidao. Under Commander Peng, he and Sha Meng were the most formidable, and due to their previous dazzling battle, Sha Meng had begun to show signs of emerging as the strongest. Among the 3 flight attendants, Zita was the most skilled in combat, making Jiang Zhuofeng feel relatively at ease in her role as a bodyguard. The guest was Wang Yuancheng, and it was imperative not to keep him waiting. He gently embraced Feng Qianyu before heading to the reception room. Jiang Shiyun greeted Feng Qianyu and followed suit. Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Chang Zi had discovered some extraordinary individual to aid them. Yet, gazing upon the creature forged by Baoqi, Qiu Xian felt assured that he had made the right choice. He could distinctly sense a formidable power emanating from the monster. While it did not seem overwhelmingly strong in comparison to him, it was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary innate warrior to contend with. The room fell silent, as if the words of Qian Bushi had determined the very fate of the universe, and Sun Buyu finally articulated the myth surrounding the divine chicken. The guards of the surrounding merchant convoy exhaled in relief, grateful that they would not have to engage in battle with these wretched monsters. Even though they knew the creatures feared flames, that did not diminish their terrifying nature. Although the flying heaven slash and the 6-star sword Qi were simultaneously extinguished, the 7-star sword Qi surged forth from a diagonal angle towards Yifeng. The explosive energy storm produced a shockwave that momentarily slowed the 7-star sword Qi. Li Chuan was here, patiently awaiting Zhao Yan's arrival, initially having no intention of intervening. However, witnessing his subordinates in such a dire state ignited a sense of frustration within him. The scenery was utterly breathtaking. Professor Su stood at the piano room window of the Strand Manor Castle, gazing at the neatly arranged vineyards and the distant stone castle-like winery, feeling as though she had been transported to medieval Europe. Bien K quietly observed Sophie, watching her in her painful struggle, and slowly lowered the scarf that concealed his face. Chapter 54. You clearly made your move. Yet she remained unscathed, her expression devoid of emotion yet bearing an oddly youthful and mischievous quality, brimming with unspoken derision. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the existence of video backups, the cunning individual would undoubtedly retain Chu Mei as leverage instead of eliminating her first. With a swift motion, he launched the bird, striking Shi Tu-ping with a forceful kick that sent him soaring far into the distance. As feelings of frustration brewed within him, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Chung-yi should also be attending the Peking University anniversary celebration. With a sense of curiosity, he placed a call, and, to his surprise, Chung-yi was indeed in the city. After knowing her for so long, her vibrant spirit was as it should be, rather than the somber reminders urging one to embrace reality. A few days later, she secured a job. She returned the ice cream cart and settled into a stable work routine, no longer wandering the streets selling ice cream. Li Qingjue, ever more loquacious, was a man accustomed to careless chatter, often unaware of the trouble his words could invite. Even more astonishing was the fact that the bicycle lacked brakes. Such a dilapidated vehicle belonged to Ruoshi, who pedaled with remarkable speed. In the kitchen, Lan Ting's industrious form was clearly visible through the glass door, indelibly etched in Yuan Zhao's memory. As the moment to meet the children's mother approached, Shang Xufeng suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Standing on the shore, Gu Nianxi observed her sister with an unsettling indifference, merely watching without a flicker of emotion. Xiao Lingyang sensed something amiss. How could they discern Shang Xufeng's intentions when he had not uttered a word? Oh, this pastry was an exquisite creation, with a delightful sweetness and a smooth texture. Fresh, yet not overwhelming, a true culinary masterpiece. He stated, "This is a token of gratitude from His Highness the Seventh." The palace maid appeared solemn yet perplexed, struggling to believe the words she had just heard. The queen, enunciating each syllable with determination, called upon the king's name, as though that was indeed what he was called. The surrounding disciples, listening to Zhou Tao, suddenly heard one of them exclaim, "Could it be that Xue Haifeng has ascended to the spiritual foundation realm?" This bore little difference from the script they had penned, which narrated the tale of Iron Man refusing to sell his armor to the government, while simultaneously suffering from palladium poisoning due to the reactor. At this juncture, the antagonist made his entrance. Following the fifth round of skills, Zhang Kai's natural leaf shield was shattered by a blade of sword energy, leaving his health diminished to less than half. And it seemed only a few strikes would suffice to finish him off. "What? Are you frightened?" Wu Yu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, the exquisite sword in his hand trembling violently as he mockingly derided Hu Tianying. "Even so, regrettably, your cultivation is insufficient." Wu Zhongqiang snorted disdainfully, casually waving his other hand, unleashing a blade of wind that howled through the air, severing a branch from a nearby tree. She felt a sense of satisfaction, despite Wen Shua's immense abilities and accomplishments. He never concealed his shortcomings nor exaggerated his strengths. This deeply human essence of spirit and character stemmed from his experiences and his unique nature. He believed that since he had gained an advantage, he ought to repay this favor when the opportunity arose. However, Wei Sheng was also pondering how to persuade Luo Yuan to agree, thereby allowing Tiancheng and Fei Hong to continue their collaborative efforts in this producer-director dynamic. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng clearly found it effortless, and before the sun dipped low in the afternoon sky, after traversing the mountainous paths for 4 or 5 hours, they finally arrived at the back mountain. Upon hearing Lu Tian's challenge, he smiled at him, feeling an immense joy within. It seemed fate had presented him with an opportunity to confront him. Lu Tian had unwittingly sought his own demise. Even if that senior brother were to find out, he would not hold him accountable, for it was Lu Tian who had chosen this perilous path. In the next moment, the void completely shattered, and an endless army of otherworldly beings surged into this realm. The unfolding events soon cast a pall over the emotions of the viewers before their screens. I found it rather intriguing, and thus inquired, How much do you sell these battered iron pieces for? Hanyu feigned indifference as he asked. With the live broadcast, they could clearly witness how Lin Fan obliterated the aircraft. The Fury Blade technique, with its grand and sweeping movements, unleashed astonishing explosive power. Moreover, He Penghui had dedicated himself solely to this martial art, mastering it to the point where his execution of the Fury Blade technique in combat flowed as effortlessly as a stream. The newcomer was none other than Satomi Ishihara. Hanyu was perplexed as to why she was there, but upon seeing her, she also noticed him. However, she remained silent, merely winking at Hanyu. "Brother Jiang, what troubles you?" Zhang Xian asked, a frown creasing his brow. It was unusual for his manager to appear so anxious. Could there be more distressing news? She seemed remarkably innocent, her hair tied in a ponytail, suggesting she was still of school-going age. An overwhelming power surged forth. An aura of terrifying intensity erupted from Yu Wushuang. Zhuo glanced at the mountain path, where Di Qing had departed, his gaze laden with significance as it settled upon Yu Wushuang. He had also prepared a contingency, with 100,000 troops stationed at the periphery, equipped with high-caliber weaponry, all of which were long-range armaments. The gold and silver sacred vessels confiscated from the cathedral were sufficient to fill an entire longship. The sheer volume of the spoils was astonishing. The joy among the crowd stemmed not only from their fortune but also from the long-standing grievances against the Ruda family, who had once wielded their power with arrogance and disdain. Now, the Ruda family found themselves stripped of their former grandeur, each member quietly nursing their sorrows in silence. Meanwhile, Good Jaya staff remained oblivious to the fact that she had drawn the attention of two fierce predators as she continued to search for the elusive light-departing mantis. Following Hao Nan's instructions, the decisive move she had meticulously prepared yielded no results, and the sense of disappointment morphed into resentment. Chapter 55. Chen Shouzhua was at a loss for words. What was meant to be a personal duel of principles between him and Mu Qiu had turned into a glaring spectacle dominated by the notorious Bao Munian. That evening, he had purchased what remained of half a box. Minghui extinguished his cigarette, discarding the stub into the nearby trash bin. Samba and Luke experienced a moment of stunned silence upon seeing Karen and the unconscious Kelly on the ground. Karen dared not make a sudden move, for the presence of these two dwarves was overwhelmingly formidable, and he certainly did not believe he could best them. Additionally, he regarded Luke with a furrowed brow, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity as he understood his master's character well. If he were to learn of this situation, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the ghostly princess without hesitation. In the Soul Street, devoid of the protective soul veil and the deterrent presence of death gods, it was common for hollows to wander here, seeking to exploit the vulnerability of the living. Kylie's commanded the personnel to extract the magic core from the slain benevolent winged creature. Summoners can utilize the magic cores of magical beasts to cultivate specters, whose combat prowess is typically one tier lower than that of their original form. However, a specter cultivated from a benevolent wing's magic core, upon reaching the SS level, would indeed manifest as a formidable entity. Contemplating this, the third prince sank into a chair, dejected and deflated like a punctured balloon. The company had explicitly stated that while contract renewal was permissible, all demands were off the table and benefits would be reduced by 2 tiers. Just as the atmosphere threatened to descend into an impasse, the slick, plump face of the minor official from the Imperial Grace Temple contorted into a dry chuckle as he spoke. But what does vigilance matter? Numerous beings would perceive this as a result of their own cultivation, driven by insatiable greed for more. The difference this time was that during the previous reception of Lu Yu and his companions, it had taken place in a secluded floral hall, whereas now they found themselves in an expansive chamber adorned with the classical elegance of the great Xia kingdom. Each piece of furniture within was worth more than the lifetime income of an ordinary person. Furthermore, The room was sealed so tightly that it bore no connection to the outside world, which had led to Lan Lian's extended unconsciousness. Suddenly, a vibrant scene of blooming flowers emerged behind Huang Xinyan, and in the next moment, a radiant golden light burst forth, transforming from red to green. What does this signify? Niawan Luo was perplexed, still unable to comprehend the essence of the rose. At that moment, rain, resembling yellow beans, began to pelt down in a cacophony, enveloping the world in a curtain of rain within mere seconds. Upon witnessing such a scene, young Master Hung could not help but admire his opponent's intellect. However, he merely responded with a cold chuckle, for should he choose to intervene, his adversary would stand no chance of survival. Were it not for the concern of causing a fatal incident and attracting trouble, he would not grant such an opportunity to someone bearing the surname Shao. Fortunately, the situation was contained, with Luo sustaining only minor injuries, while the others, being well-trained and quick to react, remained unscathed. Lu Yongji, emulating a tea ceremony master, prepared tea, while Shengguan Ryun attempted to assist, but found herself unable to contribute. Upon reaching level 80, the enhancement of his fundamental attributes made him acutely aware of the significance of physical combat. Meanwhile, Ziyun sat in the chair within Director Huangfu Xiong's office, deep in contemplation. In the realm of business, competition is inevitable. Although she shared a modicum of camaraderie with Li Yong, the line between friendship and business was clear, especially considering that Li Yong likely had little voice in the presence of his father in the Li family. The two sisters conversed for quite some time, and as the sky darkened, Qingyang finally set down her needlework, feeling the strain in her neck and unable to resist the urge to massage it. The emperor smiled and nodded, casting a glance at Su Jinling, his brow slightly furrowed before relaxing, as if lost in thought. Before departing with his hands clasped behind his back, everyone rose, but due to overwhelming tension, Su Jinling found her legs numb and remained kneeling on the ground. Yi Feng shook his head, signaling that all was well. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him. Had something occurred moments prior to provoke such a reaction? With the Ming Emperor so resolute in his actions, it was only natural that Sun Chuanting, as the commanding general in battle, would exert every effort, unleashing his forces to launch a relentless offensive against the capital, striving to seize control at the earliest opportunity. Chunwei took on the role of the rearguard. Although his cultivation was not as formidable as that of Mu Zili and Qi Hao, he possessed his own means of escape. The golden-hued Kai Tian axe in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light, serving as a veritable flashbang. However, the major sacred lands and ancient clans remained silent for the time being. The Zishan territory was not one to be monopolized. No single sacred land could conquer that place, and those who came would return empty-handed. Today, Mei Bing's parents and her brother experienced a roller coaster of emotions, oscillating between highs and lows. During these past 2 days, Sima Zhanshan was under the attentive care of Deng Luren. Although Deng Luren was male, he took diligent care of Sima Zhanshan. Chapter 56. Since Ding Jingxi emerged from the blood-stabbing gate, 4 hours had already elapsed. A familiar figure caught Jiang Ling's eye. The young man in the blue robe reminded him of someone encountered during the selection trials. How could my mental perception have failed to detect these 3 individuals? Zhao Qingji found it hard to believe, considering she practiced an exceptionally profound mental perception technique from the divine court. Under normal circumstances, even a master at the Xuanji upper realm would not escape her notice upon entering her awareness.
Yuntong, Yunfing.
And the others realized that Yun Zhao's threat towards Zhou, she was a strategic move to leverage against Zhou Yunshan. This tactic of undermining the foundation was executed with remarkable finesse. If only this single gang existed, cleansing their reputation would be a trivial matter. However, in this vast city, they were not the sole gang in existence. Indeed, Xiao Lin realized that he could not conceal the truth any longer. The being before him was of a divine caliber. far beyond his capacity to provoke. In order to avoid punishment, he had no choice but to resort to deception. Are you familiar with the soul dash? Lu Xuanyang was taken aback. The matter of the soul was unknown even to the original master of the mysterious technique scroll, the Liang family. Yet this cloaked individual was evidently aware of it. Naturally, they did not merely make a singular prediction regarding the circumstances here, but rather devised numerous strategies in response to various potential scenarios. Brother, why do I feel such a profound sense of unease? Lian Wen inquired, gazing at Lian Yu. Firstly, they must immediately relinquish control, allowing the unstable core prototype to self-destruct. However, should fortune be unkind, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Observing Jiang Han's expressions of disgust and retching, it seemed they too found the situation genuinely repulsive, causing hesitation to surface among them. This meditation technique had undoubtedly opened a portal to another realm for Stephen. However, he was considerably discontented that the meditation method accessible to apprentices comprised only the initial segment. The warrior's second attack missed its mark, only to be met with a significant blow to his head, sending his robust form stumbling forward.
Subsequently,
after Su Han and General Lu's tumultuous incident led to her resignation, He-Fei lost interest in the affairs of the newspaper. As for the current state of the newspaper and General Huang, he was no longer inclined to concern himself with such trivialities. These late-night symposiums served both as a collective endeavor to pool wisdom and as an excellent opportunity for self-presentation. The pain was indescribable, rather than enduring it slowly. It would be preferable to experience it all at once to avoid prolonged suffering. At this moment, Zhao Jing seemed to embody a theatrical spirit, completely oblivious to the fact that just last night, someone had accumulated an entire street's worth of experience in confronting malevolent spirits. In a final surge of energy, with a resounding shout, he forcefully severed the vampire's entire middle finger, only to be propelled backward by the ensuing recoil, landing with a thud upon a cushion of flesh. As for the existence of a seventh-tier being, to my knowledge, only the sect leader remains in this realm, a level far beyond our reach. As he spoke, Reed sighed repeatedly, his expression tranquil yet somewhat detached, gazing at her without uttering a word. I couldn't help but scoff. The matter concerning old Master Chung remains unresolved. And what good would it do to merely summon these Taoist priests? Indeed, during my last visit to Sell Herbs, I overheard Dr. Yang expressing such sentiments. While this logic holds true, it was not imparted by Dr. Yang. It wasn't tea that I sought to be glib. Rather, my words aimed to provide cold Yen with a sense of relief. Initially, she had eagerly volunteered to accompany me on this mission to rescue others, yet ultimately failed to ensure my safe return, undoubtedly leaving her with an unresolved knot in her heart. Zhou Kuei smiled faintly, finally finding some solace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she hurriedly rose to mask her moment of vulnerability. Rumor has it that this is connected to organizing a fleet for maritime ventures, rekindling discussions about Zheng He's legendary voyages to the west, which have once again captured the public's imagination. Is that so? Xiaolan inquired, her cautious nature having always led her to tread carefully, as every attempt at boldness inherently carries the specter of risk. The effect after using the absolute fireskin refinement was surprisingly still vulnerable to being breached by the opponent. How could Wu Yi not be alarmed? Impossible. Did you relay my message or not? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yoli's expression abruptly changed, and he erupted in anger. Chao Guangmao examined the situation. Although there was slight damage to the head, there was no sign of hemorrhage, indicating only a mild concussion, which posed no serious threat. As long as he could regain consciousness promptly, everything would be fine. Godzilla looked up, and under the illumination of the surrounding buildings, a dozen angels with fluttering wings appeared overhead, wielding automatic rifles and opening fire upon it. As they spoke, Su Duan and the Night Owl entered the reveal zone, where the grand curtain descended slowly amidst tense music. During the conversation, The attendant adjusted his sleeve and assumed a fierce demeanor. What tests? Just take me to retrieve it. Your bluster is not because you fear that woman, is it? Chun Hao inquired. With a powerful shout from Fong Han, nearly 5,000 Wei Wu soldiers formed a square formation, an open square with each side of soldiers facing a different direction to guard Li He and Li Ying. 500 elite soldiers, within their midst. Meanwhile, the Nirvana flame sword in Luo Chen's hand was enveloped in a golden phoenix flame, transforming into a blazing golden sword. During the battle against the demon ancestor, he wielded the sword with the intent to save the lives of the cultivators from the 10 nations, aspiring to establish a heart for this pristine land of Kunlun. After all, before arriving at Shaoliang, he had determined that Li He could not refuse. And once Li He nodded in agreement, it would be much easier for Dong Liangjun and Jai Hu, due to the overwhelming superiority of the military forces. A multitude of energy beams and live ammunition descended in a relentless bombardment. Chapter 57. Bernie was not surprised by their arrival. He nodded slightly and stepped aside, indicating that they should enter the room to discuss matters further. In Ivan's mind, he had already begun to plan the activities he would engage in with Ji Qiao once they became friends.
Meanwhile,
Yixing's gaze gradually shifted from Zhou Shi's face down to his chest. It's simple, just treat Mimi as if she were me, Su said, though a mischievous glint lingered in her eyes, betraying her amusement at the unfolding drama. After realizing that the mixture of various powders could yield unexpected effects, Fu Bao no longer dared to concoct the medicinal powders alone. The leisure palace had been particularly desolate since her banishment to the underworld 500 years ago, remaining untouched and unvisited. She had never invoked the name of the leisure realm to attract any frivolities. If one were to suggest that she sought vengeance, it would be even more implausible. While everyone busied themselves with epidemic prevention within the inner hall of the great marshal's residence, Zhu Hao discreetly summoned Director of Intelligence Du Qishan and the Captain of the Guard, Lu Fengzi, along with the Vice Commander of the Qingwei Army, Lu Maozong, to discuss matters. Today, it was rare for Lord Qin to stay in Madame Qin's quarters. Early in the morning, Madame Qin prepared with great care, personally serving water and dishes to Lord Qin. Meanwhile, Yixing's hands, still resting in Ji Qiao's grasp, began to tremble, no longer holding on as tightly as before. As soon as Shao Ye emerged from the realm of the divine, he felt an intensified sense of peril, as if he had been marked for pursuit. A wave of shock washed over him. Although he was aware of this looming threat, the revelation that his adversary awaited him just outside the realm was utterly unexpected. "Why are you so concerned about me?" Emoshi, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat from the pain, managed to voice this long-held curiosity. To her astonishment, Zhao Fenghua, who had seemingly vanished from the world for over a year, made a sudden appearance at Moscow's central train station. It would be impossible to claim that Bai Yi was not pleased at this turn of events. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he cast a glance at the large vase behind him, resolving to appease this distinguished guest that evening. Due to the sensitivity of the situation, the relevant authorities did not provide an immediate response, but instead escalated the matter to the central government. The senior officials there were largely in agreement with the military leaders and Bai Yi's perspective. Meanwhile, the resilient emperor, the nine-headed serpent, remained oblivious to the fact that, in a bid to rescue the ancestral deity Zhu Rong, the human clan had once again exposed its extraordinary capabilities on Mount Buzhou, thus inviting calamity upon themselves.
Come.
My disciple, allow your uncle to examine the healing of your leg. Shen Hanlu began to unwrap the bandages from Mo Shi's injury. Fueled by fervor, Mu Ziqing seized the rod in hand and, under the dim moonlight, struck fiercely at the man's head. Though he believed he was avenging his sister-in-law, he remained unaware that his brother had already taken a new wife. The burial flower sword blazed with brilliance, a celestial dragon emblazoned upon its blade. As the sunlight swept across it, it instantly reflected a chilling and domineering radiance. for individuals had never witnessed someone stealthily approaching from behind, unable to maintain their composure any longer and erupting into a furious outcry. The news of the contest between the great Zhou and the Khitan had already spread throughout the imperial capital of Bianliang, prompting throngs of people to rush outside the city in hopes of witnessing the extraordinary competition among the four remarkable youths. Naturally, they harbored a fervent desire for the great Zhou to triumph over the Khitan, fervently praying for their victory. As dinner time arrived, the students of Xingyue Academy rushed into the dining hall like prisoners released from confinement, jostling eagerly at the serving counter where a crowd had gathered, and the clamor of voices filled the air. Eventually, upon noticing the grim expression on the face of a diminutive man, the unsaid words lingered in the air. Nevertheless, even without verbalizing it, the little man understood the reproach implied by Gu Qing's demeanor, offering an awkward smile to brush the matter aside. She did not conceal her ire in the slightest, causing those kneeling outside to tremble with fear, hastily rising and leaping away, swiftly departing the bustling Hongxiang courtyard and heading westward. Subsequently, Ganjiang, drawing upon her understanding of Yi Sealing, proposed a strategy that was not particularly ingenious. However, she firmly believed that Yi Sealing would indeed make an appearance, albeit this increased the level of peril surrounding the situation. Upon witnessing Chen Xian effortlessly defeat a practitioner of the 8th and 9th star transformations, Tao Zhongqing deemed Chen Xian as someone not to be trifled with. Little did Tao Zhongqing anticipate his remarkable fortune in encountering precisely the individual he wished to avoid. Qingqing clearly belonged to the latter category, yet fortunately, her circumstances were not overly dire. At least she still had the courage to work outside and earn a living. In this place, there seems to be no trace of a third party, yet that previous statement echoed with such clarity that both individuals involuntarily scrutinized their surroundings with trepidation. I expressed my gratitude for the cooperation, to which he responded modestly, indicating it was nothing. I fainted. Must I report that as well? The butterfly had forgotten to turn off the headset, and the subordinates could hear everything, each of them secretly amused. The inclement weather frequently soured Sal's mood, often prompting him to reflect on the misfortunes of his childhood. Whenever the shadows of his past miseries emerged, Sal would inevitably recall the subsequent joys of life, realizing that such contrasts only served to deepen his appreciation. At this moment, Zhang Xining found her tongue entwined with Lin Chen's, experiencing a peculiar sensation of comfort from this rogue. I know that Brother Xiang is not that kind of person. Tang Weiwei lifted her head, her enchanting gaze briefly locking onto Xiang Yang, as she firmly declared. Within the borders of Ba country, one might find a relative sense of ease, but upon entering Afghanistan, that comfort would swiftly evaporate. Here, they would confront the omnipresent threat of the Tata organization while simultaneously evading the watchful eyes of the Afghan military. A daunting trial for the Eastern Jiang and his comrades. Chapter 58. Recognizing that these knightly wretches would be of no use unless they dealt with the envoy sorcerers. Even their numbers were rendered meaningless. Humph. Ren Changcheng, I once thought you a formidable figure. Why have only you three shown up tonight? Where are your brethren? Have they all been frightened into submission? Wang Fengfan mocked. Su Hongji, at the age of over 50, found himself engulfed in calamity, leaving him utterly shaken, as if half his life had been extinguished. He stood there, motionless like a guardian deity, failing to provide any warning to those around him. Otherwise, their arrogance would not have reached such heights. Old K raised his hand and forcefully struck the helmet of a comrade who had collapsed, the steel gauntlet clashing against the helmet with a resonant thud. In that vicinity, numerous dignitaries were present, including some newly appointed officials, making it a relatively privileged environment. Moreover, the commercial street there was far more abundant than in other areas, brimming with a myriad of goods, including shops that did not rely solely on luck for purchasing items. Mu Zheng followed Lu Jiu without inquiring about their destination or the reasons behind their journey, accompanying him until they reached the front hall where they paused. At that moment, Lu Ju was not eager to engage her in conversation. Instead, he remained vigilant and summoned by Jiao to ensure there were no eavesdroppers behind the walls. They served as exemplary models, possessing the Lord's precious treasures, and could not afford to fall prey to the malevolent wraiths. He had thrust Shao Ye, who had previously remained an outsider, into the midst of this intricate game, elevating his birth mother, bestowing upon him the honor of a prince, and aligning him with the kin of the Duke of Qi. The sudden emergence of formidable adversaries left the other princes in disarray, clouding their judgment as they questioned who their true enemy was. In any case, the majority of the forces within the Tomb clan required no sustenance. All they needed was a place to lie down. Xia Tianyu could not help but smirk inwardly, reflecting on how the Yi family boasted of being a grand clan for millennia. Yet they were oblivious to the necessity of providing steeds for the members of the Wanhua Gate, revealing a rather miserly disposition. Shao Chun merely shrugged, traversing over the head of the impoverished water dragon, and upon observing the myriad of glimmering white points scattered across the ground, he instantly recognized them as dragon saliva. It was your son who instigated the provocation. My act of slaying him was entirely justified. Should you seek vengeance for your offspring, feel free to come forth. I, Qin Yun, shall be your opponent. Qin Yun replied with a cold smirk, devoid of any trepidation. As Xiangwan listened to his words and recalled the scenes of yesteryears, she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. The emotions and stirrings this man evoked within her grew ever more intense with each encounter. The grand archway before them soared once again, and not only that, the heavens above transformed from mere void into a tapestry of sun, moon, and stars, a primordial universe. This great door seemed to bridge heaven and earth, upholding the entirety of the cosmos, surrounded by boundless divine light, while an array of ancient, obscure murmurs wafted into Stone Evil's ears. The guardians within the temple had never anticipated such a scenario. They were utterly astonished, scrambling to respond. And with most of their forces diverted to the altar of sacrifice, their defenses were significantly weakened. At this pivotal moment, a resounding explosion echoed as Zhao Qi unleashed his true essence, shattering the black mist that ensnared him. The force of the shockwave nearly propelled Lao Wu, Oyefei, and Julie out of the arena. The Dark Emperor harbored unwavering faith in Shao Qin, especially after witnessing the power he had just unleashed. He was convinced that Shao Qin could undoubtedly breach these defensive formations, and all he needed to do was secure time for both himself and Shao Qin. Yet why? Shao Qin stood frozen, realizing that his principle of destruction bore no effect on the supreme divine king. If Shao Qingfeng were truly to perish upon the sacred mountain, he would undoubtedly lose all hope for survival. At that juncture, the Lord of the Celestial City would surely seek his demise. This is precisely why Shao Qingfeng, even at the risk of his life, refrained from bringing the servant along. However, the analysis of the data aspect relies predominantly on the prowess of the analyst. A formidable individual can deduce everything through the data alone, without the need for strategic considerations. Moreover, it was agreed that this collaboration pertained to research endeavors. And when business needs arose, even Qin Jiong was willing to provide Wang Noa with strategic information support. By eliminating a contract, one effectively releases a substantial sum, equivalent to 100,000 yuan, thereby ensuring that your margin is sufficient and no additional margin is required. Liu Li sensed his breath growing increasingly faint and persistently called out to him, engaging him in conversation. Xian Ming turned away, utterly indifferent to the fervent cries of Chu Yunlian. He simply chose to ignore her. Upon conducting his own investigation, he discovered that day was orchestrated by the residents and the Empress in a scheme against him. No wonder. After rescuing her, he felt an inexplicable sensation, compelling him to take her forcefully. The alcohol-induced haze lifted momentarily, and Xiao Yuqing's complexion shifted from a vibrant crimson to a pallid hue. Upon seeing Gu Hanqi, he hurriedly pursued, grasping the latter's arm.
Yeah.
I do not know how much longer I can endure. Allow me to remain by your side a while longer. That is all I ask. Fools, come forth and witness the extent of my might. De Zhuang raised his hand, a contraption resembling a miniature artillery piece perched upon his arm, thundering as it unleashed its projectiles, reducing the unfortunate target to mere dust in an instant. It was not an accident. It was deliberate, Hua Xuanji exclaimed, her anger rendering her speechless, cursing inwardly. Commander Shao opened his mouth, nearly divulging the discovery of extraterrestrial cultivators on the moon, yet after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. He was well aware of Yang Wuqiang, a true expert and a venerable predecessor in the field of liver transplantation within the country. A figure of undeniable prowess in terms of age, experience, and technical mastery. Chapter 59. I heard someone knocking at the door, yet Unaz remained silent, possibly hiding behind the door or to the side, as was his habitual practice of perpetual vigilance. In my brief absence, they have stirred such calamity by meddling in mundane disputes. It is truly infuriating. However, addressing this individual before me is of utmost importance. Zhuoming cast a menacing glance at Qin Fan. What could have aroused his suspicion towards you? What did you say wrong? Zhang Xiaohu inquired with a furrowed brow. Yet, rather than asserting that Ling Tianyun's status was merely secondary to Caesar's, one might argue that the lords of the 72 states in the northern domain held equal standing. Yuan Shi Tianzun has arrived. What shall we do now? Ran Deng's complexion shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. Fearing that Yuan Shi Tianzun had come to seek retribution. Even if I am aware of their numbers, I shall not permit them to bully my third sister. Shao Tianyang spoke without hesitation. Gazing at the nearby Qin Fan, the frenzied youth was taken aback, hastily halting his advance. With a swift motion of his palms, he unleashed a formidable strike imbued with boundless fire essence towards Qin Fan. This reminded me of a technique employed by Zhao Min in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Specifically the fragrant wood sword venomous flower technique, which is indeed quite formidable. Manzi emerged from the bathroom and gracefully seated herself on the sofa, where a pot of tea brewed by Yang Qiao had already been prepared on the coffee table. The most significant distinction between the forces of demons and the divine beings lies in their absolute autocracy, regardless of whether the decision is right or wrong, good or bad. Once the sovereign issues a command, the subordinates must comply. It is false, entirely false, impossible. I shall issue an order. The troops from the other 3 counties must not surrender. The general looked at Sun Moqing as he spoke. The northern bank stretches towards Chuanzhou County, while the southern bank leads to the Dongbing Shuhou Kingdom. Due to the occasional arrival of fishermen seeking refuge, the water barriers have yet to be dismantled. The teleportation scroll rapidly unfurled as Ling Outyen infused it with his vital energy, forming a sphere of light. Fire Sea animation has always existed in a precarious balance. Initially, Li Yan held considerable confidence in the 2 productions he created last year. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the fact that they failed to sell. However, he too was quite busy and did not have the luxury of time each day to assist Li Na in channeling her energy. I tell you, someone from our village has come here on business, and my mother entrusted someone to bring me plenty of delicious food. Yet, others felt that it was a rare opportunity to reunite with family, and thus, they naturally tuned in to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Yang was the first to enter. He shared a good rapport with Ma Zhongzhou, and since this task was assigned to him, it fell upon him to resolve the matter. As the paramount leader of the Chinese mafia in North America, Lei Qi commands respect from all those who strive to make a living in the United States, particularly among the flower-growing community. He extends his modest assistance where possible, yet he refrains from direct intervention unless an adversarial cosmic sovereign breaches established protocols or a being of greater power arrives. In an instant, a wave of response surged forth. Even the soldiers of the White Tiger Nation who had entered the city hurriedly donned their armor and rushed out of the gates. At this moment, aside from Ding Lei, who remained near the center circle. All 10 players of Luoning Taishan retreated to defend, including Xiaodong and Du Wei. Despite this, they still found themselves outmaneuvered by the opposing players. Dongfang Buji, increasingly disheartened and overwhelmed by despair, ultimately contemplated death as a potential resolution to his plight. Yet, he was also profoundly afraid of dying, a truly contradictory state of being. As he spoke, he brandished his sword in a feigned strike, startling 3 Imperial guards into loosening their reins, prompting them to spur their horses in pursuit of the youth. Is it truly so? Can you be so benevolent? In Yu Etien's mind, he held a steadfast belief that the spirit of the world is akin to a predatory loan shark. Furthermore, to achieve the desired outcomes of facade projects, one must, to a significant extent, obscure the truth of the matter. With a resounding crash, Fa Hai swirled his golden robe, remaining motionless in place, while Ao Lai stepped back a pace, letting out a muffled grunt as he left an immense footprint on the ground. Zhuang Wengu's heart secretly chuckled. How could Su Hu be unaware of his status as a sage? Surely, he must have believed that Yuanshi Tianzuan was even more formidable, especially after being thoroughly indoctrinated by the Antarctic immortal for an extended period, which could account for his current demeanor. However, upon realizing that he was merely a pawn of the Chan school, he began to defend himself. She possessed his temper, and he bore his pride. If one chose to ignore the other would not eagerly approach.
Such were his thoughts at that time.
The distinction between a quick gain and building a brand or a career is indeed substantial, as the latter places greater emphasis on industry influence and consumer reputation. This oversight could be attributed to Lin Dongyang. When he sent the address to Xia Haoren yesterday, he neglected this detail. The security at this red compound is rather stringent, generally forbidding outsiders from entering freely. Since Li Mengyao attended such gatherings with Xia Haoren a few times, she gradually became accustomed to them. After hearing Xia Haoren recount the meaningful story behind the macchiato coffee, she developed a profound affection for the brand. Old Master Su had already arranged most of his affairs prior to his passing, so despite the chaos, everything remained orderly. Gently tearing away the tape from Lin Luodon's mouth. Any further words at this moment would be superfluous, with enemy's henchmen surrounding them. Yet, in this precarious situation, Zhao Zixian pressed his lips against Lin Luodon's. Through this kiss, he conveyed his deepest apologies to his beloved. Yenyu observed 8 bearers seated in the hall below, all of whom were fair-skinned men without facial hair. Furthermore, aside from a brief exchange between Shan Yu and the other, the Dark 18 had remained largely silent throughout the journey. Zixian Yu. Yue gazed at Zhao Zixian in disbelief. Even he had never spoken to Yi Fei in such a manner. Yi Fei was a man of unrestrained madness, and crossing him would yield nothing but dire consequences. He was capable of anything, and he feared that Yi Fei might pose a threat to Zhao Zixian and himself. Chapter 60. I understood. She was pregnant and desired to be with Old Wu, attempting to extricate herself from us. She must be with Old Wu now. I was suddenly amused. How could my sister think of Shaolin Temple? It is indeed true that all martial arts stem from Shaolin, but that refers to internal skills. In terms of external prowess, hand-to-hand combat is far more practical, devoid of any frills. I retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and reclined on her bed, choosing to ignore the alluring object that captivated my soul. Yet, as soon as my head touched the pillow, I felt something hard pressing against me from beneath. What is this? What is your name? Grandmother observed Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were clear as water and remarkably beautiful, and felt a sense of satisfaction. She spoke to her with increased warmth. I would like a serving of jellyfish and a bowl of borscht. Yuanlon calmed herself and slowly closed the menu. At this point, Yi Tian cast an irritated glance at the fortune teller, who sheepishly chuckled and fell silent, stepping aside. Zhang Zicheng released his grip on Zhang Zigong, intending to let Aquila experience the taste of his iron fist. However, Zhang Zigong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Such a grave injury. Yet one is still so lively. How is it that the vitality resembles that of a stubborn weed? Observing the cold, hard corners of His Majesty's lips, Mo Ran could not help but sigh in dismay. I shall not engage in such matters again. With those frosty violet eyes cast in his direction, he hurriedly lowered his head, feigning ignorance. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Xiaoxiao reclined once more. He had stated that rare moments are indeed precious, and since he was willing to accompany her, why should she not indulge in the joy of the moment? Who knows how many such mornings they might experience together? Initially, the others had intended to relay some messages through the ship's communication lines, but those lines had long been severed in the whirlpool, leaving them to proceed in isolation. At such depths in the ocean, even the spatial mobility of the old port could not transport them to the surface. Wei Fontes was rather forthright, snorting coldly. Undoubtedly, we have a traitor among us. Setting aside whether they might divulge our whereabouts, the enemy possesses an unerringly precise grasp of our movements. Are you Song Ningyuan? Upon seeing Jiang Ziyu rendered speechless, Zhang Mu lit a cigarette and gently inquired. With his identity exposed, Jing Qingji merely paused momentarily before responding. As expected from a resident of the city outskirts, I cannot hide anything from you. After a moment's thought, he placed his hand on a fingerprint sensor on the desk. This action granted a formidable enhancement to the laws of the main plane on some level, reinforcing the barriers of the world, as boundless spiritual energy seeped forth from the earth, liberating the once restricted laws of the end of the Dharma era in that very instant. After all was said and done, Zhu Wumei sat up and turned her gaze towards Wang Sun, with the others following suit. Above the desolate city, it was the first time the Limei people had breached the Earth's atmosphere, and they were instantly taken aback by the heaviness of the air. At that moment, it was evident that this was a fortuitous occurrence. If they could earn the favor of the Thunder Lord, it would surely bring glory to their esteemed families of the Xianmen. The Empress Dowager, having failed to bear a child, stripped Lu Ruyue of her title, reducing her rank to Lady Lu, while she continued to reside in the Huan Yi Palace. Effective immediately, the palace was sealed off, with no one permitted to enter or exit freely. As he spoke, Chen Ian glanced over and noticed, beneath the statue, Luo Hojidu seated upon a throne, surrounded by kneeling figures, among them Sifeng and, to his astonishment, Bai Lin. Each face was devoid of expression, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Xue Binghai felt a sense of awkwardness, as he had also ordered a cake, within which he had concealed a ring. Zhao Ko, regardless of whether he had been duped, considered the sum a trifling matter at this point in his life. The professor's methods were indeed common in this era, as many households lacked computers and could scarcely afford them. Keep pushing forward. Understanding is key. The affairs of the Wu family were exceedingly complex, all tied to her kin. However, with diligence, she could untangle the web. The Mo family had ascended to the pinnacle of the affluent circles in Asia, where reputation and public image were of utmost importance. While profit could be comprehended and higher bids valued, it left him perplexed as to why Empress, one would seek the downfall of Princess Chongning in such a seemingly and profitable scenario. Thus, the soldiers of the Eastern Yi, stationed at the ramparts, began to cast aside their armor and willingly open the city gates, weeping and beseeching the heavenly army of the Shang dynasty from afar. The rain intensified, creating a veil before the two figures, beyond which lay the desolate Longhu Street, now deserted. Su Yiling stifled a yawn, feeling an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over him. This valiant member of the City Construction Committee embarked on his second attempt to assist the enemy in undermining his own city walls, a task he could not refuse. Wu Yuanin, known for his prudence and rare in voicing such sentiments, expressed his certainty regarding the matter. Our shadow group intends for Lin Xian to reside directly within our headquarters before she becomes a true genetic warrior. This would significantly ensure her safety, stated Songqing. Furthermore, while others remained reticent, Sun Jing understood that Su Wang, with his astute nature, had certainly discerned the intentions of Chu Qingni. Once Su Yiling departed, who too would resume his operations, a gleaming kitchen knife, reflecting the rugged features of his unkempt visage. Coincidentally encountering Tiz, who was also patrolling, he noted her furrowed brow. Unlike her usual teasing demeanor, she too sensed that something was amiss. Marlin Zhangxiu, whose lineage traced back to the Shushan clan, had familial ties with the Shushan clan, which had intermarried with the Shanyang clan of Shu in previous generations. Thus, within her veins flowed the blood of no fewer than 3 clans. Chapter 61. Between Heaven and Earth. An unparalleled and formidable force, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, instantaneously took shape within Luo Qingtong's clenched fists. It was a vile act. To abduct the son of the 5th concubine, feigning pregnancy, and presenting another's child as her own, all while deceiving the world and tarnishing the bloodline of the Weiqi family. Shao Qing pressed forward relentlessly. Here, the divine artifact. Fan Luoyu hurled the hilt of the sword towards Bai Feifei's direction. As this individual appeared, 2 figures, equally sinister and enveloped in a malevolent green hue, materialized from the toxic mist, seemingly merging with it at any moment. Prior to departure, notifications had been sent to Tianluo Diwang to seek evidence, and their arrival was indeed timely. It is worth noting that even if Gu Xiaoxiao had not acted, to speak of such matters in front of so many would be unseemly, should the news spread. As time passed, the floating platform transitioned from a deep violet to a crimson hue, emanating an intensely scorching aura. Fragments intermittently plummeted into the sea of flames, and the fissures on the surface grew ever wider, threatening to shatter at any moment. One could only wonder if Ji Yanma had made any progress. Lu Tangtang mused that if he had, sharing this information with Ji Yanma would surely yield fruitful results. It seemed that Goyan had indulged a bit too much. His cheeks flushed as he draped an arm over Nangong Zhuohua's shoulder, presenting a camaraderie reminiscent of close brothers. Upon entering the quarters, Yun Qi removed his clothing only to discover that the injury on his shoulder, previously sealed, had reopened and begun to bleed anew due to Mo Feichen's tug. Xue Mingrue pondered for a moment before bending down to pick up a bone from the ground, his expression gradually shifting to one of understanding. If only there were vinegar, it would be even better. After all, if there is brewing, vinegar should also be available. Regrettably, he had not seen any for sale. A pair of delicate hands entwined around the icy body, the chill of the touch completely entrancing Jun Wujin in a whirlwind of emotions. "Sister, let me take care of this," Ji Anqi said, stepping forward to take the tray from Ji Furong's hands. Observing the impending conflict between the mother and son, Yi Xiling, disregarding everything else, hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. Seeing me blink in astonishment, Ming Si smiled and continued to explain, "The underworld is quite humane. Whenever a being from the netherworld desires to unite with another, they can transform their physical form through the adult ritual." After saying this, Jiang Meng pulled Qin Shuang outside, aware that Nie Feng had something to discuss with Duan Lang. "Let us proceed according to the original plan," Cheng Sijing said impatiently, waving his hand. The steward, sensing the discomfort, refrained from further comment and retreated. His flowing robe stirred slightly, releasing a cloud of dust, while Ling Long lay at his feet, ever ready for summons. Xu Jianan tugged at her arm, signaling her to temper her words. After all, Su Yan was still her sister-in-law. Yet, Gu Jius showed no restraint, openly gossiping right before him. "How many years have you been with the company?" My interest piqued. I raised my glass to inquire. He stood up, took the car keys, and left the psychological clinic, driving directly to the Lu Corporation. Their training base is established not far from the 8th Route Army's encampment, where concealment and ambush are fundamental skills. She felt a pang of discomfort as she was pressed down, hastily placing her hands against him. She wished to speak, yet was silenced, her wide eyes conveying a clear message. Do not act this way. The child will awaken. The dance floor swayed beneath them. With the DJ positioned at the center of the galaxy, a massive screen flickering behind him. A tempest swept through Tianqian City, and suddenly, MASU-MANHUA recalled something. He dashed across the ground, striving to trace the ascending dragon, yet resembled a child, forgetting how to run, stumbling numerous times. In truth, the Empress Dowager's condition had not improved. Nie Fenghua abruptly declared this, leaving all present in astonishment. Even at such speed, the black dragon took an entire day to descend into a chasm deep within the beast forest, where the thunderous roar of rushing waters echoed from the abyss below. Song Anren emerged from the morning hall, her weary body dragging along. Throughout the day, she had merely consumed a meager breakfast, sipped a few cups of water in the palace, and nibbled on 2 pastries. That scant sustenance had long been digested. Brother Petion, we have arrived. I am certain Lord Long is inside, he stated confidently, adding that he had not emerged for several days. Beside him, Song Jiang suddenly slapped his chest with assurance. I remained skeptical of his words, yet when I pressed my face against the window, I was met with a terrifying sight. As for Bu Qianhui, he contemplated how to seize these items, gain control of the military power, and eliminate him. Today has utterly exhausted me, and I find myself somewhat famished. Is there any instant noodles or something similar available to satiate my hunger? Lu Yan sank onto the sofa, feeling weary after visiting Yu Qianqian's villa. Bo Yanha pondered what might have transpired if he had posed the question, do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? And she had made a choice. She believed that one day he would unveil everything to her, perhaps even today, revealing every detail. Would this not entice all players from HX to flock to the carefree empire? Zhuo Peng exclaimed, wide-eyed. The onlookers could clearly see that it was not the courtyard that had triggered any traps, rendering the secret chamber shrouded in darkness. This pitch-black environment was a challenge all participants had to confront. For a level 70 player, the reward for 10 consecutive victories amounts to 500 gold coins. For an 80-level player, the reward for the same feat is 1,000 gold coins. Should that 80-level player achieve 100 consecutive wins, the rewards would total a staggering 51,200 gold coins. What's the fuss? Isn't it quite common for equipment malfunctions to occur? Yi Guotao remarked dismissively. Wang Qian continued to struggle, while Lu Beiran unhesitatingly stuffed a bundle of stockings into his mouth, and Jiang Yanbin pressed down on it before releasing his grip. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu, who was drinking above, paused momentarily upon noticing one of the steel cables had straightened, but paid it little mind. As for Zhulong, he ceased drinking, set down the bottle, wiped his mouth, and rose to the riverbank, gazing at the tranquil waters, lost in thought. Si Chin seemed to have discovered something, suddenly smiling as he grasped my hand, nearly colliding with the wall, and drew me into his palm. This young lady, named Li Qing, is a second-year student in the Early Childhood Education program at this college. In her first year here, she entered into a relationship with a student from the accounting class, and they were inseparable, even accompanying each other to the restroom. It was rumored that we share a blood relation, a fact I was reluctant to accept in the past. However, I have come to terms with it now. Yang Luo chuckled. The third weapon of the sword demon Dugachiobai, the blunt sword, which embodies great skill through simplicity. Before the age of 40, he wielded it to dominate the world. Its exterior is a deep black, with the blade subtly emanating a crimson glow. Over 3 feet in length, it weighs a formidable 64 pounds. Both edges of the blade are dull, and the tip is rounded, resembling a hemisphere. During mealtime, with white rice laid before her, Chainan resolved to savor it, knowing that Hao Lin was an unshakable nuisance, since he was willing to wash clothes, cook, and handle household chores every day. Why not take advantage of such a self-financed male housekeeper? However, Ling Yan disagreed. Recalling a matter, Why did the third emperor of Eastern Shu choose to target the formidable Xiong and Meng clans among the top 10 families, when dealing with other families, like the Tao clan, would not require such an extensive period of 10 years? Especially when Cini felt her dissatisfaction had become glaringly apparent, her counterpart, Xiao Qiqi, remained indifferent, as if completely oblivious to the shift in Cini's emotions, causing Cini's mood to deteriorate further. Pages turned one after another, revealing numerous names, many familiar and some unfamiliar to her. From last night until this morning, it seemed that the seniors dining together only took their portions once and never returned for more. It remains unclear whether there is a regulation permitting only a single serving per meal. If one were to claim that Bai Yashuan mistreated her, it would be inaccurate, for he has not truly wronged her, and there is no avenue for grievance. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned to see a figure clad in a regal black and gold python robe, adorned with an obsidian crown. His visage, sculpted by the passage of time, though no longer youthful, still radiated a striking handsomeness and maturity. Yuan Shua cast a glance at him, initially disinclined to speak. However, after a prolonged silence, a thought unexpectedly surfaced. It was bittersweet. He could not indulge in the same privileges as Mo Yoshuan and could only decline her kind intentions. The piercing scream of Song Wani gradually faded, her once thrashing body now tranquil, her eyes void of life. Some netizens suggested that she should consider adopting another cat, whether through purchase or rescue, as long as the feline had a gentle disposition and was affectionate. Perhaps this new companion could influence her existing cat's temperament towards a more amiable nature. Hell's Kitchen is indeed a place of notorious repute, recognized as one of New York's darkest corners, having birthed numerous infamous criminals and gang leaders. The initial explosion of this battle resounded, its sound far more subdued compared to that of ancient hand grenades, producing less commotion. In preparation for a gathering with Lao Cha and Fei Mas, he had stewed a pot of beef and potatoes for lunch, and now some remnants remained. He ascended to the kitchen on the second floor, retrieving the leftovers from the refrigerator. The common people have suffered calamities, while the emperor resides in the palace, indulging in comfort. If our grievances remain unaddressed, we may indeed resort to rebellion, storming the palace in a fervor of desperation. The words of the advisor have reignited the emotions of the victims. Thus, she sought out class 3 of the senior year once more yesterday afternoon, yet Shui Han did not even enter the teaching building, opting instead to leave directly with Du Area. She closed her eyes, steeling her resolve and turning her head away, tears silently cascading from the corners of her eyes. He turned her body towards him, but she let out a soft grunt, pushing his hand away. He attempted to lift her into his arms, yet she wriggled free, still refusing to face him. Once Gong and Moali departed, the elder consort commenced a thorough investigation into the matter. Her approach diverged from others. She retained all the servants who accompanied the master to the Sinang Palace today, conducting a meticulous inquiry alongside the palace's own attendants. The wine had become somewhat viscous, exuding a pure and rich essence, devoid of the discomfort typically associated with white liquor. She firmly believed that even if 100 armed men were to confront Tang Fei today, they would not prevail. Ziyong felt exceedingly awkward under her unwavering gaze, his entire being uncomfortable. Yet, at this moment, averting his eyes was not an ideal option. With a furrowed brow, he felt helpless. Her actions had prompted Zxian to awaken from her reverie, retracting her own gaze. Master. Although he was mentally prepared, being caught in the act still evoked a sense of tension. This truly was a captivating contest. Out of respect for Brooks, Carlyle took the initiative to approach him after the match concluded, extending a handshake to the young commander in his 40s. Master, the Chija family is also present. A few had just finished ordering when a subordinate from Zhongnanshan approached to deliver a report. This was the occasion for summoning the Sakura samurai, represented by Sam Taro and Marina from the Genovice family. The The celebration of the Bulldogs team finally subsided as the event staff began to set up a temporary award platform. Meanwhile, at the bandits' camp, Roman, upon learning of the unexpected raid here, was infuriated and smashed his cane to the ground. After that, there were no further dangers. For reasons unknown, He Wuchang's demeanor softened somewhat. Jiang Huai pondered for a long while, unable to deduce the rationale behind it. Could there be an aspect he had overlooked? He contemplated but promptly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. Just as he mentioned the word master, she suddenly erupted into inconsolable tears, catching me off guard and nearly causing me to spill my food. "Stop wiping. I'm not drunk," Lu Ying spoke slowly, her voice somewhat hoarse, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Jiang Huai had already approached the bedside, but upon hearing her words, his heart stirred, and he waved his hand, saying, Come here. I have something to discuss with you." He beckoned Jiang Yan with a curling finger. Wei Man understood the implication. Thus, it became evident that the Lu family currently held both power and influence, which explained Madame Lu's audacious demeanor. Observing him kneeling on the ground, cradling his head, his mind seemingly disoriented, she promptly approached, noticing the fear in his eyes. "I recall a time in high school when someone, envious of her exceptional academic prowess and character, tore her notebook into shreds and discarded it in the restroom. With an impassive countenance, Cheng Weiyang meticulously copied all the selfies and chat records from that individual's phone. Ironically, this person, burdened by their own misfortunes, was caught cheating on their boyfriend while simultaneously disparaging teachers behind their backs. Would Cheng Weiyang simply let this transgression slide upon acquiring such evidence? After a bout of playful banter, the two reclined on the bed, with Xiangzi breathlessly recounting the provincial decisions and the arrangements set forth by the county committee. Thus, the 8 banners fell entirely under the emperor's direct control, and any forces that could potentially undermine the imperial authority within the 8 banners had been eradicated. At the threshold of their home, others from the family looked on in trepidation, while numerous onlookers gathered from afar, eager to witness the spectacle.
Haha.
Upon hearing her words, I nearly choked on my food, but after a brief pause, I resumed eating. Yet, behind this seemingly glorious fade lies the seething wrath of the countless vanquished souls, trampled beneath his feet across the vast realms, the venomous oaths and blood curses of deceased adversaries, friends, and kin, as well as the trepidation and suspicion harbored by those who have yet to fall victim to the powerful clans. Initially, Long Hao intended to engage in a fierce confrontation with Shen Yi. However, after unleashing 2 consecutive devastating skills, he witnessed his armor radiating a brilliant silver wave of light, while Shen Yi remained completely unscathed. This left him in a state of panic, desperately attempting to defend himself, only to realize he could not withstand Shen Yi's onslaught. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough?" Yi Meng trembled with indignation, wishing fervently to return to normalcy, yet reality often proves to be far from one's desires. Chapter 64. The enchanting elder sister flower spirit, perched at the doorframe, tilted her head curiously as she observed Luot. The fans have also been captivated by Kaiza, bestowing upon him titles such as Tough Guy and Warrior. Kaiza is thoroughly pleased with the fans' reactions. This is precisely the effect he desired. In the end, with a resounding impact, 5 strikes directly struck the enormous shield wielded by MASU-MANHUA, sending the massive barrier flying, which subsequently neutralized the 5 bolts of heavenly thunder. However, today's goal leaderboard has seen a change in its 3rd position. Kaiza scored 8 goals against Liverpool, tying for 2nd place with Henry. Given his current scoring rate against Liverpool, he is poised to surpass Andy Cole in the upcoming season. Considering that Guangzhou is a crucial battleground, the prospects of a northern expedition appear grim. Last year, Vice Minister of the Privy Council, Zhang Jun, realizing he had no hope of entering the political affairs hall, proposed a strategy to govern Shaanxi, seeking permission to oversee military affairs in Guangzhou. Dragons, aside from their formidable physique and magical prowess, possess a unique characteristic: their exclusive dragon incantations. This is why dragons are still regarded as the continent's premier beings. The origins of dragon incantations remain a mystery. Nevertheless, their power and enigma are universally acknowledged. Gui Bao glanced at the 7 individuals, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. He was unsure whom to battle, and facing any of them would prove challenging. Unlike the previous disciples, these were core disciples, not only possessing profound cultivation and formidable strength, but also wielding powerful artifacts. Among Gui Bao, Tong Luoman, Zhong Daiyou, Yuan Bingping, Zhang Zhongzhong, and Mu Xiyuan, the most discussed and praised were Gui Bao and Tong Luoman. Notably, Gui Bao garnered more acclaim than Tong Luoman, indicating that his reputation surpassed hers. He hurried outside to see a head suddenly protruding from the sand at his doorstep. After much contemplation, Liao Jingdong ultimately resolved to prioritize the immediate challenge posed by this harbinger of misfortune. However, would the emperor suspect the origins of that wretched ice drill? Shao Tianjue could not help but inquire. At that moment, Feng Peng was engulfed in a sea of questions. Typically, he preferred to remain in the background, only stepping forward when glory was at stake. Subsequently, Chu Tian recounted the entire sequence of events to the islanders. Yet he refrained from mentioning the discord involving several valley masters. Feng Shao remained shaken, while Jing Jia gently patted his back to soothe him. Nian Nian, with a contemplative gaze, turned towards Feng Yu. Suddenly, Luo Hao sensed a stir within his consciousness. The previously intangible threads before him abruptly manifested into a tangible form. All the threads elongated, with some even piercing through the cave's entrance. The incorporeal nature of the soul force rendered the physical stone cavern incapable of obstructing its passage. It is crucial to note that this was a force specifically designed to combat malevolent entities, and its presence would undoubtedly obliterate that wretched beast. What is the matter? Luo Bingyan recollected having previously informed Lin Huan of her birthday and had even extended an invitation for a birthday soirée. Lu Xinyan's implication was not to have them escort Qin Shi out of the wooden cabin, but rather to express that the surroundings were unsafe, and since she had arrived alone, she wished for her subordinates to accompany her.
Why?
Lin Yifei was filled with confusion. He was not one to possess the arrogance of Zhao Qian. While he could understand his master Xian fan bestowing a soul mark upon him, he had never encountered this celestial emperor before. Why, then, should he also impose such a mark upon him? When did he plan it for himself? The man remained silent, as if the tension within him gradually subsided. However, after taking a few steps, that alleviated breath seemed to ferment anew, stirring a vexation in his heart. As if everything felt amiss. His home lacked a computer, and previously, whenever he needed to search for something, he had to go to an internet CAF, which was exceedingly inconvenient. If only he had a computer at home, accessing information would be a breeze. As for Bourbon and Naozumi Kitaro, they were unaware that Li Zili was a deity, yet Li Zili subdued Naozumi Kitaro in his current form, hence he harbored no doubts. Upon encountering the approaching figure, a flicker of wariness crossed Qingyang's eyes. Clearly, this Xianmingyu posed a formidable challenge. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect, having recently entered the rebirth phase, gradually succumbed to the onslaught of the Yang Star. At that moment, another Qingfeng disciple, growing impatient, gestured for his companions to retreat and stepped forward with his sword drawn. "Xin, trust me, I will take you to a place where no one can find us." The man's voice resonated clearly amidst the silence, remarkably soothing to the soul. Linglong's face exhibited a hue of shame, as a torrent of emotions, joy, sorrow, shame, confusion, and perplexity, washed over her all at once. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Han Yuan, Qianquan, and Genie, an unusual glimmer flickered. The nameless soldier he could not identify had yet to arrive. Was he wounded, captured, or had he fallen in battle?
No one could tell.
They all hung up the phone, and Lin Tian lay down beside the bed, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if there were unresolved matters lingering in his mind, yet he could not recall what they were. The media, however shameless and powerful, cannot significantly impact the company. Even without the media's hype, it has already evolved into a prominent charitable organization, capable of operating normally in sectors such as internet and education. Lu Xiangnan felt a pang of bitterness within. Why was this fellow so exceptionally kind to Tang Ruoyun? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? What was meant to be a joyous promotion celebration concluded in an atmosphere of unease. Li Ke sensed the discord as well and, refraining from any antics, obediently consumed his food and drink. Wei Shiyu and the other two were equally astute, yet silence enveloped them all. Was it a matter of parental obligation? They could only attribute it to a lack of fate. Chapter 65. Sporting such a fierce visage, one would expect a menacing demeanor. However, the current incarnation of the battle-hardened Buddha, Sun Wukong, presented an entirely different image. Liverpool refused to concede defeat, relentlessly pushing forward with aspirations of scoring. Torres exerted himself to the brink of exhaustion, still sprinting with fervor. As injury time approached, Liverpool fans continued to sing "You'll Never Walk Alone." Even though recent days had seen them consuming meat from the village canteen, it could not overshadow the sweetness of the moment. The bustling atmosphere of Baishui town astonished the royal brothers, Jingze and Jingrun, who hailed from the mortal realm. When Du Ziyuan and Songzi emerged from the recording studio, the genuine and the faux lowly rushed towards them like untamed steeds. The spiritual ship formation, adrift on the boundless sea, lacked the support of spiritual veins and often relied solely on the energies of the sun, moon, stars, and tidal forces. Then, with strength concentrated in the dantian, his hands intertwined like coiling dragons, muscles bulging like swollen knots, a faint golden radiance enveloped him, reminiscent of a wrathful Vajra. The red wine was merely for merriment, while the videotape was also for enjoyment, borrowed from the proprietor of the nearby motel. The chromatic effect of the photosensitive paint is limited in its transformations after repeated applications. The pigment will oxidize completely. Its next burst of color will be revealed when Zhuang Shi takes the stage. He had not recently discovered rock music. In previous listens, he often failed to discern the presence of the bass, with only a handful of tracks featuring a distinct bass solo. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows. Its skin delicate, fingers long, adorned with crimson nail polish, and between her fingers rested a slender, ethereal jade needle emanating a spectral glow, aimed directly at the head of Feng Nuoyan. As for Chu Wei and the others, after obtaining those two portraits, their faces shifted from pale to flushed. What remained were the directors of the sanatorium, steadfast in their belief that it would be restored in due time, looking to the future. This cabin was significantly larger than standard accommodations, lacking windows yet equipped with an advanced ventilation system. Meanwhile, the remaining celestial and dragon races, along with countless legends, gradually faded into the annals of time. Nicole's hair cascaded forward, obscuring much of her face, yet was roughly pulled back by Avino, forcibly lifting her chin. Upon the 11th strike, Deng Zhiyi was struck in the chest by Zhang Chuang, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood repeatedly. During this period, Yi Tian endeavored to concoct the Ning Yuan Dan, initially facing considerable setbacks, but gradually, his success rate improved significantly. "It's merely a gust of wind, my brother. There's no need for such alarm," one individual remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Thus, the tense atmosphere of internal strife began to dissipate, and the parties, having reconciled, resumed their discussions on how to traverse the lava lake and escape the ethereal yet precarious Feng Xian Tai. Bai Yi had been harboring her feelings since her birth, and now, having torn down the Fade, she finally expressed herself. Despite being well prepared, seeing Tao Yao's unfamiliar gaze still stirred profound sorrow within her. Mr. Bai had always maintained a low profile, Apart from a few interviews in the early years of his stewardship over the Bai family, he had increasingly shunned the public eye. Indeed, others readily concurred, I never realized the index could be so heartless. Back when I was bound to the pillar with my senior brother, we often quarreled, thinking it was merely the bickering of brothers, only to discover it was genuine conflict, devoid of camaraderie. Upon exiting the apartment, they fortuitously encountered the man who had delivered porridge the previous day. Initially, Su Zuoyan did not recognize him until he called out to her, prompting her recollection. Tao Yao approached the entrance, finding the grand gate of Changfu firmly shut, and curiosity compelled her to knock. But don't you already have someone you cherish? Bai Zihua remarked, placing the painting into a drawer before turning to Yi Xingtian. I can't do it. That S1 aspect. Damn it. I cannot engage with the so-called migrant workers. It is said that one's escape from peril is inextricably linked to the celestial deity of fate. Now that the dust has settled, it is high time to offer a token of gratitude. The headquarters of the Special Security Bureau has generously disbursed the task bonuses, with further merit bonuses to be calculated after the celebratory gathering. The apothecary is vast, displaying a circular structure of 4 to 5 layers, each bustling with activity. As for the individuals from the 3 major sects, they are like mere insects, having kept their distance, either to avoid disaster or to seize an opportunity. None daring to stand alongside the tiki. The visage of the demonic head is particularly grotesque, with one face contorted in rage, another in joy, and yet another in sorrow. The memory of that night, when they hastily administered the drug to Wang Shui and departed in a carriage, remains vivid in their minds. Beside the water pool, the kunai embedded in the forehead of the earth has mysteriously vanished, leaving only a small void upon the tiger skin mask. In Chapter 66, he sat there in silence, his head bowed, observing his own taciturn yet melancholic expression, which stirred deep discomfort within me. The moment he speaks, she cannot guarantee that she won't crumble under the weight of her emotions. That hidden corner of her heart, where a decade of suppressed affection lies buried. Might it not overflow? He refuses to believe in mere coincidence. When he contacted her, she was unmistakably present. He tousled his hair in frustration, aware that Chai Yunfei, being a few years his senior, contemplated matters more comprehensively. In such situations, sometimes it is best to see without truly seeing. It appears that everything is as tranquil as usual within the palace, yet Ao Bai is gripped by an unsettling sense of foreboding. This sensation is akin to that experienced on the battlefield when a sudden chill creeps down his neck, only to discover that an enemy's blade has narrowly missed his head. Nevertheless, he accepts the situation. After all, she speaks little, and he does the same, to the point where he occasionally forgets her presence entirely. Dong Yuan invited Mama Zhan to sit down and instructed Chang Wei to reward the laboring woman with 2 pieces of silver, while she herself presented a pair of hollow gold bracelets to Mama Zhan. Are you weak? I timidly inquired. It is imperative to note that none of the young women I know could ever be associated with the term fragile. Zhu Shao and his companions soared toward the direction of the Wanjia Valley. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Shao sensed several streams of vital energy approaching, prompting him and his companions to hastily descend and conceal themselves, masking their own vital signatures. A derisive chuckle escaped Yi Qing's lips as she bluntly remarked that, for him, the only love he harbored was for himself. How could he ever genuinely develop affection for another? Zhu Shao awaited the arrival of the Beast Gates Fire Brigade, but an ominous feeling suddenly washed over him. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Introduction. One of the sacred artifacts, crafted from a meteorite from beyond the heavens, harbors an unfathomable power, though much of its strength has significantly diminished over the passage of time. Zhu Shao is not naive enough to believe that the Alchemist Guild exists solely to benefit alchemists while neglecting its own interests. After all, the guild comprises numerous members, and for its development, these alchemists must contribute their fair share. Some events, once transpired, cannot simply be concealed at will. Facing them with fortitude is far superior to incessantly seeking excuses in the future. At present, Zhu Shao finds himself at a loss. Yet he is inclined towards the two matters that Newer mentioned, albeit struggling to address them effectively. Suanfu shook his head in disapproval, and De Yusen echoed with a disdainful snort, "Indeed, old pig dog, your life is mine." With that, she made a swift movement to advance. On this day, she rose early, intending to greet Louis with flowers, hoping to extract some information from him. However, during the course of being deceived, Jingyi once again came to her rescue, leaving her to ponder whether she owed him a life. Unexpectedly, by the time the dishes were served, apart from a basket of steamed buns devoid of chili, the table was beautifully adorned in vibrant red. Oh no! Lu Jishuan hurriedly grabbed his prepared clean clothes and entered the adjoining bathroom of the training room, where warm water awaited him. Yet, something felt amiss. Lin Chumian sensed an unsettling discrepancy, her anxious gaze fixed on Chu Jingyang. Yi cast a meaningful glance at Wan, feeling that she seemed oblivious to his intentions. Unable to restrain himself, he took a step closer to her. Once again, the giant peered into the cave, where a shadowy creature, resembling a monkey, climbed up along the giant's arm. The chef approached my cage, unlatched it, and forcefully grasped my neck, yanking me out with such vigor that the iron chains binding my arms snapped instantaneously. The Black Phoenix Academy is entirely constructed from an ancient city, its interior adorned with towering brick and stone edifices, exuding a palpable essence of the Warring States period. However, with Murongyun's commotion, the atmosphere immediately became charged with tension, as both sides seemed poised for conflict at any moment. Before the words had fully escaped my lips, thunder and lightning roared within the confines of the fortress, and winds sliced through the air like blades. The once innocuous surroundings transformed into a formidable stronghold. Outsiders remained oblivious to the identity of the successor to Fengwu, even if speculations arose. They would likely be confined to the current Deputy Minister of Military Affairs and a few other prominent candidates. Yet, the unexpected adjustment 6 months into the game revealed that the successor was none other than General Huataolu, who had participated in the Battle of the Northwest Wazi. The demons within the realm of Chigu were filled with a blend of curiosity and bitterness. The influence of a celestial being, Yu, had deeply permeated their hearts. As she was universally adored, they erupted with a terrifying aura, but just as they prepared to strike, their expressions shifted in unison. For they sensed the emergence of formidable beings from the celestial realm, not 1 nor 10, but dozens of such powerful entities. Regrettably, the assistance of a former customer service peer had diminished the value of his prior preparations, rendering them merely 2/3 effective. Akin to cheating on a college entrance examination with multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, devoid of merit. Meanwhile, Su, the young master, wore the most malevolent expression. His countenance dark and brooding, almost capable of extracting water from the very air. Ziyu Zhongting has astonishingly reached such a profound state. At the very least, there is no discernible difference in his appearance. He intends to meticulously organize everything he has learned. Huang Shan has thoroughly reviewed the fundamental techniques he initially learned upon entering the refining tool sect, right up to the 5 elements great method, from which he has discovered unique insights. Qin Pai, I was taken aback to learn that old Master Gua actually knew my grandmother, which was quite unexpected. Sophie, having never encountered such a creature as a snake, was filled with curiosity and inquired, "What is a snake spirit?" Chapter 67 suggests perhaps a visit to Wang Qian, along with a chance to meet the Yellow Emperor. Wang Xing raised his eyebrows mischievously and playfully nudged my shoulder. I was instantly filled with a sense of exasperation. How did the conversation turn so pointedly towards me? Nevertheless, I recognized her intentions in considering my situation, so I let her have her fun. In just a few short months, he had made a name for himself in the Dong district of Yangcheng. and was on the verge of gathering enough funds for medical treatment when, tragically, Mu Qing's mother passed away. The relationship between the Qiao family and Wu Jing seems to be quite amicable. Otherwise, the first person to obtain clues would not have been Wu Jing. During my school days, I learned that the melting point of gold is at least over 1,000 degrees. So, how did such a vast quantity of molten gold come to be? The four beauties of Qingcheng made an imposing entrance, and upon witnessing the disciples of the Qingcheng sect flaunting their prowess, it felt as though they had long become accustomed to such ostentation. The taxi driver grew irate, cursing as he brought the vehicle to a halt, refusing to take us any further. Ultimately, he unceremoniously deposited us on a desolate road, far from any village or shop, and drove off in a huff. He cautioned me to remain vigilant and not to succumb to despair, urging me to trust him, for no matter the circumstances, we would find our way out of this predicament. As I peered out, I recognized the owner of the car that had collided with us. He was the very man who had saved my life at the intersection. However, the transformation was strikingly apparent, which filled Xiao Mingyang with uncontainable joy. Once again, he gazed at the crystals, all of which now radiated warmth. Lu Zheng followed Huaner into the room, surveying the surroundings, his expression betraying a sense of admiration for the exquisite beauty of the residence. Thus, Chen Yinyan established a stable source for acquiring materials, breathing a sigh of relief. She harbored a premonition that her creations would undoubtedly find favor with many. The so-called evil and the notion of shifting facades were merely superficial. Lin Shui remained indifferent to the threats posed by insignificant beings. This was not an exaggeration. The sword master was ruthless, and Zhao Jinshuang possessed a heart attuned to the sword. Initially, He Yang merely articulated a few sword intents, yet his counterpart grasped them effortlessly, revealing himself as a prodigy of the sword path. Wang Lei, as the foreman of this workshop, was responsible for overseeing 3 students on his assembly line, one of whom was Chao Yujiao. In truth, Sichen had followed closely behind me. He waited by the door, and after observing that several minutes had passed without incident, he entered, reintroducing me in front of his mother, falsely claiming that I was Qi Xiang's cousin. One must always find a plausible excuse for one's departure to adorn oneself with a veneer of morality. This young man, once a dashing figure in his blue robe, now appeared almost frenzied as he sprinted toward the location of his mother, Yaoing. Some individuals with insufficient intellect are easily led astray, while their minds may be troubled. Their physical faculties remain intact. He had heard from Xian Zhu that the distinction between the 9th and 7th ranks is merely a matter of authority rather than an insurmountable chasm. Although Zhao Tang was reluctant, a smile flickered in his eyes as he accepted the task token and soared towards the horizon, heading for the back mountain. In truth, Yun Ke is indeed a pitiable figure. She remained indifferent to whether the Morong family acquired her through peaceful means or forcibly claimed her under the guise of the chancellor. Then, before Ling Zhen and Ling Xiaoxiao, an elderly man, devoid of both arms, astonishingly bent down to grasp a blade of grass with his mouth. Su Heng was unimpressed by that dress. While it was aesthetically pleasing, it possessed no soul and lacked any distinctive features. Judging by the manifestation of this divine art, it was evident that it was indeed a technique that stirred the innermost thoughts. However, at the very first bend in the road, Zhao Taizhu smirked, slightly outpacing Lu Jia, abruptly pulled the handbrake, and sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the tires to screech against the asphalt as the vehicle executed a flawless drift. Framework, a scientist once held a piece of distorted helium stone, ultimately succumbing to the curse of a peculiar helium stone, and upon his demise, he became part of this distortion effect. At this moment, only Sabo, Orbia, and Robin sat beside the fire, their faces revealing the weight of their concerns. As he spoke, he gestured to the person behind him, and immediately, a deformed master stepped forward, presenting a wooden box with both hands before Chenyu. The righteous words brought a smile to Zhu Han's face, yet they nearly caused Zhang Liao to stumble and fall to the ground. He had witnessed teammates being undermined before, but never in such a manner. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to extend an olive branch to Zhu Yi, when Su Chong's sudden interruption threatened to push him into a corner. It was no wonder that Qinyu felt the rate of the proliferation of bizarre tales was outpacing their spread. This was the underlying reason. Hearing Yang Su's voice in the air, Lafitte immediately swooped down, but it was already too late. Just as he had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yang was pulled into the office, where a throng of teachers bombarded him with questions. By midday, Su Yang had yet to film a single short clip. "Leave it to me," Zhu Taisui declared, thumping his chest and shaking his ample form as he descended the tower. After a grand inferno, acrid smoke wafted from the charred earth. Chu Shuiyao lay dazed upon the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. In Chapter 68, with Jiajua and King Li in front, Song Luocheng could not approach to instruct on the whitening and could only leave it to fate, hoping that he still remembered the teachings he had imparted. "Humph! I have seen countless hideous creatures. You are of no consequence," Wang Qianxuan asserted domineeringly. Observing the city guards diligently fulfilling their duties, the mortals adhered to order, gracing the streets with neatness and organization, creating a vibrant atmosphere that made settling down here a most appealing choice. These beings, though diminutive in size, are covered in white fur, blending seamlessly with the hues of ice and snow. They measure approximately a foot in length and bear a striking resemblance to mice. Yet their claws are elongated, sharp, and exceptionally lethal. The red-crowned crane leaped into the bathtub, and initially, all seemed well. However, after a brief interval, the feathers of the crane began to shed in large clumps, its muscles rapidly disintegrating, revealing the stark white bones beneath the skin. Furthermore, to solidify her celestial seal, the fiery spirit must descend to the lower levels and absorb all martial techniques. Jing Yan swiftly sealed her cherry lips, consuming her gasp within him. He bit down gently yet firmly on her lip, as if to chastise her for her disobedience. This place is rich in resources, with various factions stationed here, perpetually engaged in conflict. Although the fourth miss mentioned Yanyu, it was largely as a lure to pique curiosity, and her subordinates, along with her family, had never alluded to her having a sister or a younger sibling, prompting a gradual shift in perspective. Yet now, before them stood the mother of Yanyu. "How do you know all this?" Hao Tian marveled at the clarity of 13th's discourse, perplexed. Boss Gon's insistence on their presence stemmed from simple motives: his fear of their potential sabotage and his concern over Madame Fu's possible interference. Given the unique status of Chang Hua and Ning Xiaoming, any faction contemplating mischief would tread carefully, thereby revealing the extent of Boss Gon's trepidation. Upon discovery, the bronze-grade magic array inscribed upon it was valued at 1,000 gold coins. Subsequently, due to uncertainty regarding the maturation of the blue spirit weasel, Feng Wanli, in a bid to be prudent, adorned the creature with a silver-grade magic array after graduating from high school, incurring an expense of 5,000 gold coins, bringing the total expenditure to 6,000 gold coins. A sudden thought struck me: what about that affliction which produces pustules, yet is devoid of pain or itch? In 3 months, no trace remains, the sole drawback being the inability to scratch it. This was concocted from a formula she discovered while watching palace intrigue dramas, though she has yet to find an opportunity to employ it. For instance, the Yongning Hall, which transforms into the Yongshou Hall when the Empress Dowager presides, serves as her residence. They sought to flee, yet found no opportunity. The fireball descended relentlessly, and the 2 dark cult masters lagging behind possessed no capacity to resist, instantaneously engulfed by the flames, leaving not even a shadow behind. Feng Qiqi, accompanied by Li Arian and Jun Qiyu, entered through the back door, arriving at the place where seamstresses hurriedly crafted wedding attire for Li Arian. Should individuals from the black and white factions mention Liang Pingyu, they would inevitably sigh. a hero of righteousness, yet alas, his life was fleeting. Murong Dun drove the carriage leisurely down the mountain path, with Jua Yuan and others trailing behind, their stomachs rumbling after a day and night of hunger. However, practitioners of the arts can endure several days without sustenance, having consumed so much medicated wine. How could one nonchalantly unravel their own Dian Cloud Claw? Setting aside the cost issue, even the average person would balk at wearing such an item. Such practices are not in vogue in this era. Thus, after much deliberation, it appears that within the ranks of the Yunshao sect, only Ling Yi truly stands out. Chang'e involuntarily displayed a fierce expression, while the jade rabbit lay obediently in her embrace, its long ears twitching ever so slightly. The two of them decided to relocate to the Villa S screening room to watch a video. However, before doing so, Sushi insisted on bringing Jiang Yan along. They strode confidently into the city, observing the wandering spirits of the ghost clan, their eyes twinkling with intrigue. Shao Ye and his companions initially believed this place to be exceedingly secretive, which is why they left minimal guards at the entrance.
Consequently,
when Li Gu and his companions burst in, they remained completely undetected. They ventured further into the grand hall of the corridor, where they overheard a conversation between Shao Ye and an elder. Should the top-tier deities engage in battle, it could potentially obliterate an entire planet, or even a galaxy. The remarkable aspect of such beings lies in their ability to utilize photosynthesis under light conditions, thereby producing the organic matter necessary for their survival, much like plants. The wall of the room faced the opposite side of the helipad. Looking out, one could see a vast and flat savanna, bordered by a dense, almost black jungle. Zhang Ji refrained from publicly releasing the surveillance footage. Instead, he destroyed the recordings concerning the large green-skinned creature, fearing it might affect military morale and aiming to protect Yuling's secrecy. With the fifth princess alive, the consort need not be relegated to the cold palace. And as the head of the courtyard, he no longer had to worry for his own safety. How he wished that Kong Si had not just thrust that dagger at him. It was truly unbearable to believe that someone he secretly admired would strike such a fatal blow. The man came to an abrupt halt, a flash of golden light illuminating his hand, where a paper talisman had suddenly appeared. With a swift sound, the talisman transformed into a streak of luminous energy, initially circling him in tight loops before expanding into broader arcs, ultimately dispersing into countless twinkling motes, reminiscent of pollen, that sprinkled across a 20-zhang radius. The score remained in a deadlock, a clear indication that the competition was approaching its climax, where a victor might finally emerge. However, the Qing Frost sword maintained its unwavering stability and speed, propelling him to a distance of 20 zhang in the blink of an eye, far from the precipice. The reason for this was Xuanqing. Had she not prompted him, he would not have been so meticulous in examining his Dao Foundation. After all, in his understanding, observing the Dao Foundation made little difference. Simply gazing at it a few more times would not elevate it, would it? Two remarkably resilient American aircraft carriers, though severely damaged, had not sunk, yet the British vessel, the Courageous, was not as fortunate. This ship, merely a large cruiser at its core, could not withstand the relentless assault of 1,000 pound bombs and 450-kilogram aerial torpedoes. Lon D furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt that he had been sent by the Daybreak. When he first arrived at Daybreak Mountain, a grand banquet had been held in his honor, and afterward, he was personally escorted to his new abode, where arrangements were made for his living quarters. That very night, he had explored the enchanting realms of Daybreak for a span of 3 hours.
Splendid.
Simply splendid. Lao He excitedly extended his hand to clasp Lin Tianqing's. Liu let out a soft grunt and remarked, "You simply wish to be a hands-off manager. Very well, attend to your matters. We shall converse later." With a dismissive curl of his lips, he turned and departed. However, the current situation regarding this defensive line was markedly different. One must understand that this was merely a nascent interstellar empire, To the higher-order death beasts, capturing it, while somewhat troublesome, was not particularly challenging. You must clarify everything. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to exit this cave. Li Mingxue stated with an icy demeanor. Isle waved the inflated balloon in front of the already stunned Lily, utterly oblivious to the astonishing act she had just performed. Prior to this moment, Wu Enqi had encountered Monica only twice. The first time, he beheld her lifeless form, utterly unrecognizable, and during the second, inebriated and embracing Zhulan Tuya, he dared not scrutinize her visage closely. A bystander informed Sun So, this individual is surnamed Yu, named Ji. He resides in the East, frequents Wu meetings, dispenses talismans, and has always been successful in alleviating the ailments and disasters of those in need. Suddenly, Lily interrupted with a shout, her voice soon diminishing to a whisper, as if murmuring something. Wu Enqi disregarded everything else, choosing to turn a blind eye and deaf ear to the surrounding happenings. All along, he had believed himself to be a pure-blood human, taking pride in this identity. Yet, the undeniable truth presented by the magic core within him revealed that he was, at best, a hybrid of impure lineage from the demon race. Not without possibility. Su Royale raised her head, her determination to confront him steadily growing, her gaze unwavering as she released his already slack wrist, trailing her fingers along his arm to his neck, and then gently patting his face. However, shortly thereafter, intermittent reprimands echoed. Yet the overwhelming noise within the room rendered the words indistinguishable. It was only certain that the sounds emanated from the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyun hurriedly assisted Li Zichen to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother, let me take you away." Li Zichen's expression darkened slightly as he nodded in agreement. As he approached, he noticed narrow fissures in the rocky ceiling, through which sunlight streamed in. The expression of Guai Yi became increasingly somber, while Yi Qingjue glanced at him with concern, casting a worried look at the still figure of Luo Wuxing lying quietly. The tunnel was long and winding, constructed entirely of red rock, wide enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals simultaneously. The Wuxin Daoist led the way, proceeding cautiously until they reached the tunnel's end, where they were confronted by a copper door adorned with a demonic visage, its tongue protruding and eyes aflame with a ghastly blue light, truly terrifying. "Brother Yi, do you mean to suggest that person just now was?" The young man was no fool. Recalling how Brother Yi had nearly been obliterated in a single strike and connecting it to Brother Ye's previous words, an incredulous thought began to form in his mind. Time passed, and the water level gradually receded, while the land rose higher. A faint glimmer of light became discernible ahead. The dragon child flicked its large tail and surged upward, propelling Li Zichen above the water's surface, twisting its body to transform into a youthful figure. This course of action, however, has brought suffering to the one who follows him. Originally, he had a fool assisting him in defense, but now he has diminished his significance, directly encroaching upon the others behind him. Thus, the one who will ultimately bear the consequences is himself. Relying on her delicate steps, Ruo Yushua ascended and seated herself at the head of the bed, her hand brushing against Lin Fei's palm. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her elegant brows began to furrow. Li Xing immediately fell silent. The Li family was currently facing severe oppression, having nearly collapsed entirely in a brief span, reduced to nothing more than an empty shell. Although Li Zhengqiu had not yet lost his official position, he was suspended at home for reflection due to professional missteps, not to mention Li Xing's primary target for retaliation. Li Zhengliang. Chapter 70. Rest assured. Hu Qingze was aware of Rin Su's concerns, yet his heart remained undisturbed. How audacious of Peng Jiling to inscribe her name. She had basked in her own triumph for several days within the company, readily accepting all manner of flattery. Zhu Zhan had already succumbed to sleep in the car and, upon awakening, found himself lying in his own bed at Yonghe Palace. At this juncture, Chen Sanhua wore a look of utter astonishment. How did Xia Chunmei learn of her thread against the Fan family? Could it be that the Fan family had disclosed it? Furthermore, such cunning insects were, paradoxically, the most tormented among all those drained of life. It seemed to him that, given Liu Bowen's understanding of the political landscape of the Ming dynasty, he would undoubtedly make a choice favorable to himself. It appeared that while submerged, she had removed her purse and cast it to the lake's depths. Or perhaps Qi Xianxian had done so. Regardless, as long as that purse was no longer in her possession, her subsequent plans could proceed unhindered. Lanya was momentarily taken aback, suddenly sensing something, and turned around to behold a familiar silhouette outside the door. Du Zhong sank despondently to the ground, his once piercing gaze now dulled. The one who stripped you of your official robes is not the current me, but perhaps the one whose corpse lies on Heba Street, Li Qingxian. Tell me, will it pass? Li Qingxian coldly inquired. This place was no longer a battlefield in which they could participate. Their sole responsibility was to avoid becoming a burden to Bei. To some extent, Wei Yu had indeed rewritten a portion of her destiny. At least the girl still had her legs intact. Nangong Zhenghua and the feathered serpent god were both preoccupied with imparting their knowledge, aiding their kin in growth and evolution. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's colossal beast, formed from his blood essence, surged towards Lin Feng, mouth agape, poised to engulf him. Chu Suiming had but a few friends, all of whom had flocked to the Dao group. There was no one left to recruit. As for the second matter, he had implemented a peculiar divination software using his internal energy, condensing it into a representation of yin and yang, which, when activated by thought, would instantly transform into the shape of a Bagua diagram. I have a class reunion. Why don't you accompany me? Lin Nuonuo suggested, hoping to make amends with Zhou Yan. Lin Ziang, with a mournful expression, believed that since he had taken a beating for Zhou Yan last time, Zhou Yan might grant him some leniency. Don't say that. That trap was actually quite useful, Shao Ye Luo remarked, continuously waving her hand, her face still adorned with a forced smile. The emperor, having harbored worries for an extended period, could finally ease half of his burden. Upon attending the court, a smile illuminated his face, his eyes narrowing with delight, radiating an aura akin to golden brilliance, reminiscent of a newly affluent individual. The ministers, once perceived as astute and wealthy, now lost their captivating allure. He found them increasingly irksome. In the dimly lit flower bed by the roadside, the three individuals immediately heightened their vigilance. Ranjia, biting her lip, seized the opportunity while he donned his garments to wrap herself tightly in a bath towel, gathering her scattered clothes to retreat to the bathroom. Oh dear! While conversing with him, she had exerted herself so much that now, instead of pain, an overwhelming urge to relieve herself surged forth, as if the child within her was impatiently pressing to emerge. The elderly man, suffering greatly from the blows, shielded his face with his hands, fervently attempting to clarify his explanations. He felt that if he failed to elucidate matters soon, he might become the first celestial emperor to perish from such a beating. As he approached his father, T'Challa distinctly sensed something amiss with his father's demeanor, causing his heart to sink. The divine power unleashed by Mi Yen transformed into a perfected celestial mode, with the ethereal silhouette formed by the world's energies merely assisting Mi Yen in absorbing natural forces, which were then continuously supplied to him. Yen Ruofeng secured victory in an instant. In the training grounds, disbelief permeated the air as another individual approached Yen Ruofeng. As they neared, a fiery dragon surged forth, resembling a colossal energy source intent on engulfing Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly enveloped himself in protective aura, resisting the flames. Relieved to find that these flames were far less terrifying than those emitted by the previous fiery entity, Yang Zifan awkwardly departed, leaving a solemn atmosphere within the main tent. After all, 200,000 soldiers of the Tang army had perished on this very land, which had been turned into a mourning ground by the Nanzhao people, a profound humiliation for the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, The residents of the New Sea Eagle Kingdom willingly offered the remains of their loved ones, whether due to natural causes or genuine accidents, to the necromancers and death mages under the command of Feely. In Chapter 71, Seizing an Opportunity, Phil Jackson visited the restroom, and almost simultaneously, Jordan also made his way there. Just as Ning Tianlin was about to make a final decision, the voice of the combat power system resonated, while the body of the ever-deteriorating and regenerating centipede began to undergo violent transformations. Zhao Qian barely managed to emit a scream before decisively dispersing his form into particles, frantically absorbing the stellar energy from the meteorite and resignedly allowing the calamity's flames to engulf him. This was the appraisal chamber, designated for the evaluation of precious materials. At some point, Ji Tiangong had approached Dongfang Qi and offered an explanation. Even if they were indeed wild dogs, I would accept it. At worst, I would fight them fiercely. After all, I had trained in martial arts for over a decade, and I was unafraid of such beasts. Before the gate of the demon's residence, Zhao Qian and his companions struggled ardently, yet the massive purple door remained utterly unmoved.
Who are you?
With that dog collar you wear, do you expect us to wear one as well? Remarked the leading man dismissively, eyeing the youthful appearance of Xian Yu. No other players chose to tread the path of defiance against the referee, for the referee is eternally invincible. If one cannot fully surpass them with sheer strength, then such actions are merely a path to self-destruction. The valiant knight stands as a steadfast rock. You have ventured into the sanctum of the Sunbird Celestial and uncovered the eye of the underworld's nine-headed dog, which holds 2/3 of the soul of the sun's nine-tailed divine bird. As a decision remains unmade, it would be prudent to establish contact with them first. Chopin observed as Jenny rose to serve the dishes, joining her in presenting the meal and taking their seats, subtly signaling Rafa to refrain from further remarks. However, due to the wine consumed that evening and the prolonged discourse between Guijing and Yang Tiexin, it was agreed that they would take action the following night. Yet, Xie Banggu was infuriated, having lost sight of the two maidens merely by a step's delay, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. Mo seized the collar of a drunken man and unceremoniously cast him outside, where he collapsed and lay still. Honestly, just sleep it off, Mo sighed, feeling that Wang Chang's current demeanor seemed genuine, rather than feigned. Should she place her trust in him? Perhaps it would be wise to observe further. I will cooperate fully. Presently, the Ming army denies the existence of mutual trade, their assertions so resolute that disbelief is not permitted. Everyone feels unfortunate for having been deceived. Who could have known that in the affairs of the world, there is no ultimate misfortune, only the potential for greater misfortune? Less than 2 days after being assailed by the biting winds outside Gabiku, the group received incessant news of their tribes being attacked. Of course, Yifeng was unaware of these developments. Although he had anticipated some repercussions before meeting Yang Guang, he never imagined the ramifications would be so significant. Due to the presence of 2 assistants, one of whom was entirely ineffectual, Andy found himself greatly pleased, as he no longer needed to tend his health points and was free from the worry of demise. Just as Hu Qingyan was about to swing her scythe, a flash of green fabric caught her eye. Emerging from behind a sturdy tree was a girl of similar age. Upon seeing Hu Qingyan, she was momentarily taken aback, particularly by the scythe that was already poised for action, which, combined with Hu Qingyan's expression, appeared particularly fearsome. Here, a square stove was to be constructed to facilitate the burning of firewood. Chun Yu was conversing with the stonemason, instructing him to follow his design. The rise of the internet and the siphoning effect of the real estate market have rendered industries and manufacturing increasingly beleaguered. Zella watched helplessly as Qiao abandoned him, aware that he had learned of his ostracism from the Talon family. Was it the commotion he had just caused that attracted these magnates to witness the spectacle? Sun Liang was so frightened that he fell to the ground, abandoning his plan to dispose of the corpse. Instead, he turned and concealed the zombie behind the curtains. Convincing himself that as long as he could not see it, it would be manageable, he dared not demand more than that. The sudden appearance of a spaceship in the sky plunged everyone into confusion. This incongruous sight captured the attention of many, yet Zuoxi's expression was far from favorable. Shi Hui fixated intently on Victoria before her, sensing an unsettling inconsistency in Victoria's recent demeanor. Lacking substantial knowledge about the matter at hand, Shi Hui's curiosity was naturally piqued. Moments ago, Lu Lanlan believed that the hastily sketched creation by Su Chun would merely be passable. However, she soon observed the grotesque transformation of the dismembered flesh scattered across the ground. Ji Junchun had grown accustomed to Sun Liang's commands, exhibiting no trace of anger or displeasure, and resignedly scratched his head as he proceeded toward the entrance. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather the herbs." Sleeve Wind and Rain was the first to awaken, urging the two to take action as they appeared to be mere spectators. The list contained 3 categories of items: seeds, diesel and gasoline, and tool parts. Upon hearing this, my grandfather and father had no grounds for rebuttal, leading to a rather bewildering agreement for my father to take a beggar as his master, learning the ways of the world every weekend. Yet, he never mentioned what precisely he learned or did during those outings. As the sound of a collision reverberated, Wu Xing's ephemeral silhouette vanished, and Tong Dafu forcefully yanked the iron chain. The icy mist surged, ensnaring Wu Xing's true form within the skeletal chain, drawing him into the frigid haze. Yuan Chun also leaped over the dragon pit, relentlessly striking at Jilla, armed with the Doran's blade, inflicting greater damage than the twilight. Upon overhearing this, Zhang Fengyan narrowed his eyes, recalling the events of their first day at the school gate. A sense of unease enveloped Lancius, as if his body trembled in fear of an unseen terror. "Ting Yan, cease your impudence," Luo Yuhan admonished sharply, her voice as cutting as a winter wind. Jin Yi was momentarily taken aback, ceasing her struggle as she gazed at Sheng Jintian's profile, her expression tinged with an inexplicable emotion. He nearly dragged her in a frenzied manner, descending the city wall before swiftly entering a nearby earthen structure, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It seemed that no one could thwart Jiang Fengyan any longer. His points were rapidly approaching those of Djokovic. Unless an unforeseen calamity arose, Jiang Fengyan was destined to secure the title of world number 1 this year. Jiang Xian, cradling his son, had consoled him for a considerable time, feeding him his favorite snacks before summoning Ao to accompany them to the courtyard for play. Naturally, Jiang Fengyan did not disclose that this maneuver was a powerful imitation technique known as the ruler's phantom. Unyielding in his curiosity, Tianming once again scrutinized the surroundings, and upon discovering markings on a distant tree, he could not help but feel a surge of delight. With a thought, he concentrated all his energy into the purple moon halberd in his hand, launching it with great force, as if it were a javelin. In an instant, it reached the front of the 8-winged Hell Angel, accompanied by a cacophony of grinding resistance. Sun Yuntian showed no fear, narrowly evading his opponent's 2 blades with a slight sidestep, simultaneously bellowing, "Receive my palm." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he struck forth with a forceful hand. Du Yujia, his eyes alight with excitement, leapt high into the air, overwhelmed with elation, unsure of where to place his hands. Am I finally debuting? Is the company truly arranging my debut? Did General Li manage to hold on? At that moment, Wang Huan finally spoke, his lips moving as he murmured to an unknown recipient. Meanwhile, Mu Lingtian and his 4 companions had already subdued all the assassins, rendering them incapable of rising. Shen Moyu's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, reminiscent of the hatred she bore over a decade ago. Her right hand, claw-like, grasped a sword from the ground as she approached Mu Lingtian with unwavering composure. The sounds of combat erupted, shattering the tranquility of the night. Even the most skilled masters fell victim to the ambush orchestrated by Huang Hongyi's elite disciples, the esteemed members of the Huang family. and a faction of formidable warriors from Lonlu City, many succumbing to fatal injuries or capture. Once Shao Ye took his seat, Ling Zhongxiao gently tapped the redwood round table, producing a somber resonance. Engaging a construction project necessitated the involvement of a construction company endowed with sufficient qualifications and strength. While the Shimazu family might lack foundational ties in this regard, the Hua clan certainly did not. Whether through the acquisition of an existing construction firm or by collaborating with other families to establish one, various options were available. For instance, the method of manufacturing otherworldly beings was far beyond the capabilities of the ancient magic found in the Elder Scrolls universe. Naturally, this was merely a conjecture from Lycus, an outsider, and the specifics remained inscrutable. Mu Qiong, upon seeing the dishes laid out, recalled the extravagant feast during her first visit to the Fu family. Truth be told, with only the two brothers, Fu Yunan and Fu Huayan, such a lavish spread seemed excessive. Was it truly an invitation to her demise? Montaton's corpulent form heaved slightly as he flopped about on the floor. Like a volcano erupting or a sea dragon roaring, the cacophony reverberated, causing Li Jian's ears to buzz and leading to a fleeting moment of deafness. Before the screen, alongside scientists, 3 extraterrestrial beings clad in battle suits observed the footage, engaging in a frivolous discussion. In Shanghai, amidst the bustling crowd, he is somewhat esteemed, and although he is not closely acquainted with Jiang Fengming, they are familiar with each other. A disarray of Xian paper lies scattered, some sheets bearing completed designs while others display discarded sketches of weaponry, with several empty envelopes pressed beneath. Following the scattered papers with his gaze, he notices a few flickering embers of a fire pit lingering under the dressing table, where several square ashes clearly originate from burnt, folded sheets. Although Qiu Yu occasionally finds the director bothersome, he possesses a commendable nature, and over time, a sense of familiarity has developed. To Zwelisai's eyes, Chenxi appears almost like a vegetative state, filled with despair. I have no intention of venturing into Zhejiang in the near future, Wang Jin exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he spread his hands. If you cannot command, does that mean Feng Guofu cannot either? Yuan Shikai questioned bluntly. Upon realizing this, all the dukes and marquises unanimously voiced their agreement, echoing Judy's sentiments. However, the wedding gown itself is cumbersome and lengthy, requiring considerable effort to don. Imperial decrees cannot be defied. Su Shuiyun released her grip, pushing away Zy, her expression strikingly cold, instantly creating an impenetrable distance. In this chaos, for beams of light silently stood without any verbal exchange. Jing Chen hesitated momentarily. Initially, he had fought alongside Su Zhua to confront Wu Hua and foamed Songui, not wishing to bring the flames of war to Shaolin. So he entrusted a Zen master to Jing Xiang. How could he not comprehend Jing Xiang's current emotions? 2 individuals charged towards a level 1 zombie, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. The level 1 zombie raised its fist in a mechanical manner to strike, but Liang Xitiao and Ling Yunqiao chose not to engage directly. Instead, they dispersed and surged towards other level 1 zombies. With several bursts of speed, they successfully drew the attacks of 6 level 1 zombies. Juelin, do you have something to tell me? Mu Jinxia inquired, her apricot eyes shimmering as she gazed at Juelin. High school team, do you know what I despise most in this life? Xiao Zhan stated, fixing his gaze upon Gao Yuan. It is when men fail to keep their word. As a man, one must be trustworthy. As a leader, if your words lack weight, how can your subordinates ever obey you? Mu Jinxia's words, laden with trust, deepened Juelin's sense of guilt, causing him further anguish. Mu Ge sat upright, exuding the demeanor of a master. Had it not been for the earlier scene, one might genuinely mistake him for an enlightened sage, detached from worldly concerns. 800 meters away, Xiao Zhan squinted as he lay atop a rooftop, his sniper rifle poised and ready. You all take cover. Give me 5 seconds, he commanded with resolve. Su Yang, equally determined, glanced at the anti-material sniper rifle in his hands, a cold smile gracing his lips. Nangong Jun initially expressed delight, exclaiming, "Brother Chao, are you truly considering making me the leader of the martial arts world?" However, he soon realized the improbability of such an aspiration. Yet at that moment, the fearsome-looking giant knelt down resolutely before the unfamiliar, delicate youth, doing so in front of everyone without a trace of complaint, driven solely by the hope of saving his mentor. A mere scholar of the acid, why does the world regard him with such gravity? Witnessing Zhang Honglu disregard even Bo Yen, Lu Huai was profoundly astonished. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Lilith. Her intentions were rather straightforward. Although the church and the demon hunters were at odds, their conflict had not escalated to an irreconcilable state. Thus, she merely aimed to adopt a firmer stance, intending to exert some pressure to compel the release of the captives. At Cassius's urging, Lena hastily greeted the three legendary figures and the Holy Spirit Master among the demon hunters. Lu Huai was taken aback. While he did not condone Wang Qingye's brutal methods, he held a degree of admiration nonetheless. Upon returning to the room, Baiyang was already asleep. As Baiyang was the guardian spirit of the Zhuang residence, she could not depart from this place. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed unlikely that I would encounter her again. Each person harbored distinct thoughts, a sense of unease permeating the air. However, since Zhang had mentioned those princes, the matter could not possibly be false. "Is it satisfactory?" Yu Ji spoke calmly, her voice exuding an icy composure that perfectly highlighted her serene demeanor. Qianwan picked up the challenge letter, upon which the name of the carefree sect boldly flaunted itself. Such unabashed provocation eliciting a raised eyebrow from a certain deity. Seeing Kong Jian, the monk, remain so composed at this juncture, Qing Jing could only nod in acknowledgement and refrain from further comment.
Hee.
Tong Tong, with one hand grasping Lin Qirong and the other holding Zuyuren's hand, giggled merrily. They had all witnessed the firing of the main cannon that tore through the storm, its brilliance instantly visible even amidst the surroundings. He evidently realized that resolution was not achievable today, thus he stood there, intending to take his friend away. Meanwhile, her sole desire was to seize Chen Bolin from Yumashi. However, at that moment, the Chinese team proved to be a formidable challenge, after several unsuccessful breakthroughs. Messi attempted a forceful shot just outside the penalty area, yielding mediocre results. Most opponents could not withstand more than 30 exchanges before the 5 scatterers, with a few managing to engage in over 100 exchanges. Countless fans left messages, expressing that they were moved to tears, resonating deeply with the song, playing it repeatedly until they fell asleep, a testament to their adoration for it. Deng Qian and Shun Yanyan appeared quite pitiable as they wept, yet without hesitation. They banned Jiao Chan. The moment Ariel spotted the dragon hunter, in turn, caught sight of Ariel, without a moment's pause. The dragon hunter immediately moved his injured body to grasp the fallen blade. Their team donned jerseys of a yellow and white hue, and thus, Sui Yong wore a yellow headband, embodying a youthful warmth. Chu Yun's tone was exceedingly indifferent, yet as Lu Ting observed Chu Yun's faint smile, an inexplicable anxiety stirred within her heart, as if Chu Yun's words held the promise of realization. Jiang Huai regarded her and mused that although this mare was reckless, her heart was not malicious. That day when she wrongfully accused him of stealing the snake-scale inkstone, she must have been misled by that Zhong Hai. Murong Qing promptly acquiesced, extending his hand, whether from nervousness or excitement, or perhaps the weight of the handcuffs on his wrist. His fingers trembled incessantly. I ventured into the dimly lit tent. Jinx had already emitted a whistle-like snore, while Poppy in another tent was smacking her lips. Lu Bufan was uncertain whether this theory was viable. In ancient times, no one knew what a magnetic field was, and he had no confidence in how to escape it. He had merely perused some materials that mentioned a clock invented by certain Germans during World War II, which supposedly generated an anti-magnetic field, rendering individuals invisible. Through his eyelids, he could vaguely perceive the brightness of the outside world. Jaden squinted uncomfortably before gradually opening his eyes. Jiang Hui hurried over. Noticing that the girl had been in a scuffle, her hair in disarray, with a distinct red mark on her brow and cuts on her lips and hands. Yet she appeared exceedingly exhilarated. She had encountered Shen Yunshin before, many years ago, when she was still the cherished daughter of the Wen family, basking in adoration. At those grand banquets of affluent families, she would occasionally catch sight of Shen Yunshin. The camellia, watching the commotion from afar, looked somewhat astonished, glancing at Jiang Hui, who also furrowed his brow in confusion, not understanding why Chang Huan would lay hands on someone from her own court. Shui Rengui and his companions were seated in the hall, sipping tea, while awaiting Zhang Fei's arrival. Upon hearing someone speak, Shui Rengui had no choice but to momentarily withdraw from his communication with the system. Chapter 74. A nurse recognized Dr. Su. Yet her presence did little to instill a sense of security, for Dr. Su himself did not exude an air of safety. The manipulation of thought energy is merely foundational. It is only through controlling and utilizing this energy, imbuing it with various capabilities and methods, that one may truly call it a power of thought. Swallow. Why did you urgently summon us? What task awaits? Lei Shiyu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. What he is currently engaged in is provoking Zhou Peng, waiting for the opponent to strike first, and then countering effectively. As Zuoshan observed the disdainful glances that Zhang Yuefan occasionally cast towards her, it struck her as amusing that despite looking down on her, she still humbly accepted the money offered. Does she not reflect on her own circumstances? Were it not for the necessity of her assistance with Tian Ci, who would wish to associate with her? Noticing his lingering hesitation, Jin Yun remarked, "Do you truly believe that you are protecting him this way?" In the next moment, He Jiahui suddenly discerned something. He picked up the deceased's shoes and scrutinized them intently. "You continue with your tasks. I shall provide you with proof," Si Nan Nan declared as she tucked away her folding fan and earnestly began to grind herbs, the sound of her efforts resonating for a time before she proceeded to prepare tea. Once the tea was served, she found a feather duster and began to sweep away dust. During the transport, Zhang Hu took his own life by biting his tongue, and before his demise, he vocally accused General C of various crimes from within the prison cart. Feng Zio's figure flickered as she witnessed a section of the wall of the Battle King's residence collapse with a thunderous crash. Bricks flying and a thick cloud of dust enveloping the scene, saturating the air with the acrid sense of sulfur and charred wood. Xiang Peng, bewildered, beheld the unfolding chaos before him, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaling in disbelief. For over 2 minutes, he had been deeply concerned for Tsigu, pondering if her final strategy was merely to stand in a line for the adversary to strike down. A silent sigh coursed through Yana's heart as her gaze ascended towards the platform, reaching beyond it to the vast blue sky. Achilles, what manner of person are you truly? With a firm grip, Lu Sun and she simultaneously plummeted from the heights, landing at the pinnacle of the valley, an act that naturally captivated the attention of all present. A sharp whistle pierced the air as Deng Liang, standing at a height of 182 meters, and Kong Jianhua, towering at 198 meters, leapt into action. The staggering 16-centimeter difference was indeed remarkable, despite Deng Liang's valiant efforts. Kong Jianhua succeeded in delivering the ball to the point guard, Li Saida. Feng Xin abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Though separated from the outside world by a mere curtain, the palpable pressure emanating from him rendered those outside speechless. No matter how formidable Xiang Chang's skills were, he could not alter the overarching dynamics of the battlefield. All he needed to do was encircle his opponent, gradually starving this army into submission, and observe what tricks he might conjure. This sentiment resonated deeply with Sun Quan. He harbored no desire to be subservient to me, nor did he wish to remain under the yoke of Shao Ye. Having seized Jingzhou only intensified Sun Quan's ambitions. Sun Deng approached to gauge my intentions, curious to see how matters would unfold between the Sun and Lu clans at this juncture. Armed with formidable resistance to both fire and shadow elements, Wu Song remained undeterred by the magical assaults of the fire dragon demons. However, during the skirmish, Wu Song did not charge to the front lines as previously assigned. "Let us go and take a look," he suggested. Jiang Dong took the lead, walking side by side with Gang Feng towards the heart of Maya Castle. Since the attendees were all acquaintances, Chen De refrained from excessive hospitality, allowing them to converse freely. Even Ambassador Blair was accompanied by Zhai Guixin, and with the commendable conduct of Ma Jiadong and the others, he found himself largely unoccupied. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from several dozen miles away, prompting Jiang Dong to rise abruptly and fly at great speed towards the area. Now, with the mist thinning, his power had diminished significantly, and even his flight speed approached its zenith. Whether it was the ascension of the new king, C, or the restoration of the Blood Red Dynasty, BF, remained a mystery to all. However, it was undeniable that, at this moment, the only teams that could be deemed formidable were C and BF. Other teams, while not weak, paled in comparison to these two giants. The four individuals dashed frantically through the forest, when suddenly, a wolf's howl caused them to pause in astonishment. The prior statement seemed somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, there was a commendable investment plan within the bank, yet it spanned 3 years rather than 5, concluding by 1987. Furthermore, under the condition that the overarching strategy remained unchanged, Chinde would occasionally make ad hoc investment decisions, such as the recent short-selling campaign against Britain. "I will show you this afternoon, through my triumph, that your method of combat is fundamentally flawed," declared Shirley. The peace agreement of Beiqi remained unresolved. Had it not been for Yan Kanglin's ascension to the throne, he would have commanded the entire army of Songming to invade Yuntian Kingdom. The intricacies within the Lulan Kingdom were convoluted, with the Prince of Pingxi eyeing the situation with intent. In light of this, instigating a struggle for the throne would hardly be a prudent choice. She noticed in a nearby shed the renowned Duc de Zhuang, celebrated as the most handsome man in Dayton, casting frequent glances her way, his handsome visage adorned with a satisfied smile. Beside him sat Xiahou Yubai, the most lauded and virtuous prince, whose gentle eyes shimmered with a light that seemed to emanate from her presence. Upon witnessing Feng Yao's fervent plea, Xing Tian erupted into a proud laughter, a sound that reverberated across the heavens, instilling a sense of trepidation within Feng Yao's heart. In another courtyard, Yan Su felt a sense of unease. Feng Yijuan had not anticipated Yan Su's sudden aggression towards Yan Kanglin and Lan Rongyue. Reflecting on the note received that afternoon, Feng Yijuan hesitated for a moment before approaching Yan Su, contemplating that her remaining allure should be wisely utilized. Especially since the other party was an attractive gentleman, there was little to lose. "I had thought my wife would be indifferent to this matter." Yan Kanglin stood before the map, gazing at it with an expression of curiosity, never having encountered such a depiction before. The ancient Fox clan had indeed been annihilated, coinciding with the presence of a young nine-tailed fox, a male whose strength was considered formidable even in his youth. General Wen had summoned a physician under the cover of night to tend to the injuries of the Wen siblings, yet the physician only lingered with Wen Qingying, neglecting to visit Wen Yuko. A pang of bitterness welled within Wen Yuko, who feigned nonchalance. Meanwhile, while Liu Bei regretted his decisions, a contingent of soldiers surged forth from the Chao army's camp, charging towards the western gate of Qinlu. Such words were meant to be whispered. Should they be shouted aloud, they would undoubtedly attract a multitude of disdainful glances, ridiculed for their pretentiousness. Having confirmed the identity of the Phantom King, the sister realized that Qi Ji had no reason to deceive her. All was indeed factual. "It's nothing," Merely the sudden change of physicians was a bit disconcerting. So I came to take a look. Chu Shiyu casually fabricated an excuse. Damn it. Wolf, Tiling, follow me. The rest of you, protect Nailfy. Magger shouted backward, holding his breath as he plunged into the swirling darkness. Do not be afraid. I am not here to trouble you this time, but rather to engage in business. Zhao Yang declared from the entrance, his voice resonant. The man in the silver robe was none other than Qin Yunfeng. At this moment, his attire was somewhat tattered, and his silver mask bore several fine cracks. Indeed, I am utterly famished. With the princess present, even the finest appetite is rendered futile, someone concurred. His face revealed an expression of incredulity, and a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes as he fixated on Su Chen. In truth, that night, Jiang Wan had initially been merely polite, not expecting Meng Sun to take her seriously. Thus, she arranged for breakfast. The following day, when Feng Zhenghao arrived at the headquarters of the Tianxia Association, he discovered a report placed on his desk. Gu Mingxi was bewildered by her transformation, yet she comprehended that she had likely disturbed some domain within the sword tomb. Essentially, by harnessing one's life force, solidifying energy, and achieving clarity of heart and mind, one could indeed attain the state of immovability amidst the 8 winds, as spoken by the iron-crowned Taoist.
What?
Shao Tianzong's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled backward 10 paces, finally stabilizing himself. With Yi high at the helm, the Yi family would undoubtedly restore its former glory. It was merely a matter of time. 2 figures rode in succession, yet all eyes were drawn to the foremost, who wielded a halberd, though his visage remained obscured. The aura of gallantry he exuded was unmistakable. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Song Jingzhou entered to find Tang Yuan leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, her hand extended outward. Huang Yu, a paragon of decorum, was unlike the current officials who regarded themselves as deities. Out of respect, he dared not directly mention the name of the governor, instead opting for vague and ambiguous confirmations of Shi Chuan's speculations. Just then Dan Gui, having just entered the academic building, suddenly recalled something, smacking his forehead with a grim expression. Sister Su Zhen, merely 18, still had plenty of time to marry in the next decade. Such trivial matters should not concern her brother. Let us go to the front courtyard to watch the dance and enjoy the laughter of the performers, she cheerfully beckoned Shi Chuan. In Chapter 76, the novice Shidi is advised to remain observant, yet not overly concerned. He Tianhui reiterated the lesson, but after a considerable wait, Lord Jibu had yet to catch a glimpse of Qian Nai. Instead, he heard the sounds of training from outside, along with the manager of the tennis club expressing concern for the players. Thus, having promised Itachi, Li Ling prepared to meet Sasuke, as long as the latter was willing. Imparting some guidance would pose no issue. The autumn and winter seasons in this locale were exceptionally uncomfortable, with the arid trees offering little shade for the soldiers. The sun blazed mercilessly upon their faces, and sweat poured down like a stream, dripping onto the armor set aside nearby. A whirlwind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, began to assail the floating figure of Tianxian. The latter evaded in midair, his movements rendered increasingly frantic and disordered. Yet, the relentless onslaught of the fierce winds came in waves, and even with his utmost concentration, Tianxian found the exertion overwhelming, necessitating the constant reinforcement of his control over his vital energy. Upon entering the Misty Valley, he had already encountered numerous dangers, including traps laid by malevolent cultivators, luring unsuspecting practitioners into their snares to plunder their belongings and acquire various cultivation materials, albeit in limited quantities. In this ancient era, where individuals could marry and bear children at the tender age of 16, it was commonplace for most men to experience their first romantic encounter before reaching 20. Throughout this time, Qian Nai remained oblivious to the discourse. Yet, since Nabuzu had acquiesced, she too consented, trusting it would not lead to any harm. The black enchanted flower had indeed obliterated the spirit of chaos. Prior to this event, Xue Hao had merely hoped that the black flower could inflict some damage upon the spirit of chaos, never anticipating that its hidden power would completely annihilate it. This revelation caught him entirely off guard. During the midday meal, the banquet hall outside buzzed with activity, hosting dozens of tables in celebration. Spurred by the imperial gifts from Emperor Rinshou, attracting a throng of officials eager to partake. Such a union of families brought together officials and merchants alike, creating an unprecedented spectacle of merriment. Could it be the soul insect? Xiang Yu suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief and tinged with fear. As the crowd approached the entrance, an elderly man had already opened the door. His face alight with surprise as he gazed at Luo Kaiping and hurriedly gestured towards the interior. It was only when Zhou Yingying noticed this peculiar situation that she realized the shops that had once lined the street were now all closed for business, leaving only the hospital to appear somewhat lively amidst the eerie stillness that enveloped the rest of the locale. She, a prodigious disciple of the current luminary in Chinese archaeology, had attained her doctoral degree at a remarkably young age and served as a professor at Suzhou and Hangzhou University. The dynasty he established began a quest to procure the materials essential for seizing the celestial path. Countless divine materials were gathered, initiating a grand plan to seize the heavenly way, enveloping the entire world within a colossal formation of cosmic energy, where myriad divine materials wove a tapestry of the Tao that cloaked the heavens and the earth. Of course, I have matters to attend to, Xiang Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Yu, her thoughts resolute. Should you wish for my departure, I shall remain steadfastly in place, eager to see how you would respond. Behind her, the furious Rian flung the items from the Kong table to the ground with a clatter, his shrieks echoing like a cornered beast. Su Shixian merely shook his head slightly, his heart unfazed as he stepped out with a composed gait, while the graceful Hanxia, clad in yellow and green, gently bent her knees to lift the door curtain for him. In the midst of uncertainty regarding friend or foe, WN recalled a phrase once spoken by Du Heng. The human heart is unfathomable, yet two things may reveal its depths: time and life and death. So what of it? That was his debt to her. Even if Pei Yan were to perish, it would be well-deserved, a consequence he ought to bear.
Han Yu sharply interrupted Yu Kingsu,
her emotions running high as she retorted passionately. Despite the fact that Li Jia jewelry has not soared under Li Jinzhong's stewardship, it cannot be deemed as a decline, for it still yields a 7-figure dividend annually. Yu Yang was taken aback that such an offhand remark had captured Feng Wei's attention. While Feng Wei may not excel academically, his capacity for learning and practical application has certainly impressed Yu Yang. He promptly raised his glass in agreement. Yu Yang paused, reaching into the drawer, where he discovered an envelope made of craft paper, seemingly placed there at some unknown time. He retrieved it, fully aware that Lu Xiaoyue's ailment was trivial. All his actions were merely preparations to poison Jun Nanli today. Everything became remarkably clear and organized. In such a scenario, he was either truly a disciple of the divine, or his acting skills had reached an unparalleled level of perfection, beyond reproach. The elder spoke, letting out a heavy sigh. He then turned his gaze towards the traveler and opened his mouth once more. What I mean is, since we are all gathered here, let's clarify matters first. Yang Mengyan addressed Chen Feng in this manner. Xian Bingsheng entrusted the team to his deputy, brandished his whip, and advanced towards the commander's tent. Dismounting, he tossed the reins to the guards at the tent's entrance, adjusted his armor, grasped his iron helmet, announced his presence, and entered, paying his respects to the commander. Chapter 77. Hong Yi concealed his intentions well, leaving Shi Yao oblivious, and thus, she felt reassured. He Jin and He Miao enthusiastically toasted Zhao Yi, inquiring about the specifics of the recent battle. However, they refrained from mentioning the fierce words exchanged that day. which left Shao Ye somewhat perplexed as he engaged in casual conversation with the two brothers. Uncle Meng, I currently require a cleansing elixir. Does our Yun family possess any? Upon encountering Meng Zita, Shi Yao promptly inquired. She vividly recalled how, when Wu Ding first ascended the throne, he led the White Tiger battle team in a grand display, conducting sacrificial rites with such audacity. Now that Wu Ding faced imminent death, he appeared reluctant and evasive. That evening, after finishing dinner at Li Jingguo's home, Zhao Hui accompanied Li Jingguo back to his residence. I left Su Qingqing momentarily, who was chattering incessantly, while I found solace in gliding across the ice. Perhaps only in this manner could my heart find some ease. Upon careful reflection, it indeed seemed plausible, and she no longer worried that Hong Yi would be distressed to the point of causing any untoward incidents. Come, Sister Yaju, have some water. A colleague brought over a glass of water, but Song Yaju wearily waved her hand in refusal. The financial burden posed no significant challenge for Captain Song, thus, he readily agreed without further hesitation. You have just recovered, and you should take ample rest. As for Miss Shi Yao, visiting her another day would not be too late. Lu Chuan interjected decisively. Being a healer himself, he was no naive youth. After the initial shock, he fully grasped the nature of the situation. Rest assured, Aoshi City is always ready to welcome you, Irinji declared before hastily exiting the West Gate residence. In this assessment, it was not the resolute and powerful individuals who were evaluated, but rather those who were meticulously filtered out for their lack of willpower. Subsequently, they endeavored to persuade him through reason and emotion. The dignified King Xian was surprisingly swayed by her words, ultimately dispatching aid to Ningzihong. The urgency of the matter aside, whether I have the fortune to enjoy it remains to be seen. Wang Xiying was inherently not very enthusiastic about land and wealth. Did this imply that he was akin to a flying fish? At this moment, Zhenmi was secretly lamenting the sorrowful fate of the 9 knights. From his perspective, given Jiyue's placid demeanor and Tianyuan's steadiness, it was inconceivable that they would casually recruit such an unpredictable player. The only explanation lay in the hands that emerged from the shadows, those of the flying fish. The exquisite texture of the golden silk nanmu, alongside the rare canopy draped at the bedside, was indeed a tribute from another nation. Of course, Baikila would not voice the turmoil churning within him. He could only feign nonchalance, reflecting on the Empress's fainting earlier that day. Mi Yuning surmised that Morong Chun would certainly refrain from seeking her out for a charade that evening. Nonetheless, it was likely that the wizards assigned to manage the overall recruitment would not be particularly formidable. Upon encountering the softly lit Buddhist hall, amidst the serene surroundings, they breathed a sigh of relief as they walked along the stone path leading into the hall. Suddenly, they came across a disheveled security guard emerging from a room. Kato Hirotaka raised his hand and shot him dead, catching the questioning gaze of Sanada beside him. Yet, none of these events could rouse him from his anguish and exhaustion until a warm sensation pierced through the boundless darkness, accompanied by a soft gasp. The inhabitants of the blog sustained themselves through hunting, each possessing a unique set of skills, armed with bows and arrows as they rushed forth. Observing his unwavering confidence, the others remained taciturn, refraining from voicing their opinions. Should one mistakenly enter the wrong room or flee, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to Chen Sanqiong's self-assurance. Kong Bin, having finally extricated himself from the watchful eyes of Kong Yu, Kong Fong, and others, finds his time rather limited. This evening, the family of Yu Qingya, along with their relatives, is gathering at the Dulles Intercontinental Hotel for a meal. One must bear in mind that Tai Lao has lived here for many years, and despite countless invitations extended to him, he has always skillfully evaded a direct response. A deep blue barrier materializes before Seng Rua, gradually contorting into a sphere under her will. She casually tosses several objects into it. Upon contact with the deep blue barrier, any substance instantly dissolves into a puddle reminiscent of mire, hence the name Deep Blue Marsh for the ring. Qin Gulan's restrained lips twitch. No matter how exquisite the rose-tinted blush, it cannot conceal her pallid complexion. Yi Yun's conjecture proves accurate, as Ling Jie instinctively makes a grabbing motion upon hearing the news, leaving Yi Yun convinced that being seized by him would undoubtedly result in a severe beating. After all, this is a convergence of old grudges and new animosities. How could one possibly hold back? Bai Tong, noticing her dipping the pointed end into ink, hastily retrieves a white jade water vessel to pour a bit of water into the inkstone, grinding it further. She then observes as the ink-laden feathered pen draws a clear line upon the rice paper. The needle gun was ensnared by the lock scythe, and even a forceful breach of its confinement could not avert the impending strike. The silver tresses danced in the wind as Sikong Chanhua slowly turned around. Her unparalleled beauty remained unblemished, unaffected by the demise of several individuals. She glided gracefully, making her way directly toward the gates of the Grand Master's residence. In the distance, onlookers observed with clarity as a colossal avian creature, adorned in resplendent orange and yellow feathers, circled above. Showing no trepidation towards the black water serpent coiled upon the tree trunk, instead radiating an intent to attack. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and the announcer found himself metaphorically crucified by the piercing gazes, yet he retained a revolutionary pride. After a moment of trepidation, Cheng Shuiyan could not help but scrutinize the two brothers once more, pondering whether they had been mistakenly exchanged at the hospital. In Chapter 78, the opposing side revealed their martial spirit, an exquisite silver longsword, encrusted with several sparkling jewels, which appeared quite formidable. A shrill, coarse scream pierced the air, followed by a sudden release from behind, as the entire helicopter was yanked, nearly veering to the left. Fortunately, Shun Xuefu recognized the importance of discretion. Upon witnessing Jiang Muhan's genuine fury, she abandoned her playful demeanor and spoke with utmost seriousness. Guided by the arcane sigil, the magical pulse redirected as it approached the surface, ascending in a Z-shaped trajectory, akin to a heavenly retribution striking down, piercing through the dragon's wings and sinews. This individual was named Luo Hua, akin to Qiao Laosen, both notable figures in Baidu, colloquially known as King Luo of Hell. This can be regarded as Zhao Ying's blessing to Li Hongwan. Yet Zhao Ying remains indifferent to the life Li Hongwan may lead. De Han has been admitted to the county hospital. Fortunately, the surgery was successful, but full recovery will take time. Lin Yidong embraced the person in his arms, chuckling softly. Weren't we supposed to go out for a meal? Just as the words left his lips, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as Wu Yanluo playfully bit him where she rested against him. Their conversations predominantly revolved around matters of the court, offering insights on the discussions among the populace and various social issues, engaging in light deliberation. To discern the illusory from the genuine, and to grasp the essence of truth, whether concerning individuals, events, or the very principles of the cosmos, this holds true universally. Qing Yuan's profound understanding lies in the nature of humanity, a comprehension that could indeed be classified as the insight of a true sage. Tian, no longer concealing her intentions, had resolved her stance at the time of her family's inception. Her current clarity is merely a manifestation of that decision. With these eyes, one can beguile or petrify the opponent, although it may only serve as a temporary hindrance. Qing Yuan, possessing the ability to traverse distances instantaneously, can swiftly subdue any adversary with a single strike. Dark clouds, reminiscent of swirling mushrooms, began to rise ominously not far from their position, catching many of the denizens of the underworld off guard, causing them to stumble perilously close to the ground. The 7th-degree Golden Mother Mine is merely an inanimate object, destined for eternal obscurity, destined to drift aimlessly as a piece of metallic refuse. In stark contrast, Li Ke's situation is markedly different, due to an extraordinary twist of fate. He was cast out by the chaotic currents of time and space, inexplicably arriving here. His aspirations transcend mere dominion. Otherwise, even if he were to roam invincibly across myriad realms, how could he contend with the supreme beings of the true realm? Such a pessimistic demographic significantly constrains the resurgence of the piranha species. Their diligent yet dismal endeavors have persisted for nearly 2 centuries, ultimately culminating in a mere 100 individuals. Goodary, you are not the deity of the golden net. Audubaro seemed somewhat irritated, letting out a low growl as he waved his hands, transforming the petals of the second layer of the luminous lotus platform into the form of swords, fiercely slicing through the encroaching branches and leaves of the world tree. The black Wuchang awaited on the inevitable path out of the underworld, maintaining an air of aloofness as he observed the sluggish drunkard approach. In truth, Madame Li is akin to suffering from the infertility affliction of later generations, a condition not difficult to remedy. It merely requires Yi Yingfan to utilize his internal energy to clear some of her blockages. Mr. Li, how much do you wish to borrow this time? President Zhou inquired directly after receiving the documents. Consequently, their pace was somewhat slow, yet upon their arrival, they swiftly surrounded Yi Yingfan and his companions, leaving them with no means of escape. The wind and rain howled, and Qin Xiaomei was drenched, feeling a chill as she resolutely stepped through the door.
Well,
Perhaps it is my overwhelming charm that even the surrounding warmth shivers at my presence, daring not to approach within 5 meters of me. The bear began to boast once more. His gaze fell upon their attire, the light blue uniforms of the Sacred Domain Academy, and upon closer inspection of the insignia, it became evident that these individuals were second-year students from the academy. This retaliatory assault not only promises to inflict substantial losses upon Quake Industries, but also serves to indirectly obliterate the hideouts of their informants and spies, achieving a dual purpose. Consequently, Fu Wei has entrusted Augustine with the execution of this mission. Thus, those warriors, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, retrieved capsules from their pockets and consumed them, launching themselves forward with fervor. After all, they remained unaware of the multitude of challenges that lay ahead, should they vanquish this skeletal foe only to be confronted by more. They would find themselves in dire straits, potentially facing ruin. If I cannot locate you, I shall be left in a quandary. The third brother, a man of iron yet tender sentiment, could not conceal his affection for Xie Fengfei in the presence of so many witnesses. Particularly, that voice emanated from the wall adjacent to the two, and the extraordinary effects akin to a live demonstration elicited a laugh from Su Man, shattering the carefully cultivated atmosphere. In that moment, the emotions that Chu Yexiao had long been nurturing disintegrated amidst her laughter and the raucous sounds from across the room. Xia Lei's injuries were initially more severe than many others. However, 2 tears from Cindy miraculously restored him, though he later suffered a mental blow from Zeus, rendering his condition relatively mild compared to his peers. She is a relative of the school principal, having secured the contract for the school cafeteria through connections. With the principal's backing, the cafeteria's meals have consistently drawn complaints from both students and parents. Indeed, it is now 6:30 in the evening, and at this hour, most of the hospital staff has completed their shifts, leaving only the on-call doctor and nurses. As they arrived at the cemetery, the sky began to weep. In the distance, he beheld the convoy of Chu Yexiao. He and his bodyguards had disembarked, each wielding a black umbrella. The originally solemn graveyard assumed an even graver demeanor with the addition of these dark canopies. Chapter 79 heralded the spectral presence of Qin Jiang, and though the individual before him bore a significantly altered visage, there was no doubt that he was the very person responsible for Qin Jiang's demise. Those brought by Ping and arrived with a resolute intent to annihilate the human faction, and thus engaged fiercely in combat. This time, Xie Ping exhibited an uncharacteristically docile demeanor, refraining from uttering much and merely responding to others' remarks with a foolish grin. It was known that Li Senggu, having incited his subordinates to commit arson, was apprehended and subsequently revealed numerous grave offenses. He professed to accept defeat with grace, ostensibly referring to the gambling agreement. Yet in truth, he spoke of this loss to the Jianghua group. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade detonated before the trenches of Luoying, sending earth and debris soaring in all directions, with some landing upon Luo Ying's back, inflicting pain upon his already tender wounds. Reflecting upon the 1,000 tales of silver notes presented by Zhou Xing during his visit, it became evident that Zhou Jin had indeed bequeathed a considerable estate to his descendants. These rare cyborg soldiers possessed only their brains. Their mechanical limbs were adorned with an array of sensors, sonar scanners, laser rangefinders, positioning beacons, and hyperfrequency links, enabling them to swiftly compute the invaluable coordinates for the next strike, guiding artillery to precisely obliterate the vanquished foe. Sanada was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his otherwise impassive visage. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, his lowered eyelids concealing a momentary seriousness that flickered beneath. Had they truly triumphed over the previous regional qualifiers' third-place winners, the Kuno group, with a score of 3-0? Was their strength genuinely so formidable? Perhaps it was the weight of the supernatural, or perhaps the complex emotions of gratitude and resentment towards Feng Xiai that held him back. Until Su Shan recited the final line of the rebirth incantation, Lu Fu refrained from disclosing Feng Xi's name. Just moments before, they had believed that Qing Yu's draw of a bai and her pairing with Mu Qing Yen was a result of manipulation, a covert orchestration by the royal family to preserve their dignity. Seeing this, Nan Chongqing smiled lightly and approached Qing Yu, settling beside her on the mat, effortlessly lifting her chin to rest upon his lap. Li Hong, trailing behind, felt a twinge of confusion, unable to comprehend why he could not outpace a horse. Did the young lady atop the steed not realize that he was merely following her due to his ignorance of the path? Her smile resembled the indescribably exquisite begonia blooming upon a snow-capped mountain, her eyes radiating a captivating hue. Lu Yu had not forgotten a formidable adversary. He existed in the eternal darkness, and it could be said that he had yet to earn the right to be considered an enemy.
For now,
he was merely a pawn, albeit an important one. The elderly figure and the youth were none other than Elder Lu Qingfeng of the Lingyuan sect and his registered disciple, Yang Yanhai. Countless shadows transformed into arrows, hurtling towards Lu Yu, who was somewhat hindered by the soul robe. A hexagonal barrier materialized before him, deflecting all the shadowy arrows. As a single Bai-Fong feather erupted in a brilliant explosion. Boiling steam. The water shadow launched another assault. The boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the steam far exceeds this threshold. The hot vapor enveloped Monsong, leaving him not only gasping for breath but also feeling as if his skin were being scalded by boiling water. The eighth prince strode into the secret chamber with an imposing presence, while Mao Yuanlong and his companions, under such circumstances, chose not to pay their respects, merely rising to acknowledge the prince. Such a grand sightseeing bus seemed far more impressive than the previous minibus, thought Zhang Lushi, stroking his chin. That battle had left the villagers of Boziguo and Kakashi utterly astounded. In the end, Bai and Zaibu were laid to rest together, beside the Naruto Bridge. That was the principle of annihilation. If the principle of death itself embodies demise, then the principle of life and death encompasses the creation of death, capable of perfectly extinguishing any essence of life. The deathly intent born from that moment was more terrifying than the death principle of the demon clan. Yang Bo refrained from probing further. What could not be done by day must be accomplished by night. This situation evoked certain associations, though Yang Bo would not directly inquire, as it was not his place to meddle. The two guards immediately spotted Lu Yu, perplexed as to why an outsider had intruded upon such a secure location. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, they suspected that there must be some hidden circumstances at play. The speeding vehicle resembled a streak of silver lightning, striking like thunder into the heart of the great corruption nation. At this moment, the riverbank, once tranquil, was already stained with blood, and a profound silence enveloped every corner. Not only did the spotted creatures comprehend this, but anyone who had heard the legend understood that the divine tree had manifested in the world. And they were simultaneously filled with concern regarding the new revelation. In the afternoon, after finishing my evening self-study session, I realized I had not completed my homework. Therefore, I decided to finalize it in the classroom before departing, which would not take much time. Immersed in my studies, I lost track of when all my classmates had left. Before I could finish my thought, my head was struck heavily. Yi Tianqing opened his eyes wide, gazing in bewilderment at the heavily panting Yun Ti, utterly perplexed. Qin Ge sat quietly beside Qin Zhe, and suddenly, after a long period of not shedding tears, 2 silent streams cascaded down his cheeks. Shen Zihui had refrained from killing her last night because she still held value. She could serve as his leverage to threaten Bai Yuan. However, what puzzled me was why he could endure several years without seeking trouble with Wang Ergu and the others after the old Wang's death. Director Zhang inquired with a hint of confusion. Yan Qi stared blankly at the bowl containing the inexplicable essence of blood, feeling an indescribable sorrow within. Although Xinzhong was no relation to him, they had known each other for 7 or 8 years, and from their very first meeting, Xinzhong had never been treated as an outsider. Yi Tianqing gazed dreamily at the scene before him. He understood it all, the humans and the monsters. The spectacle before him was reminiscent of the great battle inscribed upon the stone tablet. He simply wished to know whether Fang Qi would reveal the entire truth. Although Lu Haoyu could not perceive demonic energy, he could certainly sense its presence. The demonic aura surrounding this person was overwhelmingly intense. Naturally, I could not fathom their thoughts. I merely cherished the harmonious familial atmosphere, and that was all. However, the collection of firewood remained the focal point. Thus, the phantom leopard moved its paws, journeying into the distance to retrieve sticks of wood, delivering them beside Li Xian. Lost in profound thoughts, Shan Lianqing completely overlooked what Li Ji had mentioned. Chapter 80. Sun Ro spoke up, just as Feng Qingye was about to take action. However, Qi Xia had already intervened, bringing him down to the ground. After dining, the elderly matriarch, increasingly anxious, instructed her grandson to check on the situation next door. To her surprise, the adjacent door was unlocked, not only ajar but also devoid of any presence. Upon locating the exit for the passenger plane, Muya lowered her mask even further, casting her gaze downward as she proceeded towards the taxi stand. Moments later, a distinguished elder, impeccably dressed, entered. With an enigmatic expression, he picked up the azure lambskin scroll before Qin Qian, glancing at it briefly, his eyes widening in astonishment. He pondered whether the tales of the martial world had been cloaked in a splendid falsehood by later generations, leading him to mistakenly enter the abode of his second cousin. A sudden spray on his neck caused Qin Qian to tense up, frozen in place. Could it be that he had encountered some peril? Sure. Did you enjoy this meal? Nangong Ku inquired with a smile. Throughout the meal, the matriarch's address for Shuer changed repeatedly, now mirroring his own. When Cheng Xinlan arrived, the granary had already been opened. Chengda was preparing to organize laborers to load bags of grain onto the waiting carts. After a while, Long Tiankong found it odd that the other party remained still, prompting him to inquire. Her inquiry remained unspoken when her peripheral vision caught sight of a robust figure, causing her complexion to shift abruptly. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings, and with each passing moment, her pallor deepened. The more she pondered, the more turbulent her heart became, prompting her to awaken her senior once more. The sound of the rain resembled a powerful drumbeat, resonating with vigor as droplets pounded against the eaves with a resounding thud, pattered on the leaves with a sharp crackle, and splashed upon the ground, creating delicate sprays of water. Truth be told, she found the man rather agreeable. He possessed striking looks and impressive physique, and the backing of formidable influence, which endeared him to her even further. Contemplating this possibility sent her heart racing, yet in moments of such disarray, It was imperative to maintain composure, lest the situation become even more convoluted. Fu Yan, at her core, was not easily trifled with. Despite being doted upon by several young masters of the Fu family, her inherent nobility remained untouchable. As night fell, and the dark forces had yet to locate them, perhaps they were finally safe. Exian set aside the mooncake in her hand and opened her palm, prompting Lan to swiftly produce a snow-white silk handkerchief from her bosom, meticulously wiping each of Exian's fingers to ensure no remnants of mooncake lingered. Chu Tianquer, his expression laden with annoyance, pondered when he had ever instructed her to scale the wall. Suddenly recalling his earlier jest, "You wouldn't tell me that you cannot climb over this wall, would you?" They exchanged knowing smiles. This was a scene Yu Fiwen was most reluctant to witness, hence her current state of anxiety. However, the situation had progressed to such a point that it was challenging to regain control, leaving them with no choice but to await the outcome. How to sell? In the sweltering summer, Yang Xia felt a flicker of interest, repeatedly examining two dried salted fish that appeared remarkably ordinary, their elongated forms resembling arrows, save for their extraordinary hardness. The other two Indian warriors were also in discomfort. One had cast down his weapon, now scratching at his face with his nails, while the other bore patches of fish scales sprouting from his skin. "You wish to enter the prince's residence?" Aunt Meng shook her head, seemingly taken aback by Yu Kaiu's unexpected remark, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The common folk may know his name, yet they remain oblivious to his true identity. Should he stand in the street revealing himself, countless citizens might come forth to kneel and pay homage to him. Eventually, Yi Tianchan discovered that this student possessed remarkable talent, far exceeding his initial expectations. "How dare you aspire to become my successor after 12 years? You wretched fool! Had you eradicated all the inhabitants of Yujia village at the tender age of 4 to forge your path through bloodshed, how splendid that would have been! Look at me, having slaughtered all of Yujia village, reveling in the crimson aftermath, haha." At 4 years old, Yang Xia licked the edge of a sharp dagger, laughing wickedly. Wang Yan, however, misconstrued Shao Nua's intent, believing him to be dissatisfied with the situation. He discreetly nudged Zijing, signaling her to approach and console Shao Nua. Yu Fiwen, robust and composed, addressed Yanji in a gentle tone, while Yanji seemed oblivious to Yu Fiwen's peculiar demeanor. Trailing behind her and casting a glance at the spot where the previous note had fallen as the door closed. It was not that Sang Li was willfully obstinate. Rather, years of mercenary life had honed her keen perception. Yet, despite her formidable prowess, had she truly misjudged Sang Nan? "Grandmother, do you recall when I shared with you the tale of the northern princess acquiring the golden needle?" Huanyang leaned close to the poisonous old woman and whispered a question. At that moment, the big boss appeared to be in high spirits, even rare smiles gracing his face during the board meeting. Upon hearing the old man's words, Bai Jian once again spewed forth a mouthful of blood, pondering the vast chasm between individuals. "Damn it! Why didn't you say this earlier? The other party has been lying on the ground for several minutes, after all." Chapter 81. De Laohong and his companions gazed with peculiar expressions at the boundless sea of blood that spontaneously emanated from the state of cultivation below. However, at that time, the current president, Si Zhonghua, had yet to be elected. He was merely a qualified and competitive Democratic Party member. I find myself utterly defenseless against her. This was true in the past, and even now, as king, nothing has changed. Yet, she is my only beloved sister, and if I do not cherish her, who will? Whatever she desires, I shall procure for her. Today, I feel as though I have encountered a benefactor. I wish to ally myself with General Liu and his Tiandi group. Zhang Ning exclaimed with excitement. As he uttered these words, Qin Yuyan was initially perplexed by his statement, but after a moment's reflection, she quickly responded with a flirtatious glance. The old man? Lin Ruashi was even more curious. In her recollection, It seemed that no wealthy elder would willingly part with such a vast fortune. At first, Wang Zixing had arrived impeccably dressed, exuding an air of a seasoned business magnate. Such an extensive barrage of comments, whether from fans or Ning Yan, was inescapable. Li Yu was perplexed, yet she took the item to examine it. However, it wasn't long before she was taken aback. Did she not know her own family's circumstances? They were merely an ordinary household, and previously they had even been fined for exceeding the birth limit. The fiery red orb emanated an untamed energy, a ferocity that could not be erased even after being sealed by the ghostly figure for thousands of years. Jiang Chani was somewhat surprised that Gu Zhaosun would speak in such a manner. She had previously worried that her words might be dismissed. The elderly lady, with a fond smile, was then pulled away by Xia Qing to the office, leaving me as a mere ornament. If Murong Qianxue and Su Jing were present, they would surely claim that the old lady favored one over the other. Very well. I am Lieutenant Raymond of the 307th Division of the Federation's Interstellar Fleet. May I inquire your name? We require mutual respect, as is customary. The other party appeared somewhat impatient, yet Tai Xinghan smiled and initiated a video call request. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, those present turned their curious gazes toward them. At that moment, Gu Qingqing asked, "Sister Mayor, did you already know about this flower thief?" The restaurant was quaint, featuring only 2 private rooms, with furnishings reminiscent of a theater, but imbued with a more intimate atmosphere. The dining table was laden with vegetarian dishes. Having savored numerous vegetarian meals at Jiming Temple, these dishes felt particularly familiar. He should bear the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to him. However, Lu Yuan did not entirely endorse the excessive measures taken by the Town Evil Management Bureau. For sometimes humans can be far more terrifying than the so-called monsters. There are good and bad among people, just as there are benevolent and malevolent spirits. In the vastness of creation, with yin and yang in opposition, one cannot generalize everything. Lin Chengu readily agreed and began to make phone calls to notify others. However, the voice on the other end struck Shin Su as somewhat familiar. When they encountered trouble, there was no need for Shao Chen to intervene. With a mere hint of the dragon's aura emitted by Linglong, these individuals would promptly flee with their tails between their legs. Yet, how could Jiang Chani, a person of deep and cunning thoughts, lacking in any scholarly knowledge, truly possess medical skills? Could it be that the death ledger was merely a deception? Meng Nanfang, being of illegitimate birth, was aware that the Meng family's audacity stemmed entirely from their connection to the Shangshuan sect, their trump card. Fueled by such animosity, in a mere 4 years, Qingcheng had amassed an extraordinarily formidable strength, powerful enough that even a dragon-slaying wizard of immense potential like Naz could not contend with it. This was all orchestrated and directed by my second brother. I was merely momentarily deceived, thus complicit in his schemes. I implore you to spare me. I cannot discern if there is something different this time, but the essence surrounding Li seems more palatable to me now. In Dian Prefecture, the so-called leaders of the 8 routes of righteous armies were once colleagues of the Tokyo garrison. After their defection from Kaifeng, they formed an alliance, appointing the most powerful among them, Zhang Yong, as their leader, referring to each other as brothers. Cain could only watch helplessly as Eutriid's fist hurtled toward his head, his body immobilized by Eutriid's overwhelming presence. Just as Cain thought he would meet his demise at Eutriid's hands, a sudden, delicate shout reached his ears. Reflecting on how just days ago he had been joking with the very person who now appeared in such a state, Mi Zhu threw her arms around Tian Xuanzu and wept. Despite the discomfort gnawing at him, Tian Xuanzu gently patted Mi Zhu's shoulder. Darely, who had spoken little throughout the journey, now interjected with a smile, suggesting, "Why don't we name ourselves after the title of instructor? What do you think?" Having heard of Qiu Xian's past, she was aware of his nickname, the Madman, which prompted her to propose such an idea. Chapter 82. The maid, Qiaoer, who had been quietly attending to her master, cast a puzzled glance at him, unable to fathom why he would place his trust in the words of a mere youth, barely out of childhood. Outside the carriage, the guards had dismounted and formed a shield wall. Despite the occasional arrow striking down a comrade, any momentary gaps were quickly filled. This impenetrable barrier provided a temporary sense of security for Jiangqi. The massive dragon beneath them seemed to sense its master's desire for respite, flying with an extraordinary steadiness that evoked a deep envy within me. Tao Shang led Su Chu, while Cao Cao and Liu Bei accompanied Guan Yu, all displaying forced smiles as they entered the camp, each secretly wary of the others. With a sudden motion, Tao Shang hastily closed the wooden box, turning his head mechanically, his expression turning unfriendly. Guo Ke was not angered. Rather, he found the others' actions somewhat amusing, as if they were attempting to flaunt their strength. As for retreating like a turtle, how embarrassing. After all, I am indeed a turtle. Whether I withdraw my head is my prerogative. Upon entering the tent, Chaoren was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Shiji Kai, his face betraying a flicker of hesitation. The car. The sports car. What delighted her most was the red Ferrari before it had been marred by cracks in the ice. There was no need for hesitation in expressing that sentiment. Brothers, we only need to dismantle some bed frames and seek out suitable steel pipes. Too thick will not suffice, nor will those that are too thin. Everyone should gauge it for themselves. Guo Rong mentioned the purpose of these steel pipes, thus providing a brief explanation that everyone would comprehend. Upon hearing this, the Longfeng ancestor nodded in understanding. For cultivators with 4 elemental roots, the further they advance, the more challenging it becomes to ascend in rank. Subsequently, Wang Jin inquired about the identity of the individual responsible for his current state, curious about who possessed such formidable capabilities. At that moment, his 2 companions suddenly emerged from the thicket behind them, charging forth with great vigor, forming a pincer movement. Ahem, perhaps it is better if you go, Han Yu. You have the thicker skin for this, Su Yuqi remarked, feeling somewhat bashful. Manager Song cleared his throat and decisively stated that they had misidentified the individual. Whether it was the events of the previous night or the subsequent arrangements, it was entirely possible that the Tyrannosaurus was deliberately testing them. Was it a test of humanity and kindness? Yet, why would Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong wade into such murky waters? The others stood in stunned silence as something surfaced. Revealing a bamboo skewer, crafted from bamboo, it served the purpose of allowing individuals to hold onto the surroundings, preventing the object from plunging directly downward. Wang Jin decided to wander the streets, as it was his first visit to the island nation. It presented an opportunity to admire the architecture. The island nation's romantic films were notably advanced, yet he wondered about their progress in other aspects. At that moment, Chu Yun stirred slightly, and then slowly raised his head, revealing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, his hair in disarray, and his clothing somewhat soiled. Zhang Ziki felt a surge of joy and pride at Lin Yifeng's popularity. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Xiang had transformed into Wang Tao's challenger. It was uncertain whether Huang Xiang's fame provoked him, or if Wang Tao aimed to prove himself as the true number 1 in China. The physician beside them hurriedly took 2 steps back, creating a safe distance from this volatile individual, fearful of incurring his wrath. As the situation remained unclear, Lin Feng decided not to deprive himself of sustenance. After finishing his soybean milk, he indulged in the fried dough sticks on the table. Regardless of the fact that he could not consume everything, he sampled each item, deeming it a reasonable way to avoid waste. Lu Yi discreetly excused himself, yet others remained oblivious to his departure. However, when Gimi's mind was too restless for further drinking, he was eager to rush out and investigate, but found himself obliged to entertain those who approached him with toasts. This banquet had been specifically organized by Jun Sumi in his honor, and even though he could hardly sit still, leaving at this moment was not an option. For the 4 superpowered individuals, 2 seconds might not suffice to pose a direct threat to the 2 colossal starships. Yet manipulating or scripting the laws to disrupt the stability of the spatial gate was far from a challenge. Observing Lin Xiang furrow his brow, without interjecting, Vice Chairman Li displayed a satisfied smile and continued speaking. In Qin Yang's heart, joy surged as he now possessed 3 shards of Divine Emperor's power and 48 shards of Divine King's power, bringing him tantalizingly close to gathering the materials required to forge the Blood Emperor's sacred armor. Yet, he mused that he could not believe Brother Lin would harm Zhong Shui. Rather, it was that Lin Ding Tian who raised his suspicions. Shao Yifeng, deep in thought, remarked that although the white spider silk was immensely resilient, it was not invincible, as it was swiftly incinerated into a cloud of smoke beneath the fiery dragon unleashed by number 3. For Fan Shueki, her sister's situation loomed as an insurmountable obstacle. Now, faced with circumstances reminiscent of her sister's plight, she exhibited an unprecedented level of concern, which explained her insistence on sharing his vehicle. Her gaze shifted to Li Guar nearby. She understood all too well what kind of person this Wang was, for the description of him as a glutton for lust was not an exaggeration. The bait was no longer mere worms. It consisted of commercial lures, commonly found in the market, a fishing method both popular and effective. When he arrived in Shilin City, everything would be in place. With sufficient wealth, any endeavor could be accomplished. As he spoke of this, people began to gather around, gradually converging on the location. Are you not aware of a term called politeness? Lin Shi bit her lip, emphasizing the word politeness with conviction. Chapter 83. After Zhou Bo finished speaking, he chuckled, unable to contain his desire to share his meticulously crafted plan. For holding it in was a discomfort he could no longer bear. It was a plan nearly flawless in its design. In this context, Zhang Weixian gestured for silence, prompting Qi Jin, Qin Minping, and the other officers to quiet down, their attentive gazes converging upon him. Initially, they found Feng Dan's remarks absurd, but now, having received confirmation, their doubts were entirely dispelled. However, Feng Dan's words today were excessively harsh, clearly directed at her, and she absolutely could not indulge such behavior. Yet, the authoritative presence of the court held little sway over peers of extraordinary abilities and was utterly ineffective against the powerful. A large and plump fish lay obediently in the pot, garnished with scallions and cilantro. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood that haste would yield no reward. Thus she suppressed her desire and patiently awaited the culinary masterpiece. With the assistance of the thoughts entwined around the red-lined sword, Chu Chio's perspective on the world became remarkably exaggerated, allowing him to instantly perceive the unfolding scene. A single slap rendered the man's eyes rolling back, his body swaying as he crashed through the staircase railing and tumbled down. He had narrowly avoided a transgression against Jiang Yuhan moments prior, and now, faced with her, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Inside, dozens of neatly stacked bundles of $10 bills filled the space, with 2 ledgers placed at the very bottom. General Liu smiled and remarked that it was not a significant matter, but he had a meeting scheduled with an advertising client yesterday and needed to rush to the appointment after concluding the discussions. A low rumble of thunder echoed through the air. Winter thunderstorms have never boded well. Luo Lai momentarily diverted his gaze from the monstrous creature trailing behind them to the bow of the ship, where he beheld a tumultuous scene. A colossal vortex was forming between the sky and the sea, its tendrils descending ominously from the cloud cover. Once again, he was taken aback by the sight. The grass here had been gnawed upon by rabbits, with blood flowing from the severed stalks in a most eerie manner. He instructed He Fei to consult with General Kong and General Fong, and to arrange a meeting with General Tang from Fei Sun. He would attend as well. It was imperative to convey that such occurrences must never transpire again. At this moment, it was precisely 10 minutes past noon, and the sunlight sprinkled the lake's surface with glimmers of gold, rendering the expansive waters shimmering with vitality and a gentle beauty. The 2 laws of the West Sea legend, one governing wind and the other fire, were now being utterly crushed by the 5 laws of the Jia duo legend. A peculiar grayish-blue halo had locked onto the mechanical bionic entity, its 3-ringed locking frame spinning incessantly. Glancing at the guest house, he noted that it contained items previously prepared by Fu Yanhong, which had merely been relocated. There was little of value to retrieve. I concur with Senior Brother Zhao's assertion. In the Mu Jian sect, one must rely not only on martial prowess, but also on intellect. Those disciples who fail to employ their minds will have little future. A tall-nosed male disciple remarked beside him. Yet in Luo Baiqiu's eyes, his father was merely a somewhat inept elder, lacking in the ability to express his emotions. Some individuals were vociferously cursing, while others sighed in despair. They were hunters from the Lin family village, whose catches were essential not only for their daily sustenance, but also as a source of income through sales. And you should join them, Ming Yanwei exclaimed as she seized the timid Bacons, hiding beside Yang Xian, and unceremoniously tossed him into the lake. Could it be that the Dongji sect harbors some unknown secrets? Blood Ink asked with skepticism, her delicate features illuminated by the light. Enchanting to such an extent that anyone lacking fortitude would undoubtedly be captivated and rendered senseless. After a brief commotion with Jiang Xiyu, Luo Baiqiu found herself less agitated. It was only natural to feel discomfort when her closest friend chose to side with others at a certain moment. Ji Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a strange thought crossed her mind. Had someone taken her away from there the previous night? Of course, Zhou Shiming conceded that these were merely the idle musings of someone who had been secluded for too long, and the most probable scenario was that those high schoolers would become the meal of the giant serpent, for they were mere mortals, unlikely to pilfer the essence right under the serpent's nose. The organizer distributed number tags from 1 to 210 to all participants. Although they relied on the power of elixirs and magical artifacts, these two could be categorized as components of strength. Hence, I concurred with Zhu Ling's assertions, echoed her words, and without further ado, declared that we would set off. Those who disagreed could remain behind and await our return. The ancient void dragon bowed its proud head, for the heavenly demon emperor was a being of equal stature to the void dragon emperor. The butterfly swayed gently in midair, appearing so pitiable without any point of support, evoking the impression that a mere breath could send it tumbling to the ground. Brother Zhao, may I inquire as to your reason for departing? Are you worried about Wanner? In truth, the security measures this time have been executed splendidly, and there is no cause for concern, Bai Qingling said softly. A Chinese man, appointed as a major general in the Japanese army by the Emperor of Japan, underscores Lu Mingduan's esteemed position in the eyes of the invaders. The 12 crossbow arrows were coated with a verdant substance, unmistakably a lethal poison. Jia Yong, do you dare to oppose me? Li Liang said in a low voice, observing that his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground. It seems there is nothing in this forest that can capture Brother Tsongshua's interest. Yang Yuyao remarked. What is there to panic about? It was merely a few tremors. Must one be so fearful? If you wish to leave, then go ahead. I shall simply enjoy my tea here. Su Liqing calmly lifted his teacup, though internally he sighed in lament. In such terrain, if it were in China, it would undoubtedly be the prime location for constructing a tower, temple, or Taoist shrine. Jiang Wangyue sensed a looming danger. Should he accept the inheritance of the 3 phases, it could jeopardize his very life. Yan Fei spoke of fish, and indeed, it was a common green fish this time. When taken out, it was just as he had described, warm. Li Yang asked Jujio for the reason, to which Jujio adamantly claimed to be his devoted fan, asserting that she could not bear to have someone inferior to herself style his appearance, hence her actions. The ascent of Mount Hua was bustling with throngs of people. However, as they climbed higher, the crowd began to thin, leaving only their companions in sight. When Qin Ming and Su Xian reached the northern peak, they found themselves nearly alone, with only the occasional passerby. One such individual could not help but cast a lingering glance at them. For Yin Feng, feelings of shame were utterly superfluous. In no time, he composed himself and assisted Zheng Shi in loosening her garments. Currently, the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards were completely occupied, with each beauty assigned a rank, all personally approved by Shao Zichen. This night held particular significance. The emperor's residence within a specific palace and courtyard determined the future standing of each beauty within the imperial harem. The chaotic scene across the way severely tarnished the reputation of the Li family, akin to the general's mansion standing amidst ruins. It was noted that one figure bore a striking resemblance in movement and demeanor to Guan Yuan, who possessed the rare lightning attribute spiritual root. Finally, De Chun sighed in relief. She had long suspected that Yun Xiang was privy to certain secrets. Following recent events, her suspicions had only intensified. Yet upon reflection, she concluded that there was no definitive evidence against her. It was best to remain unyielding in her denial, as there was no need to feel guilty for the actions she did not commit. Setting aside the exaggerated claims of the Slayer of Immortals, even if such power were real and terrifying, the feasibility of its amalgamation remained a significant concern. Mingzhu remained unflustered, seemingly oblivious, and felt no remorse in her treatment of Funing, for she understood that Funing would never harbor affection or pity for her. Qi Shanshan peacefully observed her confinement period, while old Madame Wei refrained from mentioning Wei Zhi's circumstances. Qi Shanshan assumed Wei Zhi remained confined in her room. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yunyang had punished Wei Zhi, confining her to the woodshed with but a single meal and a bowl of water each day, ensuring her survival. The distance obscured her view, but as she approached the pile of rubble, she crouched down to pick up a stone and tapped it lightly. However, as Yuan Jinyu turned halfway, a sudden jolt in her heart compelled her to swiftly redirect her gaze. A squad leader was entering the password on the combination lock of the gun cabinet, inserting the key when the alarm blared unexpectedly throughout the dormitory. Yan Buiyue and his companions were initially startled, only to burst into laughter moments later. How could this incident be so peculiar? If her memory served her correctly, the last time supplies were transported from Tubo was during her quarrel with Li Jianshen on their return home. After such a lengthy interval, why did the incident occur on the eve of Governor Pei's arrival in Guizhou? Subsequently, Su Junshi succinctly recounted how the city of Meizhou fell to the ice giant and the fire giant. Under the flickering candlelight resting on the steps, 2 figures cloaked in long capes were reflected upon the palace gate, one appearing more robust, standing closely together, akin to a father and son. Regrettably, the old beggar's fate remained unknown. Whether he had perished or simply vanished elsewhere, she could never ascertain. That ancient tome had also been hidden away. Most shops in the town had shuttered their doors, and the influx of refugees into the town increased daily. Being a land of scarcity, Jiaozhou faced a dire food shortage due to the overwhelming number of displaced individuals. He furrowed his brow, feeling the pain within, yet he endured it silently, unaffected by external distractions, allowing himself to focus on breaking through his limits. Sighing softly, when Tong inquired with a staff member about the location of the dressing room before ascending the stairs, Quan Yushi felt a surge of frustration. He wished to clarify that he had merely been summoned to be recognized by the leadership. Upon learning of this situation, Qiao Lindong immediately dialed his son's phone, only to discover it was already powered off, prompting him to come directly to this location. Chapter 85. Jiang Nan was also taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Xianlong. Xianlong seemed to sense Jiang Nan's ulterior motives, glaring at him with indignation while desperately trying to nestle closer to Yiyu. Yiyu gently stroked Xianlong, reassuring him, "Fear not, my brother will not harm you." This landline was a closely guarded secret, known only to the Qian family, and rarely would anyone else call it unless by mistake. To say that Emol Yang was brazenly unafraid would be an understatement. The Empress Dowager was even more audacious, summoning her directly to play chess without a hint of apprehension. Suddenly, a feeling of being in the wrong place washed over her. Taking a few steps back, Helion Noah wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hands clenched in a gesture of seriousness. Throughout that night, they conversed extensively, remaining awake. It was actually Ouyang Qian who refused to sleep, fearing that upon awakening, she would find it all to be a beautiful dream, one she had experienced countless times before.
Goodness.
What is happening to you? Lu Qingyu leapt backward thrice, and it is essential to note that these were consecutive jumps, not retreats. Only through such exaggerated motions could she truly express her current emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she suddenly cried out, "I refuse to listen to your words. I do not care whether you are a leaf fish or Haolian Yiyu. What you wish to pursue is your affair, and it bears no relevance to me. I only seek to find you." At this juncture, her delicate teeth trembled, rendering her speechless. I felt a profound sympathy for her plight, and a sense of camaraderie welled up within me, lamenting only that she had not encountered me sooner. Otherwise, how could she have silently accepted her fate? However, Chu Shihua rarely engaged in conflict with others and seldom mingled with the other princes, who likewise kept their distance from him. There was little chance that anyone harbored thoughts of harming him. As for Mo Liang, if one were to speak of enmity, it could only be with the 13th prince and Chu Qingning. Lu Fangting, in a state of agitation, shouted desperately, attempting to pry open Jiang Wan's grasp. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Wan's strength had grown formidable. Shao Ye gazed at the zipper that had been inexplicably pulled apart amidst the chaos, a look of fear washing over his face. A fighter jet, initially veering to the right and poised to exit the runway, suddenly faltered and then swiftly veered to the left. Meanwhile, Shun whispered something into the elderly matriarch's ear, and her previously somber countenance instantly brightened. The onlookers, including number 3, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment as they regarded Qinluo. Was this not a blatant display of deceit before the very person involved? Zhou Mei's eyes were fixated intently on Yelena, as if she yearned to tear the bathrobe from her form. Thus, the Gaussians manipulated the captured members of the Tiancheng team, issuing a grave warning to humanity. They had deployed numerous subterranean drilling missiles. At this moment, Chen Luo finally regained his composure, exerting strength in his waist as he slowly embraced Wenwan to sit up. Besides his close friend, Lu Hao, Shao Lian and Lin Xiang were also exceptionally loyal. Their familial circumstances were far superior to Chen Luo's. Upon their graduation from university in a past life, they had even arranged for their families to secure several job offers for Chen Luo, all of which were low-stress, high-paying, and conveniently located. Song Run was also stirred by anger. As his sister-in-law continued to draw near, he forcefully pressed her head down. Jiangzhu's figure shifted, moving closer to Jun Linglong, and he reached out, gripping her neck and lifting her. With his next words, he tightened his hold on her soul, threatening to shatter it with the slightest exertion. Shun Mabe laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and sat nearby, observing the changes in the red welts on her face. But could the past truly be so easily resolved? The things etched into one's very bones cannot be erased from life, save for death itself. That vile brute, having mercilessly slaughtered countless soldiers and civilians of the Great Song, was indeed wicked and deserving of death. You are to eliminate him, to restore the military's honor. This was Zhao Hao's command. His kiss was fervent, infused with rage, a mix of sucking and biting, a gradual punishment, a slow torment for her. Yet, to Xu Ning, Mu Lian's words held an entirely different meaning. Chu Xiaoxiao was captivating, drawing the attention of numerous men in the bar. He had been unable to comprehend why he consistently felt unable to break through, but upon hearing Zhao Renfan's words, he suddenly realized. The night before the court session, Shun Mabe visited her in prison. This was the first time he had seen her since the incident occurred. "Qi Heng, do you know something?" Lin Weiwei's eyes quivered, her intuition informing her that Tian Mingya's phone call must have conveyed something to him. observing the bashful Wenwan in Qin Lin's embrace. A joyful smile graced Qin Lin's face as he gently set Wenwan down. By the way, Kiki insisted that I must video call her as soon as I see you. Gao Tsong had already picked up his phone. Chapter 86. After fishing for a while, Tian Chuan caught a carp weighing around 4 pounds and ceased his efforts. He offered guidance on line tying, float adjustment, observing the float, and baiting techniques, encouraging them to practice on their own while he retreated to a nearby hillside vegetable garden to inspect the crops. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to visit the security guards who had been injured during the villa incident. Without hesitation, he activated the Eternal Strongest system, eager to uncover what had transpired during the previous spirit root assessment. The wall, however, was not sealed but rather entirely open, featuring a honeycomb-like circular passageway that connected within. Manager, who promptly instructed a staff member at the restaurant to remove the recently hung red cloth lanterns. Fortunately, it was early morning, and few people were passing by. Otherwise, witnessing the Hu family restaurant's futile efforts would have surely elicited laughter. Such circumstances had greatly frightened Jirong, causing his muscles to tense up with anxiety. The bandage on his arm, which had previously stopped bleeding, became stained red once more. He scrutinized Ruan Xiao, anxiously fidgeting and worrying over her well-being. Meanwhile, Su Yiming turned his head to the side, desperately inhaling the still, fresh air. In fact, during their time at Yiping Tianxia, Bai Jiu had once been pushed by Shuer, and the fleeting surprise in his eyes was captured by her. It wasn't until Yi Qing arrived at the Yiming Pavilion to cause a disturbance that she confirmed Shuer indeed possessed martial prowess. He recalled that when he first encountered Ruan Xiao, she had unleashed some extraordinary power to vanquish a Qiongqi. He had never delved deeply into the nature of that power or its true extent. After Ao Jiao emerged from Meng Qi's room, she pondered, with that fellow's doubtful expression. He must still be concerned about any potential schemes I might have. He believed he would remain indifferent for all this time. He had primarily utilized and dispatched Xie Yi. Yet when he witnessed the threats of injury and death against him, he found himself in utter disarray. The second soul summoning technique of Mu AI prevailed. Yet within the realm of Emoya, there exists no clear victory or defeat, only the ebb and flow of lows and rises. The state of being in the depths is perpetually poised for ascent, while in a state of ascent, one must never cease progressing. His head emerged from the water. Resting against the edge of the bathtub, his expression tinged with a hint of despondency, a touch of melancholy, and a whisper of solitude. He shifted his body slightly, seeking greater comfort, allowing himself to soak until every limb and bone felt enveloped in ease and contentment, finally exhaling a long-held breath. The last time he encountered her at the gates of the underworld palace, he was struck by the unsettling impression that she possessed an omniscient awareness. In her presence, he felt as though he were laid bare, her clear, penetrating gaze instilling a sense of trepidation within him. As they conversed, a hint of chill flickered in the eyes of the insect phoenix, revealing that the contest was far from the effortless affair she had suggested. At that moment of hunger, He Chondi devoured 3 buns in quick succession, though he had little affection for the greasy delicacies favored by Chu Lian. Even so, he managed to consume one of the Shandong buns. When the accounts were handed over to his sister-in-law, the ensuing chaos would fall upon her to resolve, leaving him free from concern for his own affairs. Tang Feng had conveyed this sentiment clearly, and Tu Ku was astute enough to grasp it. However, he was not the leader, although the captain had granted him ample authority before departing. As a perceptive subordinate, Tu Ku understood the boundaries of his decision-making. Xian Tian, sharp-eyed, noticed the subtle shift in Hong Tong's demeanor and began to formulate his own strategies. Setting aside the matter's relevance to the Qingli new policy, the fact that Su Shunqin was relying on the sale of scrap to engage in such endeavors had become a source of ridicule, with many referring to the court of imperial audience as the scrap yard. No wonder, then, that the king had entrusted the construction of Moonlight City to Nia. thereby indirectly placing it in his own hands. Zhao Hao locked eyes with the salesgirl, his gaze revealing an unspoken sense of helplessness, while hers reflected profound fear and trepidation. Nearby, the household servant busily served dishes to Luo Qingyang, while the Li family's young master fixated on the meat, devouring it bite after bite without pause. This was precisely what Ho Liangfeng had hoped for. His battered body could no longer sustain the fight, and this turn of events aligned perfectly with his intentions. Having engaged extensively with the arcane, what now unfolds before Jiang Hao is an ethereal capability. As Suzy she gazes upon the plum cake set before him, a tantalizing temptation stirs within, yet he fears the discomfort akin to consuming candied fruit. Nevertheless, the desire to sample it prevails. Though he may be the most impoverished of lords, his attire and noble demeanor starkly distinguish him from the common folk. You claim I am discontent, yet it seems the one truly unhappy is you. I am unperturbed. There is no need for your apologies. I did not take your earlier words to heart. Li Mian elucidated. Yi Qin refrains from acting at this moment. To vanquish a formidable opponent in the spirit pill realm, one must strike with absolute precision, leaving no room for error. Chapter 87 reveals that even the faintest smile possesses an allure that could captivate nations and enchant souls, an ineffable charm that is utterly beguiling. This journey, accounting for the time spent traversing and lingering in both the central and upper capitals, has been extensive. What do you mean by your butterfly dance? The dance of the butterfly has always belonged to me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao regards Ling Qi with a hint of playful intrigue. Once a perception takes root, it is challenging to alter one's viewpoint. Mrs. Wang evidently harbors skepticism toward Shen Wei's assertions, believing that after her breakup with Wang Kai, she could swiftly marry Lian Xinran. Such coincidence appears implausible. Upon hearing Lu Tong's words, Ren Hao, Su Tao, and Liao Yang all changed countenance, while Chen Xiao remained expressionless. Yi Qinghan's blade deftly sliced through the guard's neck, drawing forth rivulets of crimson blood. The individual, engulfed by a paralyzing dread of death, trembled violently, yet could not utter a sound. The incense of resurrection, as its name suggests, appears rather unremarkable and lacks any extravagant beauty. Yet, it is distinguished by its captivating aroma that leaves one entranced and reluctant to depart. If you do not speak of it, nor will I, who would know? Venture forth with confidence, and should troubles arise, I shall bear the burden for you. A profound and inscrutable smile adorned Xia Yuqing's face, causing cold sweat to cascade down El Rueli's brow, forcing her to submit. Shen Wei entrusted Tian to the accompanying personnel. Supported. Tian took a few steps before turning her head to Shen Wei, her lips moving in a silent expression of gratitude. Gazing upon the one who had once inflicted deep wounds upon her, the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within Ling Xiao. This individual had not only harmed her gravely, but had also slain Li Ren and others, leaving Ling Xiao no choice but to execute him. Observing this, the man's pupils constricted slightly, and then he unleashed a second strike, its momentum surpassing the first, eliciting solemn nods from several observing Xianxian experts, who sensed the formidable power of this blow. Leave the clothes there. I shall wash them later. Although her voice was soft, it remained coherent. Upon hearing these words from Murakami, Shika instinctively held her breath, as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare. Yi Fei dared not confess that he had been caught off guard after indulging in the sweet lips of Hu Tao, for such a revelation might lead to dire consequences, far beyond a mere reprimand. Haha, you shall surely regret this. King Peng began to laugh scornfully, finding patience unnecessary in the face of such obstinacy. However, the current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for Hualong Entertainment. If this momentum continues, the ultimate outcome for Hualong Entertainment will inevitably be a forceful closure mandated by the authorities. Long Xingyu remained silent. This self-proclaimed phantom of the heavenly path spoke in a manner that was profoundly enigmatic, eluding his comprehension while seemingly penetrating the depths of his thoughts, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Thus, he chose silence. "My lord, I am entirely ignorant. I will divulge everything you wish to know. Please, do not take my life," Lin Hai stammered, trembling slightly. Coldly confronted with an unexpected retort, there was no need for a response. Their relationship had always been characterized by a profound indifference, a reflection of the modern principle of self-preservation, where no one is inclined to meddle in others' affairs, provided it does not cause interference. Ian expressed dissatisfaction regarding Wukawa Koteri's abrupt mention, having just praised her clarity of thought moments before. Chanyu was poised to pursue and strike, yet suddenly retreated, forming seals with his left hand, as an intangible force that shook his very soul was thwarted. "Although I am aware, what can knowledge achieve? Extracting the chaos spell from my being is futile, leaving it within me is equally untenable. So, what shall we do now?" It is crucial to note that the heavenly absolute hook is one of the favored weapons of the sect leader of the Sunlight sect. Apart from the dragon artifact Holy Staff, it is the weapon with which he is most adept. She did not anticipate that, despite revealing her identity, the other party would remain so audacious, seemingly oblivious to their own limitations, even disregarding the ancient clans. It is often said that taking on a disciple is a matter of mutual consent. However, Yilang's intention to compel Shao Ye to become his apprentice may lead to her resentment. Yet, how could he not harbor his own distaste for her? The celestial beast manifested as a colossal serpent, stretching 100 feet in length, its body as robust as a giant tree. Beneath the moonlight, its black and spotted form gleamed ominously, exuding a terrifying aura that made the very space tremble in lament. The elder entered Li Mingshu's chamber, first glancing at Shao Ruoyan and then at Yenyu, before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Mingshu. She lay pallid upon the couch, devoid of any color in her face, appearing feeble and drained of strength. The man seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of incredulity, and with a sudden force, he pushed the table, causing the chair to retreat sharply. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of individuals emerged from both the north and south, the disciples of Xuanwu sect arriving and casting their eyes towards the central figure, Xia Mingfeng, before observing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Immortal Spirit sect and the Tianyan sect congregated on the opposite side. "Did you not just declare your disinterest in knowing?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, Granny Jean chose to withhold information. "Initially, I shared the same sentiment. Thus, I commanded my subordinates to thoroughly search the entirety of the Zhong family, yet we found naught." Madame Zhong spoke, her tone heavy with despair. With a swift motion of his right foot, he traced a circle upon the ground, and at the instant the drawn circle connected seamlessly, Zhao Ming suddenly clapped his hands. A dense mist erupted from his palms, all of it merging into the prism of light, which instantly radiated a blinding brilliance. Chapter 88. It was evident that Yi Chong had just refused. Everyone understood that the reason for his rejection likely stemmed from Yi Shaoxian, who also bore the surname Yi. At this moment, the visage he beheld was no longer the one he had previously seen. What was the nature of that earlier sight? Do you recall the moment when he and she first crossed paths, the covenant that bound them, and the splendid memories beneath the blossoms and the moonlight? These recollections seem vividly etched in one's mind, especially when all emotions surge forth simultaneously. Moreover, how could the formidable figure of the antique street in Jiangsu and Zhejiang lack a formidable background? Otherwise, to dare to collect protection fees in such a place would be tantamount to courting disaster. On Chan Hao's side, the magic within him had reached its zenith, yet it merely caused the hammer to tremble slightly before everything returned to tranquility. As his words fell, a stone, a seemingly ordinary white stone, materialized atop the teacup, appearing unremarkable at first glance. When the dandy beheld Long Jun plunging the lethal golden needle into the Baihui acupoint, he was rendered utterly speechless. Shao Dongsheng murmured incantations, his booted feet treading upon the bloodstains as he approached the creature. Under the influence of the spell, quartz softened into a puddle of mud, enveloping the fingernail. Gradually, the center of the fingernail began to fissure, yielding 1, 3, 5, and ultimately 9 cracks, until the fingernail shattered into 10 jagged fragments, shimmering with an eerie blue glow. A chill, more frigid than the winter wind, surged forth from the soft sword, rushing toward the face of the individual, revealing that this blade was undoubtedly extraordinary. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. You must come today. If you don't come today, I shall not let this matter rest. Over there. Hua Mei was inexplicably insistent that Chen Hao join her, resorting to a display of pouting and petulance, employing every tactic from tears to tantrums to achieve her aim. As the wine flowed, the brothers set aside their worries and began to engage in idle chatter. Du Go and Jing Yi continued to express their dissatisfaction with Lu Rengue, while Cheng Hualiang incessantly teased Qin Huayu. Despite the underlying regret, Huayu understood Cheng's intent and offered him occasional words of comfort. Moon Lingshan, perched among the trees, gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide as if witnessing the extraordinary. Once all outsiders had departed, the atmosphere in the Changyu Songqiong Club was not one of celebration, but rather heavy with tension. Suddenly, a red light surged into the tunnel that Pai Pai Xia had excavated, vanishing in an instant.
From the shadows,
the Dark Guard observed that although Sun Cheng remained on high alert, he seemed unaware of his movements. It appeared Sun Cheng regarded him as one of the 3 inept Dark Guards, unable to fully grasp the intricacies of his martial prowess. Sun Cheng's expression was grim. His teeth clenched, and sweat poured from his body, clearly indicating the immense effort he exerted to execute this technique. Unbeknownst to him, his mind was consumed with the fervor of battle and the singular desire to eliminate the Holy Lord. If he were to perish, what fate would befall humanity? What would become of those in the Guardian faction? The self-detonation of the Fire God and Queen unleashed tremendous destructive power, creating a colossal mushroom cloud within a 100-meter radius, with waves of scorching air erupting forth. Just before the guard touched down, Lin Yu swiftly intercepted him and summoned the soul-absorbing bell, drawing him inside. The garden had been rearranged, adorned with twinkling lights, vibrant floral shadows, and the sound of delicate music, exuding an air of peace and prosperity. Qin Yao's husband is destined to marry only her throughout his life. Feng Qin Yao gazed earnestly into the Empress's eyes, her voice resolute and unwavering. Thus, Jean Rou lay down beside the bed in the master bedroom to tend to Chao Jin's injuries closely. Shangguan Anna recalled her mother mentioning that her second brother had indeed sustained an injury, specifically to his arm. At that moment, a bead of sweat, as large as a mung bean, trickled down from her forehead, following the curve of her delicate brows and gathering on her long, curled eyelashes. Do not presume that I am unaware. Ren Jiaming's fall was caused by you kicking that wooden bucket beneath his feet. After finishing her task, Yi Qing Luo casually tossed a handkerchief onto that person's face. Liang Luo trembled all over, diverting her gaze upon seeing the blood at the corner of Bai Hao's mouth. The mind of the foremost individual in the United States exploded at the thought, just a moon's distance from Earth, leading to the demise of 5 billion people globally? A 90% extinction rate? Observing the group emerging from the elevator, coupled with Lu Jiangang's demeanor, left Gao Ming perplexed, wondering about Zhou Kai's identity. The captive, Baliohu, displayed a sense of defeat and resentment as he met the gaze of his adversary, while Qi Yu smiled lightly. Yi Fan felt no pressure regarding such matters. A simple phone call could resolve everything, though unfortunately, Sun Daoquan would not believe it. Lin Feng conducted an inspection and found a tracker embedded deep within a tooth. Extracting it would likely result in damage to the tooth. Although he initially conducted indiscriminate attacks with great pride, aspiring to annihilate everyone, he later came to comprehend the intricate dynamics of the ninja world. He realized that he might not even triumph over a few formidable factions, let alone continue to provoke all powers. However, the person capable of affording such a luxurious vehicle undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary status. They are likely either a resident of this area or someone seeking out individuals here. The shockwave thoroughly disrupted his movements, momentarily causing him to lose control as inertia propelled him forward. The old monk was taken aback. In such a desolate place, it was astonishing that someone would invest such a considerable sum of money. Lu Jixing nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, for he understood the peril that knowledge can bring. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a blinding light suddenly enveloped him. It flickered and swiftly vanished into the air. Ji Kai, in a fit of spontaneity, got out of bed and stepped outside. He had not ventured far when he heard Sophia's voice, and he eagerly approached, longing to embrace his wife in an attempt to alleviate the panic induced by the vanishing space. The queen, however, did not anticipate that Zixuan would cause such a ruckus before her. As the sovereign of the realm, she had never encountered anyone daring enough to behave so unruly in her presence. If it were anyone else, she would have promptly had them dragged away to face punishment for their impropriety before addressing the matter at hand. But could Zixuan be subdued?